Upon waking, he discovered he had crossed into the world of Hong Kong crime, films Reborn, as the lowest rung of society, a nameless big circle kid at the very bottom. It was an era on Hong Kong Island where tides of power surged and shifted, syndicates rose like forests, and the laws of the underworld reigned supreme. If he wished to survive, there was only one path: to trample his enemies step by step and climb to the very summit. Starting out as a red pole enforcer armed with a mysterious system and a courage beyond ordinary men, he rose from a forgotten nobody to sweep across the turbulent Jianghu of Hong Kong. Through brotherhood and loyalty, he subdued factions on every side. Through money and intricate schemes, he forged an underground kingdom of his own. Through bloody contests of the underworld, he made the entire Hong Kong island remember his name. From a street punk to a syndicate boss, from an unsung nobody to the one who controlled Hong Kong's underground order. In this lifetime, he was determined to defy fate and become the strongest legend the world had ever seen. Hong Kong Island. On a desolate, empty stretch of beach, a young man slowly opened his eyes. His head felt as heavy as lead. His vision was a blur of gray, and the world spun around him. All around his ears was the thunderous crash of waves against the shore, while his stomach sloshed with briny seawater. He doubled over and retched, spraying pungent salty water mingled with bile across the sand. At that very moment, a vast torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a flood, exploding behind his eyes and plunging his vision into darkness. He blacked out once more. The young man was named Su Ruasia, a transmigrator. The original owner of this body had left the army with no kin and no ties, and in desperation had gritted his teeth, swum across to Hong Kong Island, hoping to gamble on a new chance at life. Yet the moment he reached shore, he was spotted by the Marine police. In the ensuing chaos, a bullet slammed into his chest, killing him on the spot. And it was in that instant that Su Ruasia slipped into this vacant body. Damn, they really fired for real. Su Ruasia's heart burned with anger. In this era on Hong Kong Island, the financial bubble had just burst. The whole city was like a runaway wild horse, order shattered and chaos rampant. Underworld forces were proliferating madly, street firefights erupted without cease, turf wars burned white hot, and blades and blood painted the alleys day after day. 4 big circle drifters like him, who had swum over alone with nothing in their hands and no one to rely on, even a hot meal was hard to come by on Hong Kong Island. Yet with news from the mainland sealed off, everyone still treated this place as paradise, and every day more people risked their lives to slip across. Only after setting foot here did they realize this was a purgatory for the poor. Fine. One step at a time, he muttered. Right, where's the system? He called out to it silently in his heart, full of anticipation. But after a long while, all he could hear was the harsh rasp of his own breathing. Just as he sighed in disappointment, suddenly, a burst of white light exploded before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself standing in a vast empty space. No sound of surf, no whisper of sea breeze. The world had changed utterly, and a profound silence reigned. What is this place? He stared blankly at his surroundings. It resembled one of those large logistics warehouses from later years, only far more open and empty. It was about the size of a football field. Inside there was nothing at all, not even a stray cobweb. He tried walking forward, but after a while it felt as if he had slammed into an invisible high wall and could go no further. Could this be my system? A secret inner space? He wondered. But how am I supposed to use it? He let out a wry laugh and withdrew from the space. I'll figure out what this space can do later, he decided. Just then a clear, startled cry drifted from afar. Ah, Granny, look, there's someone lying over there. The voice was light and lively, like a sparrow taking flight, yet tinged with timid nervousness. Likely a mainland lad, came the Granny's hoarse, doubtful reply. Most mainlanders head for Yuan Long. How did he end up swimming to Tuen Mun? After soaking in the sea this long, he's probably cold all through. Tuen Mun. He had no idea how many days he had drifted. But at least he had finally come ashore. For the moment he was relatively safe. Dawn was just breaking, and the air was crisp and faintly cool. A dozen steps away stood 2 females, one old and one young, quietly watching him. Their clothes were plain cuffs worn almost white, each with a bamboo basket strapped to her back. They had likely come while the tide was low, and people few hoping to gather shellfish, prawns, and crabs for the morning market, trading them for a few coins to support their household. Oh, he moved. He's alive. The girl cried out in a mix of shock and delight, her eyes shining fixed unblinkingly on Su Ruasia, as her fingers instinctively tightened around her granny's arm. She looked about 14 or 15, her skin slightly tanned, her figure slender, yet well-proportioned, shoulders cleanly drawn, waist and legs long and straight. It was the age when a body was stretching into itself, the bones fine and promising. In another 2 years, she would surely grow into a striking beauty. Yet as Su Ruasia looked at that still childish face and those clear bright eyes, his heart gave a sudden inexplicable jolt, as though something had lightly struck him, an unsettling familiarity that almost burned. The granny walked closer at a measured pace, her voice warm, yet raspy with concern. Young man, did you swim over from the other side? She was just past 60, her brows and eyes kind, but years of toil had bowed her back. Veins rose faintly on the backs of her hands, fine lines etched her temples, and an indelible weariness clung to her like a shadow. Suruasia dipped his head in a slight nod. What's your name? The granny asked gently. Suruasia. He did not give Suyuejin. That name was too grating here on Hong Kong Island, sounding like a clumsy dialect joke, abrupt and out of place. This body was empty of ties. No one here knew who he had once been. Using his old name felt like personally tearing a page from an outdated calendar and writing anew. You came alone. What about your family? The granny asked softly. All gone. Only me left. The words were few, but she understood at once. Either lost on the road while crossing or starved to death back there. Rumor had it the mainland was so poor that pots were empty and famine had stripped even the bark from the trees. Her heart sank, and in a day she saw again the great drought of the 1940s in central China. Land scorched bare her family, clutching half a sack of bran as they fled south. And now, her husband was long gone, her son and daughter-in-law dead in a car crash, leaving only the little granddaughter with the sheep-horn braids clutching the hem of her clothes and never straying a step away. Thinking of all this, the granny's throat tightened. When she looked at Suruasia again, her gaze had softened, wrapped in a thin layer of warmth. You must be starving, she said. Come to my home first. We'll find you some clothes to change into. No sooner had she spoken than Suruasia's stomach twisted sharply, his belly roaring with hunger. He felt light-headed and hollow, as though he had gone 3 days without a single bite. At that moment, he felt he could devour an entire cow. Before entering the water, he had stripped off all his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts to cover himself. Now he stood there soaked and chilled to the bone, so bedraggled, he wished he could sink into the earth. Seeing his embarrassed downward gaze, the girl let out a soft giggle, 2 blushes blooming on her cheeks. I'm Zhou Huiman. You can call me Amin, she said. She lifted her eyes to him, her voice light and gentle, as if afraid of startling a small bird. Truth be told, though, Suruasia was splattered with mud and seawater droplets still clinging to the ends of his hair. His face stood up, well to scrutiny, a nose sharp and high like a blade, a clean-cut jawline, and deep black eyes shadowed with calm. His short hair bristled stubbornly upward, radiating a refusal to submit. Add to that his nearly 185 height, broad shoulders, long legs, a presence that pressed down like a physical force. For a 14-year-old girl, it was like running headlong into a gust of charged wind, sending a thrill all the way up the back of her neck. But Suruasia froze, his gaze glued to the girl's face, his heartbeat skipping half a beat. In the depths of his memory, a figure in a blue cloth shirt with a ponytail was slowly, seamlessly overlapping with the vivid smile before him. He stood naked before the mirror. The man in the glass was all corded muscle, abdominal lines carved like knives, the oblique lines of his torso disappearing into his waistband. Black hair jutted up in wild tufts, his irises dark to the point of saturation, his very bearing steeped in an innate cold hard edge. Suddenly he curved his lips in a smile. The arc was small, yet it felt like a drawn bowstring hiding sharpness. Satisfied, Suruasia nodded, his fingertips drifting across the freshly scabbed bullet wound on his left chest. The edges already tinged pink, the flesh knitting together at a speed visible to the naked eye. His heart gave a jolt. He had drifted in the sea for at most 2 or 3 days. Under normal circumstances, a rough hand for a wound like this would leave a man bedridden for at least 2 months, changing bandages 3 times and hurting so badly he couldn't sleep. Yet now the scab was nearly sealed, the rate of healing at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. The perks of a transmigrator really aren't just talk, he murmured. He let out a low chuckle, and at once sensed something else amiss. His arms felt heavier than before, veins bulged. When he clenched his fists, his lung capacity so great that a single breath could be held for half a minute. As for endurance, he hadn't tested it yet, but his intuition told him it was nothing short of monstrous. His entire body felt as if its engine had been completely overhauled, every inch charged with hidden power. Last of all, let's test that warehouse, he thought. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, he sank his consciousness into his inner sea, his palms still clasping a stainless steel pair of scissors. In the blink of an eye, the scissors vanished from his grasp, reappearing the next second, resting securely in the gray-white void within. It worked. Objects from reality could truly be stored inside. Even more astonishing, no matter how long he remained within, time outside did not move in the slightest. Not even if he spent a whole night there or squatted for 3 days. The moment he stepped out, the second hand outside was still frozen in place. This golden finger is wild, he grinned, eyes lit with a sharp gleam. From now on, whenever I'm tired, I can slip inside. In reality, 24 hours will be like staying awake forever. Suruasia's pupils flared, his heartbeat quickening in response. This was more than simply living half a lifetime more. It was in truth holding his very fate in his own hands. He studied the young yet razor-edged face in the mirror, the corner of his mouth lifting his smile, laced with 3 parts madness and 7 parts absolute resolve. Since heaven had personally hurled him into this storm-tossed era and stuffed his hands with an entire deck of cheat cards, if he still shrank back and muddled through life, even he would despise himself. Hong Kong Island, I, Suruasia, have arrived. He shrugged on the old shirt left behind by Zhou Huiman's late father, wolfed down a bowl of hot congee in 2 or 3 gulps, wiped his mouth, and rose to leave. It was not cold indifference. He had already noticed the faint layer of wariness in the granny's eyes, like a thin mist that never quite dispersed. After all, there were only 2 women in the household, grandmother and granddaughter, and Amin had grown into a quietly lovely young girl. Faced with a strange young man who had suddenly entered their lives, vigilance was only natural. Besides, land on Hong Kong Island was cramped and costly. Even in the rural outskirts of Tuen Mun, the 2 of them squeezed into just 2 low, cramped rooms. Their days lived on the tightest of margins. Su Ruasia had strong arms and legs. He refused to freeload, and he would not add a single burden to a household that was already stretched thin. Yet in his heart he had already etched a debt. If he truly managed to gain a foothold in the future, he would repay this bowl of hot congee and this brief shelter tenfold. As you've just arrived and know no one here. Take this, $100 to tide you over, the granny said. She drew from her pocket a handkerchief washed to a faded gray, unfolding it layer by layer. Inside lay a $100 banknote, edges curled and print blurred, which she gently pressed into Su Ruasia's pocket. Granny, I really can't accept this, Su Ruasia protested hastily, raising his hands. Though Hong Kong Island had already risen as one of the 4 Asian tigers, its economy roaring like thunder, ordinary folk in the alleys had not thereby eaten their fill or dressed in comfort. Rice prices leaped upward, housing soared into the sky, factory workers toiled themselves half to death for a month to bring home barely 1,000, and this grandmother and granddaughter, living off the sea scraps for cash, likely earned less than those workers. For them, $100 was half a month's oil, salt, soy, and vinegar, Amin's exercise books for the next term, the old medicine bottle Granny could not bear to replace. Yet she forced it into his hands all the same. A man stepping out into the world. If his pockets hold no coins, how can he stand tall? She said, you have no relatives here. If you hit a wall, or lose work, at least you can buy a few meals and not sleep on the streets. Her voice was soft, yet her gaze was as calm as an old well, with a clarity in its murky depths born of a lifetime of storms and tempered kindness. She had witnessed too many rises and falls. Now within her power, she was willing to pull up a young man she found pleasing to the eye. Zeech, just take it, Amin chimed in. Amin rose on tiptoe, lifted her little face, her eyes sparkling with light. I go to chase the tide with ABO to pick up shrimps and crabs, then run to the market twice a day. I can earn at least 10 yuan. Su Ruai's throat tightened. In the end, he could no longer refuse and silently clenched the money in his fist. The edge of the banknote was slightly rough, like a soundless whip lashing down and making his shoulders sink under its weight. He ground his teeth in secret. 3 days, at most 5. He had to earn his first sum of money and let the fragrance of steaming hot dishes once again drift beneath this eve. ABO, once I find my footing, I will definitely come back. His voice was not loud, yet every word fell heavy to the ground. He reached out to rub the top of Amin's head. Listen to ABO and study well. Next time I come back, I'll bring you a whole basket of crispy baked char siu buns, golden and flaky, bursting with juice in every bite. He was tall. Though Amin had shot up in height, she still only reached his chest. She tilted her face up, the tips of her ears quietly flushing red, yet her mouth was as stubborn as a little stone. Who cares? I'm already in high school. I'm not a child anymore. But I still want crispy baked char siu buns, the biggest ones. After stepping out of Amin's house, he boarded a clanging green-top bus. After an hour of swaying and rattling, he arrived at Tuen Mun Street. He first went to apply for an identity card, still using the name Su Ruai's. At that time on Hong Kong Island, identity checks were not yet strict, unlike a few years later, when waves of stowaways from the mainland Vietnam and Malaysia surged and quotas tightened, and a single household registration paper became highly coveted. Once the identity card was in his hand, his black status turned legitimate, and only then could his plans for survival truly be set on the agenda. In the Hong Kong Island of the 1980s, a neon lights rolled and banknotes seemed to whistle through the air, yet even the simplest boxed meal on the street cost $5 or $6 to start. He had only $100 in his pocket, barely enough for 3 or 4 days. The most urgent task was not dreaming, but to start working immediately. Relying on his upright frame, a pair of expressive eyes, and that uncontainable sharpness of youth, he finally secured a job as a waiter at a tea restaurant called Fuji. The daily wage was 30 Hong Kong dollars. Not much, but enough to let him sleep soundly that night. Morning, Caney. Morning. At the alley entrance in the early dawn, he walked side by side with another waitress from the tea restaurant, Caney, heading toward Fuji. Caney was a local girl from an ordinary family doing part-time work here. She had started a few days earlier than he had. 19 years old, her features were cool and clear like a spring stream, not yet melted in early spring. Even wearing a blue cotton apron washed soft with use, she could not hide that innate quiet poise. When she did not smile, she resembled a finely detailed ink painting. When she did, she was like a spring breeze passing over a hillside. In Fuji, the only person with whom he could truly speak his mind was her. After all, both were new faces who had just arrived, and both were good-looking. Moreover, Su Ruai's carried the mind of a man who had traveled through time. His tongue was sweet, and his heart meticulous, and with just a few words he could coax laughter out of Caney. The two pushed the door open and entered, then set about wiping tables and mopping the floor, moving swiftly and deftly. In the blink of an eye, the mealtime rush arrived. Customers poured in, and Su Ruai's moved back and forth between the stove and the counter, feet barely touching the ground. At that very moment, 3 men swaggered in through the door. Their floral shirts were eye-catching, hair slicked back with oil, and dark blue tattoos flickered faintly on their arms. As they walked, their shoulders swayed and legs swung, their entire bearing exuding a careless, hooligan air. This kind of getup was all too familiar to Su Rui's. They were Triad punks. Judging by their posture, they were most likely at the bottom rung of the society, mere 49 boys. On Hong Kong Island, gangs were no longer shadows lurking in the dark, but living creatures rooted into the very bones of the streets and alleys. Official figures were plain to see. Out of a population of 4 million, 1/10 were registered with societies, an entire 400,000 people. Adding in their aunts and uncles, childhood friends, classmates, and drinking buddies, half the people on Hong Kong Island had more or less some connection to the gangs. Especially at the lowest levels of society, the ones whose words truly carried weight were neither the patrolmen strolling under the sun nor the cops hugging the walls on night rounds, but these big and small gangs entrenched on the streets, calling wind and summoning rain. No one dared to touch them, no one could move them. But a gang was no charity hall. To feed a band of brothers demanded real gold and silver. Smuggling, running, gambling, dens, managing horse races, loan sharking. These were the businesses of the uncles above. As for the 3 before him, they were merely low-level thugs scrambling for a living. Their daily livelihood was to knock on doors one by one and collect protection money. The D, what is your question? The D took the initiative to attack, and naturally someone from a less team rose to counter. Uncle Quan, who had been warmed by a less kindness the previous day, was quick to respond. The man flicked it open, swept a glance at the contents, and the corner of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. He was about to turn and leave when his peripheral vision suddenly nailed itself to the back kitchen doorway. Yikani stepped out carrying a plate of shrimp dumplings, hair slightly mussed, cheeks flushed, the hem of her skirt still dusted with a bit of flour. Yo, old Huang, found a new gem, have you? Such a fresh little lass. First time I've seen one like her. The leader grinned and sauntered toward her. The boss's face darkened in an instant. Tang the Rotten, I've paid you as agreed. Stop stirring up trouble here. Tang the Rotten only waved a lazy hand. Relax, I won't cause a scene. Before his words had even fallen, he was already blocking Yikani's path, tilting his head as he sized her up. Pretty girl, do you have a man yet? Let's be friends. I'm called Tang the Rotten. Just call me Brother Tang. Yikani's face abruptly turned pale. She instinctively stepped half a pace back, her voice taut. Move aside. Tisk, that temper's fiery. Just my taste. Before he finished speaking, he actually reached out to grab her wrist. The customers in the shop all lowered their heads to shovel rice or pretended to read the paper. Some even stole sideways glances, smiles playing at the corners of their mouths, looking as though they were waiting for a show. The boss stood in a corner clutching a rag. His lips moved a few times, but in the end he said nothing. Su Rui's cast him a cold glance. After working a few days, he had already taken the measure of this man's character, fearful and spineless, preferring to suffer losses rather than tear his face with anyone. But that was not Su Rui's way. He believed Tang the Rotten would not dare to kill someone in broad daylight, but he could never allow Yikani to be treated as a soft persimmon to be pinched at will. With a single step forward, Su Rui's seized Yikani by the elbow and gave a light tug, drawing her behind him while he planted himself firmly between her and Tang the Rotten. Enough. Stop before you regret it. His tone was even, yet his gaze scraped past like a blade's edge. After years tempered in the army and having walked the line between life and death in the jungles of southern Vietnam, even standing still the pressure he exuded could make a man's throat tighten. Tang the Rotten's steps faltered, the smile on his face froze for half a second. When he came back to his senses, he felt his face trampled into the mud, rage surging up in a flare. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Kid, you're tired of living. This is a tea restaurant. If you're not here to eat, then get out." Su Rui's voice was low, every word distinct. He had not wanted to stir up trouble, but in this world, if honest people kept silent, they would only be used as stepping stones. Damn it, a mere waiter dared to be so aggressive. If he didn't pin this kid to the ground and make him kowtow in apology today, who would ever buy Tang the Rotten's reputation again? Even his own underlings would start treating him as a joke. Damn it, waste him for me. No sooner had Tang the Rotten barked the words than his 2 thugs lunged forward. One of them reached out to grab Su Rui's by the collar, but before his fingertips could even brush the fabric, Su, already closed in one hand, locking around his waist. With a crisp, decisive back throw, he slammed the man onto the floor. A heavy thud echoed as his back hit the ground, making the tiles hum. The thug's eyes bulged to a breath jammed in his chest, his face flushing a liver-purple hue. Immediately after, Su Rui's pivoted and delivered a side kick, his leg moving so fast that only the other thug felt as if his chest had been hammered by iron. His vision went black as his body sailed through the air, tumbling 4 or 5 meters before crashing down and knocking over 3 plastic tables, the sound of splintering plastic shrill and bursting. He curled up on the floor, back arched like a boiled shrimp. Both hands clutched his abdomen in a death grip as tears and snot ran down his face. His breakfast spilled all over the floor, a sour stench rising sharply into the air. In an instant, the restaurant exploded into an uproar. Diners sprang to their feet, in unison retreating to the walls as they stared at Su Rui's in stunned disbelief. No one had expected that this handsome waiter in work clothes would lay two thugs flat with just a lift of his hands as neat and effortless as snapping two dead branches. Behind Su Rui's, Yikani instinctively covered her mouth, her fingertips trembling slightly, apricot eyes shining with light, a mix of shock and delight. Just moments ago, she had been clutching her apron in worry for him, afraid he would not withstand the three-unknown assault. Who would have thought he hadn't taken them seriously at all, sending all three of them sprawling within just a few moves. Tang the Rotten's facial muscles twitched violently where he stood. His two most capable underlings had turned into two heaps of mush in the blink of an eye. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as his heart sank with a jolt. This kid was no soft persimmon. He was a piece of red-hot branding iron. Yet the words had been spoken, and his face already lost. If he shrank back now, he would truly become a laughingstock. He reached behind his waist and pulled out a machete. With a metallic clang, the blade sprang free, its cold light glaring. Hey, you've got some guts, kid. To hell with you. Believe it or not, I'll split your skull open. United with Su Yuejin's body that had been steeped in gunpowder smoke, Su Rui's no longer had any trace of a mild temper in his bones. He was a man who had trudged through trenches and heard the roar of artillery. The gleam of the blade reflected in his pupils, and his gaze froze over in an instant, turning icily chilling. Tang the Rotten's breath caught. There was something wrong about this look. It was not merely viciousness, but the indifferent gaze of someone who had killed before, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, like a tiger locking its prey by the throat, staring straight into his face. A chill shot up Tang's spine, making his calves faintly weak. But in the next instant, shame turned to fury. He had Triad tough, frightened by a mere waiter. Where would his pride go? What are you staring at? Tired of living, are you? Before his roar had finished, he swung the blade down in a diagonal chop. The blade was still half a foot from Su Rui's neck when his wrist was clamped by a hand like an iron vice and wrenched with brutal force. Oh! Tang the Rotten's scream broke into a shrill pitch as the machete clanged to the floor, his entire arm twisting into a grotesque angle. Su Rui's left fist shot out like a cannon, slamming squarely into his lower jaw. A mouthful of bloody foam sprayed out, mixed with 3 or 4 bloodied molars that hit the tiles with a crisp patter. Thud thud. Heavy blows rained down in succession. Tang the Rotten's nose bridge collapsed, and the corners of his mouth split open, fresh blood covering his entire face. At first he still kicked and struggled, but after a few strikes his body went limp, his eyelids rolling back to white as he slumped completely into a heap of sludge, unable even to groan. Yikani dashed forward and grabbed Su Rui's arm. Hey, stop. If you keep hitting him, he'll die. Su Rui's pulled back his fist, his chest still heaving. Killing a man in broad daylight. He wasn't insane. However chaotic Hong Kong Island might be, it was still a place with rules. He had no interest in prison food, nor in sitting in a cell listening to crude jokes. The beauty before him was far too fragrant to be worth trading his life for. When the dust settled, the 3 thugs lay sprawled in all directions like stalks of rice cut down in a field. The onlookers, realizing there was nothing more to see, scattered away, leaving behind a scene of chaos, overturned chairs, spilled milk tea, and shards of broken glass. The boss' face turned pale, his lips white. You useless brat. Can't you fight in the back alley? You smashed my shop. Am I supposed to keep my business? Not a single cent of this month's salary. Get lost and drink the northwestern wind. Earlier, when Su Rui's was surrounded, he had huddled behind the counter pretending to be blind. Now he lay flat and jumped out, pointing and gesturing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Su Rui's suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing directly at the boss' face. The boss choked, his voice abruptly cut off, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his face twitching and stiffening. In that moment, he truly tasted the bitterness of a rotten ghost. Like a wild rabbit being targeted by a cheetah, his blood froze all over. Su Rui's right fist had quietly tightened, his knuckles turning white. At that moment, a pair of warm and soft hands firmly gripped his forearm. Yikani pressed almost against him, her voice trembling with urgency. Ace, calm down. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He felt a delicate touch on his arm, along with the slight tickle of her hair brushing against him. These past few days he had been inexplicably restless, wanting to smash things and fight at the drop of a hat. Perhaps it was the old injuries left by this body, the sounds of gunfire, gunpowder smell, and severed limbs from the jungles of Nanhua, all etched into his bones. Injuries like these don't cry out in pain, but gnaw quietly at a person. Without further explanation, Su Rui's tore off his apron, tossing it onto the greasy countertop, and turned to walk towards the door. You bastard. Just leave and don't step into my shop again. After his figure disappeared around the corner, the boss lowered his voice and spat, ensuring he couldn't hear. Aced. Wait for me. On the bustling streets of Mongkok, where neon lights flicker and crowds weave, Su Rui's walked alone, feeling as if a damp towel pressed against his chest, heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, a bright voice pierced through the clamor, chasing from behind. He abruptly halted and turned around. Yikani was jogging to catch up, her ponytail swaying in the wind, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Why did you follow me? I was just wiping the tables. How could that miser let you leave? Su Rui's raised an eyebrow and asked. I quit too. Yikani lifted her chin, her tone crisp and decisive. But upon meeting Su Ruiz's astonished gaze, her ears flushed, her shoulders shrank slightly, and her voice softened. In the end, if you got fired, it's partly my fault. I'm sorry. Oh, it's a small matter. Su Ruiz waved his hand, smiling lightly. Even without this incident, I wouldn't last much longer here. Don't blame Boss Wong, he's really trying to shield you. That punk Tang Jia has connections with the Lianxing gang. If you beat him up, his older brother won't let it slide. If you stay in the shop, there might not even be bones left. It's better to withdraw early. Tun Mun isn't solely theirs to dictate. Also, your wages for these past few days the boss asked me to bring to you. The two walked side by side, Yi Kei's tone gentle, as if afraid to disturb something. Su Ruiz nodded silently, feeling clear inside. Although old Huang was stingy, he wasn't a bad person. He was reluctant to stick his neck out, merely afraid of implicating his shop. Having a family to support, if he got involved with the gang, the tea restaurant would be forced to close the next day. Just a middle-aged man, smoothed over by life with nothing but a soft demeanor remaining. He loudly claimed he would dock Su Ruiz's entire month's salary, yet secretly slipped 300 Hong Kong dollars to Yi Kei. 10 days of work, 30 a day, without missing a cent. This was the first money he had earned on Hong Kong Island in the 90s. Not much, but it felt hot in his hands. But it was by no means the start of his turnaround. What are your plans next? Yi Kei turned her face to ask him, the two of them tall and upright, walking in the twilight of the street lamps like a moment frozen in a movie poster. Su Ruiz stood at 1 meter 85, Yi Kei, close to 1 meter 70, both slender and with bright features, causing passers-by to glance over frequently. I haven't thought it through yet. I just need to find a job to make ends meet. As a big man with active hands and legs, I won't starve. His tone was casual. There were jobs everywhere for those. A few dozen dollars a day barely fills your stomach. If you want to rise up, you have to wait for the wind to come. But you don't have a job now, can't pay rent. Where will you sleep at night? Bus stations, docks, hospital corridors, park benches. Where can't you make do for a night? In fact, he could always retreat into his personal space to sleep, but Yi Kei didn't know that. She suddenly became anxious. How can you endure like this? What if your health collapses? Before her words could finish, she suddenly stopped, her head slowly bowing, staring at her shoe-tips, her voice as light as a feather falling. How about you stay at my place for a few days? Huh? Su Ruiz abruptly halted, staring at her in disbelief. Did he hear that right? Yi Kei actually invited him to stay at her home. If he looked closely, he would see her cheeks burning bright red, her eyelashes trembling, too shy to meet his gaze. Su Ruiz lowered his head, only seeing the top of her dark hair and her slightly flushed earlobes. You don't get the wrong idea. Just spread a mat on the floor. Once you find a new job and earn enough for rent, you can move out immediately. After all, this is my mess. She lowered her voice more and more, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her face burning as if it would smoke. Su Ruiz. In the deep of night, in an 8-square-meter-old apartment, the streetlights filtered through the window seams. Yi Kei's rented little nest was small but tidy. Su Ruiz spread out a thin blanket and lay directly on the cold concrete floor. The cold seeped into his back, but his chest felt hot, tossing and turning, completely unable to sleep. Kei, are you asleep? I am. How can you answer if you're asleep? I was dreaming. Then I don't believe it. Want to try? If you try, it'll be a disaster. Morning light slanted through the window, falling on her spread-out black hair. The thin blanket slid down to her waist, revealing a smooth and supple shoulder, the curve stretching like the willow branches in early spring. At 19, Yi Kei was in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. Recalling everything from last night, her face burned even more, her heart fluttered like a flapping bird. How had she so muddled through, half-heartedly allowing him to stay and drawing closer to him? Perhaps from the moment she invited Su Ruiz to move in, she had silently made up her mind. In her eyes, Su Ruiz was not just young and handsome, with charming conversation. More importantly, he was dependable and willing to shoulder responsibilities. Having already developed a fondness for him, she was further frightened into a cold sweat by that gang last night, and this thrill became like a wild fire, impossible to suppress. What are your plans for the future? At 9 in the morning, the two shameless individuals had just returned from their morning run, still lying in bed. After all having lost their jobs, there was no rush to get up. He picked up a cigarette, took a deep puff, and casually pulled Yi Kei into his arms. I want to continue my studies. Her voice was soft, as if all her strength had been drained, her gaze a bit dazed. Good idea. Studying leads to a way out. You can find a decent job in the future. Su Ruiz nodded and asked, what do you want to study? Hearing his support, Yi Kei's eyes lit up. Law. I want to be a top lawyer. But my parents absolutely refuse, so I have to work while saving for tuition. She spoke slowly. Born in the countryside, she had many sisters. The 3 older ones had all dropped out of school early to marry. Her parents thought it a waste of money for a girl to study and urged her to hurry to work in a factory, but she refused to accept her fate, stubbornly balancing serving tables and working as a clerk while also studying and attending night school. Also, I don't like my original name. I'm going to change it today. I have a new name in mind. Yi Ingwen. Su Ruiz's lips curled slightly, still holding her, listening quietly without interrupting. Yi Ingwen indeed sounds clearer and more decisive than Yi Kei. If she truly pursued a career in law, her future would indeed be bright. Lawyers and doctors are always in demand on Hong Kong Island with good pay and respectable standing. Experienced barristers can even enter the Legislative Council and become legislators. Whether wearing a black robe to court or donning a suit to engage in politics, both paths are legitimate and promising. But as she spoke, she suddenly realized Su Rui's had not responded. Lifting her head, she collided with his intense gaze. Her voice grew softer, her cheeks slightly flushed as if she guessed what he was about to do next. Not hiding, she buried her face in the blanket, exposing only a hint of her reddened earlobe. Who cares? Why think so much? Just do it. Su Rui's was too lazy to ponder further. As for the future, one step at a time. He lifted the blanket and leaned down over her. Be gentle. I'm still in pain. Qing Shan won one of the noisiest areas in Tuen Mun. As night fell, the bar's neon lights flashed, and nightclub music blared, the streets filled with extravagance and indulgence. But tonight Qing Shan Wan felt different, abnormally quiet and chilling. At both ends of the street, a wave of gangsters surged forth, no less than 200 to 300 people, a dark mass. Each one wore fierce expressions, wielding either machetes or iron rods, the air taut like a bowstring pulled tight. Su Rui stood at the back of his group's ranks, holding a half-meter-long steel pipe, his expression calm and his gaze steady. He came here to make a quick buck. What lay ahead was a typical gang fight. As for whether it would escalate, that was still uncertain. Among the hundreds of people, few had genuinely joined the gang or been initiated. Most were just there to make a living like him, a temporary worker paid to stand watch. Show your face for $50, and if a fight breaks out, another $50. This was already Su Rui's third time taking a job. It looked easy. Just standing there for a few minutes would get him paid. The first two encounters were all noise without action. Both sides shouted loudly, but in the end they shook hands and left without losing a single hair. However, this time the negotiations between the two sides were clearly at an impasse, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Zergus, something feels off. Could it be that a fight is really about to break out? A young man beside him spoke in a low voice. He was tall and slim with a shrewd look in his eyes. But upon seeing this person, Su Rui felt a strange unease in his heart. His name was Li Zicheng. Whether or not this person existed in reality, Su Rui dared not conclude, but he clearly remembered that in a certain old Hong Kong film, there was an undercover agent with the same name and demeanor. And this guy's true identity turned out to be a mole planted by the police. What is going on here? A wave of heaviness washed over him. What he thought was a journey back to the real world of the harbor island decades ago now felt like stepping into a movie reel. The man before him, Ah Chung, even raised his eyebrows with the same arc as that undercover character on the screen. This meant that the person gripping the iron rod, tense and ready for a fight, was indeed standing right there. More crucially, he had clearly received orders and was fully committed to infiltrating the gang. Su Rui's mind raced, instantly grasping the situation, yet his expression remained unchanged as he spoke softly. Don't run around aimlessly when the fighting starts. Just follow me, and no one will come after us. Got it. When Brother Zhe gives the word, I'll follow. Li Zicheng grinned, responding readily, his demeanor as natural as if he had just sipped a bowl of hot soup. After all, the two of them were merely bystanders. When it came to real fighting, the heavyweights would definitely take the lead. Sure enough, the two sides tore their masks off completely before finishing 3 sentences. On their side, the boss roared like thunder, "Brothers, grab your weapons and go all out against Lianxing." On the opposite side, their boss was equally unyielding, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Charge." In an instant, over 500 people crashed into each other, fists and feet flying, sticks dancing wildly. The scene was as chaotic as a pot of boiling porridge. However, such a scene was nothing to Su Rui's. Compared to the hellish images of artillery shells wreaking havoc in the trenches, this level of commotion was merely child's play. He had initially planned to blend in at the back, coasting through, putting in no effort, waiting for both sides to exhaust themselves and for the police to arrive so he could collect his $100 and make a quick exit. But unexpectedly, an incident occurred halfway through. A small brother from Lianxing, unsure if he was dazed from the beating or panicking, suddenly crashed right in front of Su Rui's. Their eyes met. This face seems a bit familiar. Su Rui's heart stirred. It's him, this little rascal. The other party's eyes lit up suddenly, and his voice changed pitch. Su Rui's didn't recognize him at first, but the other had long engraved his image into his bones. No matter if he turned to ash, he could still spot him immediately. The man immediately turned and shouted behind him, "Brother Dedong. He's right here. This little punk is the one who crippled Brother Tang." Damn. Su Rui's cursed inwardly, his mind racing. He remembered. Wasn't he the lackey beside the infamous Tang who got kicked away by him just a few days ago, sliding 3 meters across the ground? No wonder he looked familiar. Right, the infamous Tang was originally with Lianxing. This was truly a step into a minefield. The small brother's eye shone upon seeing Su Rui's. Last time, when he went with the infamous Tang to collect protection money, he was taken down single-handedly, and the infamous Tang was now lying in the hospital receiving 4 drips. This time he finally caught the chance to seek revenge. Just as he called for reinforcements, his mind hadn't fully caught up when a shadow darted past like a gust of wind. Bang! A dull thud sounded, the world spun, and a steel pipe struck solidly against his cheekbone. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, all his teeth loosened, half his face swelled up like a steamed bun, and his eyes rolled back, falling straight down, without even the strength to cry out in pain. Who dares to show their back to the enemy while wielding a knife? Are you out of your mind? Su Rui's shook his wrist, initially planning to stay low, but this reckless youth had ruined his plans. Damn it! Kill him! Dama Dong watched helplessly as his little brother fell to the ground from a blow, his anger causing veins to bulge on his forehead. What made him even angrier was that this kid was actually the one who had crippled the infamous Tang a few days ago. What was there to wait for? He had to take him out on the spot. Go! As 4 or 5 figures rushed in wielding knives, Su Rui's side. Today he truly had to get serious. But it didn't matter. Having crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, who would be scared of these street thugs? The first one swung a cleaver straight at his face, the blade nearly grazing Su Rui's nose. In that instant, Su Rui's gaze darkened, a cold light flashed. Others didn't even see how he made his move, only hearing a crisp clang as the knife flew out of the opponent's hand. Out! A scream erupted like a slaughtered pig. The small brother rolled on the ground, holding his severed wrist, his cries heart-wrenching. What? He really has some skills. Dama Dong's face suddenly sank. This was only the first exchange, and they had already lost one. He immediately became alert. This person was not easy to deal with. But he couldn't retreat, nor could he show weakness. To reach his current position, every inch of territory had been earned with blood. After taking down 4 of his rushing subordinates, Dama Dong finally came forward personally. A watermelon knife sliced down from the side. For an ordinary person, the arm would have been severed at the root. Su Rui's figure retreated violently. The blade grazed his clothes, and with a ripping sound the fabric tore open. Dama Dong indeed had some skills. His strikes were swift, accurate, and fierce. Unfortunately, it was useless. Su Rui's was faster and even more ruthless. Clang! The steel pipe slammed down on the back of the knife, numbing Dama Dong's grip, and before he could steady his wrist, Su Rui's second strike was already on its way. Oh! A piercing scream exploded at the scene. Dama Dong's cry sliced through the air, overshadowing all the noise. Both sides turned their heads in unison, pupils dilating in shock. Oh no! Is that Dama Dong? His face is all twisted and his arm is broken. Oh no! It's Brother Dedong. Quick! Get Brother Dedong out! Looking at Dama Dong, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His arms hung limply, clearly severely broken. A gash opened on his forehead, blood gushing out, staining half of his cheek. Beside him lay 5 of Lian Sheng's thugs in disarray, clutching their stomachs, embracing their legs, rolling around in pain, while only Su Rui stood upright, his clothes not even wrinkled. No one dared to act, the onlookers clearly saw. Only he had taken down 6 in a few swift moves. Get Brother Dedong back. The Lianqing people rushed in like madmen, but Su Rui's side was not willing to give ground. The glint of the knife flashed, and the shadows of sticks flew, refusing to let go. It should be known that Dama Dong was not an ordinary thug. He was the top warrior under the Tunmun leader Gui Tian of Lianqing. What was the head horse? He was the most trusted and capable character of Gui Tian, ranked 2nd on the Tunmun turf. When this identity was revealed, who didn't know the stakes? With Dama Dong falling on the spot, it was equivalent to having Lianqing's backbone publicly shattered. Morale instantly plummeted by half. On this side, courage surged, while on the other side, feet felt weak. After barely holding on for a few minutes, the Lianqing people turned and retreated, rolling and crawling out of Qingshan Bay. In the end, this conflict was won by Su Rui's side. The softies of Lianqing have fled. Qingshan Bay belongs to us now. A bald, middle-aged fat man laughed to the heavens, his forehead shiny, his belly round. He was the leader of Su Rui's side, Yang Guofu. His name Fu sounded like Buddha. He was born with a round face, smiling eyes resembling a living Mithriya, and was known in the underworld as Buddha Master. But his true identity was a driver in the 14K organization, second only to the head, and he was personally overseeing the operation in Qingshan Bay. The harbor island was rife with gangs, ultimately tracing back to 3 major factions, G14K, Oil, and the Chaozhou gang. After decades of fighting, swallowing, and reshuffling, they had split into hundreds of factions of varying sizes. Among them, Lianqing was the strongest arm under He with power that almost occupied half of He's territory. The Yichun, which was once supported by the lame Hao and now sits among the 4 major gangs of the harbor island, all belonged to the Chaozhou gang. As for 14K, the largest in number, yet the most fragmented, dozens of factions, each operating independently. Today, you insult me, tomorrow, I kick you. Internal strife fiercer than external battles. The Zhongzi Dui was the hardest bone among this scattered sand, and at present they were making a concerted effort to kick Lianqing out of Qingshan Bay and completely seize this piece of prime territory. Who took down Dama Dong? Buddha Master will reward you 10,000. After the initial excitement settled, Yang Guofu immediately began to assign ranks and rewards. Without Su Rui's heavy blow, the Zhongzi Dui wouldn't have been able to crush their opponent so decisively. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Rui's. Young Guofu narrowed his smiling eyes as he approached him, yet his heart was puzzled. This kid looks very unfamiliar. Which gang's little brother is he? What's your name? Which big brother are you with? He patted Su Ruiz's shoulder, his smile as kind as that of Su Ruiz himself hadn't expected it. Intending to just blend in and grab $100 for tea money, he ended up causing such a stir with a punch and a kick. Taking on 6 people, including Dama Dong Gue Tian's top horse, this kind of thing could stir up a commotion anywhere. The surrounding little brothers looked at him, their expressions shifting from curiosity to awe, eager to offer cigarettes and bow down. He merely shook his head gently, his voice low yet clear. I am Su Ruiz, not from the Zhongzi Dui, nor have I pledged allegiance to any sect. Not from the Zhongzi Dui. Yang Guofu's eyelids twitched quickly, understanding. This was an external hired brave, commonly known as a temporary blade. When 2 major gangs oppose each other, they often pay to hire skilled and tight-lipped freelancers for assistance. After all, gangs are not charity organizations. Having more people doesn't help if you can't afford to support them. Every month paying bonuses, bail money, medical expenses, burial expenses. Which of these doesn't cost a fortune? Without money, who would risk their lives for you? Therefore, when recruiting, they only look for one thing: the willingness to risk it all to fight to the death. Su Ruiz fit the bill perfectly. Hearing that he hadn't joined yet, Young Guofu's heart immediately warmed up. This was a solid piece of steel. He had to grab him quickly. Within the 4 Cs we are brothers today. If you carve a bloody path for Buddha Master, you will be my brother. Buddha Master keeps his word and will never treat any true helper poorly. Just based on your physique and courage, joining my Zhongzi Dui will ensure you soar to great heights. Azay, are you with me? Just one word. Joining a gang. Su Ruiz remained silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table edge. He had been in this world for almost a month now, and he had initially planned very clearly to dive into business, relying on the untapped opportunities from his past life, quietly making a fortune. He believed he could succeed. But reality was like a bucket of icy water poured over him. In today's Harbor Island, rules were mere decoration, and order was an illusion. As a newcomer from the mainland, he had no capital, no connections, didn't understand the street lingo, and was even less clear about which official door opened where. Just the phrase establishing a foothold was enough to leave a person gasping for breath. Where would the money come from? Who would he borrow from? Who should he entrust the work to? If something went wrong, which incense should he burn? Just pulling out one of these questions could pin you down at the starting line. By the time you struggle to crawl out of the mud, someone is already lurking in the shadows, watching your nape, like a ravenous hyena waiting for you to show a flaw before pouncing on you to tear flesh and gnaw bones. In this place, toothless wolves don't survive for 3 days. Having money without power is equivalent to carrying gold bricks on a night road. How easy is it to grow fangs in this jungle? Yet Su Ruiz also kept a light burning in his heart. All starting points of sudden wealth are tinged with the taste of blood and rust. In the grand lineage of the powerful that now commands Hong Kong Island, who among them is not born from the mire? People only remember their towering structures today, who still digs up the unsightly accounts of the past. Thus the path of the underworld is not necessarily a dead end, it may even be a shortcut. As long as one clenches their fists, solidifies their territory, unites the hearts of the people, and waits for the right moment to cleanse their reputation and rise, transformed into a nouveau riche. Among the 4 major gangs of Hong Kong Island, He Liansheng 14K, or Dongxing, and Hongxing, Su Ruiz's gaze ultimately settled on 14K. First, they share the same roots. It was formed by the remnants of the nationalist army that retreated to Hong Kong, with a foundation made up entirely of big circle boys from the mainland, sharing similar language and temperaments, thus naturally close. Second, there are opportunities for survival. He Liansheng is too old, with a century-old foundation like a stone coffin, its rules numerous as the hairs on a cow, while promotions require enduring long tenures, and vying for leadership demands votes, changing every 2 years, an expense Su Ruiz cannot afford. What about Dongxing and Hongxing? The Luo and Jiang families have held power for years, forming an ironclad unit with outsiders unable to insert even a needle. Only 14K, with its many factions, appears fragmented on the surface, but is solid within. Whoever has the strongest fist gets to speak. Once he has developed his wings, even if he does not take over the leadership role, he can establish his own faction. This rule is recognized by 14K. For now, this seems to be the only solid stepping stone available to him. At that moment, Li Ziqing suddenly leaned and, lowering his voice, said, "Good, don't hesitate, just agree." His eyes revealed his excitement. He was an undercover officer steadily climbing the ranks with at least 5 years ahead. But if he boarded Su Ruiz's fast ship, who knows? He might reach the core in just a year, wrap up the mission early, and return to the police station to take credit. Su Ruiz shot him a sidelong glance, his thoughts clear. He vaguely remembered almost being requisitioned by the police. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and sharp tongue, he might have ended up like Li Ziqing, donning a black skin and walking the knife's edge for 10 years. The underworld is no performance. It is a life and death circumstance. Nodding and bowing to the boss during the day, counting heartbeats, and listening for the wind at night, fearing that a single wrong word or glance could send him to the morgue. He vaguely recalled that Li Ziqing had spent 10 years in the gang, never truly accepted, unable to return to the force nor blend into the darkness, eventually feeling disheartened and completely turning to the shadows. All eyes were fixed on him, and Su Rui's slowly nodded, raising his gaze to meet Yang Guofu's, his voice steady. With your kindness, Su Rui's will work with you. Good. Refreshing. Yang Guofu laughed heartily, pulling him in for a hug. From now on, you are my brother, Yang Guofu. Before the words faded, a piercing whistle suddenly rang out from afar. Police are coming. Everyone was accustomed to it. Seeing Yang Guofu wave his hand, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Yang Guofu, in high spirits, pulled Su Rui's by the arm and headed out. Let's go. Ace, tonight we won't return until we're intoxicated. He'll treat you. The night was thick and the neon lights of Qingshan Bay danced wildly. A few days later, the Blue Ocean Bar was bustling with crowds. In the dance floor, girls were swinging their long legs and twisting their slim waists, their skirts so short they almost touched their hips, their snow-white thighs flashing under the colored lights, the air thick with sweat, alcohol, and the heat of hormones. Su Rui's was nestled in a corner of the booth, having pushed away 3 groups of girls trying to flirt, quietly observing the raucous scene. Like being separated by a thick glass, the excitement belonged to others. He was merely a bystander. He was now a prominent figure in the loyalty faction. During the last skirmish, Su Rui's single-handedly took down 6 fierce fighters from He Liansheng, every blow landing with precision, silencing the entire scene. With this fierce momentum and solid skills, he quickly rose to a mid-level decision-maker upon joining the gang. In the newly claimed territory of Qingshan Bay, he was allotted 3 bars and 2 nightclubs, gathering about 10 capable subordinates steadily sitting at the top of this area. On ordinary days, he managed the venues, collected entrance fees, distributed loans, and dealt in imported liquor and cigarettes. Light work, but with substantial benefits. After deducting the share for the gang and the routine payments for his subordinates, the bulk of the earnings went directly into his pocket, earning several times more than when he previously worked at a restaurant, and with much more ease. In just a few days, Su Rui's had grasped the rhythm of the gang, exuding an air of practiced confidence. However, he remained tense. Half of Qingshan Bay originally belonged to He Liansheng, and now it had been completely swallowed by the loyalty faction. The opposition would not let it go easily. No one could predict when a blade might spring from the darkness, so he made it a point to be present at the venue every night. Inside the bar, the lights were mesmerizing, the music deafening, and men and women after work squeezed onto the dance floor to shake off their exhaustion, laughter mingling with the scent of alcohol soaring to the ceiling. Before long, his subordinate Big Mouth Yao hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Zhe Gudama Dong has been released from the hospital. Zhang Tianyao, known in the underworld as Big Mouth Yao, was Su Rui's newly acquired capable subordinate. With a loud voice and a bright demeanor, he had spent many years on the streets, but never quite fit in until he followed Su Rui's, finally standing tall. Now he was always ahead of the game. As long as Su Rui's gave a glance, he would immediately jump on his bike to handle it. Oh, released from the hospital. Su Rui's lightly tapped the bar with his fingertips, speaking calmly, not surprised at all. Though he had been ruthless during that fight, he had aimed only at muscles and bones, sparing the vital organs. But Dama Dong's 2 arms would likely never wield a knife or stick again. Moreover, word has it that Dama Dong is contacting assassins everywhere, and it's highly likely they're coming for you. Big Mouth Yao lowered his voice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was truly life-threatening news. Assassins. In the underworld of Hong Kong, there are ironclad rules. Ordinary skirmishes involve knives and sticks. Only when it comes to life and death do they dare touch guns. Once a gun goes off, the police will swarm out in full force. The case cannot be suppressed, and even victory will come at a heavy cost. But this time, since Dama Dong had been so thoroughly incapacitated by a newcomer, his face was completely torn apart. He could no longer afford to care about rules. If he did not eliminate Su Rui's, he would never be able to lift his head again. This is forcing me to uproot him. Su Rui's expression remained unchanged, but a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Since he had stepped into this murky water, he would not be blamed for being ruthless. He turned to Big Mouth. Yao, do you know anyone who can get guns? He had once been a soldier on the battlefield. A gun was without a weapon, he could not even sleep soundly. If Dama Dong truly hired assassins, their strike would be swift and thunderous, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. Big Mouth Yao's heart tightened, though after a moment of hesitation, he answered honestly, Zego guns are tightly controlled in Hong Kong. The waters are too deep, and it's not easy to touch. However, I know of an arms broker named Black Ghost Hua, who might have some goods. But the quality is hard to say, and the price is even scarier. Forget it, I'll find a way myself. Su Rui's replied in a deep voice. His funds were limited, and buying guns from those arms dealers on the police blacklist would not only be expensive, but also unreliable. What was even more dangerous was that at the slightest hint of trouble, the police would trace back every clue to the very end, and no one would be able to keep their mouths shut. He avoided this route because it suddenly reminded him of an old matter that had been buried for years. At the end of the Vietnam War, the U.S. military hurriedly withdrew, leaving a stockpile of arms hidden in a secret cave in South Vietnam, lost to the wilderness. It was not until the early 21st century that local villagers accidentally discovered it. and it was publicized as captured U.S. military spoils. Su Ruiz knew that the quantity of that stash was staggering, and he had a rough idea of the cave's precise location in his mind. It's time to make a trip to South Vietnam, he silently thought to himself. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Ruiz pushed open the glass door of the Blue Ocean bar and stepped into the night. Today, Yi Ingwen called her tone so jubilant, she seemed ready to take flight, immediately shouting that she had been officially admitted to the law department of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, urging Su Ruiz to return home and celebrate immediately. As soon as Su Ruiz hung up the phone, he set off back home. But just as he pushed open the glass door of the bar, he looked up to see two men in a black car across the street, staring intently at him, their eyes sharp as knives. Is the person a match? Can't be wrong, it's the newcomer from the loyalty faction, Su Ruiz. Get out of the car. Before the words fell, two men in matte black jackets had already pushed open the car doors, walking steadily, yet unhurriedly, trailing behind him like two shadows he could not shake off. At this moment the street was still crowded with people, the sounds of cars and voices were noisy, and the two men scanned their surroundings as they walked, choosing to strike in the dark corners where there were fewer people and dimmer lights. They did not expect that Su Ruiz, being a reconnaissance soldier from the wild, would sense the presence of someone tailing him just after taking less than 20 steps. Someone was watching. Two targets in their 30s, bulging at the waist, carrying hard objects. He glanced at his reflection without revealing any emotion, already deducing the situation in his mind. People from Da Dong. Their movements are quite swift. He had just gleaned some intel from Big Mouth Yao, only to have the killing intent pressed down right before his eyes. This person couldn't wait for him to die tonight. The thought flashed through his mind as he abruptly turned into a narrow alley. Gray bricks, a dim yellow streetlight, peeling walls, and even the wind carried a musty rust scent. Stay close. The two exchanged glances and quickly followed him in. The alley was deep with high walls on both sides, an ideal place to take someone down. His hand had already slipped into his jacket, the safety catch clicking softly, particularly jarring in the silence. No one expected that just as they stepped into the alley, a shadow wrapped in a fierce wind would charge at them. In the darkness, Su Ruiz had closed into less than a meter away, a cold light flashing as a dagger appeared in his palm. The two men's pupils contracted sharply, their fingers just about to grip the gun handle. But Su Ruiz had already rushed towards the man on the left, his wrist twisting like lightning, the blade aiming for the wrist of the gunman. Snap! The sound of bones cracking was sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. The wrist bent at an unnatural angle. The gun, along with half of the palm, fell to the ground with a thud. The wailing pierced through the night. The other man had just raised his gun, but Su Ruiz had already spun around, his dagger slicing through the air in a cold arc, precisely cutting into the soft flesh of the neck. The artery burst, blood gushed forth, and under the dim light it splattered into a crimson mist. This place was too narrow, too dark, too suffocating. Before the gun had fully lifted, the knife's point was already at the vital spot. In just 2 breaths, one collapsed and convulsed while the other lay on his back, limp, with his throat cut open, blood gushing out. The man with the broken wrist curled up on the damp cold bricks, his face pale as paper, cold sweat mixed with blood trickling down his throat, making raspy sounds as he desperately clutched his elbow, trying to stop the incessant flow of blood. Spare me. I will tell you. It was all orchestrated by Da Dong. I will say anything, please spare my life. He struggled to kneel upright, his forehead hitting the moss-covered bricks, his voice trembling out of tune. Su Ruiz did not respond, merely stepping closer, his polished shoes making a faint sticky sound as they touched the edge of the blood pool. You don't need to tell me. Ooh, I already know who sent you. His voice was low, almost a whisper, yet colder than a blade's edge. Don't come any closer. You will face retribution. The man was terrified, crawling towards the alley entrance, his knees scraping against the gravel, leaving bloody marks. A shiny shoe suddenly came down, neither heavy nor light, pressing against the back of his neck, forcing him back into the blood pool. Don't be afraid, take a breath, relax. I will be quick. Da Dong is also close. As the words left his mouth, Su Ruiz yanked his hair back fiercely with one hand while the dagger dragged across his neck. The scream abruptly ceased. The corpse twitched a few times, blood bubbles gurgling up from the throat. The alley fell silent once more, only the light bulb buzzing softly in the dim yellow glow. Su Ruiz stood quietly like a fierce deity who had just sheathed his blade. Behind the window of the neighboring building, several pairs of eyes peered cautiously over the ledge, but no one turned on the lights, made a sound, or dared to stick out even half a head. The night in Hong Kong Island often carried the scent of blood. Rival gangs clashed daily. A single glance could embroil one in a bloody mess. Everyone tacitly understood. At most they would pull out their phones, dial 999, a whisper an address, and then quickly draw the curtains. After killing 2 men, Su Ruiz swiftly disarmed them, the magazines fully loaded and heavy in his hands. Each man also had a spare magazine strapped to their waist with 7 bullets, intact, all neatly aligned on the springboard. This was all the spoils he had at the moment, 2 black stars and 28 live rounds. Just in time. He was in need of a reliable weapon for self-defense. After securing the guns, he glanced down at the 2 corpses on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. No traces must be left, and not a shred of evidence should be given to the police. destroy the evidence. For others this would be a laborious and conspicuous task, dousing them in gasoline and burning them, too pungent, dragging them to the seaside to sink, too time-consuming. But for Suruasia, it was merely a thought's turn. He had a golden finger. With a lift of his hands he yanked up the two bodies, and with a thought he vanished into the spatial warehouse. The corpses were tossed into a corner, and he turned to exit the alley. One day, when he had the time, he would directly pour them into a concrete block and toss them into the deep sea, leaving no trace behind. Only two pools of dark red blood remained in the alley, glimmering coldly under the streetlight. Just this alone was enough, and no one could hold anything against him. Returning to the bar, he took a hot shower, meticulously washing away the iron rust smell before taking a taxi home. As soon as he opened the door before he could steady himself, a warm body leaped at him, arms wrapping around his neck, the whole person hanging onto him like a playful cat. Yi Yingwen was completely unaware of anything amiss and could never imagine that just a few minutes ago 2 lives had been cleanly severed under Su Ru's hands. Her mind was filled with the admission letter from the Chinese university, her heart ablaze, fingers trembling, eager to shove this joy into his embrace. "Why are you back so late? I was almost asleep waiting for you," she pouted, tilting her face up, her watery eyes sparkling with brilliance, gazing directly at Suruasia. "But I'm back now just." Before he could finish, his lips were sealed. What she wanted was not an explanation, but warmth, a response, the undeniable presence of him. The next night in Ma Dong's second-floor bedroom, a man in black hurried in, but suddenly came to a halt. The scene before him made his scalp tingle. Ma Dong lay slumped on the bed, his head wrapped in bandages, arms encased in plaster, looking very much like a mummy just unearthed. But the quilt was bulging high with only 2 legs exposed, swaying precariously in the air. His face was relaxed, even showing a hint of flushed satisfaction. Cough, cough. The man in black awkwardly cleared his throat, cursing inwardly. The bunch below deliberately didn't remind him, just waiting to watch him get scolded. The woman under the quilt shrank at the sound, quickly emerging, casually fixing her disheveled long hair, walking out the door without even blinking. The man in black recognized her. It was the nurse who had been attending to Ma Dong in the hospital. "You better have good..." Ma Dong's face turned as dark as water, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against metal. "Cough. Brother Dong, something feels off." The man in black lowered his eyes, his voice weak. "Those 2 assassins have never shown up. This morning the police found 2 pools of blood behind the Blue Ocean bar. I was thinking..." Ma Dong's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Are you saying that those 2 useless fools were killed by that little brat?" The man in black nodded silently. Could there be any other possibility? If they were still alive, they would have returned to report by now. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle a kid. What good are you for? He roared, veins bulging on his forehead, his face twisted in rage. If it weren't for his arms being incapacitated, he would surely overturn the whole bed. After cursing, he gasped for breath, suddenly asking in a deep voice, "Have we figured out that kid's background?" The man in black shook his head. "We only found out his name is Suruasia, and judging by his accent, he came from the mainland. He was just promoted to a red stick a couple of days ago by the Zhongzi pile, but beyond that there's nothing. Dig deeper. Trace back to his parents, uncover all his ancestors. Send more people, we must take him out. Money is not an issue." Ma Dong enunciated each word, gritting his teeth. "Yes, Brother Dong." The man in black responded as he stepped back. Just as he reached for the doorknob, a low voice called out from behind, "Bring her in here. At 2 in the morning." Glancing at Yi Yingwen, who had fallen into a deep sleep, Suruasia slowly withdrew his arm, quietly slipped on his coat, and stealthily exited the room. The street was empty, even the wind was too lazy to stir. He walked briskly for a while, finally spotting a common Mitsubishi sedan. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his arm, shattering the car window with a crash. Climbing into the driver's seat, he twisted the wires together, and the engine roared to life. He pressed the clutch down with his left foot, shifted gears with his right, and the car shot forward like an arrow. The entire set of actions flowed seamlessly. In less than 10 seconds, the Mitsubishi became his prize. At 3 in the morning, outside Ma Dong's lair, Suruasia turned off the engine and parked, his gaze sharp as a knife piercing through the dark villa. Though it was called a villa, it was merely a gray government-built small building, 2 stories tall, shabby and unrefined. The upstairs and downstairs were pitch dark, with everyone long asleep. It was time to act. He pulled out 2 black stars, clicked off the safety. With 2 clicks, the bullets slid into the chamber with a satisfying sound. With a leap, he vaulted over the courtyard wall, landing silently. The door was locked from the inside, so he moved to the side window and gently pushed. The window was ajar. He rolled in, landing in the living room, and found no one around, only the sound of heavy snoring coming from a few rooms on the first floor. He silently turned the first bedroom doorknob. The man on the bed was snoring with his mouth wide open, drool pooling on the edge of the pillow. He stowed his handgun. The cold glint flashed as he gripped the dagger in his palm. He slid forward close to the ground, one hand covering the man's mouth and nose while the other thrust the dagger firmly, straight into the heart. SSH. Blood splattered as the man's eyes widened in shock, his limbs thrashing wildly, yet he could not produce even a whimper of a scream. He could only watch helplessly as his life drained away from his body. Don't be afraid, it will be over in an instant. Suruasia's voice was husky, his palm, like an iron clamp pressing on the man's chest, unmoving. Moments later the body went completely limp. Then he proceeded to deal with the second person. However, when he pushed open the third door, the sight before him made his brow twitch violently. It was an eyesore. 3 naked bodies lay sprawled across a narrow bed, 2 of them tightly entwined, their heads touching, breathing intertwined. No need to guess, they were kindred spirits. Damn, this is really disgusting. Suruasia quickly sheathed his knife and switched to his handgun. He didn't dare gamble. If he killed one, the other 2 would definitely wake up. He was even more afraid of getting entangled in something he shouldn't, feeling dirty enough to have nightmares at night. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, all hitting the targets in the head. The 3 of them didn't even make a sound as their heads tilted, instantly lifeless. Who? A thief has broken in. The gunfire shattered the silence. At the end of the corridor, the door burst open violently. As 3 heads peeked out, they were met with a torrential downpour of bullets. Da-da-da-da. 3 bodies fell in response, their chests and bellies riddled with bullet holes. A quick glance revealed only unfamiliar faces. Dama Dong was not among them. Suddenly a woman's scream erupted from the second floor, piercing and heart-wrenching. Suruasia dashed up the stairs, kicking the bedroom door, and without hesitation, he fired through the wooden panel. Bang, 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 bang. The gun's muzzle flared wildly in the darkness, and the screams abruptly ceased. Crash. The door splintered, and he crashed into the room. 2 corpses lay on the floor. One was a young woman, her features delicate, but several bloodstains marred her chest, her pupils wide open, unable to close in death. Behind her stood Dama Dong. He had taken 2 bullets to the stomach, blood soaking through his shirt, yet he was still gasping for breath. It turned out he had used that nurse as a human shield enduring the first wave of gunfire. His right arm hung limply, his left arm twisted and deformed, his wrist drooping weakly, lacking even the strength to raise his gun. Cold sweat drenched his entire face, his lips pale, teeth chattering. He struggled to lift his eyes, instantly recognizing the face at the door. It's you? We meet again, Brother Dong. Suruasia stepped forward, his gaze calm and unwavering, yet the air seemed to freeze suddenly. Suze, I had nothing to do with the killings. I wasn't the one who ordered it. Please, don't kill me. Dama Dong trembled all over, tears streaming down his face, even his pleas tinged with a sob. He was truly terrified. He never expected that this brash youth from the mainland could wield a gun and directly infiltrate his lair, spilling blood like this. What assassins? Did I ever mention anything about assassins? Why are you panicking? Surua's tone was calm, yet it was like a cold undercurrent beneath the icy surface. Of course, feeling guilty made him tremble and go weak at the knees. Brother Zay, I have money. Real gold and silver locked away in the safe. Spare my life and all of it is yours, not a penny less. Dama Dong knelt on the ground, forehead pressed against the floor, his voice hoarse and trembling. But Suruasia merely scoffed, his gaze as cold as a knife scraping against metal, too lazy to listen to another word from him, the gun's muzzle firmly pressed against his forehead. Fool, if you are dead, isn't the money still mine? Bang! Before the words could finish, blood splattered, brain matter mixed with shattered bones spattering against the wall. The silent night was torn open by the sound of an explosion. One by one the lights in the adjacent building flickered on, revealing faces filled with confusion behind the windows. No one dared to peek outside. They hurriedly grabbed their phones to call the police. Within 10 minutes of the gunfire ceasing, a crimson glow erupted on the distant horizon. The 3-story building of Dama Dong was ablaze, flames licking the night sky as thick smoke billowed upwards. The water's getting out of control. Hurry, put out the fire. Residents rushed out of the hallway, disheveled, carrying buckets and basins towards the inferno. Another 10 minutes passed before 3 police cars arrived, sirens wailing. The officers jumped from their cars, stunned. The report spoke of a gunfight, yet all that lay before them were charred remains and choking black smoke. Call the fire department. Right away. Immediately. The scene descended into chaos, shadows darting about as shouts erupted. Meanwhile, Surua's car had already turned 3 corners, vanishing into the depths of the night. The gasoline he had prepared was hidden in a spatial warehouse, and before leaving he ignited it with precision. Fingerprints, skin flakes, shoe prints, shell casings. All possible traces that could identify him were completely devoured by the flames. No one could find even a single fingerprint of his, incinerating the evidence, leaving no traces behind. Once he confirmed he had shaken off all surveillance, Suruasia finally calmed his mind and entered the spatial warehouse to tally his spoils. After taking down Dama Dong, he thoroughly ransacked the entire villa, leaving no valuables behind. The first items collected were 3 Black Star pistols, seized from Dama Dong and his 2 lackeys, along with 50 rounds of ammunition. In this place of Hong Kong Island, guns are hot commodities, valued, yet hard to sell. One Black Star could easily fetch over 10,000 on the black market. Without connections, no amount of money would do any good. Next were the loose change and coins scattered in drawers and between the sofa cushions, totaling about 5,000. Finally, there was the safe that Suruasia had carried away. After fiddling with it for a while, the lock cylinder burst and the door flew open with a bang. Inside were 4 stacks of big Red Bull boxes, and upon opening them, there were nothing but $1,000 bills tightly wrapped and airtight amounting to a total of 400,000. There were also some gold and silver jewelry stacked dazzlingly, but they would be difficult to liquidate. Selling them on the black market might mean losing half their value, yielding at most a mere 100,000. Killing people and trading goods is a golden belt. The path to wealth is indeed inscribed in the criminal law. Su Ru's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly. Overnight, he transformed from a servant earning $30 a day to a ruthless character holding more than 500,000 in cash. This money came faster than boiling water. As dawn broke, he quickly washed the car and dragged the bodies of the 2 assassins from last night into the trunk, driving all the way to Deepwater Bay and sinking them into the Dark Sea Trench. Returning to Yi Yingwen's apartment, she was sound asleep, her long legs wrapped tightly around the blanket as if embracing him. The firefighters worked for 2 hours before finally suppressing the blaze. The police stepped carefully on the charred debris, inspecting for a long time, barely distinguishing a few bodies that had died from gunshot wounds while all other clues were consumed by the raging fire. They went door to door asking neighbors, but no one had seen the faces and no one had heard the fighting. At 3:30 in the morning, the entire street was lost in dreams. By the end of the case, there was no clarity on whether the murderer acted alone or as part of a group. Dingling. The phone in the apartment bedroom rang suddenly. Gue Tian suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was just past 4:50. Speak, he stated, his voice hoarse, laced with irritation from being abruptly awakened. He was in his 40s with high cheekbones like blades and a constant air of menace between his brows. The leader of the Tun Mun and Lianxing factions, he commanded over 1,000 minions, ranking among the top 5 bosses in the Hong Kong underworld. Boss, something's happened. The voice on the other end rushed through, nearly breaking. Just got wind. Dama Dong has been taken out. What a... Gue Tian's pupils constricted sharply, and he sprang upright, the bed creaking ominously. Someone heard a barrage of gunfire erupting from Dama Dong's villa, and in the blink of an eye, thick smoke billowed up. The fire has just been contained, and the scene has been burned beyond recognition. The police have searched through the ashes and found nothing. Could it have been the 14K making a move? Gue Tian's voice was dry as if sandpaper were scraping his face, dark as the sky before a storm. Dama Dong was his most trusted underling, who just days ago, he had his arms forcibly broken by 14 Burmese Chot's men, and now barely out of the hospital, he was taken out on his own turf, his brains splattered across a leather sofa. If this happened to anyone, it would be hard not to suspect 14K. There is indeed that possibility. The voice on the other end sounded uncertain. Gue Tian, however, was too lazy to listen further, quickly tossing out a few words about handling the aftermath before abruptly hanging up the phone. He sat on the edge of the bed, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, the glowing tip flickering as his gaze grew colder and heavier the more he thought about it. This was likely orchestrated by Yang Guofu. Damn, if I don't chop off Yang Guofu's head this time, he'll write my name backwards. He abruptly flicked away the cigarette, but sprang to his feet, snatched his coat, and charged out, shaking the floor with his footsteps. The next morning, Su Ruasia opened his eyes on time, noticing Yi Yingwen rubbing her eyes awake, her eyelashes still damp, her demeanor lazy and soft. He smiled slightly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Good morning, darling. Good morning. Just lie down a bit longer, I'll go make breakfast. Yi Yingwen tossed aside the thin blanket, her waistline flowing gracefully, her shoulders and neck slender. After washing up, she tied on an apron and tiptoed to reach for the frying pan in the cabinet. The room was small, but sunlight streamed in at an angle, filling the air with warmth. The two of them cuddled as they finished their scrambled eggs and toast, the aroma of coffee still lingering when the whole Tun Mun erupted in chaos. Dama Dong was dead. Right under their noses, his skull had been shattered, and all 8 of his close subordinates lay dead in a pool of blood. For the various factions in Tun Mun, this was like thunder on a clear day, how everyone was on high alert. Even walking became a subconscious effort to be lightfoot. After breakfast, Su Ruasia wandered into Blue Ocean, and as soon as he pushed the door open, Zhe Yao greeted him. Brother Zhe Buddha just called. He said you should return his call as soon as you arrive. All right, got it. Su Ruasia nodded, his tone as flat as a glass of water. No need to ask, to guess. It must be about Dama Dong. Just a few hours had passed, and the ears in the underworld were sharper than dogs. Even Zhe Yao had heard the news. He was stunned for a full 3 seconds. The night before, he had patted Su Ruasia on the shoulder, reminding him, Dama Dong holds grudges, be careful, he doesn't backstab you. Yet the next day the man was cold, reportedly shot over a dozen times, his chest a mess. His heart jumped. The first thought that crossed his mind was, could it really be related to Brother Zhe? But he bit his tongue, not daring to let even a word slip. He quietly raised his eyes to study Su Ruasia, his gaze now layered with an inescapable wariness, as if looking at a blade sheathed in its scabbard. He dialed Yang Guofu's number, and sure enough, the first thing he asked was, Zhe, do you have any idea about this matter? Buddha, I've only been in the loyalist faction for a little over 10 days. I don't even know what kind of cigarettes Dama Dong usually smokes. How would I know who did it? Su Ruasia replied succinctly, his voice clear and forthright, as if he hadn't stepped out of the house the night before. He had no intention of admitting anything. Admitting it would bring him no benefit. Having just been promoted to Red Stick, killing another top horse wouldn't earn him a promotion. Instead, it would provoke Lien Sheng to come at him with full force, and he wouldn't have enough life to spare. What was most crucial at this moment was to quietly recruit more people and discreetly amass territory, establishing a solid foundation in the shadows. Hearing his tone devoid of cracks, Yang Guofu only reminded him to be wary of a counterattack from Lien Sheng, before urging him to stay on standby, and then hung up. The busy tone sounded, and Su Ruizhi gazed out at the crows flying by, chuckling softly. The winds are about to rise. The conflict between the loyalist faction and Lien Sheng was about to ignite once again. It has nothing to do with me. For the next month and a half, Tun Mun was like a boiling pot. Loyalist faction smashed 3 bars of Lien Sheng, and that very night Lien Sheng retaliated by bloodily attacking 2 of their bars. Today you chop off 2 of my arms, tomorrow they'll break 3 of your legs. Fists, feet, and gunfire alternated, and the streets were taut with tension every day. As a red stick of Qing Shan Wan, Su Ruizhi could not escape this chaotic scenario, but fortunately he was not the main commander rushing into battle. The territory he controlled remained the same, yet the number of his subordinates had increased from around 20 to over 30. Unfortunately, they were all just a bunch of idle thugs. While they were decent at collecting debts and mediating skirmishes, could they really stand and face Lien Sheng Heiden? Few could hold out for 5 minutes. Leaning against the bar, he took a sip of cold beer, his brow furrowing. He couldn't possibly be the one wielding the knife every time. Suddenly, he recalled his days as a reconnaissance squad leader in the army. Those soldiers he led had disassembled 3 armored vehicles with their bare hands and had launched night raids on 2 strongholds. 100 thugs. They wouldn't even be enough for a warm-up. Alas, what a pity. I wonder how those brats are faring now. He raised his head and drained the last sip of his drink, murmuring softly. His consciousness had already intertwined deeply with Jiang Yuejin, and his emotions were inevitably tinged with a subtle hue, memories flowing together like streams converging into a river, completely seamless. In the Blue Ocean bar, the dance floor was packed with people, the lights scorching, and a woman on stage was twirling in a short skirt, her snow-white legs swaying under the neon lights, her body twisting wildly to the beat. It was already past 11, yet Su Ruizhi still lingered in the corner. Yi Yingwen had just started school, and the rules were strict. A freshman had to live on campus, leaving the apartment empty except for him. Whether he returned or not was no longer a concern. As the first half of the show concluded, many white-collar workers needing to catch the early shift began to rise, packing their... But just at that moment, Su Ruizhi's brow furrowed suddenly as he caught the sound of a piercing argument. Looking up, he saw several men surrounding a few girls locked in a standoff. Tian, go check it out, and asked them to take their quarrel outside. His voice wasn't loud, but it fell like cold iron on the ground. Li Ziqing, De Zue, Yao Tian, and the one nicknamed Superman Chong were the 4 most competent brothers under his command. Tian moved in response, quickly stepping into the crowd. Places like this were always mixed with dragons and snakes, and those who stirred trouble after a few drinks were never in short supply. If he didn't step up to keep the peace, why would the boss pay him to guard the door every month? But to his surprise, the situation not only failed to calm down, but the tension escalated, and eventually, they really started throwing punches. 10 minutes ago, Zhao Yaji was still chatting with colleagues in a booth. At 20 years old, she is a flight attendant for an airline, having just completed an international flight, landing in Hong Kong Island at 9 in the evening. She initially planned to go home and catch up on sleep, but the captain insisted, along with a few male colleagues, that they should show her hospitality and brought her to the bar to relax. She rarely frequents such noisy places, but unable to resist her best friend Song Yanan's persistent coaxing and not wanting to offend the captain, she reluctantly agreed to come along. Naturally quiet by nature, she simply sat quietly sipping juice. When someone invited her to dance, she just smiled and politely declined. Hey Aji, don't be so reserved. If you keep this cold demeanor, How will be disheartened. Song Yanan teased playfully, hooking her arm around Zhao Yazi's, giggling in her ear. Ahao is recognized in the company as a handsome man, and the line of girls chasing after him could stretch to the airport waiting hall. It's obvious to anyone that he has his eyes on Zhao Yaji. This gathering was intentionally orchestrated to bring the two together. Yet Zhao Yaji remained as cool as a glass of lukewarm water, causing the light in Ahao's eyes to gradually fade. I'm not being reserved, I just don't like noisy places. As for romance, I'm not in a hurry to settle down. Her voice was calm, her face pure and clear, even her eyelashes exuded an air of detached indifference. Ahao is indeed handsome and genuinely cares for her, but the tension in her heart has yet to be stirred. She wants to wait until she truly hears an echo. This, what a pity. If Ahao had pursued me first, I would have been interested sooner, unlike you, who has to sigh later. Song Yanan sighed and shook her head. Don't start. You'll be putting on a wedding dress next week, yet you're still thinking about handsome guys. Be careful, or Boss Wang will get jealous. Zhao Yaji winked and teased. What's there to fear? If he gets jealous, I'll just dump him. Song Yanan raised an eyebrow with confidence. The two shared a knowing laugh, their laughter ringing clear and drawing many glances from those around them. At 20 years old, Zhao Yazi's features are exquisitely sculpted, her figure tall and proportionate, and when she sits there she is a stunning beauty with a score of 95. Song Yanin, 2 years her senior, possesses a beauty that carries a hint of worldly charm, easily scoring above 85. When the two stand together they are like walking spotlights. If you really have feelings for Ah Hao, you better keep it under wraps, don't let Boss Huang catch wind of it, Zhao Yaji whispered, cautioning her. She knows her best friend too well. She loves handsome faces and lively atmospheres, but reality tends to tease people. How many beautiful girls end up marrying plain-looking short guys? She has seen Boss Huang, and his looks, well, are hard to praise. She doesn't believe Song Yanin truly respects him. Don't worry, Ah Hao is yours, we're good sisters, what would I steal? Besides, even if I wanted to find someone eye-catching, I wouldn't do it right under your nose. There are too many eyes in the company, and news travels faster than a plane. Song Yanin pouted. Although she found Ah Hao quite appealing, she knew very well once involved it wouldn't take 2 days for the gossip in the break room to weave 3 different endings. She wouldn't jump into the pit. There are plenty of handsome guys at the bar, there's no need to hang on to just one. This outing was meant to be her last fling before marriage. If she truly encounters a charming man, Song Yanin wouldn't mind sparking a connection. Bored, she scanned the crowd, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she slapped Zhao Yazi's arm. Hey Aji, look quickly. That handsome guy over there, he's dazzling. Which one? That one. The one drinking with his head down. Zhao Yaji followed her gaze and finally zeroed in on the target. Indeed, captivating. Nestled alone in a dim corner, his jawline sharp as if chiseled, his gaze calm, yet piercing like a Tang's sword sheathed, exuding an oppressive aura without making a sound. Yet there was a hint of weariness between his brows, as if he had just emerged from a long journey, making one unable to resist the urge to pry open his silence and see what story lies within. Zhao Yazi's breath caught slightly, and she had to admit in her heart Su Ruse's looks were indeed striking. Her best friend could no longer hold her excitement, and suddenly stood up. I'm going to flirt with him. If I'm not around when the party ends, don't look for me, just report me as a missing person. Zhao Yazi silently lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously tightening around the glass rim. Next week, she would be wearing a wedding dress. Is this really appropriate? As Song Yanin approached Su Rueja with her drink, she had only taken 2 steps when a dark shadow abruptly collided with her. She barely had time to dodge, and the whole cup of drink spilled onto the man's chest. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. She hurriedly apologized. Looking up, she saw the other party was easily around 6 feet, 3 broad-shouldered with thick arms adorned with dark tattoos, and a scar running diagonally across his right cheek reflecting a cold, hard light. He had a truly intimidating face. Song Yanin's heart tightened, and she instinctively took 3 steps back. You think a simple apology will suffice? The man's voice was rough as he tugged at his soaked collar. This shirt cost 8,000 at retail. After a pause, he grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. But, since you have a pretty face, I'll be lenient today. Just have each of my brothers down a drink with you, and this matter will be settled. He looked Song Yanin up and down, his gaze sticky and naked. While not as stunning as Zhao Yazi, she was still a rare beauty. Once a beautiful woman is encountered, how could he easily let go? Letting this beauty accompany them for a few drinks would pump up the excitement for later. Song Yanin's face instantly turned pale. That wrinkled t-shirt and jeans could barely be worth $20 for 3. This guy was clearly making an issue out of nothing. Her heart raced as she instinctively turned to look at a few male colleagues at the table. Hey buddy, my colleague just accidentally spilled. Your outfit probably doesn't even cost $300 altogether. How about this? I'll pay you 1,000 Hong Kong dollars as compensation for the scare. The one speaking was the captain in his 30s, dressed in a well-tailored suit that fit him perfectly with a watch on his wrist glinting with understated light, every movement exuding the poise of a respectable man. He didn't want to escalate things and just wanted to settle the matter with money. As soon as he finished speaking, several male colleagues stood up in unison, subtly forming a half circle to back him up. 5 against 1, they shouldn't be at a disadvantage. But unexpectedly, the burly man scoffed. Got money. Got people. He gestured behind him with a jerk of his chin. Brothers. Suddenly 4 big men stood up from the adjacent table, all broad-shouldered and tattooed, instantly suppressing the atmosphere here. The captain's throat tightened and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This group of people looked like they were hardened thugs. If a fight broke out, they probably wouldn't even last the first round. Say it, how much? We'll accept it. The captain gritted his teeth and spoke. But the burly man's face darkened. I don't care about money. These few girls will each have a drink with my brothers, and then we can consider this matter settled. He originally had his eyes only on Song Yanin, but after scanning the table, he found several beautiful girls with long legs and slim waists. If he didn't take this opportunity to seize control, wouldn't that be a waste of a heavenly opportunity? Consider it a reward for his brothers before battle. The fiercer the fight later, the more enjoyable the night. You. The captain had just opened his mouth when the burly man raised an eyebrow, his fierce gaze piercing through like a knife across the skin. Get lost. If you say one more word, I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick around. The captain slipped and staggered back a step, swallowing a mouthful of bitter saliva, his face turning pale and then green. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, yet he ultimately did not strike. He is a respectable person and doesn't need to smash himself against a clay pot. Heh. Seeing him back down, the burly man smirked full of mockery. A group of spineless soft-shell shrimps. Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, grabbing Zhao Yazi's wrist and pulling her harshly into his embrace. After all, among this group of girls, Zhao Yazi was the most eye-catching. Oh, Aji. Song Yanan jumped up in shock. Zhao Yazi also turned pale, her small hand balled into a fist as she desperately pounded the burly man's arm. Let go. She frantically looked to her male colleagues for help, her gaze particularly landing on Ahao. This person usually revolves around her, concerned and showering her with sweet words. But right now Ahao seemed as if he had been scalded, his eyes avoiding hers, and he simply turned his head away, fixating on the neon sign on the wall, not daring to cast even a glance this way. Zhao Yazi's heart sank, her blood running cold. Little beauty, don't expect these soft-shell shrimps to save you today. I'll teach you what a real man is. The burly man roared with laughter, his voice shaking the glass. Hey, stop. Let her go, don't call. Before he finished speaking, Tian had already led two younger brothers rushing over. Earlier he had received a signal from Su Ruasia and immediately moved. Seeing this, the burly man not only was not intimidated, but let out a scoff, raising his eyebrow. Get lost, don't get in the way. This is Loyal's territory. If you continue to act recklessly, you won't walk out standing tonight. Tian's expression darkened, his voice low but heavy with threat. How dare this guy act tough in their own territory? It was like shitting on their necks. How we'll see about that. The burly man's gaze suddenly turned cold, still gripping Zhao Yazi's wrist with his left hand, and raised his right hand suddenly. A few more burly men emerged from the crowd, all broad-shouldered and fierce-looking. Remember, my surname is Niu, and my name is Niuli, known as the Bull Demon King in the Jianghu. He raised his chin, his voice like thunder. Brothers, charge. Let Loyal's people experience what our hard bones are like. A crowd of over 10 men surrounded them, and Tian's heart sank. He hadn't expected the other side to act so decisively. But this is their turf. If they take a step back, how would they manage in the future? Grabbing a bottle, he charged forward. The two sides collided in an instant. Despite Su Ruasia having over 30 men under his command scattered across 5 venues, he could only muster around 10 right now, leaving them outnumbered by Niuli. Su Ruasia stood in the corner, his brow furrowed. This group was clearly here to cause trouble, and it seemed premeditated. Could it be? They were sent by Lian Shang. Tian and a thug from Niuli were rolling on the ground, tearing at each other, knocking over tables and chairs with beer glasses and liquor bottles shattering all around. The other guests were already in a frenzy, screaming as they squeezed toward the door, high heels losing one, handbags flying, creating chaos. Just as a thug from Niuli swung his fist towards his face, Su Ruai stepped forward, not retreating, but advancing, meeting the punch heat in. Bang! The fist landed solidly on the man's cheekbone, sending him flying 2 to 3 meters like a marionette with its strings cut, with a dull thud as he fell to the floor, rolling his eyes and losing consciousness. This kid is tough. 3 of you attack together. Niuli was furious at the sight, immediately ordering 3 men to surround him. Su Ruai swayed, slightly, not waiting for them to execute their moves. He charged in, targeting the temple of the person at the front with another punch. Bang! This strike was even faster and fiercer, causing the opponent's head to jerk violently, his eyes glazing over, and his body went limp, collapsing directly to the ground. Before the remaining 2 could react, Su Ruai swept his left leg, sending one man tumbling. Twisting his right arm, he delivered an uppercut to the chin of the last man. Crack! A crisp sound that made everyone's teeth ache. The man knelt on the ground, clutching his chin tightly with both hands, writhing in pain, the screams tearing at the heart. Anyone with eyes could see that the chin was already twisted and deformed, either dislocated or fractured. In the blink of an eye, all 4 were down. The whole place fell silent, even the sound of breathing lightened. Niuli was frozen in place, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Tian was still grappling with someone on the ground when he suddenly heard a piercing scream. It turned out that after Su Ruai's dealt with the 4, he grabbed a metal chair and swung it down from behind. Tian seized the opportunity to roll over and jumped up, landing 3 punches and 2 kicks that made his opponent bleed from the nose and collapse to the ground, moaning before turning to assist others. The situation instantly reversed, leaving Niuli completely stunned. The men he brought were all carefully selected tough characters, more than enough to sweep through an ordinary night scene. Who would have thought that there was a powerhouse hiding in this inconspicuous bar, capable of taking down 4 men with just a few moves? Bastard! Niuli roared, shoving Zhao Yaji aside, his right hand darting to his lower back, quickly drawing out a gleaming knife. You little bastard, he'll chop you up. He gritted his teeth and charged at Su Ruai's, but just 2 steps in darkness, suddenly a sleek black gun barrel was firmly pressed against his forehead. Niuli's whole body stiffened, veins bulging on his forehead, and his breath caught in his throat. You. He stared at Su Ruai's, his face turning red, his throat feeling like it was sandpapered, unable to squeeze out a complete sentence. This bastard doesn't play by the rules. It was supposed to be a fair fight, and here you are pulling out a weapon. Drop. Su Rui's voice wasn't loud, but it crashed down like an ice block on concrete. The moment the black star glinted, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Neo Lee's gang of thugs behind him didn't even dare to blink. Neo Lee's chest felt heavy veins on his forehead throbbing. He had come to cause trouble, but now he was the fish on the chopping block. One misstep, and everything collapsed. He held his neck high, forcing out his last bit of bravado. With so many people watching, do you dare to shoot? Do you believe that if I go and you'll have to go to jail with me? As soon as the words left his mouth, even he felt it was absurd. Someone who mingled in the underworld actually using the law as a shield. But before he could finish, Su Ruiz's wrist shifted the gun barrel, suddenly dropping a foot hovering right in front of his groin. Damn. Neo Lee's eyes nearly popped out. His whole body seemed to bounce up, both feet pushing hard against the ground, leaping half a foot high. This was the highest he had jumped in his life, without a hint of exaggeration. Bang! The gunshot rang out. As he landed, his knees buckled, and he immediately knelt down, his face turning as white as paper, hurriedly covering his groin. His manhood was still intact. Just a hair's breadth away, he thought he might have to say goodbye to Mei Mei for life. Fear rushed to his head, and cold sweat streamed down his spine. Now can you understand human speech? Su Ruiz's tone was calm, as if he were asking whether to have noodles for dinner. Neo Lee's lips twitched, and with a mournful face he nodded. Zizha, you say it counts. It really counts. Take them all to the back. Su Ruiz raised his hand and pointed. Interrogate separately. Whoever is stubborn gets another bullet. As soon as the people left, the tense atmosphere in the bar snapped. The guests who had been holding their breath all rushed out, chairs overturned everywhere, and no one dared to stay for another second. Aji, hurry up. Song Yanan held Zhao Yatsi's arm, her voice still trembling. My legs are weak, I can't move. Zhao Yatsi's lips turned pale. That gunshot had just been less than 3 meters behind her, making her eardrums buzz. Aji, I'll carry you. Ahao rushed forward, reaching to support her under her armpits. But Zhao Yaji gently sidestepped, forcing a smile. No need, I just need to rest for a bit. You guys go ahead. Her tone was gentle, but her eyes were like a thin layer of frost. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave, but her heart was cold. Those so-called colleagues had all shrunk in the corner, pretending to be mute, watching her being surrounded, not daring to say a single word in her defense. Sigh. The captain shook his head, quickly settled the bill, patted her shoulder, and led the others to leave in haste. Ahao lagged behind, his back slumped, as if his spine had been pulled out. He knew clearly that some distances from tonight onwards could never be bridged again. Zhao Yaji and Song Yanan slumped on the sofa, their heartbeats gradually calming down, but their gazes unconsciously drifted toward the back courtyard. Hey, who was that stunningly handsome guy just now? He single-handedly took down 4 men. Song Yanan couldn't contain herself and grabbed a passing waiter. Oh, that's our Zizha. The waiter puffed out, his chest beaming with pride. What's his real name? How old is he? The front hall was buzzing with questions while the back courtyard was efficient in interrogation. Neo Lee's subordinates were separated and locked up, and within 2 rounds their bones softened, spilling all their secrets. Is it from the E faction? Su Ruiz raised an eyebrow. The E faction and the Zhong faction both belong to the 14K, occupying Hong Kong Island's north and south, appearing to be brothers on the surface, but secretly competing with each other nonstop. No one expected that while the Zhong faction was in a bloody fight, with He Lianxing, the E faction would quietly come up to stir up trouble. Yes, it's Bao Ge who sent us. Neo Lee gritted his teeth, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just moments ago the gun was a hair's breadth away. According to him, the mastermind behind it all was Wang Bao from the E faction, using He Lianxing's banner to cause chaos, all to stoke the flames further. Wang Bao's position in the E faction was equivalent to Yang Gufus in the Zhong faction, below the dragon, head above everyone else. But what really made Su Ruiz's eyes narrow was the name, Wang Bao, the current leader of Zhong EXIN. After midnight, I call the shots on Hong Kong Island. So arrogant, without any concealment. Su Ruiz's heart brightened sharply. Zhong EXIN. Isn't that the collective name for the 3 old-school factions, Zhong E and Exine? These 3 factions had been entrenched on Hong Kong Island since the inception of 14K, their roots deeper than banyan trees. Although Wang Bao was merely a fit man from the E faction, now judging by his momentum, he was likely to soon ascend to the throne. Not only is he securing his position in the E faction, but he was also secretly maneuvering the other 2 factions, forcibly twisting the words Zhong EXIN together. What great ambition. This time by leveraging He Lianxing to severely damage the Zhong faction. On the surface, it seemed like a bloody clash, but it was mostly paving the way for future annexation. Understanding this layer, Su Ruiz turned and left. Just as he stepped into the front hall of the bar, he saw 2 girls looking his way. Ladies, I'm truly sorry for disrupting your good time. Tonight, I'll cover the bill, consider it an apology. He took a few steps closer, his voice softening. After all, Neo Lee's gang had come for the Zhong faction, and it was indeed his fault that they frightened them. No need, no need. Zhao Yaji quickly waved her hand, a faint blush creeping up her ears. Song Yanan's eyes sparkled, and she blinked those watery eyes. Could you please give us a ride home? It's late, and it's hard to get a cab. The roads aren't very safe either. Su Ruiz was momentarily taken aback. So in your eyes, I've become the most reliable one. Good looks really do have their advantages. A face is a passport. Just now he had single-handedly taken down 4 strong men, and the gun had been pressed against Neo Li's groin, the ferocity clearly written on his face. But in Song Yanen's eyes this not only wasn't frightening, but it also felt like a reassurance. Su Rui's shook his head inwardly, unable to understand the thought processes of these girls, but naturally he had no reason to refuse such a good thing offered to him. The three of them exited the bar and got into Su Rui's Citron. The car was just picked up a couple of days ago, ordinary over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, and didn't even have real leather seats. Although he had intercepted 400,000 from Dama Dong enough to buy a Benz or a BMW, he hadn't entertained such thoughts at all. At the startup stage of his business, money had to be spent wisely. When the day came that he truly stood firm, luxury cars, yachts, and helicopters would all be in his possession. For now, a functional vehicle was enough. Let's drop Aji first. Her home is at 23 Qingping Road. As soon as she got into the car, Song Yanen reported the address. Su Rui's nodded in response. But Zhao Yaji quickly shot her a glance. Her lips moved, yet ultimately she didn't speak. After driving out of the parking lot, Su Rui's casually asked, "You two, what do you usually do for a living?" Not tell. Song Yanen tilted her head and laughed. He elongated his tone and said leisurely, "You both are beautiful with a clean aura and your figures are impeccable. I guess you are flight attendants." How did you know?" Zhao Yazi's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide. They hadn't mentioned their profession at all if this was their first meeting today. "Just a lucky guess. Looks like I guessed right," Su Rui said casually. But inwardly he chuckled. Who didn't know Zhao Yaji, the famous beauty of Hong Kong Island? Before she became famous in acting, she had indeed worked in this field. At her current age, she was still a bit away from entering the film industry. In contrast, Song Yanen immediately moved to the front passenger seat after Zhao Yaji got out, announcing her address. This girl was no less than an 85 on the beauty scale, radiant and lively. Unlike Zhao Yaji's cold demeanor, her every gesture exuding familiarity and charm. Yet clearly she lived closer, but insisted he take the longer route to drop off Zhao Yaji. This thought was practically written on her face. "Is this your home?" "Quite bright." He paused to admire the villa in front of him. This two-story Western-style house with a courtyard was entirely different from the haphazardly built small houses in Dama East. Its lines were neat, the bricks and stones exquisite, vines entwined around the wrought iron fence, exuding an air of quiet dignity. Though the location was somewhat remote, just looking at its grandeur, it must start at least around 2 to 3 million. How could Song Yanen, a flight attendant, afford such a place? "It's all right." She didn't directly respond, instead turning her glistening eyes towards Su Rui's, asking with a soft smile, "Would you like to come up for a cup of tea?" "Is that convenient?" "Very convenient. It's just me living here, and once it gets dark I'm afraid even of my own shadow." The car slowly parked in the yard as the two walked side by side through the door. The lights on the second floor quietly lit up, shadows flickering behind the sheer curtains. A man leaned on the sofa, sipping hot tea, while sounds of running water came from the bathroom, the rhythm leisurely, like a lazy interlude. Before long the sound of water ceased, and the room returned to silence. Everything was as it should be, without a flaw. Morning. Sunlight slanted into the bedroom, illuminating the large white bed. The two were still deep in slumber. After all, they had battled until dawn before finally calling it a night. Having just closed his eyes for less than 3 hours, a piercing car horn suddenly shattered the silence. Su Rui's abruptly opened his eyes and pulled back the curtain to glance outside. The yard gate was open and a black Mercedes was slowly driving in. "Hey, wake up quickly." He felt a tightness in his chest and reached out to nudge the person beside him. "Don't touch me. I really can't. I'm exhausted. Let me sleep a bit longer." Song Yanen's voice was muffled, her eyelids too heavy to lift, her body soft, like a ball of cotton, clearly drained. "There's a Mercedes parked in the yard. Who drove it here? Where did the keys come from?" Su Rui spoke quickly. "What? A Mercedes?" She suddenly sat up straight, her drowsiness evaporating in an instant, her eyes sharp as knives. This is bad. This is bad. My fiancé is back." "Impossible. He never gets up early, let alone shows up at this time." Her face turned pale as she hurriedly put on clothes, her hair a mess, breathing rapidly. "You have a fiancé?" Su Rui's felt a buzz in his head and hastily squatted down, scrambling to pick up scattered clothes from the carpet. There were clothes everywhere, even socks thrown under the bed, clearly indicating how wild last night had been. He cursed inwardly. This was no mere fling. They had clearly jumped into a minefield. Seeing she and Zhao Yaji were of similar ages, both in their early 20s, and being a flight attendant, he had never considered the engagement aspect. And now it turned out they had even set a wedding date. "Next week. We haven't even registered yet. But it's this Saturday." "Oh no, there's no time to explain. He's coming upstairs soon." The two quickly got dressed, straightened the bed sheets, and tidied their hair, but clear knocking sounded from downstairs. "It's over. It's over. He will find out." Song Yanen was completely flustered, her palms sweating, her voice trembling. Su Rui's glanced at her and thought, who was the one shouting so loudly last night? Now she's acting like a quail. "Don't panic, stay calm." He lowered his voice, jumping out the window. "That's not going to work. How do we explain that citron in the yard? We can't let him think I just finished fixing the pipes," and casually drove the car away. "Right." He paused and suddenly looked up. "Do you have a toolkit at home?" "Nan, and why are you taking so long to open the door?" Whose car is that in the yard? The door opened, and Huang Zhu. This person's appearance was hardly commendable. Short and stout, half a head shorter than Song Yanan. His eyes were so narrow they barely looked like slits as he entered, scanning the room like an inspector. He was Song Yanan's fiancée Huang Zhiwei, who worked in the gold and jewelry business. Oh, the water pipe burst, so I called someone to fix it. Song Yanan spoke in a flat tone as she directly sat down on the sofa, her back straight, her expression natural, her acting skills reaching a textbook level. It was now Su Ruiz's turn to take the stage. He came out of the bathroom carrying a bulging toolkit, smiling at Huang Zhiwei. "And the plumber, miss. Song's drainage is severely blocked, so I came early to clear it up." Huang Zhiwei scrutinized him from head to toe, his brows immediately knitting together. This plumber was perhaps working so early. Quite dedicated. "It's part of the job," Su Ruiz replied with a smile, "miss. Song was in a hurry, so I had to be quick. Though it's hard work, miss. Song is generous, the pay is quite good." Song Yanan was anxious, blinking rapidly. She had practically dragged him into the house yesterday. And Su Ruiz had stayed up all night, indeed feeling sore and exhausted, but within that fatigue was a sweet sense of willingness. He remembered every position she had tried. He hadn't missed a single bit of the reward she had given. "Ms. Song, the pipes are all cleared, but $68 total. Here's $100 for you, no need for change, the extra is a tip." Su Ruiz accepted the crisp $100 bill, quickly walking out of the villa. Behind him, Huang Zhiwei was still muffling his voice, muttering, "How old is this kid? Is he inexperienced? I need to personally test the water later. Hope it's not just cleared on the surface while still blocked underneath. Hey, are you annoying, or what? I've personally tested it 3 times, it all went down in one go. If you can do it better." As Su Ruiz stepped out through the wrought iron gate, the tension in his shoulders finally eased, as if a red-hot iron plate had been lifted from his chest. That was close. He had managed not to expose himself, and didn't bring any trouble to Song Yanan. Just past noon, he sauntered into a blue bar, immediately spotting a Tian Big Mouth Yao and Superman Chong huddled around the bar counter, munching on sandwiches. As soon as they saw him walk in, the three quickly gathered around. Big Mouth Yao grinned, his eyes sparkling. "Zergu, was last night explosive enough? 2 stunning beauties. Just thinking about it makes my bones tingle." A Tian and Superman Chong also leaned in, their eyes glowing with excitement, practically having "hurry up" and "tell us" written on their foreheads. Su Ruiz glanced at these 3 greeny guys and snickered. It was intense. Really intense. But what was even more intense was this morning. I almost got caught in the act. Luckily, I reacted quickly and slipped away faster than a rat. Whoa. The 3 gasped in unison, their caught in the act. This scene is too explosive. Zergu is amazing. Single-handedly facing off against a couple, simply a god. When will I get to encounter such a romantic disaster? Superman Chong licked his lips, sighing. With your face? First go get some work done in Busan, then come back to dream. A Tian mercilessly poured cold water on him. Su Ruiz lightly tapped each one on the forehead decisively and cleanly. Less gossip, we've got mountains of work to do. The tables, chairs, and liquor cabinets that were smashed to pieces last night needed to be completely replaced before the opening tonight. At 2 in the afternoon, a delivery truck steadily parked at the bar's entrance. 2 workers opened the back and unloaded brand new oak tables and high stools. However, when one of the young movers turned his face, Su Ruiz abruptly halted in his tracks, his heart clenched as if someone had squeezed it. A flash of electricity split through his memory, and the past rushed back. "Monkey," he blurted out, his voice trembling without him realizing it. The young man froze at the sound, quickly turning around to reveal a face still retaining youthful contours. But those eyes, dark, bright, sharp, filled with astonishment, were exactly like that skinny monkey from 10 years ago in the trenches. His mouth opened and closed several times, and he finally squeezed out 2 words, "Captain." "It's really you, Captain." Before the words were out, he dropped the wood in his hands and dashed over, tightly wrapping Su Ruiz in an embrace, his strength as if trying to make up for the lost years. Su Ruiz patted his back hard, feeling the solid muscles and the long-lost warmth. Ho Weidong, nicknamed Monkey, was a soldier. He had once led a brother who had trudged through the southern border's minefields, carried guns, and chewed on compressed biscuits. The fighting was over. They had all gone their separate ways. Communication had broken off, and even the photos had turned yellow and brittle. Who would have thought they would unexpectedly collide in this neon-lit street of the harbor? "Let's go. We'll talk upstairs." Su Ruiz grabbed his wrist and pulled him in. He was eager to know how this guy had managed to survive these past 2 years. "Hey, Captain, wait." Ho Weidong didn't even bother brushing off the wood shavings from his work pants, smiling as he hurried after him. "My life was saved by you. Who cares about work?" The 2 closed the door and chatted until dusk, the ashtray piled high with cigarette butts, but their conversation grew deeper and deeper. Like Su Ruiz, Ho Weidong had returned home after his service, lacking a diploma and connections, unwilling to work the fields but hitting walls in the city. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sneaked into the harbor, only to encounter setbacks everywhere. Locals looked down on him, as Akan factories rejected him, office buildings wouldn't take him, and even when delivering food, he was kicked out. Fortunately, he had learned how to carve and chisel from his grandfather when he was young, and with just a measuring line and a couple of planes he managed to pick up rough and fine jobs in Kowloon City, earning $40 a day, eating the cheapest char siu rice, sleeping in the top bunk of a 7-person room, and saving up a few $100 all in preparation to go back home, to build a house, and marry the girl with braided pigtails from the neighboring village. After hearing all this, Su Rui's paused for a few seconds, suddenly looking up, his tone serious and direct. Monkey, would you like to come work for me again? Captain, what are you doing now? What line of work? Ho Weidong stared at the shiny Rolex on his wrist, then glanced at the staff in the bar who all greeted him with respect, questions swirling in his mind. Su Rui's didn't beat around the bush, meeting his gaze, enunciating each word, Triad under the loyal faction. Seeing Ho Weidong's pupils constrict, he smiled and nodded, red stick. Then he recounted how he had transitioned from carrying bags at the docks to taking knives for the big shots, how he had firmly established himself on the cutting edge. Monkey, now that you've arrived in Hong Kong, you must carve out a formidable reputation and return home with honor. Back in the jungles of South Vietnam, I led you through hailstorms of bullets and minefields, bringing every single man back alive. Today I'll do the same. Lead you to claim a golden domain right here in Hong Kong. Su Rui's voice was low yet searing, each word striking the ground like a hammer blow. He truly needed a trusted right hand. Among his subordinates, Chao Renqiang was indeed tough as nails, but his mind ran straight as an iron rod. The rest were mere driftwood, rootless and unreliable. Ho Weidong was different. A battle-hardened veteran who'd crawled from the trenches of southern China's frontier, his bones etched with vigilance and ferocity. Facing Hong Kong street thugs, he was like an eagle locking onto fledglings, operating on an entirely different plane. What stirred him most deeply, however, was Ho Weidong's arrival. It felt like pushing open a long-shut door. Brothers who had shared life and death might yet reunite on this island, binding once more into a single unbreakable force. Squad leader, I'm with you. Before the words fully left his lips, Ho Weidong slammed his palm down on the table with a sharp crack, making the teacup leap. A raw youth from inland China, he stood utterly alone in Hong Kong, possessing nothing but brute strength and unwavering loyalty. Sneers and cold shoulders had long since become second nature. He'd originally resolved only to grit his teeth and endure a few years, saving enough for a bride price before returning home to marry and settle down in quiet peace. But Su Rui's words fell like sparks on a dry tinder, igniting a sudden fierce resolve. Why not burn bright and bold in Hong Kong, blazing with unquenchable heat? As for clashing fists with Triads and seizing turf, he didn't even blink. Compared to the days in South Vietnamese gullies, bullets whistling past his ears, grenades detonating inches from his face, this current spectacle was little more than children playing house. Good. Su Rui's broke into a broad grin, then sobered instantly. From now on, drop the squad leader. Adapt to local custom. Call me Brother Zay, or simply Boss. Boss. I ran into Old Hua in Mong Kok 2 days ago. Ho Weidong blurted suddenly. Old Hua, he's come to Hong Kong too. Su Rui's jerked upright, his voice tightening like drawn wire. Old Hua. Hua Tingyan. His deputy in the reconnaissance platoon, a brother forged in shared rations and shared shells, bound by bread and blood. Yes, pure chance. But he looked terrible. I hesitated so long, I nearly failed to recognize him. Ho Weidong nodded hard as atoms, apple-bobbing shadows darkening his face. Night descended. Office lights flickered out one by one as subway entrances emptied of their last stragglers. On park benches, several ragged figures huddled, greasy clothes, unkempt beards, hollow eyes. Su Rui's stood at a distance, gaze locked on the gaunt figure curled sideways on a bench, his brow knotted tight. First time I saw him, I was stunned, speechless. Later I learned he'd rather sleep here than come with me to haul cargo at the docks. So I just bring hot meals every few days, slip him packs of cigarettes. Su Rui's pressed his lips into a thin, rigid line, staring at that disheveled, coiled silhouette. Unable to superimpose it upon the Hua Tingyan, he remembered, eyes sharp as blades, movements swift as leopards. Back in the southern frontier trenches, a single command from him would send Hua Tingyan deep behind enemy lines, silent, unseen, for 3 hours straight. What then had hollowed out the shell? Let's go. His voice dropped low and heavy as he strode forward. Hua Tingyan, stop feigning death. Open your eyes and see who's come. That familiar voice pierced the night wind. Hua Tingyan's ear twitched, but his eyelids remained shut. Just monkey again. Once comrades who'd shared rice from the same pot and faced death side by side. Now on this solitary island, only monkeys still came at night, bearing a warm char, siu, bao bag, and packets of Hong Kong red double happiness. Ho Weidong urged him to find work, thrust money into his hands. But Hua Tingyan refused it all. He knew monkey himself was barely treading water in the mire and refused to drag another brother down. His heart had long grown cold. Life now merely a shallow breath sustained day after day without purpose. Slowly he rolled over. A narrow slit opened in his eyelids, only to catch sight of a tall, dark figure standing beside Ho Weidong. Beneath the amber glow of the street lamp, the man's features emerged with quiet clarity. The ridge of his brow, the arch of his nose, the firm line of his jaw. Hua Tingyan's breath caught, his pupils contracted sharply. You? Squad leader. Huatingen pushed himself upright on the bench, gaze vacant, yet trembling, as if struck by lightning frozen mid-motion. A heartbeat passed, then certainty flooded in. It was Su Rui's reconnaissance platoon first squad. He was squad leader, Huatingen his deputy. Countless ambushes, breakouts, rearguard stands. They'd fought back-to-back, blade to blade, blood to blood. An old comrade appearing unbidden, his eyes burned fiercely. Huatingen, I'm here. Su Rui sat beside him, offering no hand, uttering no platitudes. Only a quiet sigh, his shoulder leaning heavily against the bench's armrest. He paid no mind to the sour, earthy stench clinging to Huatingen's body, for in South Vietnam's trenches the entire platoon had wallowed in blood, mud, and rancid rice. 10 times fouler than this. The 3 men squeezed onto the park bench, who under the yellow streetlight their elongated shadows stretched thin and taut, like black strings pulled tight. Only then, with defenses finally lowered, did Huatingen reveal how he'd unraveled a sordid banal. Huatingen hadn't come to Hong Kong alone. He brought his wife. Truth be told, he never wanted to come at all, dragged here by her relentless tongue. She craved glamour, glimpsing Central's neon or Causeway Bay champagne towers on TV had sent her spirits soaring overseas. At first, survival was possible. Huatingen hauled sacks at the docks, his shoulders blistered raw, yet enough to fill 2 pots each day. But once she entered Hong Kong's social circles, mingling with fur-clad, diamond-bedecked ladies, her dormant desires erupted. Coffee demanded pour-over precision, clothing required haute couture, outings demanded Bentleys, even her breath had to carry the faintest trace of French perfume. Huatingen could not afford such luxuries, not even by grinding his bones to dust. In the end, she walked away arm in arm with a slick perfumed tycoon, never looking back. Huatingen's spine collapsed on the spot, his body crumpling like a sack stripped of sinew, slumping onto the park bench, never rising again. He dared not return home, dreading his parents' question, "Where is she?" Or worse, villagers pointing fingers and whispering, "Shameful." So he chose living death. Marking time on that bench, opening his eyes meant another day endured, closing them might mean final blessed silence. Su Rui's listened, face hardening into cold iron. "Huatingen, you coward. She slapped you once, and you chopped yourself into mince to feed dogs. Bullets skimmed your skull. You never flinched when pulling the trigger." He seized Huatingen's collar, knuckles whitening, throat pulsing, chest aflame. "Just a woman. Money opens any door. Bend low enough and lines of suitors will stretch farther than the eye can see. Where does that bastard live? What does he do?" He snapped, twisting sharply, voice like steel scraping iron. Huatingen grabbed his arm desperately. "Squad leader, don't lose your head. This is Hong Kong, not wartime. On the battlefield we fought Japanese devils. No one came knocking after gunfire echoed. Here, draw a blade, fire a shot. And tomorrow your wanted poster hangs on every lamppost." He knew Su Rui's too well. Seeing crimson flare in those eyes, he knew catastrophe loomed. Better rot on this bench than drag his brother into prison. Nonsense. If my brother lies trampled in the mud, shall I sit counting ants? Huatingen, if you're a man, stand tall. Swallow this insult, and you'll spend the rest of your life bowed in shame. Remember this. This is Hong Kong. Rules are rewritten here. Move swiftly, strike cleanly. And who dares touch a single hair on us? Su Rui's ground out the words, his gaze as unyielding as coastal bedrock. He sensed no contradiction, nor recalled last night's brawl he'd settled in a Wan Chai lounge. To him, a brother's humiliation defied all moral law. Ho Weidong and Huatingen weren't cowards. They were men raised for 20 years beneath the red banner, their very bones inscribed with the word discipline. Thus Ho Weidong stayed stuck sweeping streets. Huatingen, after being stabbed, merely shrank into moldy silence on a bench. Su Rui's task was to shatter that iron shackle in their minds and declare, "This is Hong Kong." Inside the car, Su Rui sat in the driver's seat, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, the glowing ember illuminating his taut jawline, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the gleaming Porsche ahead. In the back seat, Huatingen and Monkey each gripped a heavy matte black Type 54 pistol. "God, it's been too long." Monkey ran his palms repeatedly over the gun's cold frame, unused since discharge, now burning hot in his grip, aching to unleash a full magazine skyward. Huatingen, however, stared at the old scar, tracing Su Rui's nape, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Never imagined you'd join a Triad squad leader. Mainland calls it black society. Here it's called the trade. Some eat by it, some build their lives upon it. Join me. I'm gathering our old brothers, carving a breach in Hong Kong's skyline." Su Rui's turned, eyes blazing, 2 unquenchable embers. Huatingen gazed out at the city's shimmering avenues, exhaling softly. What other path remains? No grand justification. Only this: they had traded lives for lives. Hearing he'd been crushed into the dirt, Su Rui's had grabbed weapons and come without hesitation. If Huatingen now cowered like a frightened quail, better to dash his skull against the bench leg and end it there. "He's out." Su Rui's voice dropped to a razor's edge, his pupils contracted. From the Porsche's door stepped a man in ivory linen, gold watch flashing at his cuff. "That's him." Huatingen's eyes flared crimson, his breath rasped like a broken bellows. The exact light in his wife's eyes during betrayal, the smirk curling that man's lips as he wrapped his arm around her waist, all detonated in his skull. Move out. Su Rui's barked low. His fingertip flicked. The cigarette arced through air a streak of molten red. Then he yanked off the dull black balaclava, twisted the key, and the engine roared to life, surging forward to tail the fleeing vehicle. Chen Yuhao, the young master chin slumped deep into his leather seat, chest constricted, as if pressed beneath a slab of white-hot iron. Damn it. That woman's appetite knows no bounds, demanding a 1,000-square-foot mansion outright. If not for your face still holding some appeal, I'd have tossed you aside 800 miles ago. Just 5 minutes ago, Zhang Tingting surprisingly asked for a house. One with a terrace and a river view, a luxurious mansion of 1,000 square feet. Chen the young master had always been generous when pursuing women, but no matter how rich he was, he couldn't afford such a gold-swallowing demand. One house would cost 50 to 60,000 Hong Kong dollars, while his family's entire fortune had barely crossed 10 million, which was all his father's hard-earned money accumulated over half a lifetime. He must have lost his mind to consider paying that amount. Normally sending a necklace or a handbag was merely for the novelty. If she got tired of it, he could just walk away without a second thought. Tonight he absolutely could not spend the night with this woman. Chen Yuhua squinted at the rearview mirror, gritting his teeth, and deciding back to the bar. Time for another round. Zhang Tingting was the one he had set his sights on last month. She came from the north, fresh and charming enough to make one's mouth water. With a few playful words and a drink down, she happily climbed into his shiny silver sports car, laughing all the way. With Chen the young master's flirtation skills, it would be a shame not to make a splash with such a good-looking facade. But as the car sped onto the main road, a gray Mitsubishi suddenly darted out from the side, rusty with a headlight shattered halfway, looking like an old relic dragged out from a junkyard. Damn, a piece of junk dares to race. Does it think I have no temper? Chen's anger flared up, and he slammed the accelerator to the floor, the sports car roaring as it closed in. Just as he was about to change lanes and overtake, the Mitsubishi abruptly swerved, cutting him off. His hand jerked, almost losing control of the steering wheel. The tires screeched as the car swerved dangerously close to the barrier. What a damned fool, he growled through clenched teeth, pressing the accelerator harder, determined to run the idiot over and show him what a true luxury car is. But a strange thing happened. When he turned left, the Mitsubishi blocked him from the left. When he cut right, it blocked him from the right. No matter how he floored the gas, the other car held its ground, firmly sticking to the front of his car. Chen the young master was turning red with rage. Finally, the Mitsubishi slammed on the brakes, and unable to stop in time, his 200,000 Hong Kong dollar car crashed into the rear of the other car. With a loud crash, the hood bending up in a grotesque fold. What the hell? He jumped out of the car, catching sight of the crumpled front, his fury boiling over, grabbing a baseball bat made of aluminum from the back seat and charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. Are you blind? Or are you looking for trouble? Get down here. He swung the bat to smash the window, his anger reaching a boiling point. First breaking their legs, then using connections to throw them in jail for a few months so they could taste the soap sent behind bars. The car window slowly rolled down a crack. Chen Yuhua reached in to grab the driver's collar, but his hand froze. A black had covered the entire head, revealing only the bridge of the nose, thin lips, and a pair of cold, gleaming eyes, and the hand holding the gun was steadily hovering at the window edge, the dark barrel aimed directly at his forehead. A gun. He shivered all over, his anger extinguished in an instant, his face turning as pale as a sheet. Oh God, was it just a bump? As for pulling out the real thing to scare him, brother, I truly didn't mean it. Please steady your hand. Don't. He stood next to the window, his knees trembling, his tongue tied, unable to form coherent words. Su Ruiasia didn't waste words, the gunpoint unwavering, his voice as cold as an ice pick. Get in the car. Off. Chen Yuhua was dumbfounded. The back door popped open with a click. Ho Weidong leaned out, his face covered, another gun pressed against his temple, pulling him in roughly. The door slammed shut with a bang, the engine roared back to life, and the Mitsubishi sped away, leaving the sports car tilted in the middle of the road, its front crumpled like a face that had been beaten. Chen Yuhua slumped in the middle of the back seat, flanked by two masked gunmen, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Only then did he fully wake up. This was not an accident. It was a kidnapping. Gentlemen, let's talk this out. He'll pay. I will truly pay. But my family really isn't wealthy. I beg you, please show mercy. He spoke weakly, his heart racing. It was likely that this sports car had brought him trouble, leading the kidnappers to mistake him for a rich second-generation heir. But this car was one he had begged his father for 6 months before finally getting approval specifically for picking up girls, and now on its very first outing it had landed him in this mess. How much can your family afford at most? Su Rui's voice came from the driver's seat, cold and unyielding. Chen Yuhua swallowed hard, his voice trembling. 10,000. His confidence was as weak as a paper lantern swaying in the wind, hoping that this group of desperados had never. To his surprise, Su Ruiasia glanced over through the rearview mirror, his gaze cold enough to freeze, his voice deep and heavy. The life of the young Master Chan is worth far more than that. 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Might not even buy half your ear back. Do it. Cut off his ear. Before the words were out, Huatingan had already lunged forward with a dagger, the blade cold slicing towards Chun Yuhua's left ear. Chin, the young master, was instantly terrified, his limbs thrashing wildly, but he was held firmly in place by two iron-like hands, unable to move. Don't move. Ilad. 200,000. 500,000. I beg you to stop. Oh. Dingling-dling. At 2 in the morning, Chun Dashing was violently yanked out of his dreams by a shrill ringing. On the other end of the line, Chun Yuhua cried out in despair, having just been cut, his ear burning with pain. His pants. On the other end of the line, Chun Yuhua cried out in despair, having just been cut, his ear burning with pain. His pants soaked, the smell of urine mixed with blood flooding the receiver. What a... Chun Dashing sat up straight, cold sweat immediately soaking through his pajamas. The voice on the other end switched to a male's, cold and drawn out. Mr. Chun, listen well. M2 Sampao, and your son is in my hands. 2 Sampao. These 3 characters echoed in Chun Dashing's ears, instantly conjuring up a face, a shiny bald head, a body of stacked flesh, bloodshot eyes, and an open jacket full of black hair with 2 old-style revolvers holstered on his belt. Just hearing this nickname, he knew he was dealing with a dangerous character. Where's my son? You dare touch a hair on him? Chun Dashing's teeth chattered, his face pale, as if covered in flour. This kid, no matter how reckless, was still the only heir of the Chun family. He was his lifeline. He's still alive, just missing an ear, though for now he's not dead. 2 Sampao replied leisurely. Chun Dashing's throat tightened, his knuckles creaking as he gripped the phone, his nails almost digging into the plastic case. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling out of tune. Tell me. How much? Just keep him alive, and I will agree to everything. Mr. Chin, you're straightforward, so I'll get straight to the point. 200,000. All old bills not in sequence. Tomorrow I'll come to collect. Su Ru's tone was steady, as if haggling at a market. 200,000. Chun Dashing almost jumped up. Where am I supposed to get that much cash? Wealthy people might have nice numbers on paper, but when it came to cashing out, property, stocks, factories, which are not tied down, his own fortune barely exceeded 10 million, and gathering 200,000 now was like carving out a piece of his heart. Is it possible to negotiate? I really can't come up with that. Would 100,000 work? His voice was soft like cotton soaked in water. Sure. The voice on the other end responded crisply. Chun Dashing was taken aback. Wait, what? The kidnapper was so easy to talk to. If he had known earlier, could 50,000 also be negotiable? But the next second, he heard 2 Sampao laugh coldly. 100,000, just enough to buy half of Chun, the young master. You choose. Do you want the upper half or the lower half? Or should I split him in 2 to save you the trouble of deciding? Chun Dashing's vision darkened, his knees went weak, nearly collapsing, his fingers gripping the phone tightly. No. No, I'll get it. I'll gather it right away. Please don't hurt him. Don't play tricks. Calling the police. You can weigh the consequences yourself. Wait for my call tomorrow morning. Click. The call hung up. Su Ruasia casually pulled out the SIM card, rolled down the window, flicked his wrist, and the phone flew out in a graceful arc, landing with a splash into the dark sea. Boss, are we really letting this useless brat go? Huatingan asked with a grin. Let go. Dream on. Su Ruasia scoffed, shaking his head. This kid has lost all hope already. Just tricking his father out of some money while conveniently skimming off some profit. This was purely a spurofement decision. With death looming, squeezing out the last bit of value wasn't a loss at all. He was currently so strapped for cash, it was suffocating. He was calculating a few big deals, and the 40,000 he had ripped off from Dama Dong was barely enough to fill a gap. As for taking the money and not releasing him, that was something 2 Sampao would do. What did it have to do with me? Su Ruasia. Hearing this, Chun Yuhua completely exploded, writhing like a mad dog, shouting. My dad agreed to give the money. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the money is gone. Fool, who cares about your measly... Su Ruasia retaliated with a crisp slap to his face, loud and clear. We are not here to make money. We are here to take your life. Look back and see who that person is. Can you recognize him? He grabbed Chun Yuhua's hair, yanking him to face the passenger seat. Huatingan yanked off the hood, his face marked with a few scars, a sneer tugging at his lips, his eyes like daggers piercing into Chun Yuhua's. Who are you? Chun Yuhua looked up, his heart sinking heavily. He recognized this face. His pupils constricted suddenly, his voice breaking. Brother. I truly didn't mean it. It was Zhang Tingting who came on to me first. She kept getting close to me every day, dressing so scantily, flirting with me in every way. You have to believe me, spare my life. I swear I will avoid her for the rest of my life. He collapsed in the back seat, his knees giving way, his face smeared with snot, his voice trembling. At this moment he fully understood. He had been captured and brought here because of that flirtatious Zhang Tingting. But just a few days ago he had brazenly flaunted money in front of Huatingan, laughing arrogantly. And now, his life hung by a thread. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He cried and begged, but Huatingan merely chuckled coldly. Spare you. Do the humiliations I endured just go to waste? Weren't you quite capable just now? Before he finished speaking, a cold flash appeared, and the dagger plunged fiercely into Chun Yuhua's thigh. Oh! The excruciating pain exploded, and Chun Yuhua curled up like a shrimp, the veins on his forehead bulging, his face going from white to purple, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Huatingan twisted his wrist, the blade ruthlessly stirred inside. His leg was ruined, in an instant blood flowing down his pants. Su Ruasia stood to the side, his teeth clenching, not out of fear of blood, but a jolt of thought about Song Yanan. Fortunately, Boss Wang was generous enough. He was truly the material for doing big things. Only when Shen Yuhao was left gasping did the pent-up anger in Huatingan's chest finally dissipate. He swiftly drew his blade across his neck, and the scream abruptly ceased. Stuff the corpse into a metal barrel, fill it with concrete, and sink it in the sea. Strip off all the clothes, douse it with gasoline, and burn the car clean along with it. Su Ruai spoke in a flat tone, as if ordering the disposal of garbage. The three of them, completely nude, climbed into the Citron that had been parked in the shadows and drove off. Boss, now that the person is gone, will that old man really pay the ransom? Don't worry, the money will definitely arrive by tomorrow morning, Huatingan asked while fastening his buttons. Su Ruai leaned back in the rear seat, without even lifting his eyelids. The driver monkey glanced in the rearview mirror and muttered, "This isn't very decent. Collecting money while tearing up the ransom. So you won't get a share of this money." Su Ruai shot him a sideways glance, his tone icy. "Hey, just kidding. Just kidding." Ho Weidong quickly waved his hands, sweat beading on his forehead. 2 million. I could only afford a pair of leather shoes with half a year's salary before. Huatingan rubbed his hands together in glee, his eyebrows shooting up. Rich people are really generous. 2 million, just like that. If I had known that kidnapping would bring in money so quickly, I wouldn't have bothered working on a construction site. In his eyes, 20,000 was already astronomical, let alone 2 million. Tisk's so unambitious, Su Ruai scoffed, lighting a cigarette as the smoke slowly rose. What kind of wealthy man is Chun Dashing anyway? At most, he's just a nouveau riche. In the future, we'll set our sights on the heir to the richest man, so you can see what real wealth looks like. Moving money is more exhausting than moving bricks. The next day, just as dawn broke, as soon as the bank opened, Chun Dashing sent his trusted aide rushing in to withdraw cash. He then called up 7 or 8 old friends directly asking for cash with no delays allowed. By noon, 2 million in Hong Kong dollars was barely gathered. He and his wife sat in the living room, the tea on the coffee table going cold, and then being replenished only to go cold again. Just as they were feeling anxious, the nanny poked her head and sang, "Sir, ma'am, a few police officers are outside asking to cooperate with the investigation." Police. Chun Dashing's heart sank. At this moment, the last thing he wanted to see was a police badge. Bald Sampow had already issued a stern warning: dare to report to the police, and the ransom would be torn up on the spot. "I won't see them. Tell them to get lost." He waved his hand, his face turning ashen. He had to bow and scrape to the kidnappers, but to the police. Even cursing them would be polite. His wife clutched her clothes, her voice trembling. "Shall we meet with them? Perhaps they can save you." "How? Do you trust the police in Hong Kong?" Chun Dashing shouted fiercely. "If you want him to die faster, go ahead and report." He knew full well that these officers worked as slowly as snails and didn't have a brain as sharp as the old men on the street. With money at stake, who knew whether his son would come back alive? Just as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps were heard outside, followed by a loud bang. The door was kicked open. There were 5 people in total, led by a young and capable female officer in her early 20s, dressed in a sharp black inspector's uniform, standing tall, like a pine tree, moving with a quick and decisive manner. With delicate features, slightly raised eyebrows, and a sharp gaze brimming with intensity. "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, I am Wu Luoqi, a trainee inspector from the Tunmun police station. We received a report from the public indicating that a kidnapping may have occurred around 1 o'clock last night in the vicinity of Tianyuan Street. The vehicle involved, which was left at the scene, has been verified to be registered under your son Shen Yuhao. We highly suspect that the kidnapped individual is indeed Mr. Shen Yuhao. We have come today to gather details from you both and sincerely request Mr. Shen's full cooperation." Wu Luoqi stood in the center of the living room, her back. "Mr. Shen Yuhao. We have come today to gather details from you both and sincerely request Mr. But Chun Dashing didn't hear any of it, his face darkening as he spoke harshly. "Who gave you permission to barge into my home? My son is fine. No one has reported anything, and you have no reason to meddle." He didn't trust the police at all. His mind was solely focused on losing money to avert disaster. Although 2 million was a painful sacrifice, as long as his son returned safe and sound, it was worth any cost. "Mr. Chen, I understand your anxiety and your concerns. But please trust us just this once. Once the case is in our hands, we will ensure that the person is brought back unharmed and that the kidnappers are all captured." Wu Luoqi's tone was calm, but it couldn't hide the stubbornness in her eyes. She had just graduated from the England Police Academy and was promoted to trainee inspector as soon as she returned. Some whispered that she had relied on her looks to get her position, but she was determined to tackle this tough case and show everyone that Wu Luoqi was not just a decoration, but someone who could truly take action. "I will say this one last time, my son is perfectly fine. We don't welcome guests in our home, so please leave immediately." Chun Dashing sprang up, his voice booming, his finger jabbing towards the door as if he were about to throw them out. Before he could finish speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Chun Dashing's whole body trembled as he fumbled to pick up the receiver. "Hello, Bald Sampaio, have you prepared the 2 million in cash?" "Mr. Chun." A hoarse, deep male voice came from the receiver, its tone heavy and flat, completely different from how he usually spoke with Su Rui's. It's ready. All in cash. Where can I meet you? Is my son? Is he okay? Chen Dashing's voice tightened with anxiety. He is fine, but if you dare to breathe a word of this, his situation will change immediately. Listen closely in the trash can by your building's entrance. There is a walkie-talkie. Take the money and head straight to Lin's building. You have 20 minutes. If you're even a second late, you will bear the consequences. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone sounded and the call was disconnected. Chen Dashing dropped the receiver, grabbed the suitcase, and turned to rush out. In the living room, Wu Luoqi and several officers exchanged glances, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Is there any need to ask? The person is definitely kidnapped. The money is all ready. Follow. Apply for support immediately. Even if we can't stop the transaction, we must keep a close watch on the suspects. Once the child is safe, none of them can escape. Wu Luoqi bit her teeth and made a decisive decision. In front of Lin's building, Chen Dashing arrived in a furious drive in just 15 minutes. I've arrived. What should I do next? Where's my son? He stood under the glass curtain wall looking at the bustling figures in the hall, the veins on his forehead throbbing. A cold, mechanical voice came from the walkie-talkie. Mr. Chen, your credibility is truly disappointing. Those tales behind you, did you invite them? Did you really think I wouldn't dare to touch your son? Hua Tingan had been lurking under Chen's building watching as several officers entered and then followed Chen Dashing here. No, I didn't call the police. They came on their own. Please don't hurt him. I beg you to show mercy. Chen Dashing's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. To teach you a lesson, your son's other ear now belongs to me. If I see police again at the next stop, I will take your son's life. Su Ruiz's voice was as cold as ice, piercing through to the eardrums. Yulon Street. 20 minutes. This time you better come clean. The walkie-talkie went silent with a crack. Chen Dashing's face turned pale, his hand gripping the device turned blue, with veins wishing to smash it to pieces. Sure enough, those police officers were the root of the trouble. Quick! Yulon Street. He tumbled into the back seat, shouting at the driver. A glance back revealed two unfamiliar private cars following leisurely behind. Step on the gas. Shake them off. Shake off those police officers. He could no longer afford to consider trust or reliance. He just wanted his son to come back alive. He turned around. Where is he going? Follow him. Wu Luoqi immediately dialed the phone, urgently recalling police forces from Lin's building, stepping on the gas and closely tailing the speeding car ahead. The transaction location has suddenly changed. Are we being monitored? A police officer asked in a low voice. Wu Luoqi's brows furrowed, gritting her teeth. Most likely. It was too rushed. If only I had another 10 minutes, or if Chen Dashing had cooperated a bit more, allowing the police to secretly place a tracker in the suitcase, would she have been forced into this situation? Being led by the nose. Stop the car. The vehicle had yet to reach Yulon Street, just turning onto the old overpass, when a harsh command erupted from the walkie-talkie. Chen Dashing instinctively shouted two words. The driver swerved sharply left and slammed on the brakes. The car skewed, wedged against the roadside. Immediately chaos erupted behind. The screech of sudden stops, the sound of metal scraping and heavy thuds exploded in succession as 7 or 8 cars collided, horns blaring and curses flying, instantly blocking the entire overpass. Do you see that lamppost on your right? Throw the suitcase down. Su Ruiz's voice crashed through the walkie-talkie, cold and hard as iron. Where's my son? You let him go immediately. Chen Dashing tightly gripped the suitcase, standing at the edge of the bridge, looking around anxiously, his voice cracking, the veins on his forehead bulging. Throw the money first. The tone from the walkie-talkie suddenly turned icy. Why should I trust you? If I throw down the money and you don't let him go, where do I go to cry? You don't have a choice. The police will arrive in the blink of an eye. If you delay for 3 seconds, you will never hold him again. They are after a resolution, not your son's life. We're in the same boat. You want a person, I want money. Up, it's that simple. 3 seconds, the countdown starts now. 3, 2. The monotonous countdown felt like an ice pick piercing his eardrums. Chen Dashing's mind went blank, and he shouted hoarsely, I'm throwing. I'm throwing. At this moment, Wu Luoqi had already led her team, running wildly, her pupils constricting. Oh no, they chose this place for the exchange. If it were an open area, we would have long set up a trap, just waiting for the thieves to show their heads. But this overpass is dozens of meters high, suspended with intersecting ramps below. Where can we hide? How to ambush? Everyone descend to the bottom of the bridge. The kidnappers are right below. She grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, but before she could finish, Chen Dashing had already raised his hand and thrown the suitcase over the bridge. Clang! The suitcase smashed onto the concrete ground below, the metal-dented cash spilling out in several bundles. Wu Luoqi leaned down to look, seeing a man in a dark blue jacket and full helmet approaching, quickly stepping over the scattered $100 bills. Damn it! She raised her hand, drawing her .38, and aimed to shoot. Bang! The sharp sound cracked like a firecracker, but this small gun had a range of only 25 meters, and from a height its accuracy was torn to shreds by the wind and distance. The man below, however, leisurely removed his helmet, smirking contemptuously, and drew out a black star, the dark muzzle steadily aimed up at the bridge. He even deliberately mimicked the sound of a gunshot. Bang. Get down. Wu Luoqi's face turned pale. These people actually brought guns. The black star could hit anything within 60 meters while her 38 couldn't even touch its shadow. If she got hit, she wouldn't die, but would definitely be laid up for half a year. The anticipated gunshot did not sound. Ho Weidong merely shook the gun, turned around, crouched down, and roughly checked the contents of the box. Confirming everything was in order, he tossed the cash into a canvas bag with a clatter and kicked the empty box into the roadside bushes. He hopped on the motorcycle. The engine roared, tearing through the air, kicking up dust and leaving behind a crooked trail. Damn it. Wu Luoqi's fingertips turned white with anger as she slammed her fist against the cold railing, causing her palm to tingle. This was her first major case as the lead investigator, and she had intended to conclude it decisively, capturing both the criminal and the stolen goods. But now she hadn't even caught a glimpse of the kidnapper's face, and the clues had vanished as cleanly as if sliced by a knife. "Where's my son? You've taken the money. Let him go." Chun Dashing shouted into the walkie-talkie, his voice trembling and discordant. "Sorry, mister." Chun, Su Ruiz's tone was unnervingly smooth. "You unilaterally involved the police, violating the agreement, hence the transaction is automatically terminated. If you can gather another 2 million, I might tell you where your son is buried." You. This is extortion. Betrayal." Chun Dashing's blood surged. It felt like he had a burning coal stuck in his chest. His throat tasted metallic, and as darkness clouded his vision, he hadn't finished speaking before his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. "Call an ambulance. Get him to the hospital," Wu Luoqi ordered sharply. She had no time to care whether Chun Dashing was alive or dead, nor did she want to ponder whether his son would return. She had already figured it out. This kid was no ordinary troublemaker. Not only was he a reckless playboy, but also a blood-stained menace. He had been involved in a drunk driving incident that injured a mother and her daughter, and several rape cases couldn't be brushed off either, all thanks to his father pouring money into covering up his sins, pulling the scum out of jail. Wu Luoqi gritted her teeth, thinking this beast should have been struck down by lightning long ago. But after all, she was a police officer. Capturing the kidnappers and solving the case was ingrained in her bones. "No one gets to leave once they're in my hands." Her voice was as cold as a blade scraping against iron. As night fell, Su Rui's monkey and Huatingan gathered around a small table. The table was spread out with 20 stacks of brand new bills, a vibrant sea of red totaling 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Monkey and Huatingan stared blankly, their eyes wide open. They had never seen so much cash in their lives. What's so rare about that? Just 2 million, a drop in the bucket. Su Rui scoffed, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "There are plenty of ways to make money in the future. We can buy a few seaside villas in Hong Kong and marry a few wives. The rules there are quite loose. Divided up 66,000 each." His tone was light as he casually divided the money into 3 piles, pushing 2 piles across the table. The two stared at the substantial cash before them, their hearts racing, palms sweaty. Could this really be theirs? It felt like a dream. Yet Su Ruiz's expression remained calm. Although it was a lot of money, it was merely an illusion made of paper. In Hong Kong, a 1,000-square-foot apartment easily costs 500,000. A decent building starts at 7 or 800,000. This amount of money would only buy 3 or 4 apartments at most, hardly a significant sum. But Huatingan suddenly raised his head, his gaze serious. "Boss, this division isn't appropriate." "Huh?" Su Rui's and Ho Weidong both paused in surprise. Was he nitpicking over a fair split? "You were the one who made the call, and you set up the whole thing. You'll have to clean up afterwards too. Monkey and I are just running errands for you. It wouldn't be fair to take the same amount as you." Huatingan's voice was. Ho Weidong immediately chimed in, "Right. We're not soldiers anymore. We're mixing in the underworld of Hong Kong. There are rules in the underworld. It's only natural for the boss to take the lion's share. 50% is the baseline, 70 or 80% is common. The brothers below will eat and drink based on the boss mood." He had been in Hong Kong long enough to understand these rules clearly. The higher the position, the larger the cut, the more power one has, the fuller the pockets. In the army, they still talk about ranks and seniority, let alone in this bloody territory. Su Rui's remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly shaking his head with a smile. "Fine, if you think the money is too hot to handle, I won't be polite then." He understood clearly this division was not just about cash, it was about setting the tone, establishing authority, and drawing boundaries. If they were to divide it equally, just for a moment of satisfaction, who would listen to whom in the future? Who would take responsibility for their actions? Without established rules, the gang would fall apart in 3 days. Moreover, he had bigger plans in mind, needing money to lay the groundwork. How could he give it all away? "Let's do it according to the gang's rules, 50-50. He paused. "From now on, any work we do together will follow this ratio." With one sentence, he cemented the future hierarchy. 50-50. Su Rui's would take 1 million, while Monkey and Huatingan would each get 500,000. Compared to splitting it evenly, each would receive only a few tens of thousands less, but 500,000 was already a substantial amount. In Hong Kong's population of 4 million, earning 50,000 a year was considered middle class, those who could save this amount were few and far between. The two held thick stacks of big golden bulls, grinning from ear to ear. Su Ruai suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice to remind them, "Don't deposit the money in the bank just yet, keep it for spending." After all, it was ill-gotten cash. Although the chances of being targeted were low, one should always be cautious. Cash was the safest, spending it was the cleanest. Understood. Seeing Su Ruiz's stern expression, his eyes heavy, as if weighed down by iron, the two straightened their backs and nodded vigorously. "In a couple of days I plan to return to my hometown. Are you coming with me or staying in Hong Kong?" When he said, "going back," he certainly did not mean the coastal apartment or the small space of the Blue Ocean bar. He meant to the north, his true homeland. "Boss, what are your plans for this trip back?" Ho Weidong asked without thinking. "To recruit a few old comrades." Su Rui's lit a cigarette, the flame flickering, illuminating the sharp shadows beneath his brow. Right now the three of them barely managed the scene. They could handle small tasks, but if they wanted to turn the tide, they simply didn't have enough manpower. Many of the soldiers he had led, those he had drunk with and fought alongside, were still in the countryside. They were reliable, trustworthy friends. "That's great. I'm coming with you. Count me in." Ho Weidong and Ho Tingdan replied almost in unison, their faces glowing. Not for any other reason, but because they could finally say the long-lost word brother again. Moreover, with this money freshly in hand, they were already burning with the desire to go home, to give something substantial to their parents, and to personally assure them of their safety. "All right, let's set off together. Splitting up will be more efficient." Su Ruiz's voice was low and steady. At that time in rural China, telephone lines had not yet reached the village entrance. To gather everyone, they could only trudge through the mud, visiting each household. Writing letters was out of the question. If the news leaked, it would be a disaster. Such matters had to be settled face-to-face, eye to eye, to feel secure. There was also a pressing matter. The batch of arms from Nanyue had been on his mind for too long, like a thorn stuck in his heart, unable to be pulled out or swallowed down. This time, heading north, he would make a detour to retrieve it without fail. The next day at noon, Su Rui's appeared at the entrance of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Yi Yingwen had just finished class, walking towards the dormitory, with two female classmates, joking and laughing. Before she could take a step down the stairs, she spotted the tall and upright figure leaning against the phoenix tree. Her eyes instantly lit up with excitement as she rushed over, grabbing his arm, and smiling like a flower that had just soaked up the sun. "Ace, why are you here?" "I missed you, so I came." Su Rui's looked down at her, his voice as gentle as the breeze brushing past her ear. "What about you? Did you miss me?" "I did," she answered quickly and loudly, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was the peak of their romance, but since she was still studying, they could only meet once a week. It had only been 4 days since they last parted, yet her heart felt like it was cradling a fluttering bird, her eyes sparkling with undeniable affection. "I'll spend these 2 days with you. Shall we go shopping this afternoon?" Sure, she exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Women love shopping, but it's never truly about buying anything. It was merely about savoring the warmth of walking side by side, the slight tremor of their fingertips brushing against each other, and the light in his eyes when he looked at her. She knew he was tight on money, usually too frugal to buy even a bottle of soda, and she always secretly saved her meal money to give to him. Turning back, she waved to her 2 friends. "Lily, Asyong, I'm not having lunch with you today. Please take my backpack home for me." Before her words had finished, she was already arm in arm with him, walking far away. The 2 girls waved goodbye, watching the couple's figure disappear at the end of the tree-lined path. Once the car drove away from the campus, Lily shook her head and sighed. "Look at that old car of his, and his clothes are faded. He's probably broke. What does Yingwen see in him?" "He's handsome. Love makes people short-circuit." Asyong laughed as she chimed in. "Can being handsome put food? He can't even afford a birthday gift. How will they manage in the future? Yingwen will regret it sooner or later." Lily scoffed. Asyong nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If I were looking for a partner, the first thing I'd check is how thick their wallet is." Su Rui's was completely unaware of the discussion behind him. At that moment, he was leading Yi Yingwen into an elegantly decorated restaurant where the light from the crystal chandelier gently fell onto her eyelashes. In fact, ever since he got involved with the gang, his pockets had slowly filled up. After 2 windfalls, he had gained confidence. Yet Yi Yingwen remained oblivious to this. Seeing him lead her into such a lavish place, she instinctively tightened her grip on his sleeve and whispered, "Ace, this place is really expensive. Shall we go somewhere cheaper?" "No need, this is fine." He smiled, his lips curved in determination. When the bill arrived, it shockingly totaled $120, enough for an ordinary worker to earn in 2 or 3 days. She clutched the hem of her clothes, already calculating if he hesitated while paying, she would immediately use her saved pocket money to cover it. But Su Rui's didn't even raise an eyebrow, casually pulling out a brand new red bill and handing it over. Yi Yingwen was stunned, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a long time. After lunch, he took her hand and headed straight for the shopping street. Brand-name jackets, exquisite handbags, delicate jewelry. As long as it complemented her charm, he asked no questions and paid effortlessly with his card. Previously he had the heart, but not the means. Now that his pockets were full, Su Rui's would not allow Yi Yingwen to suffer even a little. In those days he received several handwritten notes, all discreetly slipped to him by young sales assistants from the department. Men like Su Ruizha Young, with striking features, generous with his spending, and who pampered his girlfriend like a princess, are indeed rare. If one could truly connect with him, who wouldn't want to get ahead of others? Even if it was just for one night of intimacy, with his demeanor, he would never let the girl leave empty-handed. But those notes he tore up one by one in front of Yi Yingwen and tossed them into the trash bin. Did he miss any? Yi Yingwen didn't ask, and didn't look closely. Where did you get so much money? The bags of clothes piled up in the back seat, almost touching the roof, made her dizzy. Yi Yingwen was stunned, her lips slightly parted, disbelief in her eyes. She could never have imagined that just a month ago Su Ruizha was serving plates in a Western restaurant, and in the blink of an eye he had spent tens of thousands for her. After an afternoon of shopping, the bill was as thick as a dictionary. As sweetness filled her heart, unease also surfaced. She had known Su Ruizha had joined a club, but no matter how glamorous, he couldn't have become rich overnight. Don't worry about it. I helped the club close a big deal recently. This is the bonus. There will only be more in the future. You can buy whatever you want to, leave the money to me. He firmly held the steering wheel with one hand, while wrapping her hand in his palm, his tone confident. He naturally wouldn't reveal the truth. Though the club operated in a gray area, it had long been embedded in the fabric of Hong Kong Island, becoming a part of local life. Making money through a club isn't surprising in the eyes of locals. Moreover, Yi Yingwen had relatives who wore black suits and gold chains. She was just anxious, repeatedly reminding him, "Be careful. If anything happens, don't rush in. If you encounter the police, don't resist. If you're really detained, ID risk everything to get you out." In her heart, making money is good, but life is worth 100 times more than money. She wasn't afraid of jail. As a practicing lawyer, her ability to appeal wasn't weak. As long as the evidence wasn't ironclad, there was room for maneuvering. But gang conflicts are bloody and bullets don't have eyes. During such times, she could only feel anxious, unable to reach out even. "Don't worry, I'm not foolish. Nothing will happen." Hearing you say that makes it sound like I'm going to be in a coffin tomorrow. Su Ruizha joked with a laugh. "Someone is just thinking about you." Yi Yingwen shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes sparkling playfully. "In a few days I need to go back north for about half a month. You keep this 20,000, focus on your studies, and don't work anymore. Buy whatever you want, don't shortchange yourself. We won't lack for this in the future." As he handed over the envelope, his fingertips felt warm. Yi Yingwen didn't refuse, quickly stuffing it into her bag, pouting. "Does this mean I've officially been taken care of by President Su? Besides, just now in the store several girls were also handing you notes asking for long-term cooperation." Though joking, her eyes narrowed, her lips tensed, jealousy already wafting around. At this moment, Su Ruizha had to make his stance clear. "What nonsense are you thinking? You are mine and I take care of you, and that is only right. Those flowers and grasses, I burned all the notes right in front of you. There's not a single ash left. In my eyes, you are the brightest star." His voice was deep and steady, unwavering. Indeed, women fall for this kind of talk. Yi Yingwen's lips curved into a smile, her joy blossoming as she lightly hooked her pinky around his palm like a feather brushing by. How could Su Ruizha resist? His hand slid up her slender leg, slowly ascending. Yi Yingwen's gaze softened, her eyelashes fluttering, allowing him to continue. That night the two settled into a hotel. The next day, Yi Yingwen returned to her dormitory with bags of branded clothes, leaving her roommate in shock. "Yingwen, did your boyfriend buy all these?" The two vain girls stared intently at the bags with tags still attached, their eyes wide, throats dry. Just looking at the logos, they knew it was no less than 50 or 60,000. Could it be that they really misjudged him? Yi Yingwen's seemingly ordinary boyfriend was actually a deeply hidden wealthy heir, and he was so handsome that one couldn't look away. The two felt a pang of envy forcing smiles on their faces, jealousy quietly tightening around their heart. In the next 2 days, Su Ruizha prepared compressed rations, purification tablets, high energy, canned food, hemostatic bandages, and insect repellent spray. All the necessities for survival in the wild, each item entering the storage space. This time he was heading deep into the mountains of South Vietnam to seek arms where the terrain was steep, the forests vast, and poisonous insects and miasma were rampant. He needed to secure every possible chance of survival. After settling the club's affairs, he made a special trip to visit Zhou Huimin and her grandson before leaving. He handed them 10,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash and arranged for Amin to transfer to a well-reputed, strictly managed middle school. In the past, Amin's family was poor, and her looks caught attention, inevitably attracting some cold stares and scheme. Without a second thought, Su Ruizha sent Dezue Yao and about 10 capable subordinates directly to the new school gate to make their presence known. He pulled out the troublemakers who had been bullying classmates for years and collecting protection fees in the corners of the playground, confronting them to talk, instantly deflating their arrogance. He left a harsh warning: if anyone laid a finger on Amin, brother Zay would make them walk with crutches for the rest of their lives. At 15 or 16, those young boys, brimming with youthful vigor, respected such decisive and ruthless characters. Upon hearing rumors of Su Ruizha challenging 3 gangs in Yau Ma Ti and sweeping through gambling dens in Causeway Bay overnight, they all nodded vigorously, eyes shining, eager to acknowledge him as their big brother and follow him into the underworld. Unexpectedly, just a few days later when Amin was buying breakfast at the school gate, several senior boys called her sister-in-law in unison. Even the cafeteria lady dished out an extra scoop. This incident spread, becoming a laughingstock. The night was heavy and Butterfly Bay was quiet, with only the muffled sound of waves crashing against the rocks. An old fishing boat barely capable of holding 10 people slowly approached the shore, rocking gently like a weary waterbird. Suruasia brought the two aboard, and the boat immediately departed, cutting through the dark sea heading towards deeper shadows. He leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the silent village in the distance, Butterfly Bay. The territory was not small, but it was desolate with sparse residents, a typical impoverished area on Hong Kong Island. The only sign of life was a small dock secretly receiving illicit ferry passengers. But Suruasia knew well in a year's time the Hong Kong government would pour in substantial funds to build a deep-water port capable of accommodating Tinthasandin giants. At that time, this desolate muddy shore would soon transform into a valuable golden dock. This piece of prime real estate was too large, even a single bite could be overwhelming. He squinted, lightly tapping the side of the boat with his knuckles. Since he held the initiative, he couldn't just stick to the old ways and reap dividends. Grasping Butterfly Bay in his palm was the baseline, but Suruasia was no longer content with street conflicts and collecting protection fees. He had his sights set on land construction sites, cargo ships, and logistics. Real businesses that could take root and snowball. With over 300 days left, the urgent task was summed up in one word: reap. In central Guangdong province, in a small village wrapped in waves of rice. Under the scorching noon sun, Li Jintong squatted on the ridge, slowly lighting a cigarette. Those eyes that once aimed for the bullseye and could distinguish wind speed and bullet trajectory were now blank, like two dry wells, no longer reflecting the sharpness and heat of the military camp from years ago. A year after retiring, the hoe was back in hand, and life once again treaded in the muddy footprints of his ancestors. He had stared at the field beneath his feet more than once, dazed. Was this life really just about bending over, grinding his spine into the soil bit by bit? Looking at his father hunched like a bow and his older brother whose face was already lined with ravines at just over 30. These were clearly reflections of himself 10 years hence. A suffocating frustration pressed against his chest, but what could be done? As the smoke burned out, he extinguished the cigarette, and grabbed the hoe, heading into the field. Just a few steps in, he suddenly heard someone in the distance shouting, "Dongzi! Dongzi! Someone's looking for you!" At the village entrance, Uncle Air stood by the drying field next to a tall and sturdy man dressed in a neat shirt and trousers, wearing a shiny watch. Clearly someone from the city. But this face. The more he looked, the more familiar it became. He hurried over, and the other party grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Li Jintong's body trembled, and he blurted out, "Squad leader." Before he could finish his sentence, he rushed over, grabbing Surua's arm, his voice cracking, "Squad leader, what are you doing here? You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Came to see you, and brought some things along." Suruasia laughed heartily, his fist thumping against his chest, solid as, "Let's go home and talk." Li Jintong's home consisted of a few low wooden houses, one side housing him and his parents, while the other side squeezed in his brother's family. His 2 nephews and 1 niece were already gathered around the table, their little noses twitching, their eyes glued to the bag Suruasia had left. Inside were candies, pastries, enamel cups, and 2 Magic City watches, one for his father and one for his brother. At that time, a watch could buy half a pig, but for Suruasia, it was merely a casual gift. He certainly couldn't show up empty-handed at someone's door. Besides, Li Jintong wasn't single, he had a whole family behind him. Come, everyone come over, don't be shy. Grab whatever you want, it's all for you." Seeing the 3 kids shrink back in the doorway, Suruasia smiled, opening the bag, pulling out milk, candies, and biscuits, and stuffing them into their hands. "Thank you, uncle." As the timid voices faded, the 3 little ones dashed off, laughter echoing into the lush rice. "Squad leader, what is all this?" Suru's generosity made Li Jintong feel uncomfortable, not knowing where to place his fingers. "I just returned from Hong Kong." He swiftly opened a pack of cigarettes, sharing one with Li Jintong. As the flame flickered, the cigarette tip lit up, and he exhaled a thin mist, his voice low and steady. "Huh." Before long, Suruasia laid out his intentions. Like Ho Weidong, Li Jintong almost didn't hesitate. After a moment's resolve, he agreed on the spot. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he too would be worn down by this place, ending up like his father and older brother, living as a docile shell, bending over backwards to please even the smallest official. He had to leave Hong Kong. Just uttering those 2 words made his chest burn with desire. Good. First settle your family, then head to Guangzhou to meet up with Hosey and Laohua. I still need to find others. That's wonderful. Are Hosey and Laohua there too? Who else? Dazhuang, Lao Pao, Huazi. No one's missing. It's been so long since we last saw them. I truly miss them. How splendid it would be if all our old brothers could reunite once more. Li Jintong murmured softly, a faint glimmer shimmering in his eyes. They will reunite, and even more will return. Lao Pao was a hardened reconnaissance soldier, bold yet meticulous, his hands stained with the blood of over a dozen enemies. Yet during an ambush, a grenade detonated beside him, and searing flames instantly engulfed his entire body. It was Suruasia who dragged him back to cover under a hail of bullets, and shrapnel pressing wet mud hard against his sizzling blistered flesh. But the wounds were catastrophic. His chest and back charred black and grotesquely peeled, his uniform fused to raw ruined meat. The army surgeon shook his head. If he survives 72 hours, it'll be by heaven's grace. No one imagined he'd cling to life, gritting his teeth, enduring the unbearable. Due to the severity of his injuries, he was discharged before the war ended and returned home to his village. Thanks to his battlefield merits, local authorities assigned him a quiet ceremonial post. Yet not a single day brought him joy, not only because his body throbbed with unrelenting agony, but also because he couldn't bear the furtive, flinching glances of neighbors. Half his face had been utterly consumed by fire, pitted, twisted, so disfigured that even 3-year-old children shrieked and burst into tears at the sight of him. No one spoke to him, no one visited, and certainly no one dared introduce their daughter to this ghost-faced man. Day after day, only silence kept him company. That evening he dragged himself home, head bowed low, desperate to slip inside unseen, away from every gaze. Yet out of the corner of his eye something flickered, a figure standing quietly across the street watching him intently. He jerked his head up and froze, rooted to the spot. Squad, squad. His throat tightened, his lips cracked, and trembling could utter only breathy, broken syllables. Yet his eyes instantly burned, vision blurring with sudden tears. Lao Pao wept like a child lost for years. This iron-willed man curled his shoulders, shedding 2 years of solitude, grievance, and pent-up despair. Su Ruijia's eyes reddened. He said nothing, only silently offered a cigarette, lit it, then handed another. Ash rained steadily from his fingertips. Only when dusk bled into night did their emotions begin to settle. I've come to take you to Hong Kong. Medical technology has advanced tremendously. I consulted experts specifically. With several rounds of reconstructive surgery, full recovery is entirely possible. Really? Can I look like my old self again? Lao Pao's voice trembled uncontrollably. Yes, you'll recover. Though, Su Ruijia smiled gently as he clapped him on the shoulder, you won't be quite as handsome as before. Lao Pao shook his head, still quivering faintly. I don't care about looks. I only wish to stand tall and unashamed, without hiding, without bowing my head. To simply live as an ordinary man. Su Ruijia's throat tightened. He said nothing, only pressed firmly down on his shoulder. It'll all get better. Back then the squad Su Ruijia led had 11 men. But when the smoke cleared, only 9 returned alive. Over the next few days he paid solemn visits to the families of 2 fallen comrades, leaving money quietly behind, sitting in silent companionship for hours before departing. Though they were gone, loyalty endured. The burdens that belonged to him, he would carry every ounce without exception. Guangzhou. As the long-distance bus ground to a halt, Su Ruijia spotted Huitingyan and Ho Weidong waiting by the roadside, alongside Li Jindong and Lao Pao, who had arrived early. Beside them stood 4 more familiar figures, all former squadmates. Squad leader. Squad leader. 7 or 8 broad-shouldered men surged forward, their laughter shaking leaves from the treetops. Dazhuang. Huazi. Tank. Dagu. Ha. Su Ruijia charged ahead, delivering a firm, affectionate thump to each shoulder, grinning ear to ear. These 4 were Miao Jingzhuang, Zhang Lihua, Sun Mingyong, and Go Wenjia. Together with Lao Pao, Ho Weidong, Li Jindong, and Huitingyan, and the 2 comrades who now rested eternally, the full squad was finally whole once more. Dazhuang lived up to his name. Broad-shouldered, thick-limbed, towering like an iron pagoda, his face perpetually wearing a simple, almost dull innocence. But don't be deceived by that exterior. He was at heart a silent leopard. How could one survive the razor's edge of reconnaissance duty without sheer grit? Later he would have ranked among the world's elite special forces operators. Firearms, hand-to-hand combat, infiltration, demolition. Every discipline mastered, every skill honed to lethal precision. Zhang Lihua, by contrast, possessed striking, refined features. In Su Ruijia's eyes, among all his brothers, only Zhang came close to matching his own bearing, but still fell just short, like a star dimmed beside the moon's radiant halo. As for Tank and Dagu, there was little to elaborate upon. They embodied the archetypal soldier, cropped hair sharp as steel, spines rigid as ramrods, chests thrust proudly forward. Each man forged like a steel nail, stamped fresh from the mold, crisp, resolute, and fiercely alive. These 4 had been tracked down separately by Huitingyan and Ho Weidong. Upon hearing Su Ruijia's purpose, they didn't hesitate, not a second's pause. Immediately pledging, we follow Su Ruijia. They had been reconnaissance soldiers, stepping over minefields, wading through fire lines, watching comrades collapse into mud and never rise again. The scars left by that war weren't on their skin. They were carved deep into the heart, crusted over, aching faintly with every passing year. After discharge, plunging headlong into civilian life felt like drowning in alien waters. Conversations slipped past them, rhythms eluded them, even walking felt like trudging through cotton, every limb unnaturally stiff. Now with old brothers reunited, and a mission pointing straight to Hong Kong, that glittering realm of neon lights and overflowing wealth. Who could resist? Without hesitation, the 4 nodded vigorously, like hammers striking nails. A dozen strapping young men in their early 20s filled the bus carriage, drawing frequent glances from fellow passengers. Yet one glance at their stances, their gazes that coiled unyielding intensity, and everyone understood, instantly responding with warm, knowing smiles. The Vietnam War had barely cooled, people's hearts still burned with fervent warmth, and soldiers to them were. Knowing these men had bled for their country, some quietly raised thumbs in silent salute, others stood upright and rendered crisp, formal military salutes directly to Su Ruasia and his men. That night, gathered around a roaring brazier bowls, clinking words tumbling fast, they shared news of their lives, and recalled mountain outposts drenched in mist, jungle ambushes slick with rain, the quiet rhythmic count of bullets in the dark. When talk turned to fallen comrades, some wiped tears and others threw back their heads in booming laughter. Laughter laced with choked sobs, tears steeped in stubborn pride. At midnight, Su Ruasia escorted them aboard a smuggler's skiff bound straight for Hong Kong, while he himself turned westward, boarding a bus into Guangxi province, then slipping silently across the border into South Vietnam to locate the cache of arms. Not because he doubted these brothers. Bringing them along would indeed make the journey safer. But a problem arose. How could he explain the sudden disappearance of an entire weapons stockpile? Could he possibly say, "I possess an invisible warehouse. I simply lift my hand and absorb it"? His spatial storage chamber was a secret as vital as his own lifeblood. Moreover, his enhanced physique was now vastly superior. Dense jungles teeming with toxins, lurking predators, armed checkpoints. He had the confidence to brave them alone. South Vietnam, Quang Tin province. Amidst vast mist-shrouded mountains, a man clad in traditional southern Vietnamese robes moved with deliberate grace. His gaze eagle-sharp, scanning tree shadows, rock crevices, river bends. Each step light, precise, unwavering. Though defeated in war, anti-Chinese sentiment still smoldered like wildfire. Any misstep could ignite disaster. Su Ruasia had perfected his southern Vietnamese pronunciation, yet nearly exposed himself twice. With no alternative, he acted decisively, clean, efficient, leaving no trace. Relying on dried rations and fresh water stored within his spatial chamber, he traveled only by night, resting by day inside the vault-like safety of his hidden space, pushing relentlessly through mountains and forests for 3 grueling days until he reached Quang Tin province. 2 more days passed as he combed treacherous cliffs and dense vine-choked jungles, until at last he located the cave concealed within a fissure in the rock face. Its entrance differed slightly from online photographs he'd studied, yet the mountain's contours, the river's course, the straightest tilt, all matched perfectly. This was it. He pushed aside dead branches and tangled vines, switched on his flashlight, and ducked inside. After 50 meters, the beam struck a blinding wall of green, entirely filling the cavern. Stacks of olive green wooden crates piled ceiling-high, layer upon layer, vanishing into the distant yawning darkness. Su Ruasia's throat constricted, his breath caught heavy and slow. He knew these crates held precisely what he had crossed continents to claim. He wrenched open the lid of the nearest crate. 5 assault rifles lay nestled in moisture-resistant padding, jet black, gleaming with fresh oil, pristine enough that not a single scratch marred even their trigger guards. Click. Snatching up one rifle, he flipped off the safety rack the bolt and fired decisively. The sharp crack of the firing pin echoed, sharply reverberating through the silent cavern. Smooth. Effortless. M16. He whispered low, but his eyes blazed with fierce incandescence. This weapon, the U.S. Army's flagship infantry rifle, adopted after World War II and remaining frontline equipment for half a century, was still actively deployed when Su Ruasia crossed over from his original timeline. Nicknamed the Black Widow, its lethality was fearsome, nearly 1 meter long, weighing precisely 3.5 kilograms, effective range 600 meters, 30-round magazine. Pull the trigger and bullets poured forth like water. A true reaper on the battlefield. Though he'd never fired one in combat, its name was etched deep into the bones of. Setting the M16 aside, he strode to the cavern's center and lifted the lid of another crate. His eyes widened, his pulse quickening anew. MP5 submachine guns, compact at 700 millimeters, firing at 800 rounds per minute. Designed expressly for urban warfare. Narrow alleys, labyrinthine stairwells. Today it was the indispensable tool of Western police forces and underworld syndicates alike. In close quarters combat, alleyway skirmishes, corridor raids, the MP5's suppressive hail of fire was utterly overwhelming. After prying open 7 or 8 sealed metal crates, Su Ruasia's fingers tingled numb, but his heart burned, seared beyond sensation. The Americans truly spared no expense. Their arsenal was a gilded mountain of munitions, their individual gear dazzling, making his mouth go dry with envy. This hidden cavern wasn't merely stuffed with M16s and MP5s. It overflowed with sidearms, shotguns, grenades, blocks of high explosives. Even 40 shoulder-fired grenade launchers sat neatly aligned, more agile and accurate than RPGs, ideal for blasting rooftops, demolishing cover, clearing blind corners. One shot, one kill. Everyone knew the RPG, the iconic rocket launcher seen in films, hoisted on his shoulders to bring down helicopters. By contrast, the U.S. M79 fired 40mm rounds, delivering reliable lethality within 400 meters. Single-shot, manually triggered, brutally efficient. It fired high-explosive, smoke, armor-piercing, incendiary, and illumination rounds. Versatile, adaptable, mission-ready. Each U.S. Infantry squad once included a dedicated grenadier, hence precisely 40 launchers in this cache. Before euphoria fully subsided, Su Ruasia forced himself to steady his breathing and stared at this armory. Mind racing, he had struck gold. Equipping his brothers with this entire arsenal, arming them to the teeth, would make conquering Hong Kong not mere bravado but cold hard certainty. With the end of World War II, the empire on which the sun never sets was severely weakened, and its global colonies began to break free from their shackles, leaving the homeland's military forces stretched thin and overwhelmed. The garrison on the island consisted of merely a single infantry company, pitifully inadequate. Moreover, the British Army was known for its streamlined structure characterized by low fire density and slow equipment updates, resulting in limited combat effectiveness. This meager company against the backdrop of American military technology was nothing more than a mere appetizer, fragile enough to crumble at the slightest touch. As he hastily sorted through his equipment in his spatial storage, he quickly verified the quantities. Once the cave was completely emptied and all possessions were accounted for, the records were meticulously organized. The most abundant are the M16 assault rifles. The standard combat weapon of the American military. Every frontline soldier had one, and here there were a full 800. 300 M1911 pistols, which is somewhat lacking in comparison. Su Rui's frowned and shook his head. According to American military protocol, handguns were only issued to officers, special positions, and logistics personnel, resulting in their numbers being far inferior to rifles. Assault rifles had great power, but Su Rui's had no intention of launching a full-scale assault on the island. Gang conflicts could be managed with a few rifles. In a real fight, the agility, concealment, and ease of hiding provided by handguns were essential. Rifles served more as a deterrent. Should the M16s be openly displayed in Hong Kong, London would likely convene an emergency cabinet meeting overnight. These big guys are for future use. Places like Malaysia and Indonesia are in desperate need of such solid goods, he silently calculated. In total, 800 M16 assault rifles, 300 M1911 pistols, 200 MP5 submachine guns, 50 Remington M870 shotguns, 40 M249 light machine guns, and 40 M79 grenade launchers. What made his heart skip a beat was that in the corner lay 3 brand new sniper rifles glistening with oil. Just looking at the scale of the firearms, this was undoubtedly a complete set of light weaponry configuration for an American mountain infantry battalion. Additionally, ammunition piled up like a small mountain rifle rounds, pistol rounds, shot pellets, grenades, anti-personnel landmines, and an array of grenades. High explosive, armor-piercing, incendiary, all accounted for. This batch of supplies was sufficient to sustain a battalion through a high-intensity mountain assault and defense. It's a pity, though, not a single artillery piece was found. Su Rui's clicked his tongue, expressing his regret. Not to mention heavy artillery, even heavy machine guns were nowhere to be seen, only 40 light machine guns to maintain the facade. It seemed this was a mountain battalion specialized in tackling hard targets. Interweaving through dense forests, climbing rocky cliffs, and conducting short-range assaults were their main tasks. Heavy firepower was simply not part of their operations. Su Rui sighed, inwardly feeling unsatisfied. After the last box of ammunition was emptied, he meticulously wiped away all footprints, fingerprints, and scratches within the cave before turning to leave, striding purposefully toward Hong Kong. Having spent 10 days in South Vietnam, and then more than 10 days traveling through the mainland, it had been nearly a month since he left Hong Kong. Not only was Ying Wen, who often spaced out in class, thinking of him, but someone had also put him into their schedule. Blue Ocean Bar. Moonlight poured gently onto the street from outside, while inside the bar the beat pulsed violently, the bass vibrating the glasses into a buzzing sound. Song Yanan sat alone at the bar, her fingertips pinching a cocktail glass, her lips slightly pursed, yet her gaze repeatedly swept to the entrance. In the past half-month, this was her 3rd time stepping in here, but each time Su Rui's was absent. When will Su Rui's return to Hong Kong? I really have something important to discuss with him. She felt urgency, the kind that was like fire burning at her eyebrows. With her heart racing like a burning ember, she had to find Su Rui's to extinguish it. Yet Ah Tian could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He truly did not dare to treat this Miss Song lightly. The boss had likely already charmed her into bed. Zego has returned to the mainland, and he said he would be back in half a month. I've completely lost contact on my end. Yet looking at the calendar, it was almost a month, and Ah Tian himself was in a state of anxiety. The boss had called 3 times in a row, specifically requesting to see Su Rui's. The Loyal Gang and the Hehe Union had seemingly called a truce, but secretly minor skirmishes had not ceased, and new players had emerged. Unknown wild dogs sniffing around the borders. The boss was shouldering a heavy burden, yet at this moment, Su Rui's had withdrawn. Before his words had even finished, the corner of Ah Tian's eyes twitched, his gaze abruptly fixing on the doorway. A tall figure stepped through the door, dusty and unwashed, but radiating vitality. Zego, you've returned. Song Yanan suddenly turned around, her eyes lighting up spectacularly as she rushed forward, her fingertips almost brushing against his sleeve. You finally came back. Not even a word. Her voice was sweet like honey. Did you miss me? Su Rui's leaned against the door frame, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze sweeping over her brow and eyes. I did. I missed you so much. She nodded vigorously, her gaze roaming over his face. He had gotten a bit tanned, his jawline more defined, and an overwhelming sense of wildness emanated from him. Last time I held a celebration, I wanted to invite you to have a drink. But I couldn't find you anywhere in the city. You, on the other hand, left without a word, as if you had evaporated. She shot him a reproachful glance, her eyes reflecting a mix of 3 parts grievance and 7 parts playful blame. Su Rui's felt a chill at the nape of his neck. If he had been in Hong Kong at that time, he might not have dared to show up. If no one recognized him slipping into the wedding scene, might have allowed him to seize a thrilling moment in the interval when the bride changed her outfit. But unfortunately, he had already faced Huang Laoban, reporting himself as the plumber. To arrive as a guest now, Huang Laoban was no fool. My pipes are blocked again, she murmured softly, her eyelashes fluttering like a fan. Could you possibly run over one more time? Those sparkling eyes made Su Rui's throat tighten instantly, reminding him of that sultry summer night. Her warm palms, slightly parted lips, and the fine sweat beading at her collarbone. Where's your husband? He went on a business trip and won't be home for the next couple of days. Even if he were here, he wouldn't be able to handle this job. Happy to help. He nodded with a smile, his voice deep and warm. For over 20 days, he had traversed mountains and valleys, slogging through muddy forests, his mouth feeling bitter and his tongue tasting of rust. At this moment, encountering a familiar beauty like Song Yanan made his body heat up faster than his mind could process. But I have to deal with some other matters tonight first. No problem, she said, a smile curling at her lips, her joy spreading from the corners of her eyes to her mouth. I'll wait for you. After sending her upstairs to rest, Su Rui's waved to call Atian. Initially, he planned to leverage this connection with Song Yanan to get in touch with Zhao Yaji. However, unexpectedly, while he hadn't yet made any headway with Zhao Yaji, Song Yanan had turned into an entangling vine he couldn't shake off. Every few days he would hear complaints about burst pipes and backflow in the drainage system. Atian, how many brothers do we have now after the recruitment I instructed earlier? Before leaving, he had made it clear: expand the team and recruit aggressively. No matter how large the business territory grew in the future, the foundation of the gang must remain solid. That was the sheath protecting all their financial routes. Zegu, we've recruited about 30 more, and there are now over 60 people in total. But with more people, the expenses are snowballing. If it weren't for the reserve fund you left us, would have been in dire straits by now. Atian rubbed his hands together, his smile tinged with sincerity. The gang was not made of paper. Young members needed to receive monthly salaries, and venues had to be maintained. Currently, there were only 2 nightclubs, 3 bars, and the safety fees from 2 streets. Feeding 60 mouths was indeed a struggle. Not to mention Su Rui's had also brought back 8 close brothers. However, he had no intention of letting them enter the public view of the underworld. He planned to quietly mold them into a hidden dagger, specifically to cut through those unsavory tasks. Putting up a security company sign was the most suitable approach. Continue recruiting, don't worry about the finances, I'll fill the gaps. He called in to Zui Yao, and Xiao Rinchong reviewed the matters of the hall, and then headed straight toward the bar. Song Yanan was resting her chin on her hand, lightly tapping the rim of her glass, as if waiting for a long anticipation. Though she was now a married woman, every gesture of hers still exuded a vivacious energy, and right now a man was circling around her, sweet-talking her like he had smeared honey on his lips. Huang Laoban marrying such a remarkable person was like adding wings to Su Rui's. I'm a director, and I'm preparing a new film. The more I see you, the more I feel that you are the female lead in my script. The speaker was a short, chubby fellow throwing what he thought was a suave smile toward Song Yanan. He was well-versed in this game. First, he threw out the female lead title as bait, then charmed the girl into a state of glee, prompting her to approach him. Those naive girls truly believed that climbing up the branch meant becoming the lead, and so their actions grew more and more bold, even allowing him to take their hands and drape an arm over their shoulders. But in the end, where was the female lead? He was merely an assistant director struggling to get even a name credit at Shaw Brothers, at most landing a minor role. But this time he had hit a hard wall. Song Yanan simply smiled, her eyes shimmering, neither nodding nor shaking her head, watching him like a comedic performance. As he was speaking animatedly, his throat dry, he suddenly felt a hand patting his shoulder. Not too heavy, yet not too light. Hey fatty, you have the guts to hit on my girlfriend. The chubby fellow turned sharply, only to collide with a sharply defined face. The other person was tall and long-limbed with bright features. He had to look up just to see the other's Adam's apple. Standing before him, his own body felt utterly deflated. Friend, which gang do you belong to? I had my eye on this, he shouted with a frown. He had been eyeing this girl for nearly half an hour, and just when he was about to make his move, a handsome young man suddenly appeared to disrupt things, setting his heart ablaze. Which gang am I from? I've mixed with the Chu Army's waterways for a while, and now I'm considering switching to the Han Army's main road. Su Rui's laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Song Yanan. Chu-Han contention. Completely unrelated. The two of them froze for a moment. The chubby fellow blinked, then suddenly reacted, his eyes widening in shock. Song Yanan felt her ears flush with embarrassment, lightly hitting his chest, while scolding, "You're so naughty." The chubby fellow's heart sank. Seeing the beauty leaning against him laughing so sweetly, he knew he was She's yours. Oh, I'm leaving. He turned decisively, slipping away. He was no fool. Behind Su Rui's Ation had already gathered 5 or 6 sturdy men, their biceps bulging with veins, and their tattoos intimidating, clearly not to be trifled with. Even if he were foolish, he understood that this person was no ordinary rich kid. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Just as he raised his foot, he heard Su Rui's call out in a deep voice, "Wait." Before the words were finished, 2 tough-looking youths had already blocked his path on either side. The chubby boy immediately switched to a flattering smile, turning his head with a pitiful expression. "Boss, I really didn't lay a finger on her. Not even a touch on her fingertip. Please spare me, don't take it to heart." In places like this, being surrounded and beaten up by 7 or 8 gangs is no small matter, and even if his father had some connections, he couldn't suppress these desperate rogues. The world of Jianghu is treacherous, and gangs never act with reason. I'm not joking with you, let's get serious. If you can't stay at Xiao Group, come work with me. Opportunities abound, you won't miss out on any. Su Ruai spoke in a calm tone, casually patting him on the shoulder. The gentle pressure made his heart sink. The chubby boy was still dazed, only to see him wrap his arm around Song Yanan and elegantly disappear at the bar's entrance. In the car, Song Yanan tilted her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Is that person really a director? I almost thought he was a street vendor selling plaster. You actually think highly of him, aren't you, in the gang? How does that relate to filming a movie? Tonight, she drank happily, sitting in the passenger seat, her chatter nonstop. How is it unrelated? I'm planning to start my own film company. Su Rui's held the steering wheel with one hand, driving steadily and stylishly. This chance encounter tonight was purely accidental. However, the moment he saw that round-faced young man, he recognized him. The genius Wang Jing. The commercial film maestro of Hong Kong Island, the one most capable of handling box office and understanding audience tastes. Yet now this person was still running errands at Xiao Group, not even having warmed the director's chair. There were still 2 years until he directed his first work. Su Rui's felt the urge to recruit him, not for any other. If you ask anyone from Hong Kong Island in the 1980s, what industry makes the most money? Finance, real estate, film. And which business most conveniently turns dirty money clean? It's still these 3. In the future, the undercurrents in his hands would only grow more tumultuous, and his daily expenses would never cease. He must find a respectable, yet discreet outlet. Filming movies is the smoothest hidden channel. As for how to wash it, there are countless tricks. Inflating costs, splitting contracts, inflating actor salaries, reselling props. Which of these is less interesting than counting cash? If the actual cost of making a movie is only 1 million, you can easily report it as 2 million. This immediately cleans up 1 million. Even if the film receives poor reviews and the audience is sparse after release, it doesn't matter. Paying out of pocket to boost the box office, forcing 5 million in box office to become 10 million, also cleans 5 million. What's even more astonishing is negotiating directly with the cinemas. As long as it's not too outrageous, even the box office figures can be fabricated. Of course, these actions cannot avoid the cinema owners. Just for a 10 million Hong Kong dollar flow, a single cinema can take away over 4 million, almost half of the cake. A clear path gradually emerged in Su Rui's mind. He must hold onto his own cinema chain. Moreover, housing prices on Hong Kong Island would only soar like a rocket. Setting up a few cinemas in prime locations like Causeway Bay and Central, simply waiting for appreciation, would suffice for 10 years. However, this matter cannot be rushed. One must wait for the wind, for opportunities that slip through the cracks. The most pressing issue at hand is to establish the film company first. This is a golden signboard for attracting women. I heard that Lu something boasting about sleeping with half of the female stars in the Hong Kong circle. Su Rui's raised an eyebrow. By skill, by aura, by this face, why should he lose to that guy? The car slowly came to a stop, still at that hillside villa, still in that bedroom, filled with the scent of perfume, still that velvet large bed, still those 2 entangled lovers. The next morning, no passionate drama unfolded. Boss Wang was in Shenzhen negotiating a major business deal, stirring up a storm in the market, completely unaware that his own backyard was already lush and vibrant, bearing traces of the wind. Ace, you're so handsome, so talented, this little shabby car really doesn't suit you. Do you want me to get you one? As she was about to leave, Song Yanan leaned against the car door, her eyes sparkling, her fingertips playfully tugging at his sleeve, reluctant to let go. Su Rui's was indeed impressive, the kind of exhilarating vigor that Huang Jiwei's 3-second resolution couldn't even touch. A car. Where would you get so much money? He didn't think this Citroën was shabby at all, but as soon as he drove out of the Villa district, the streets were filled with Porsches, Benzes, and Lexuses, while his gray French car seemed like a common scholar who accidentally stumbled into a banquet of the wealthy, utterly out of place. From that Huang guy, Song Yanan said with conviction, as if she were merely saying she had a bowl of wonton noodles today. Su Rui's was momentarily at a loss for words. Using money earned through her husband's blood and sweat to buy luxury cars for her lover. This operation was textbook-level audacity. If this spending woman were really his wife, he might just have a heart attack on the spot. So, am I being kept by you? He forced a bitter smile and shook his head. However, Song Yanan's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly, sure. After a pause, she raised a finger and cheerfully added, "But Aji, you must hold back. She's my best friend." Su Ruai smirked inwardly, so there was a hidden agenda here. She had already seen that he was interested in Zhao Yazi and was using money and charm in tandem to try and pin him down in the tender trap. But did she think she could buy him? No way. So what if she was a best friend? Best friends should sit in a row and enter his life together. The citron is quite handy. Oh, let's arrange a dinner for the three of us sometime. Before he even finished speaking, he had already stepped on the gas and sped away, leaving Song Yanan standing there stomping her feet in anger, gritting her teeth, and cursing scumbag. As the car turned out of the villa area, Su Ruai's headed straight for Yang Gufa's territory. He had no other business, just to show his face and get familiar, while also delivering this month's offering. He had 2 nightclubs, 3 bars, plus management fees for 2 streets. All sources of income were very limited. After all, he had only been in the industry for a few months, and his foundation was still shallow. Those fast money businesses like gambling dens, smuggling, and horse racing commissions, he didn't even qualify to touch. As for the darker lines of business, he had no intention of getting involved, nor would he in the future. After a month, the total income was 40,000 Hong Kong dollars. According to the rules, half was to be paid to the gang. 20,000, the remaining 20,000 had to support a bunch of brothers, and when all was calculated, only 10,000 remained in his pocket. Better than working for someone, but far from enough to spend. Now he had more than a dozen men under him for food, drink, daily needs, and gear updates. Everything required money. He had to quickly find a new path. After leaving Yang Gufa's, Su Ruai's pressed the accelerator towards Butterfly Bay. Back in Guangzhou, he had already instructed Monkey and Old Hua to keep a close watch on this area and buy up several old residences in one go. Currently, Butterfly Bay still looked like a fishing village with low-roof tile houses and desolate mudflats, and the housing prices were as cheap as giving them away. He had already drawn up a plan in his mind while the land price was still low. Hoard a batch of land. When the winds rise, he would shift the center of his power here inch by inch. Pushing open the courtyard door, Ho Weidong and the others were all inside. Su Ruai sat down on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the 8 brothers sitting in the living room, his voice deep, but filled with an unstoppable force. "Brothers, it's time to get serious." He had no intention of taking this group to mix at the docks, fight for territory, or collect protection fees. Those small profits were hardly worth the effort, barely enough to feed a few dogs. It was too degrading, too cheap. If they were going to do it, they should aim for something eye-catching, thunderous, something that would shake the entire Hong Kong island. The moment he finished speaking, the room came alive. Which of these people hadn't fought through bullets and rain? They were bold as lions coming to Hong Kong Island for a chance to turn their fortunes overnight. With Su Ruai's absent, previously Monkey and Old Hua had taken turns hosting, spending over 10 days wandering around Hong Kong Island. They were frequenting the neon-lit night spots, staying in hotels with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the sea, and spending bundles of Hong Kong dollars. It was then that they realized their past savings couldn't even cover the cost of a meal. They were painfully aware of their poverty, and urgency was a reality. Money-making was of utmost urgency. Especially after hearing where Monkey and Old Hua's money came from, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. As soon as he heard that Su Ruai's wanted to lead everyone to do something big, Li Jindong rubbed his hands together, his voice bright. "Boss, are we robbing a bank's vault? Robbing an armored truck? Or smashing a gold shop, kidnapping a rich man?" The others straightened up, their eyes shining. In their minds, doing something big meant breaking into a heavily guarded place, carrying out bags of loot. A bank? Not feasible now. Su Ruai's waved his hand. "The vault door is as thick as a tank armor. If the explosives aren't stable, the police will raid your back door first, and that amount of cash at the counter isn't even enough to cover all the brothers' smoke money. As for armored trucks, that's even less cost-effective. Usually they can only carry a few 100,000 at most, unless they happen to hit a special approval large order, but that requires solid intel, and we don't have that at the moment. And gold shops." He laughed derisively. "Whoever robs one is a fool. Gold looks valuable, but when it's time to cash out, a 50% discount is common, and getting it down to 30% isn't unusual. Robbing a shop, in the end you might pocket a few 100,000, but with 8 people sharing you wouldn't even hear a sound. More critically, these places are too conspicuous. As soon as something happens, it's on the front page of newspapers, rolling on TV, and the police set up a special task force. No peace until one of them is dead. It's just not worth it, and it's too hot to handle." "Boss, then what exactly are we aiming for?" The old timer spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. He was waiting for money to save his life. Skin grafting surgery couldn't be delayed, the medication couldn't be cut off, the cycle was long, and the expenses high. Su Ruai's could lend him money, but he refused to ask for it. He trusted Su Ruai's, but trusted his own life even less. Su Ruai's curled his lips and uttered 4 words: "Rob the gang." The gang. Everyone was stunned in unison. Wasn't Su Ruai's himself a gang member? Moreover, how much money could a gang have? Aren't they just a group of street thugs collecting stall fees and managing a few venues? Su Ruai's had anticipated this reaction. Not just them, how many people outside also think who in their right mind would join a gang if they had money? That's only for those who are left with no choice. The gang. Absolutely broke, at most a bit better off than ordinary workers. Wrong. Completely wrong. The real gangs have cash flows thicker than legitimate companies. They just make their money quietly, never boast about it. No one dares to rob gangs not because they don't have money, but because they fear for their lives. Who dares to tug at a tiger's whiskers? When Su Rui's first entered the industry just by collecting protection fees, he earned $40,000 per month. What about those dealing in drugs, gambling, and loan sharks? How much do they make in and out every day? Those businesses harm people severely, and every cent earned is soaked in black blood. Using it is only rightful. Black eats black, and it's justified. The best part is it makes little noise and has little impact. The police couldn't be happier for them to bite each other. They wouldn't even bother reporting the case clearance rate. After finishing his words, the temperature in the room noticeably rose. In their eyes, robbing a gang is even easier than robbing a bank. Those thugs have only mediocre skills, lacking even the equipment of bank security guards. Boss, which one should we target? Zhang Lihua slapped his thigh directly. The gangs in Hong Kong are numerous. One can't burn incense just anywhere, or else they would be dealt with by the rules of the underworld before the police even intervene. Boss, which one should we target? Zhang Lihua slapped his thigh directly. The gangs in Hong Kong are numerous. One can't burn incense just anywhere, or else they would. Everyone's eyes were bright, all staring intently at Su Ruizhou, waiting for his command. Pair up and immediately infiltrate the territory of the E-Gang to gather intelligence. Focus on their gambling dens and usury spots. Wherever there is the most cash flow, that is where we will strike. This operation is specifically aimed at the E-Gang. Wangbao. Lanka Street is a prime real estate area, just as lively as Qingshan Bay, firmly held in the hands of the E-Gang. As night fell and the neon lights flickered on, the crowd became lively. Ho Weidong and Zhang Lihua stood at the entrance of the Blue Duke Bar. They had already learned that this place, though appearing as a bar, was secretly one of the top underground casinos in Tunmun, with a constant stream of gamblers coming and going, raking in cash. As they pushed the door open, deafening music hit them. The two casually sat down at a booth, and after a few minutes they noticed people getting up one by one and heading towards a discreet little door. At the entrance stood two burly men, their eyes scanning like knives. The two exchanged glances and silently followed. You two look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Tunmun? The doorman blocked their way and asked. It's my first time here. I heard from a friend that there's real fun to be had. Zhang Lihua smiled and offered a cigarette, his movements natural as he casually opened his wallet. A thick stack of new bills inside. The two men grinned and stepped aside. In this place, cash is more effective than familiarity. All the money eventually has to obediently lie in the casino's cash drawer. Thanks, brother. The two responded cheerfully and strode through the small door, descending a sloping concrete staircase. As they turned a corner, the deafening voices erupted all at once. Dozens of gambling tables were laid out, surrounded by hundreds of people, their chips clattering together, shout, sighs, and laughter blending into one. The two walked to the chip exchange desk, each changing $500 into chips. A glance upward revealed several hardshell cases stacked neatly in the corner. Even if filled with small bills, they would be heavy enough to bend one's wrist. They casually placed a few bets, but after losing all their chips they frowned and turned to leave with a look of frustration. At the Butterfly Bay stronghold, boss, there's a lot of cash inside. Just for one night's turnover there must be at least hundreds of thousands. Zhang Lihua reported in a low voice. To him, hundreds of thousands was a fortune. However, Su Ruizhou just shook his head, saying, too little, not enough. Wait. For this amount it's not worth having 9 people risk their lives together. But that's already the fattest gambling den in Tunmun. Ho Weidong replied with a hint of regret. Last time he single-handedly took away 500,000, and now looking at this amount, he couldn't muster the enthusiasm. Especially since 9 pairs of eyes would be watching the split. Why would the E-Gang keep all their assets in a gambling den? The daily profits certainly won't just sit there untouched. This time you two will stay outside, closely monitor their cash trucks and the money couriers, and see where the money finally flows into. Su Ruizhou's voice was low, but each word hit the table with conviction. Ho Weidong and Zhang Lihua's hearts lit up as they immediately understood. Money does not sleep, it must be quietly moving at night. The two left the stronghold with renewed energy, diving back into the E-Gang's territory, hiding in the shadows to keep watch. 7 days later, they would all return to the stronghold to regroup. After consolidating information from various sources, Su Ruizhou finally pinpointed an abandoned factory that had been neglected for years along Yinghua Road. Brothers, just in these few days the E-Gang has likely moved millions into that factory. We can't delay any longer, we strike tonight. In the living room, Su Ruizhou surveyed the room, his finger striking heavily on the table. A hand-drawn map lay spread out on the surface, its lines crisp and markings clear. Not only did it outline the surrounding alleys, branches, and sentry positions of the factory, but even several internal warehouses, guard rooms, and metal partitions were clearly marked. For this group of veteran scouts, this task was as familiar as eating and drinking. Let's do it. The others, including Hosey and Old Hor, rubbed their fists eagerly, their eyes aflame with excitement, wishing to kick down the door and seize everything. However, Old Pal leaned against the wall with a bitter smile, scratching his head, and looked at Su Ruizhou. Boss, where are the guns? They couldn't just charge into a factory guarded by over 20 people with only a watermelon knife. According to what they had observed, the factory was well-armed, and the firepower was surely not weak. I've prepared them for you. They are definitely handy. Su Ruze's lips curled up, his eyes glinting as he lowered his voice. Come, let me show you something good. Before his words fell, he had already turned and walked quickly toward the basement. Old Pow and the others followed closely, entering one after another. As the door swung open, everyone halted in their tracks, holding their breath for a moment. What the hell? It's all guns. Boss, where did you get so much hardware? This is insane. The entire wall was densely packed with weapons, the cold steel barrels glinting ominously under the blue light, and the air seemed to be infused with the mingled scents of gunpowder and rust. The several men instantly went wild. They rushed in, hands flying, pulling, weighing, and grabbing weapons as if they were starving wolves that had just spotted meat. In their eyes, guns were not just metal lumps. They were lifelines, old friends, and lost dreams that they had longed for day and night after leaving the service. Bijit rifle. M1911. The current model used by the U.S. military, brand new. Old Pow clutched a pistol, his knuckles turning white and his eyes shining frighteningly. After 3 years out of service, this was the first time he held a real weapon again. The familiar surge of blood coursed through him instantly. Ho Weidong was crouched on one knee. With a click, he pulled back the M16's bolt, grinning widely. Black Widow. I've heard of your great name. Today, I finally get to touch you. De Zhuang let out a loud yell that nearly broke the ceiling. Damn. MP5. Shotgun. M249 light machine gun. And a single soldier grenade launcher. All fucking American factory new goods. Boss, you didn't just raid the Pentagon's armory, did you, eh? He spun around, holding the light machine gun, the barrel pointed at the wall, puffing air as he laughed like a kid who had just opened a toy box. He had only made a casual joke, but who would have thought? He was actually right. Su Ruasia had indeed brought over a complete set of equipment from a frontline supply point of the U.S. military. Moreover, this was just the tip of the iceberg. What he held in his hands was a full set of arms for a standard infantry battalion, enough for over 1,300 people. This basement merely contained the supplies for one platoon. M16, M1911, MP5, AM249, shotgun, grenade launcher, hand grenades, and personnel mines. All available for selection. There's no limit on bullets, take as many as you need. He wasn't boasting. The equipment list for over 1,000 U.S. soldiers was quietly resting in his encrypted hard drive at that moment. 9 people. That wouldn't even be enough to split half of the leftovers. In an instant, cheers erupted. Oh whoa, boss is mighty. Originally, they would have been grateful for even a gun that could fire, but who would have thought that Su Ruasia would directly provide them with a mobile armory? Everyone scrambled to pick out the best weapons, hoisting and cradling them, wishing they had 3 hands. Su Ruasia opened an aluminum ammunition box and pulled out a high-precision sniper rifle, handing it steadily to Zhang Lihua. Huazi, take perimeter security, keep a close watch on all exits. Yes, squad leader. Zhang Lihua blurted out, his voice trembling. He stroked the gun's body, his fingertips burning. The precision of the scope, the trigger travel, and the weight distribution of this gun were far superior to the old companion he had in the reconnaissance battalion. Indeed, he had once been the sharpest blade in the entire regiment, always ranking among the top 2 on the marksman list of the reconnaissance battalion. On the battlefield, he aimed for vital points, sealing throats with a single shot. This time, Su Ruasia had handed back to him the task he excelled at, sniping. Headshots. Soon all 9 were fully armed, with standard handguns at their waists and heavy firepower in their arms. 4 MP5 submachine guns, 3 M16 assault rifles, 1 high-precision sniper rifle, and 1 shotgun. De Zhuang still wanted to hoist the M249 onto his shoulder, only to be kicked by Su Ruasia on the calf. Are you trying to die? Are you going to carry a machine gun or gold bars back? Do you need to fight street battles with a few thugs? If you dare bring this into Hong Kong, he'll toss you into the sea to wake. However, even so, each person had 1 primary weapon and 1 secondary, fully loaded with ammunition and grenades, with enough firepower to flatten a medium-sized ambush. The last rule throughout the operation: no one is allowed to reveal their true identity. No names, no nicknames, not even the tone of your voice can give you away. From now on, we will only use code names to address each other. In the living room, the 8 stood in 2 rows, their backs straight and eyes intense. Su Ruasia stood firm, shouldering the M16. The barrel slightly lowered, his voice deep and crisp. This squad will be called Lone Wolf Special Assault Team. My code name is Wolf King. Now everyone report your code names. This name may be etched into your bones. Su Ruasia met the intense gazes of the crowd, his voice sharp as a knife, resolute and unwavering. Lone Wolf Special Assault Team. He aimed to forge a true pack of wolves, without rules, driven solely by instinct, not choosing the time, focusing on vital points, hunting silently, ripping flesh during the attack, and leaving no trace when consuming. And he was the alpha wolf, standing atop the mountain, overlooking the pack. Lone Wolf Special Assault Team. Old Pow and the others whispered in response, but their eyes sparked with flames, igniting one after another. Evening. In the dilapidated old factory of Inghua Dao, a man in a Wynard suit sat in the boss chair with his legs crossed, his polished Oxford shoes resting on the floor, a cigar flickering between his fingers. The man was Wang Bao, a well-built figure in his 30s, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, muscles taut like a bowstring, showing no signs of future corpulence. One thing remained unchanged: the fierce intensity between his brows, two piercing eyes like hawks locking onto their prey, heavy, cold, and unyielding. How much has been collected on the books? Without raising his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Ronnie, who sat across from him. His voice was low, yet it pressed down on the air, momentarily halting it. Ronnie was Wang Bao's right-hand man, handling most affairs within the organization, highly trusted. 5 gambling houses, 6 racetracks, 10 hotels, 15 bars and nightclubs, as well as smuggling routes watched by Xiangzi and the goods handled by Hong Ge. After deducting the daily expenses from all sides, we currently have 20 million in cash, all locked in the underground. If Long Ge inquires about this batch of money, how should we respond? His voice lowered slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bao Yi. On paper, this money was the collective income of the entire EZDUI. According to the old rules, half must be submitted to the leader. Though for someone at Wang Bao's level, it could be paid once a year, nonetheless the deadline for the payment was fast approaching. If the Funjiang Long truly clamped down on this issue, it wouldn't be something that could be brushed off with a few words. Wang Bao slammed his palm down on the table, the sound echoing as ash from the cigar fell. That old coffin lid. Let him come and take it himself. Refusing to vacate the leader's position, isn't he just trying to place a useless son in charge? What makes me Wang Bao any less than his piece of rotten mud? Nonsense. In terms of territory, connections, and brothers willing to fight, I've long deserved that seat of power. He shouted, veins bulging, his face reddened. His resentment towards the Funjiang Long had fermented not just for a day or two, but was a daily brewing storm. He dared to trample on the iron laws of the gang. He had no intention of turning over this money. Once this batch of Golden Triangle goods lands, half of the harbor's trade routes will be under my control. By then, who would dare to breathe under my nose? That chair needs a new occupant. He threw back a shot of strong liquor, his throat moving, ambition burning so fiercely it made his eyes sting. This batch of goods was so substantial that it could shift the entire market landscape. He intended to swallow it whole, eliminating all opponents in the process. That's why he was bold enough to pull out 20 million in cash, ensuring everything was foolproof. In the next few days, you stay here personally. Wang Bao fixed his gaze on Ronnie. I won't trust anyone else. Although this place was his longtime base, he had to leave tonight. His wife's pregnancy was unstable, and he didn't dare to be away. Rest assured, Bao Yi. Ronnie straightened his back. Over 20 brothers, all have blood on their hands, guns never leave their sides, bullets loaded. Even if the cops burst in with submachine guns, they won't make it through this iron door alive. His words about having blood on their hands were not empty talk. With over 20 guns, not to mention the other hard hitters Wang Bao secretly kept, this confidence allowed him to walk tall in the EZDUI, daring to stake a claim on the leader's position as if it were his own. All right, it's settled. I'm off now. Call me immediately if anything happens. Wang Bao patted Ronnie's shoulder heavily, his burly frame sinking into the car. The engine roared to life, and he vanished into the thick night. At the same time, Wang Bao drove away from his lair. 3 black cars almost synchronously sped out of Butterfly Bay. 9 men were divided across the 3 vehicles, each with a tense expression, their breaths stifled low like they were hiding in trenches back in the day. Bombardment imminent, yet they didn't dare to cough. They only lowered their heads, repeatedly checking the weapons in their hands: assault rifle, submachine guns, quick-draw pistols. Ammunition piled up enough to take down the governor's mansion. The radio frequencies were calibrated, the earphones crackling softly. Everything was tightly coordinated. Listen closely. No survivors shoot on sight. Once we have the money, retreat immediately. Su Ru's voice was gravelly like sandpaper on iron, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the air. Inside the vehicle and through the earpieces, a unified roar erupted. Understood. At 11 o'clock at night, the 3 cars quietly parked beside Inghua Road. 9 dark shadows simultaneously pulled down their hoods, their eyes fixated on the abandoned factory, shrouded in darkness. Su Ruasia raised a hand to point go. No sooner had the words left his mouth than all 3 car doors burst open at once. 8 figures in black surged forward, hoods over their faces, submachine guns held horizontally, swiftly forming a wedge formation as they dashed in. Zhang Lihua had already climbed to the rooftop of the adjacent factory. The sniper rifle steadied on the ventilation, ducked the crosshairs, slowly sweeping over every corner of the factory. Climb over the wall. The 3 muscular men crouched in a triangle. The 2 in the back used their strength to leap up, twisting their waists to deftly vault over the rusted wire fence. Inside the factory, the lights were bright and voices were loud. Most of Wang Bao's gunmen had not yet rested. Some slouched on the sofa munching chips, while others gathered around a table playing cards, dice clinking against cups. Strategist Ronnie leaned back in a leather chair, swirling half a glass of red wine, his eyelids half closed, a smile playing on his lips, calculating how much of the profit he could pocket after this deal. 20 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, an entire warehouse's worth. The noise in the factory drowned out the sound of the wind, but Ronnie's ears perked up suddenly, catching an unusual sound, like rubble hitting the ground or fragments rolling away. These days were crucial. The money was all locked here, and there could be no carelessness. He tapped his fingers on the wine glass, nodding towards the two men beside him. Simon, AJ, something's off outside. Go take a look. Got it, Ronnie. As the two stood up and reached for the door handle, Ronnie's expression suddenly stiffened. Crash. Several high windows shattered simultaneously. Shards of glass rained down like hail. Everyone inside jumped up, grabbing their guns, dropping to the ground, wide-eyed, moving as if shocked. But before they could redirect their guns, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of dark spheres broke through the windows, bouncing on the concrete floor a few times before rolling toward the crowd. Ronnie's pupils constricted violently, his throat swallowed hard, and he screamed, "Grenade!" Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions tore through the night sky, flames lifting the roof, shockwaves mixed with blood mist soaring into the air. The screams only lasted half a moment before cutting off, severed limbs flying, tables and chairs turned over. The entire factory felt as if it had been struck by a giant hammer, dust falling. As the first wave of explosions subsided, shadows flickered through the 4 broken windows. Not bombs, but for figures in black jumped through the windows, faces covered, MP5s firing tongues of flame. Wherever the gun barrels swept, corners that could hide people. Behind cabinets, under beds and sofa, seams behind steel frames. Bullets filled every spot. Da-da-da-da-da. The gunfire was sharp and piercing, ripping through the dead silence of the night. Following closely, a second group of 4 burst through the front door, assault rifles slung over their shoulders, bullets pouring out like water, sweeping horizontally and vertically, leaving no blind spots. Bombs. Who cares? Life is more precious than bullets. As long as the brothers were unharmed, that was the hard truth. This group, wielding submachine guns, truly experienced what it meant to have firepower as justice. Lavish, domineering, and exhilarating. Until Suruasia suddenly raised his hand, the gunfire ceased abruptly. The factory fell into silence. The dim emergency lights flickered weakly under the halo, lay chaos, charred bodies piled at odd angles, shell casings forming a shiny path, the air thick with the mingled stench of gunpowder and rust. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely, some bodies riddled with bullet holes, eyes bulging, staring lifelessly at the ceiling, not even able to close their eyes. Reload, each one, not a single survivor. Suru's voice was low and steady, devoid of emotion. His subordinates raised their guns, inspecting each body, pressing the barrels to foreheads, temples, and napes, pulling the triggers decisively. Suruasia stepped forward, suddenly spotting a corpse, face down, clothes muddy, indistinguishable from the others. But a dead person is still a dead person. Rigid fingers, blue earlobes, stagnant breath patterns. He had seen them countless times. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. The M16 spat fire. The bullet drilled into the back of that person's head with a dull thud, shattering the skull, brain matter mixed with blood splattering onto the floor. On the ground, Ronnie was covered in blood, but none of it was his own. At the moment he heard the grenade hit the ground, he had thrown himself down using the sofa's back as cover, barely enduring the first wave of explosions. Later, as machine gun fire poured down like a torrential rain, he curled up in a corner, only grazed by 2 bullets, one lodged in his outer thigh, the other piercing just above his abdomen, pain, searing, yet not hitting vital spots. At this moment he could only grit his teeth and play dead, not daring to twitch an eyelid. He could see clearly this group was well-equipped, their movements seasoned and ruthless, clearly desperate outlaws. He silently reminded himself, as long as he didn't move, breathe, or blink, perhaps he could still salvage his life. But the next second, with a sharp bang, the nearby man, pretending to be dead, had his skull blown off, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Ronnie trembled all over, cold sweat soaking his back, his teeth chattering, fingertips digging deep into the floor cracks. He knew that if he kept pretending, he would be the next one to have his head blown off. "I surrender. I really surrender," he shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking a hint of a sob. "Don't kill me. I'm useful. I know where the money is. I know how much Wang Bao has hidden. Spare my life, and he'll tell you everything." Seeing no one immediately raising their guns, he dared to tremble as he propped himself up, throwing away his gun, knees buckling as he knelt on the ground, hands raised above his head, nails turning white. Suruasia made no move to shoot, only holding his gun, stepping closer, military boots squelching in the pool of blood, making a sticky sound. "Where's the money? How much? Where is it hidden?" 20 million Hong Kong dollars. "All in the basement. I'll take you there." Ronnie spoke rapidly, eyes tightly shut, forehead pressed against the ground, not even daring to look up. Suru's eyes suddenly narrowed, a hint of surprise in them. He had long known Wang Bao had been secretly gathering funds, thinking it would be only a few $100,000 at most. He never expected it to amount to 20 million in cash. Such a figure likely drained the cash flow from all the venues under his command. There must be a major operation underway. 20 million Hong Kong dollars. What does Wang Bao want with so much cash? Suru's voice was as cold as ice. 20 million in cash piled up could fill 3 cargo vans. Where did Wang Bao get the audacity and connections to swallow it all at once? There must be an astonishing deal behind this. Upon hearing this, Ronnie's mind cleared up completely. This group was indeed targeting Wang Bao. But how could he get them to lay out Wang Bao's next move? His tongue was tied, his throat tightened. Yet Su Rui's gave him no chance to breathe. As the gun barrel shifted, a loud bang echoed again. The bullet tore through flesh, creating a fist-sized, gaping wound on the outer thigh. The fascia rolled back and blood gushed out. Oh! Ronnie howled like a livestock dragged to the slaughter, his screams piercing the air as his body convulsed wildly on the ground. I'll tell everything. All of it. Tears streamed down his face, his voice hoarse and distorted. Merchandise. Master Bao has taken all of it for trade. What merchandise? The goods exchanged for 20 million must be piled into a mountain, right? Enough to sustain half of the island for half a year. But I must admit, Wang Bao's boldness is truly remarkable. If he really consumes this batch of goods, he could immediately grasp the lifeline of half the island, securing his position as the leader, and then gradually swallow the Zhong and Exine factions, merging them into a new banner of Zhong Exine. Wang Bao is truly not to be underestimated. Transaction time. Location. Before Su Rui's words fell, Ronnie had spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Next Friday at 2 in the morning. By the tidal flats behind Ding Yuan village. After hearing this, Su Rui's nodded towards He Weidong. A bullet accurately pierced Ronnie's forehead. The immense impact flipped him over, landing on his back with wide eyes and dilated pupils, his death horrifically evident. Move the money. With a command, the iron door of the basement was blown open, bundles of Hong Kong dollars stuffed into black snakeskin bags, which were then loaded onto the vehicle. At the same time, the old cannon and his men unloaded gasoline barrels from the back of the cargo van, carrying hoses and dousing the factory with gasoline. The smell of oil was pungent, soaking the walls, floors, and severed limbs. Retreat. Su Rui's commanded in a low voice, and the team immediately executed tactical cover, swiftly evacuating the factory. The night was as dark as ink, and suddenly the entire factory exploded into flames, the fire soaring into the sky, flames licking half the heavens, thick smoke rolling like a raging tide. Half an hour later, the piercing sound of police sirens approached from afar. The police finally arrived on the scene. They couldn't be entirely blamed. The late-night assembly and coordination of personnel was time-consuming and labor-intensive. It wasn't until dawn that the fire was completely subdued. Inside the charred and collapsed factory, all traces were burned away, leaving not even a spider's thread. The police only unearthed 23 charred remains and scattered remnants of firearms from the ruins. Officer Huang confirming 23 corpses, all male, all died from gunshot wounds. The number of gunshot wounds varies greatly. The worst one has over 30 bullets embedded all over his body. We also found fragments of grenades on site, enough to confirm that the assailant was equipped with heavy firepower, extremely lethal. The forensic expert removed his rubber gloves, his voice tight, reporting to Inspector General Huang Qifa. Even after years in this line of work, accustomed to life and death, cold sweat beaded at his temple at this moment. So brutal. Many of the deceased hadn't simply fallen to gunfire, but had been swept into a honeycomb by submachine guns, their flesh plastered against the wall. Can we identify the deceased? Huang Qifa's face turned iron gray, his voice heavy, as if a stone was pressing down. The district had been engulfed in a bloody incident overnight, and he was under immense pressure from above and public scrutiny. This factory is owned by Wang Zilin, who died a year ago in a gang conflict. Wu Luoshi, dressed in a fitted black police uniform, stood tall and answered crisply. Which faction does he belong to? Yizidui. The leader is Wang Bao. Wang Bao. Huang Qifa slammed his fist on a charred beam, sending splinters flying. Here we go again. These bastards are getting crazier and crazier. Just looking at the trajectory of the bullets and the distribution of shell casings combined with the weapons held by the corpses, this was clearly a bloody gang conflict. On one side, it was undoubtedly Wang Bao's men, and on the other side, though they had yet to show themselves, they were certainly not ordinary fugitives, but likely another faction, armed to the teeth. The more he thought, the angrier he became back. Then they wielded machetes against machetes. At least there was some leeway. Now it was all about AK-47s and grenades equipped, as well as special forces. Damn. If the Flying Tigers really encountered this group of desperados, the outcome would be uncertain. Suddenly his brow twitched. Intensive gunfire arson to destroy evidence. This pattern is eerily similar to the case at Ma Dong's villa over a month ago, as if it were cast from the same mold. Officer Huang is referring to the assassination case of Ma Dong. Wu Luoshi inquired. Huang Qifa nodded. The assailant was swift and decisive, leaving not a single survivor on site, nor a trace of evidence. Ma Dong also belonged to a faction under He Lianqing. I suspect these two cases were committed by the same group. Immediately investigate any old and new factions with grudges against He Lianqing and Yizidui recently. Yes, Officer Huang. Wu Luoshi snapped to attention, her gaze sharp as a blade. Last time 9 lives were lost, this time 23 charred corpses. These people treat the police badge as decoration and the island as their own slaughterhouse. Just as he was speaking, a sudden uproar erupted outside the police cordon. Wang Bao stormed to the scene with 7 or 8 burly subordinates. Crime scene, no entry for unauthorized personnel. The on-duty officers nervously stepped forward to stop him. Wang Bao, however, completely ignored them, slamming his mobile phone to the ground, the plastic casing shattering and the battery flying far away. His eyes bloodshot, a low growl erupted from his throat. This is my territory. I come and go as I please. If you have the guts, handcuff me now. Come on. He spread his arms wide, wrists thrust forward, his bones turning white, resembling an enraged leopard ready to pounce and tear apart. The young officer, fresh out of police academy, still warm in his uniform, was pinned in place by the aura of murder, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, not daring to utter another word. Oomph. Wang Bao sneered, brushing aside the police tape and striding in. At this moment he had no regard for the police. His mind was consumed by a single thought. Had his money truly burned clean? The basement was utterly empty. Everything had turned to ashes, not a trace of the burnt bills to be found. Wang Bao stood frozen in place, his face dark as iron, suffocated by a palpable rage resembling a cornered beast ready to pounce. Behind him his subordinates hung their heads, not daring to breathe. Huang Qifa entered with his men, his brow furrowed in a tight knot, his gaze like a knife piercing straight at Wang Bao. Wang Bao, how did this escalate? Gunfight, arson, over 20 lives. You must give me an explanation today. To his surprise, before he could finish, Wang Bao suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, wildfires burning in his pupils, his roar shaking the glass. An explanation. I want an explanation. Who did this? If your police force doesn't catch anyone within 3 days, I'll personally tear down the police station's door. His voice was torn and raw, showing no regard for Inspector General Huang Qifa. At this moment his heart felt as though it was being repeatedly cut by a dull knife. Over 20 gunmen lying dead on the street equated to losing half his backbone. With the strategist Ronnie down, it was as if one of his arms had been severed. Yet those weren't the most painful losses. What truly pierced his heart was 20 million Hong Kong dollars gone. That was the capital he had quietly embezzled from the gang's public funds, preparing to swallow half the island's flower market. The money couldn't have burned to ashes. It must have been taken. Who was the one stabbing him in the back? He wished he could stuff that bunch of scoundrels' families into concrete barrels and sink them to the bottom of Victoria Harbor. Su Rui's had already slipped back to his lair, dropping a few bulging burlap bags onto the table, everyone's eyes shining, their mouths grinning from ear to ear. Big brother, we've hit the jackpot. A full 20 million. Ho Weidong and Li Jindong grabbed a few cans of Red Bull and chugged them down, cherishing it more fiercely than a first love. In this day and age, prices on the island had skyrocketed, yet 20 million was still an astonishing sum. Enough to buy several luxurious seafront apartments, enough to acquire a medium-sized industrial company. With this money, everyone could turn their lives around. The old cannon could even lie in the operating room for skin grafts, standing tall again. What good is just shouting? Dividing the money. Su Rui's laughed, slapping the table, and the room erupted into laughter, their howls echoing through the corridor. As usual, he was the alpha wolf, taking the biggest share. But this time there were more people, so dividing it 50-50 was no longer appropriate. According to the previous agreement, 40% went to Su Rui's, the remaining 60% was shared among the 8. He took away 8 million, the old cannon, and the others each received 1,500,000. Overnight, they all transformed from dirt farmers into millionaires. Everyone was ecstatic, but only old Hua and the monkey, who had initially followed Su Rui's in the kidnapping, remained calm, though their hands were still trembling. Only Su Rui's appeared composed on the surface, strolling with his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a leader. Yet inside he was already mentally tallying the 400,000 seized from Ma Dong, had half spent. The 1 million from the last kidnapping had not been touched. Now adding 8 million. Total assets of 920,000 plus a few treasured gold and jade ornaments. He could barely be considered to have crossed the 10 million threshold. But the island was filled with the wealthy, and this amount was truly insignificant. Relying on robbery could lead to sudden wealth, but it was hard to achieve greatness. Want to become a true tycoon? The road ahead is still long. But at this moment, this sum of money was his pivot to leverage the underworld. The possibilities were endless. After a frenzy of noise, Su Rui's raised his hand, and the laughter abruptly ceased. Hua Tingan and the others fixed their gazes on him. Brothers, the money is in hand, but the matter is not settled. His voice was not loud, yet every word struck the ground. Do you still want to earn more? Exactly, making money. This is the hard-earned blood and sweat money they risked their lives for, sweating and walking on a tightrope. Big brother, we are listening to you. Anything is fine. Li Jindong immediately chimed in. If before they were bound by loyalty, now it was the real cash that tied them together. No one doubted, no one dared to question. Next, let's keep robbing. Su Rui's declared firmly. Instantly a wave of excited cheers erupted from below. Who are we robbing? Each person rubbed their fists in anticipation, their freshly clenched cash not yet dry, but their hearts had already flown to the next target. This time we must target Wang Bao. Su Rui's stated decisively. Everyone froze. Who? Wang Bao. Big brother, didn't we just clean him out last time? De Zhuang looked dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. Yet Su Rui's grinned, revealing a knowing smile. Who said that after shearing a sheep you can't shear it a second time? Everyone was taken aback. It really made sense. which rule states that you can only pick one fat sheep to slaughter, and once done you must change the venue. But Wang Bao has already been emptied out. How much money does he have left in his pockets? Old Pao furrowed his brow, his knuckles unconsciously tapping on the table. Robbing while the fire blazes is indeed not very dignified, but who cares about face at this moment? As long as the money rolls, and what does face even matter? But the key question is, does Wang Bao still have any profits left to squeeze? He does. Su Rui's spoke with conviction, as if declaring an ironclad rule. Do you remember what Ronnie gasped out before he passed away? Wang Bao sacrificed himself to gather this sum of money. It was meant to secure that batch of flour, which also contained the tribute money piled up by Easy DUI. Now that the money has flown away, will the Funjiang Long treat him as anything more than a decoration? With no goods, no power, and no confidence, what can he use to keep those wolves from Easy DUI at bay? Wang Bao has only one way out. He must charge ahead with determination, clutching that batch of goods tightly in his grasp. As long as he secures the goods, he can use them as a token of allegiance, offering benefits to others, gathering support, and even turning the tables on his enemies. He has no retreat. Therefore, he must invest another huge sum to reclaim that batch of flour. Su Rui's voice lowered, yet his gaze burned bright like a blade. In his eyes, Wang Bao was the kind of fierce hero whose toughness was evident even in his very bones. The more desperate the situation, the more daring he became. Now that batch of flour was the only lifeline Wang Bao could grasp. It was a gamble he must take, wagering his entire fortune and life. From now on, keep a close watch on Wang Bao. The facts also confirmed Su Rui's judgment. In a fit of rage, Wang Bao had not completely lost his mind. He certainly wanted to root out that group of scum and chop them into minced meat, recovering every last cent. But what was burning in his mind was that batch of flour. He was acutely aware. He was standing on the edge of a cliff. The money that had been stolen was not pocket money, but the lifeblood of the gang. Half of it had to be sent directly to the headquarters, while the other half had to be distributed among his brothers and various leaders. Once the news leaked, not only would Funjiang Long not let him off, but the other members of Easy DUI would immediately step on his head to rise in rank. With the younger brother's hearts wavering, old enemies would also come sniffing for blood, tearing him apart until not a shred remained. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Wang Bao's flag could fall at any moment. That batch of goods cannot be spit out. Wang Bao gritted his teeth, his face dark enough to drip ink. He had fought tooth and nail with the Golden Triangle for 3 full months to swallow the entire line's share. As long as he consumes this batch of goods according to the original plan, he can monopolize half of Hong Kong's flour market, recovering his losses with profits. Even if someone disagrees, they will have to swallow it. Wang Bao would finally catch his breath, one by one pulling out the thorns. But what about the money? After so many years, the savings he had accumulated were still far from 20 million. Now where could he pry out this? At that moment, the phone in the study suddenly rang. Hello, this is Wang Bao. A deep, rough male voice came through. Wang Bao, what the hell did you do? I heard the fees were all taken, and over 20 brothers were killed on the spot. Damn your ancestors. Wang Bao's pupils constricted, and his expression turned venomous in an instant. The news had leaked. The factory had been attacked, and 20 million had vanished into thin air. It could no longer be contained. The caller was none other than his superior, the head of Easy DUI, Funjiang Long. The visitor was not friendly, and the killing intent was palpable. The two had long been at odds, and now that the handle was in someone else's hands, Funjiang Long would show no mercy. He had already been plotting how to elevate his son to a higher position. 20 million is the lifeblood of the gang, but what are you going to use to fill the gap? Can you still hold on to this seat of power? Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, meet at the headquarters. You must kneel and confess your guilt in front of the entire gang. Funjiang Long shouted before hanging up with a bang. Wang Bao clenched the phone, his knuckles turning white, 2 clusters of dark green flames burning in his eyes. Being scolded, he didn't even blink. What was truly fatal was tomorrow. Funjiang Long wanted to convene a meeting forcing him to kneel and commit suicide. If that were to happen, Wang Bao's best outcome would be to be kicked out of his position. The worst outcome would be that he might not even leave a bone behind. He absolutely could not submit. I, Wang Bao, have reached this position today through true skills forged in blood and fire, crafted through life and death struggles. No one can easily take this title from me. Wang Bao's voice was hoarse and rough like sandpaper grinding iron, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he grabbed the phone again. Hello, A Bao, immediately dispatch a few fresh faces. Tomorrow they will follow my orders. Got it, boss. Away at dawn, gather all the trustworthy brothers and have them on standby at any time. A series of commands were issued, and after hanging up the phone, he flicked his fingers and lit another cigar, the blue smoke swirling as his gaze darkened like a dry well. Success or failure hinged entirely on tomorrow. At that moment, 3 knocks echoed from outside the study. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently pushed open, and a woman in a plain white cheapao walked in holding hot tea. As soon as she stepped through the threshold, the strong smell of the cigar made her cough repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. The layer of coldness on Wang Bao's face instantly dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable tenderness as he hurriedly stepped forward. Wife, why did you come up? The smoke in here is too heavy, but it's not good for the child. Go back to the living room and rest. The gentle woman in her early 20s before him was none other than his wife Liang Ku. With delicate features, porcelain-like skin, and a soft warmth in her every gesture, what stood out even more was the slight curve of her rounded belly. She was pregnant. Wang Bao carefully supported her out of the study and settled her on the sofa. On the other side, the nanny had already set out lunch, and the dishes were warm. Honey, as soon as you came in, you shut yourself in the room. I've been waiting downstairs. My heart is in suspense. I don't understand the gang's matters, but I know that it often involves bloodshed, risking lives. In 5 months, our baby will be born. For me and the child, can you take a step back and hold back? Liang Ke's voice was soft, yet each word pressed heavily on his heart. Looking at his wife's serene face, and then down at her rounded abdomen, Wang Bao felt a lump in his throat, wanting to throw down the lighter right then and there, toss aside the gun, and wash his hands of this turbulent world. But he could not. He had too many enemies accumulated over the years, and now he had stirred up a huge mess. The 20 million in public funds had vanished. If he dared to utter the words, washing hands of the underworld, the most merciful outcome the next day would be to be found dead on the street. All his legitimate businesses, property deeds, along with the child in Liang Ke's belly, would be swallowed clean. He could only clench and then loosen his fists, leaning down to hold her hand, his voice softening. Wife, don't be afraid. It's just a small storm. I can smooth it out with a few words. Right now, the most important thing for you is to eat well, sleep well, and raise our baby safely. The next morning, Fen Jianglong, the head of EZDUI, was already seated in an old-fashioned black sedan heading straight for the headquarters. He was in his 50s, lean in build, but with a straight posture, his gaze like a hawk sweeping over the streets, dressed in a gray cloth gown paired with layered cloth shoes, a quintessential old-school hero straight out of an old picture. Seated in the passenger seat was his son Jiang Yixing. Dad, this time we must bring Wang Bao down for good. 20 million just disappeared. He has the audacity to act so boldly. Jiang Yixing scoffed, a suppressed light flashing in his eyes. He had been eyeing this position for far too long. Until Wang Bao fell, he would find it hard to rise to power. Now Wang Bao had stepped into a pit of mud himself. It was truly heaven's eye-opening. Don't let up. Wang Bao is no soft shrimp. If he were to accept his fate, he would have left this line of work long ago. Fen Jianglong did not lift his eyelids, his coarse hands spinning 2 iron coins. Keep a close watch on him. Add an extra post at the headquarters entrance. Don't worry, Dad. I've calculated every breath he takes. As long as he doesn't have the chance to flip the table. Before Jiang Yixing could finish his sentence, screech. The car suddenly slammed to a halt, and the two were jolted forward without warning. What the hell is going on? Jiang Yixing yelled, covering his nose, blood seeping through his fingers. The driver wore a pained expression. The car ahead suddenly braked without warning, and he had no time to react. Fen Jianglong, however, instantly tensed his back, staring at the black car, blocking the front, his neck hairs standing on end. Not good. Get out of the car. He yanked his son's arm and lunged for the car door, but before he could finish his words, the front car doors swung open in unison and 4 dark figures jumped out, all wielding black handguns, aiming straight at their vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets tore through the air, and the driver was instantly turned into a sieve. Jiang Yixing, delayed by a moment, felt a bloom of blood erupt from his chest. Wang Bao, I will skin you alive. Fen Jianglong's face turned ashen, shrinking into the dead angle of the car door, drawing his gun, the bullet already biting into the trigger. He had been on high alert toward Wang Bao, yet never expected this kid to be so ruthless. He had already set up a deadly trap in the dark, waiting for him to show his face, ready to shoot him down. He had been too careless. Fen Jianglong, accompanied by several bodyguards, fired while retreating bullets, spewing flames, hoping that reinforcements would arrive in time. But what finally rushed into the alley was not his own brothers, but 2 shadows. 2 more gunmen flanked them from behind. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots exploded and bullets rained down. Caught in a pincer attack, Fen Jianglong and his men were consecutively hit, blood splattering on the green bricks, falling to the ground, never to move again. One of the gunmen was also hit, dragging his bloody body away in a panic. Meanwhile, Wang Bao sat on a rooftop iron chair, holding a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers, smoke swirling, his gaze calm as water, just waiting for that phone call. Boss, it worked. Fen Jianglong and his son are all down. A Bao quickly walked over, his voice suppressed, yet brimming with excitement. Good. Wang Bao suddenly stood up, stubbed out the cigarette on the ground, and glanced over at his trusted subordinates, his voice booming. Pass the word down. Everyone who can be called, not a single one left behind. Follow me straight to the headquarters. Fen Jianglong is dead. Wang Bao has seized the dragon throne of the EZDUI. Su Rui's brows twitched sharply as he heard Yang Guofu recount the news, a faint tremor rippling through his heart. The old Lion King, who had reigned over Hong Kong's underworld for over 30 years, finally fell, drowned in blood. And now a young, ferocious, utterly ruthless lion ascended the throne, treading upon corpses. Clashes between triads are never conducted with polite words. They are brutal exchanges of flesh and bone, each step a gamble with life itself. More subtly, Fen Jianglong's death bore Su Rui's indirect hand. Had Su Rui's not seized Wang Bao's protection fees by force, how could Fan Zhonglong have dared to stage his coup? And how would Wang Bao have been driven to the very edge of the abyss, forcing him to overturn the table entirely, draw his gun, and pull the trigger? The moment Fan Zhonglong drew his last breath, Wang Bao immediately surrounded the Easy's main hall with armed men, compelling all senior lieutenants to publicly swear allegiance to him as their new leader. Today, the entire Easy rests firmly clenched within his palm. Yang Guofu led Su Rui's and several other Red Sticks in swift strides toward the Zhong Zdui's main hall. This upheaval shook far more than just one triad. The entire Hong Kong underworld trembled thrice. Lu Xiaotong, the Zhong Zdui's leader, smashed the incense burner in fury and lit the ceremonial candles. Wang Bao has betrayed his master, defiled ancestral virtue, and disgraced the honor of our 14K. May heaven strike him down, and may gods and men alike condemn him. Before the statue of Lord Guan, Lu Xiaotong's face was ashen gray, his voice tearing through the air like rending silk. 5 senior enforcers stood rigidly at attention, while over 20 Red Sticks held their breath, even softening their own inhalations. He was afraid that among his own ranks lurked another reckless, rule-defying madman willing to point a gun at his own boss. This dangerous tide had to be stamped out at its source. No tolerance would be granted. I have already convened with leaders of other major triads and reached consensus that EZDY must never fall into the hands of a scoundrel like Wang Bao. Effective immediately, the Zhong Zduy declares full-scale war upon the EZDUI. Whoever seizes a territory keeps it. So long as monthly protection fees flow unfailingly into the central hall, the society will not interfere. With this decree, Lu Xiaodang laid down a prize so succulent that every man beneath him burned with covetous hunger. Even Su Rui's pulse quickened slightly. He was newly entered into the trade, his operations modest. Only 2 nightclubs and 3 bars. His foundations still shallow. This chaos presented the perfect opportunity to expand his influence. Other ventures could wait. What truly captivated him was Wang Bao's smuggling pipeline. In Su Rui's eyes, Wang Bao handled this trade with sheer waste, bold routes, audacious risks, but a crude mind, disorganized ledgers, fragmented channels, and meager profits. Were Su Rui's to take control, merely optimizing logistics, laundering funds, and smoothing port connections would triple, or even quadruple, the returns. Keep recruiting. Minimum 100 reliable, agile, and battle-ready foot soldiers. Deployment begins tonight. Su Rui's summoned a Tian de Zui Yao and Chao Rin Chong the moment he returned from headquarters, his tone decisive and unyielding. Blades across all major triads had already drawn. Su Rui's too prepared to seize territory. Meanwhile, Wang Bao's camp had already descended into utter chaos. Though he'd ascended the EZDUI's dragon throne through sheer intimidation and bribery, Wang Bao knew well. The seat was scorching hot and painfully jagged. Those opportunists who mouthed Brother Bao's wisdom turned their backs and schemed daggers into his skull. Several aging veterans secretly conspired, biding their time to exact vengeance for Fan Zhonglong. Betrayal festered within, an encirclement loomed without. Wang Bao stood at the vortex's center, surrounded on all sides. His sole lifeline remained that shipment of flour. He immediately summoned Bai Zhishan, the EZDUI's chief accountant. How much liquid capital remains available on the books? Wang Bao demanded bluntly. Brother Bao, only 15 million remains accessible. The accountant lowered his head, voice trembling. Only this much. Wang Bao's brow knotted, his expression darkening. This sum was less than what he himself had once carried in his pocket. Yesterday alone you distributed over 2 million to brothers. The accountant offered a wry smile, then trailed off. When a new leader takes office, buying loyalty leaves no room for frugality. Loyalists required rewards, the fence-sitters needed reassurance. Even defectors from rival triads demanded red envelopes and face-saving gestures. That 2 million was indispensable, every cent. Moreover, Fan Zhonglong and Jiang Yixing spent freely. Banquets, mistresses, horse racing, private venue rentals, all charged under the society's name. The accountant glanced up at Wang Bao, throat bobbing, then fell silent. A sudden clarity struck Wang Bao. No wonder the EZDUI central accounts ran drier than his own personal coffers. Fan Zhonglong and his son had bled them completely dry. That pair of scum deserved their deaths. How satisfying they were. Yet now they lay cold while their stolen fortune had vanished like spilled water, its destination unknown. His immediate priority was securing that flour shipment, firmly, irrevocably. Once he controlled half of Hong Kong's flour supply chain, not only would he instantly quell the simmering unrest within the EZDUI, but even rival societies would pause, weighing the cost before daring to cross his line. Mobilize every cent of cash the society holds. By next Wednesday, every dollar must be placed before me on this desk. Wang Bao's voice, low and resonant, struck each word like iron on stone. Lanka Street had long been Wang Bao's domain. Home to 4 bars, 3 nightclubs, 2 gambling dens, and an entire racetrack. Each month protection fees poured into his pockets like rainwater. But today Lanka Street flooded with unfamiliar faces, none bearing the EZDUI's insignia. A Tian de Zui Yao and Chao Rin Chong, led over 100-foot soldiers storming venues in coordinated waves. Every EZDUI member they encountered was kicked aside. Within 2 hours, half the street flew their banners. Ding-ling-a-ling. The telephone rang sharply. Wang Bao snatched up the receiver. Since ascending the EZDUI's dragon throne, he had lived in perpetual tension. Factional infighting gnawed inward, financial strain pressed outward. For nights on end, he hadn't slept more than 3 hours. His eye sockets sunk in his complexion ashen and sallow. Brother Bao. Disaster strikes. Lanka Street has been overrun by Zhongzi DUI men. We're buckling fast. Away's voice trembled with raw urgency, his words thick with panic. Zhongzi DUI. They've grown tired of living. Wang Bao's eyes flared wide open as his palm slammed onto the rosewood desk, shaking the ashtray clean off. Reinforcements, now? Not an inch of Lanka Street shall be surrendered. Men are already en route, but our manpower is critically stretched. Worse word just came, XINZ DUI and Walin Sheng have also quietly mobilized troops, most likely targeting us. Damn. Wang Bao's throat convulsed, his jaw grinding audibly. He understood instantly. He was being... Even the perpetually feuding Zhongzi DUI and Walin Sheng had suddenly allied, precisely because they saw him newly installed, his Triads' roots still shallow, ripe for plunder amid the chaos. Hold the line for now. I'll send a Bao immediately. His trusted lieutenants each commanded distinct domains. A Wei oversaw venues and collections, A Chong handled contraband, A Hong managed the flower trade, and a Bao, specialized in firearms crowd control and dirty work, was Wang Bao's sharpest blade. Hanging up, Wang Bao sank into his leather chair, chain-smoking cigar smoke curling around him like the tangled thoughts in his mind. The situation was worse than anticipated. Zhongzi DUI, XINZ DUI, and Walin Sheng, 3 forces poised like tigers, meant holding all territory was pure fantasy. He would have to sacrifice limbs to save his body, retreat, consolidate, fortify, and await the flower shipment before plotting his next move. Drawing deeply on his cigar, he reached for the telephone. How much liquid asset do I hold under my name? The voice on the other end belonged to his privately retained financial advisor. Brother Bao, you currently own 1 shell company, 2 villas, and 2 commercial properties, valued collectively at approximately 5 million. The company is hollow, worth little. What truly commands respect are those 2 buildings. 5 million. Convert every cent to cash. By next Wednesday, I demand physical currency on my desk. All in U.S. dollars. Wang Bao's tone was icy, unwavering. Transactions with the Golden Triangle accepted only greenbacks. Last time factory proceeds hadn't even cleared before being seized entirely. The flower shipment's market value stood at 3 million USD, roughly 23 million HKD. The society's books yielded 15 million, adding his 5 million brought the total to 20 million. A shortfall of 4 million remained. Another solution would have to be found. All of it. The advisor paused, stunned. Brother Bao, if liquidated gradually, you'd net at least 5 million HKD, but rushed by Wednesday. Likely only 4 million. Might I suggest reconsideration? No reconsideration. Cash by Wednesday. Wang Bao cut him off, final and absolute. The phone clattered down. His brow remained locked tight. Even mortgaging everything left a 4 million gap. There was no alternative. He would borrow. Hello, Lao Jiao. I need urgent funds. An unexpected guest. Brother Bao, your request for credit honors me. How could I refuse? But as you know, my operation is modest, barely able to withstand turbulence. Enough talk. 4 million fully settled by next Wednesday. Wang Bao's tone brooked no negotiation. Brother Bao, fresh intelligence just arrived. The EZDUI may unite against you. Lao Jiao dropped this tidbit not out of loyalty, but pure opportunism. If Wang Bao toppled from his throne, the debt would vanish into thin air, leaving him ruined. Sensing the veiled threat and probing undertones, Wang Bao's forehead tightened, his face darkening like ink-stained dusk. Listen well, Wang Bao will not fall. His voice low and rasping scraped like steel across iron. By next Wednesday the money must arrive. Otherwise, you understand. Oh no, agreed. Agreed. But interest starts at 30%. Agreed. The line went dead. Wang Bao sat rigid, knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. Once he'd been the lender, now he begged for loans. Yet once this sum secured the entire shipment, he would command Hong Kong's flower market outright. Lanka Street. A Tian gripped a blood-flecked cleaver, sprinted to the car, and slid into the back seat breathless. Brother Zay, the EZDUI, has dispatched 7 or 8 armed hardliners. We're overwhelmed. Their 100-strong force brandishing cleavers had carved a path from east to west along Lanka Street. Victory nearly within grasp, when reinforcements erupted onto the scene. Wang Bao had sent a Bao leading 7 gunmen rushing in with lethal speed. Su Rui's men instantly fall. He'd anticipated Wang Bao's desperate counterstrike, and turned to Ho Weidong and Li Jindong in the front seat. Monkey Dongzi, you handle the cleanup. Understood, boss. Both men swiftly pulled on black balaclavas and bent down to retrieve military-grade canvas bags from beneath their seats. Unzipping them revealed 2 M16 rifles, barrels gleaming coldly, radiating palpable lethality. A Tian froze mid-motion, throat bobbing involuntarily. Black Widow. This weapon surpassed even the AK in raw ferocity. There are 3 black stars left in the bag. Give them to a Yao and a Chong for self-defense. Su Ruasia casually handed over another package. Those few black stars were old tools he had used in the past, now looked down upon, just right to hand over to a Tian. A Tian eagerly took them, pulling one out and rubbing it repeatedly, his eyes gleaming. Which man doesn't feel his heart race at the sight of real weapons? A Bao led his men into Blue Card Street, each armed with a black star, facing a group of knife-wielding thugs. It was as if they had entered a realm without resistance. But less than half a minute later their good fortune abruptly ceased. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted, flames splattered, and everyone instantly fell to the ground, desperately crawling towards corners and beneath vehicles. Brother Bao, there are AKs on the other side. A younger brother's voice trembled as he crouched behind a utility pole and shouted. In the dim night, who could tell him 16 from AK? All they could see were long guns firing in bursts, fierce firepower. Wasn't the scariest thing on the streets of Hong Kong Island the AK-47? The firepower is too intense. The others also fled in panic, not even daring to lift their heads. The black stars in their hands were barely enough to deal with ordinary thugs, but against such assault rifles, it was pure suicide. They were completely suppressed. Damn, the loyal gang actually has such hard goods hidden. A Bao cursed through gritted teeth and immediately shouted, retreat. They couldn't hold Blue Card Street any longer. If they dragged it out, they would all be lost here. Seeing the other side retreat in panic, Ho Weidong and Li Jindong did not pursue. Displaying their weapons was merely to establish authority. Stabilizing the situation was enough. A massacre would only invite trouble. Right now the loyal gang and the righteous gang were secretly vying for control. If a shooting incident occurred, the police would surely come knocking. After scaring off the group of gunmen, Tian and the others continued to sweep the aftermath of Blue Card Street with their brothers. Meanwhile, Ho Weidong and Li Jindong returned to the car, removing their masks and securing their firearms. Brother Zay, it's done. They all ran away. In the backseat, Su Ruasia, wearing a leather jacket, flicked his fingers to extinguish the cigarette butt and nodded faintly. Drive. On the way, he called Yang Guofu, his tone calm. Buddha, Blue Card Street has been secured. What? You really took Blue Card Street? Yang Guofu's voice was filled with disbelief. Blue Card Street had always been Wang Bao's ironclad territory, layered with spies and a large number of subordinates. Who would have thought it could be taken by their own brothers in silence? Absolutely true. All of Wang Bao's men have been cleared from Blue Card Street, and now the entire street is under our control of the loyal gang. Su Ruza's tone was firm and resolute. Yang Guofu's face lit up at once. According to the rules of the Underworld, since Blue Card Street was taken by Su Ruasia, it naturally belonged to him. But he was still his direct superior, and half of the profits would have to obediently find their way into his pocket. What was this if not a piece of juicy meat? The key point was that this made him scent the weakness of Wang Bao. On the surface he seemed fierce, but in reality he was a paper tiger. If his subordinates were so weak, wouldn't the other territories be easy pickings? Ha ha ha. Well done. Azayu did an excellent job this time. I will immediately commend you to Boss Lu. I always said you had guts and wisdom. Yang Guofu laughed loudly, praising and flattering, and before he finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Turning around, he summoned his trusted aides and issued orders with swift decisiveness. Blue Card Street is now in Azez's hands. Wang Bao's control over the righteous gang has long been nominal. Now is the perfect time for us to act. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately became agitated. Just a Blue Card Street made everyone's hearts race. Who wouldn't want to take the opportunity to grab a few hard bones? Within half an hour, Yang Guofu had gathered several hundred men armed with knives and clubs, ready to charge into Wang Bao's territory. The news quickly reached Wang Bao's ears. Boom! Too much bullying. Wang Bao furiously overturned the table with chips flying, his eyes red, chest heaving violently. Just before a Bao had called in a panic, the loyal gang was actually guarding the street with AKs suppressing them, so they couldn't lift their heads and had to temporarily retreat. Less than an hour later, that fat, dead Yang Guofu had actually led a large troop to attack his other venues. Do they think I, Wang Bao, am a paper tiger? He roared hoarsely. This time he was going to personally take action and make a show of force. If he didn't crush this wave of bad wind, decisively making everyone reassess his strength, in just a few days the righteous gang would be completely divided up. Wang Bao immediately gathered his troops, personally leading hundreds of men out, and he specifically learned from his previous lessons. Before leaving, he secretly tucked away 2 AK's barrels facing outward, their cold gleam piercing. That night, after taking Blue Card Street, Su Ruasia returned home and held Yi Ingwen sleeping soundly and solidly. But as dawn broke, Ho Weidong's call came in with an unexpectedly shocking message. Yang Guofu is dead. Boss, last night Yang Guofu led a team to sweep the righteous gang's venues and unexpectedly ran into Wang Bao himself. The two faced each other. Yang Guofu could not withstand the attack, was wounded, and drew his gun. Wang Bao immediately fired back, holding 2 AKs in hand. One bullet pierced through his heart, killing him instantly, and the body was just being transported back to the headquarters. Ho Weidong briefly recounted the battle, leaving Su Ruizha momentarily speechless. Yang Guofu truly had the worst luck. Seeing that he had taken Blue Card Street, he thought he could easily take down Wang Bao's territory, but he kicked a steel plate. Unable to defeat him in an unknown, he panicked and pulled out his gun, but even though he fired, he didn't kill the man, and instead got knocked down on the spot by Wang Bao's AK. After finishing a steaming breakfast made by Yingwen, Su Ruizha drove straight to the headquarters. The atmosphere inside was as heavy as lead, with incense smoke swirling, and several red sticks stood with their heads bowed, their faces ashen. The battle last night was extremely brutal. Yang Guofu was dead, and among his 5 red sticks besides Su Ruizha, 1 was lost, 1 severely injured, and 2 lightly injured. The younger brothers were either dead or scattered, utterly defeated. It was a scene too tragic to behold. Before the statue of Guangong, Lu Zhetang's expression was as dark as iron, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of Yang Guofu, and a red stick slowly opening his mouth, his voice deep, yet each word struck like a hammer. A Zhe Chickenda, who your leader is gone. Now the loyal gang is left with only you 3 red sticks. Whoever can avenge the boss or take down the righteous gang's territory, I will support them to sit in the position of the leader. Yes. Su Ruizha and the others responded in unison. But Chickenda, who knew in their hearts avenging, taking territory, it sounded good, but it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Their loud agreement was merely a formality. Only Su Ruizha, with a slight flicker in his eyes, had already devised a plan. This matter might not be impossible. After paying respects to Yang Guofu, Su Ruizha returned to the old base and arranged his trusted brothers one by one. 2 men formed a team, each keeping a close watch on the muddy area behind Dingyuan village. This matter had been weighing on his mind. Earlier he had pried 2 pieces of solid evidence about Wang Bao's deal from Ronnie's mouth next Friday at 2 in the morning at the rocky bay behind Dingyuan village. Even if he wasn't sure whether Wang Bao would dare to tread this muddy water, he still decided. First to cast the net, then to catch the fish. Su Ruizha's men had been watching Dingyuan village for 3 whole days until Wednesday night, when Li Jindong rushed into the room in a hurry. Boss, it's happening. Just a few black cars have arrived at the seaside, circling around the pier, 3 times armed with heavy weapons, likely Wang Bao's men. Su Ruizha's eyes lit up, his lips tightening, then relaxing. Wang Bao truly hadn't backed down. 20 million. To dare to hold on and deliver goods at such a critical moment, he really was a mad dog. But he never dreamed that his most trusted strategist had revealed all the cards to Su Ruizha before breathing his last. The time, the place, even the wind direction were all crystal clear. Brothers, the big fish is on the hook. Su Ruizha's voice was low, yet it cut through the air like a blade against iron. Ha ha. The room erupted with laughter filled with the taste of blood and money. Another person was coming to their demise along with money. At 1 o'clock on Friday morning, 5 sedans and a cargo van quietly slid into Dingyuan village's coastline. When the car door opened, Wang Bao stepped out. His winered suit still sharp, crocodile leather shoes crunching on the gravel, a cigar flickering between his fingers. He stood at the head of a makeshift pier, his gaze as deep as ink locking onto the dark sea surface. The seller had not yet shown up, but his eyelids were twitching and his temples throbbed. He had truly been pushed to the edge of a cliff, taking down Yang Guofu. With one shot had shocked everyone, making all his rivals retract their heads, not daring to act recklessly. This deal was his only hope for a comeback. Is everything cleared? Wang Bao's voice was hoarse. Since the day before yesterday the nails have been laid, not a blade of grass can get in. A Bao patted his chest in assurance. Wang Bao nodded, his nails digging into his palm forcefully, suppressing the chill creeping in. Retreat. There was no way out. He could only go all out and take this chance. To ensure everything was foolproof, he brought out all his heavy firepower. All close-range weapons were mobilized, including a Chong who was involved in smuggling, and a Hong who specialized in flower business, personally overseeing the operation. More than 20 Black Stars 5 AK-47s are fully loaded with bullets, barrels facing outward. He did not believe anyone could turn the tide on this muddy ground. An hour passed, and suddenly a beam of light shot out from the horizon. Wang Bao's pupils contracted. It's here. Light it up. The driver slammed on the headlights, 3 long and 1 short, flashing crisply all around. The fishing boat on the opposite side responded with a flash of light, the rhythm perfectly synced. Immediately after, the diesel engine roared from far to near, and an old fishing boat of 15 or 16 tons slowly approached the shore, scraping noisily against the dock. Welcome back to Hong Kong Island, Brother Lin. A group of people jumped down from the deck, led by a man with a darker complexion, high cheekbones, and broad cheekbones resembling a mountain dweller from the South Seas. Indeed, he was Lin Hongbiao, a proper Chinese originally from Chaos Han. In truth, the entire Golden Triangle drug trafficking network traces its roots to the remnants of the retreating Kuomintang forces. Today, those entrenched in the mountain strongholds are overwhelmingly ethnic Chinese descendants, tight allies with the 14K Triad. Over 70% of narcotics smuggled into Hong Kong pass through their hands for weighing and distribution. Mr. Wang, long time no see. Lin Hongbiao extended his hand, his smile warm and cordial. General sends his regards, and I am deeply honored by his remembrance. I shall certainly pay a formal visit soon. Wang Bao's smile did not reach his eyes. "In, the payment. Is it ready? In, not a single cent short." With a subtle gesture, Wang Bao stepped aside. His men yanked open the cargo compartment and hauled down 3 bulging leather cases. As the lids snapped open, crisp U.S. banknotes lay stacked with military precision, gleaming coldly with the mingled luster of ink and metal. In, $3 million. Inspected on the spot. 23 million Hong Kong dollars. 15 million from the Triads accounts, 4 million from liquidated personal assets, and another 4 million borrowed at exorbitant interest. This time Wang Bao had staked not only his life, but his very coffin fund. In Lin Hongbiao crouched low, fingertips tracing the edges of the bills, holding each one up to catch the faintest glint of light for meticulous scrutiny. Satisfied, he exhaled deeply. Good. Open the cargo containers. And before the words, fully fated crewmen aboard the vessel had already unloaded 7 or 8 sealed iron crates, their corners still damp with salt water and brine. This consignment weighs a full 100 kilograms, equivalent to our entire 3-month output. Surveillance is so dense the flies outnumber the grains of sand. Never imagined the general would entrust the entire shipment solely to you. Lin Hongbiao's voice tightened, disbelief flickering in his eyes. I am profoundly honored by the general's trust. Wang Bao flashed a grin, but his brows remained knotted with ruthless resolve. With this cargo he could dominate Hong Kong's underworld trade for half a year, unshakable, unassailable. Every thorny problem could now be erased in one stroke. Just as he gestured for 2 underlings to begin inspection, a thunderous command erupted from the darkness. "Don't move. Police and what?" Wang Bao's pupils contracted violently. His hand shot to his firearm in a lightning blur. His men drew weapons instantly, breaths ragged, knuckles bleaching white. For men like them, nothing was more dreaded than being caught red-handed mid-transaction. Arrest inevitable, escape impossible. 900 kilograms. That was enough to guarantee lifelong incarceration at Stanley Prison. Worse still, this was Wang Bao's entire fortune, the very core of his existence. Not a single misstep permissible. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Gunfire tore through the night before silhouettes even appeared. Dense as monsoon rain, muzzle flashes strobing across the blackness. Submachine guns, assault rifles, hand grenades, light machine guns, all unleashed without restraint. And the police had no intention of taking prisoners. They opened fire to kill. Bullets ripped through air, flames spat wildly, like venomous serpents thrashing across the beach in frenzied attack. The shore stretched barren and exposed. One by one Wang Bao's men crumpled. Agonized screams rising in waves, blood soaking into the sand until it turned thick and dark. Lin Hongbiao's face paled, veins throbbed violently at his temples. "Damn it. How did the cops find us?" "It's your leak, no doubt about it. Fall back." He snatched up the 3 heavy leather cases and bolted. Yet before the word left his lips, a bullet shattered his skull with a sickening crack. His corpse crashed heavily into the sand, eyes still wide with shock. Zhang Lihua, however, had already pivoted his rifle, calm, methodical, sweeping the battlefield with lethal precision. Leaders, heavy weapons operators, anyone reaching for the money cases, all marked for elimination. Boom. Na grenade detonated 5 meters from Wang Bao. Concussive force hurling 2 men skyward, shrapnel slicing through flesh and air. 2 underlings died instantly. A deep gash split Wang Bao's chest. Pain exploded in a guttural roar, cold sweat drenching his back. BRRRRT. De Zhuang raked the beach with his light machine gun, flame jetting half a meter from the muzzle, tracer fire kicking up geysers of sand. Others flanked from both sides, submachine gun fire pouring like torrential rain. Every exit sealed, every retreat cut off. Wang Bao and Lin Hongbiao's men returned fire frantically, but their weapons were mostly outdated pistols, their shots as ineffectual as scratching an itch. Nando's AK-47s. Each had been silenced. 1 shot, 1 kill, by Zhang Lihua's steady aim. Wolf King. The fishing boats fleeing. Lao Hua bellowed hoarsely. Su Ruasia had already spotted the vessel. Sensing the ferocity of the police firepower, its crew knew disaster loomed. 2 engines roared to life. But once the operation began, no survivors were intended. He barked low and sharp. "Shanlang, sink that boat. Not a single rat escapes." "Understood." Shanlang tossed aside his submachine gun and yanked a heavy matte black weapon from his field pack. Nandem 79 grenade launcher. Boom. A searing streak of fire tore across the night sky, meteor-like, before slamming into the hull. Boom, boom, boom. The vessel disintegrated. Fireballs erupting skyward, wreckage blazing as it tumbled across the waves. Wang Bao and his men stared stunned. When had the Hong Kong police acquired such armaments? Even grenade launchers. Was there any path left to survival? "Boss Bao, their firepower's overwhelming. We're nearly wiped out. We can't hold on, surrender." Na Bao pressed his voice into Wang Bao's ear, blood and sweat streaking his face, his tone trembling uncontrollably. Chong, the smuggling coordinator, had his head blown apart, dead on impact. Na Hong, the flower trade overseer, was riddled with bullet holes, his body reduced to shredded cloth. A quick glance told about everything of over 20 men fewer than 5 still drew breath. And corpses sprawled everywhere, groans echoing across the desolation. To persist meant certain death for all. In surrender, In Wang Bao ground his teeth until they cracked, blood vessels webbed across his eyes. In would surrender guarantee survival. This single deal alone would bury him in Stanley prison until his hair turned silver. Ni's wife's unborn child, barely 3 months in the womb. He could not abandon them. And those $3 million represented his entire fortune. If seized by police, it vanished utterly. In surrender. That is suicide. Swimming to the opposite shore is our only chance. Wang Bao snarled through clenched teeth, neck veins pulsing. And though unaware how many officers surrounded them, the beach blazed on 3 sides. Bullets rained down like hail, pinning them flat. Escape was impossible. Only the sea offered refuge, a desperate swim across treacherous waters. Yet, just as he surged upright, hand outstretched toward the cash cases, his nape went ice cold. Bang! Knob bullet pierced his occiput, skull fracturing inward, brain matter and blood exploding out. Eyes bulged wide, pupils instantly unfocused. Shock and fury frozen upon his face as he collapsed onto the sand, limbs stiffening before even a final twitch. From behind distant rocks, Zhang Lihua slowly lowered his rifle. Through his scope, he confirmed the target motionless, then murmured into his earpiece, "Wolf King. Target eliminated." Wang Bao is dead, executed on sight. Na Bao lasted less than 3 seconds. He raised his hands to surrender when a grenade detonated squarely amid the crowd. Limb fragments spiraled skyward, wrapped in black smoke. Not a single intact scrap of flesh remained. And the world fell silent again. Only waves rolled steadily onto shore, echoing with hollow rhythmic thuds. Charred, twisted bodies littered the beach haphazardly, blood mingled with seawater, staining the shallow bay a deep viscous crimson. In thick gunpowder fumes fused with the coppery stench of blood, clinging stubbornly to the wind. The battle was over. Zhang Lihua held position atop the cliff, sniper trained and vigilant, while 8 black-clad operatives swiftly landed. Fully armed, matte black tactical gear, balaclavas, MP5 submachine guns. Movements swift, silent, flawless. They systematically searched each body. Those gravely wounded received a single clean shot. In this ensemble had been personally prepared by Su Ruasia. Authenticity demanded absolute verisimilitude. This unit moved colder, faster, deadlier than Hong Kong's elite special duties unit. Real police would struggle to distinguish them from genuine officers. In Wolf King, the money has been counted. Li Jindong's voice rang bright. The 3 leather cases stood open, stacks of U.S. dollars spilling over the rims. In exactly $3 million, and the cargo. Hua Tingan nudged several swollen burlap sacks with his boot, frowning. 900 kilograms of ultra-pure heroin, enough to destabilize half of Hong Kong's underground market. Though Su Ruasia never touched such substances, and never would. These were undeniably hard currency, and procured directly from Golden Triangle warlords at a cost of $3 million. Resale would yield double, or quadruple, that sum effortlessly. In 6 million, 10 million, within effortless reach. Profit. Raw, unvarnished, obscene profit. Yet he paused for half a second, and crushed the thought as if snuffing out a glowing ember. Drugs were forbidden. Touch them, and descent into irreversible ruin became inevitable. Load everything onto the vehicle. Now, Su Ruasia commanded, calm and unyielding. Cash and narcotics were swiftly loaded into a modified off-road vehicle. Engine growling, low tires churning sand as it vanished into the night's embrace. The coastline sank back into profound darkness. Only devastation remained, eerily still. And the corpses would not be discovered until dawn, found by early morning swimmers who immediately called the police. Once again, Chief Inspector Huang Chifa led the response. And overnight tides had scoured the beach clean. Footprints erased, blood diluted, spent casings swept into the abyssal deep. The sole remaining lead was victim identification. In Wang Bao again. That dog finally met his end. 40-odd bodies lay densely packed along the shoreline. Farther out, half the wrecked fishing vessel drifted. A ghost ship, its crew lost without trace. Preliminary police assessment concluded Wang Bao had been ambushed mid-transaction by a third party, both man and goods annihilated. And the brutality defied comprehension. 20 lives lost last time, now over 40. These attackers clearly targeted Wang Bao alone. Who crossed swords with him recently? Let's start by mapping his network, Wu Luoqi suggested. Huang Chifa shook his head. His enemies could fill every alleyway in Mongkok. And after a pause he added, begin with Lu Xiaodang. 2 days ago, Lu Xiaotong's trusted Lieutenant Yang Guofu died in a violent clash with Wang Bao. Insufficient evidence prevented us from acting against Wang Bao. Highly likely Lu Xiaodang hired assassins for vengeance. Merciless, definitive retribution. And Lu Xiaodang emerged as the prime suspect. Yet such underworld vendettas rarely reached conclusive resolution. Wang Bao's death sent shockwaves through Hong Kong's Triads. Lu Xiaodang was summoned for tea by police the same day. But due to lack of evidence, he walked free after exactly 24 hours. Yet rumors had already spread like wildfire. Neighbors, acquaintances, and Underworld brothers alike nearly all branded Lu Xiaodang as the true murderer of Wang Bao, driving him to scream his innocence in broad daylight. Su Rui's, however, refused to waste a word in defense, nor would he foolishly step forward to shoulder blame for Wang Bao's death. Instead, with a single decisive sweep of his hand, he deployed his elite enforcers to launch another ferocious assault upon Wang Bao's territory. Just days earlier, Yang Guofu himself had led a full-scale assault, only to suffer crushing defeat and perish on the spot. Who could have foreseen that within mere days the tides would turn so abruptly? Wang Bao lay dead in the street. His most trusted lieutenants fell lifeless upon the sands. The Yizidui faction descended into chaos, leaderless, directionless. Long-subjugated veterans of the Underworld now rose defiantly, overturning tables and vying fiercely for the throne of the acting boss. Wang Bao's remaining forces collapsed inward, morale shattered, discipline broken. Many cast aside their weapons and defected outright to Su Rui's. Seizing this golden opportunity, his army surged forward unimpeded, unstoppable. Scores of Yizidui foot soldiers were absorbed into his ranks. In every prime district once held by Wang Bao, rich in revenue and influence, now flew Su Rui's banner. Gambling dens, nightclubs, bars, horse racing syndicates, karaoke lounges. None escaped his grasp. Even the most perilous smuggling routes and the most volatile narcotics trade fell neatly into his hands. Within mere days, Su Rui's power swelled dramatically. Though his 700 or so followers varied widely in caliber, they now firmly controlled 7 strategic arteries: Qingshanbei, Lanka Street, Baishabei, and more. He swallowed whole the very essence of Wang Bao's decade-long empire, not a crumb left behind. Only after Su Rui's had solidified his grip did rival Triads finally awaken and rush headlong into the ruins of Yizidui. Yizidui's scattered factions fought alone, helpless against the coordinated onslaught of wolves. Some knelt in surrender, others bled out where they stood. Thus perished the legendary 14K Yizidui, once thunderous, now vanished like smoke. Yet this succulent prize had been snatched away by Su Rui's, a mere youth. Within Zongzijui, Lu Xiaodang's long-standing rule prevailed. Whoever seized a territory retained its stewardship. Others remained silent, unable to voice dissent. But outsiders cared nothing for such internal codes. Before the embers had even cooled, Heshingli struck first, only to be brutally repelled. Shinzi Dui followed closely, probing cautiously, only to meet stony resistance. These petty provocations soon wore Su Rui's patience thin. His gaze hardened, fixed squarely upon Lu Xiaodang, the sitting boss of Zongzijui. This matter demanded formal intervention by the Triad itself. Moreover, he held one irrefutable trump card: you wish to return Wang Bao's former narcotics operation to the organization. What? Lu Xiaodang blurted out before the Guanyu shrine in Zongzijui's main hall, astonishment coloring his tone. 20-odd senior and junior captains turned as one towards Su Rui's. All knew well this trade was the fattest slice of the Triad's entire portfolio. Wang Bao had once monopolized half of Tun Mun's share, so naturally when the territory passed to Su Rui's, the business belonged to him too. No one anticipated he would voluntarily hand it over today. One must eat rice grain by grain, one must walk a road step by step. I've only been in the Triad a year. Every day, I owe my standing to Brother Lu's patronage, and to the kindness of all my elder brothers here. A man who forgets his roots is no man at all. So consider this narcotics trade my humble tribute to Brother Lu. His words rang bold and noble, but deep within he knew full well this enterprise was dangerously tainted, liable to ignite firestorms around anyone who touched it. Better to yield it willingly, and claim precisely what he truly desired. Glances flickered across the hall. Understanding flashed silently between them. To their eyes, Su Rui's had just proven himself both disciplined and wise, knowing exactly when to advance and when to yield. After all, he had entered the Underworld barely a year ago, his foundations still shallow. To absorb Wang Bao's entire empire overnight owed far more to fortune than to strength. To hold it, nearly impossible, like a child clutching a fortune while wandering alone through a shadowed alley teeming with serpents and dragons. Heshingli and Shinzi Dui Dongxing Hunghing each watched hungrily, sharpening blades in silence. Thus this narcotics trade became his admission ticket, his plea for the Triad's official sanction and protection. He sought their banner raised high, their authority invoked, to cement his dominion over those 7 golden streets. Such an effortless windfall delighted Zongzijui from top to bottom. Handing over the trade meant profits could still trickle down through layers of command. Lu Xiaodang himself beamed with delight. This single deal promised a 50% surge in Zongzijui's annual income. Haha, excellent. Brother Zhe, you've truly exceeded my expectations. He laughed heartily, descending from his elevated seat to deliver a firm paternal slap on Su Rui's shoulder. Then taking Su Rui's hand, he led him solemnly before the Guanyu statue facing the assembly of brothers. A few days ago I declared publicly, whoever avenges Brother Guofu's blood, or seizes Yizidui's territory, I shall personally install as the new Zhai Fit Ren. Though no one yet knows for certain who killed that scoundrel Wang Bao, there is no doubt The land he held was wrested from him fist by Brother Zhe. Today I Lu Xiaodong keep my word, I formally nominate Brother Zhe to succeed Brother Guofu, and ascend as Zhang Zijui's new Zhai Fit Ren. If any object, step forward now. The moment Lu Xiaodong finished speaking, the hall fell utterly silent. Heads bowed low, not a single eyelid lifted. In times past, many would have scoffed openly at the notion of this young upstart ascending to the Zhai Fit Ren's throne, muttering doubts behind closed doors. Now every mouth stayed tightly sealed. For this particular morsel of wealth was simply too substantial, enough to fatten the entire triad, enough to warm hearts with tangible, undeniable benefit. Excellent. Better today than tomorrow. Let us convene the incense hall this very day. Lu Xiaodong slammed his palm upon the table, voice booming, spirit radiant. Had the deal not been so extraordinarily lucrative, would he have agreed so instantly? Incense lit, candles kindled, bows made before Guan Yu oaths sworn. The ancient rites concluded flawlessly. Su Rui's emerged undisputed as Zhang Zijui's new Zhai Fit Ren, second only to Lu Xiaodong in rank, and equal in status to the other 4 Zhai Fit Ren. Men all over 40, seasoned veterans whose reputations were forged in decades of underworld crucibles, men cut from the same ruthless cloth as Yang Guofu. The next day, Lu Xiaodong summoned Gui Tian of Hexinglian, the de facto leader of Xinzi Dui, and also the chief liaison for Dongxing and Hunghing in Tunman. Through shrewd negotiation, alternating veiled threats with calculated concessions, Su Rui's territorial claims were irrevocably secured. Rival gangs sent formal messages that zone was henceforth Su Rui's domain. No interference would be tolerated. The news swept through Tunman like wind. Whispers even reached central Hong Kong's tea houses, where men murmured quietly of Zhang Zijui's new Zhai Fit Run. On the day he returned to his own turf, Tian and his men waited early, drums beating, gongs clanging, celebrating Su Rui's triumph. Even Ji Zai and Da Hu, 2 red poles from Yang Guofu's old faction, arrived bearing lavish gifts, kneeling respectfully to pay homage. Su Rui's now occupied Yang Guofu's seat, making him by right and precedent their ultimate authority. Though his prestige had yet to reach Yang Guofu's awe-inspiring stature, his sweeping conquest of Wang Bao and absorption of vast territories had already earned him universal admiration and unquestioning respect. Both men submitted immediately without hesitation. As for loyalty, that was a slow-brewed elixir, requiring time, trust, and shared trials. Yet Su Rui's understood clearly, compared to nebulous devotion, cold hard cash remained the most dependable allegiance. Tian, Cheng, Yao, Chong. From this day forth you 4 are promoted to red pole. With a sweep of his arm, Su Rui's bestowed rank on the frontline warriors who had bled for him. Their faces lit with elation, they dropped to their knees in unison, vows ringing sharp and sincere. Ji Zai and Da Hu, already red poles by rank, required no further title. Instead, Su Rui's granted them direct control over several lucrative districts seized from Wang Bao. Overjoyed, they prostrated themselves on the spot, bowing lower than any other man present. Thus Su Rui's secured his position as Zhang Zijui's Zhai Fit Ren, commanding 6 red poles, controlling 7 golden districts, and holding a clandestine, highly profitable smuggling network. His fame soared swiftly, not only commanding wary attention from rival triads, but also landing him discreetly on the police's priority surveillance list. Inside Tunman Police Station, Wu Luoqi held a slender dossier between her fingers, brows gently furrowed, lips parting softly. Where did this man emerge from? Su Rui's. Something is amiss. The file contained vast blank spaces. His photograph was merely a blurred long-distance shot. The police knew almost nothing about him. Wang Bao's downfall, and Su Rui's swift total annexation of his empire, transforming overnight into a newly ascendant boss, piqued Wu Luoqi's deepest curiosity. After several grueling battles, Su Rui's and his men finally allowed their taut nerves to ease. Time now for division of spoils. The 100 kilograms of contraband remained untouched, sealed directly into his personal spatial storage vault reserved for future necessity. The 3 million US dollars were split 4 to 6. Su Rui's claimed 1.2 million, equivalent to 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Combined with his prior savings, his personal fortune now surpassed 20 million HKD. Huitingen and Lao Pao each received over 1 million. Adding their previous dividends, their net worth now approached 3 million HKD, comfortably placing them among Hong Kong's upper middle class, true minor tycoons. The very next day, all purchased property in Hong Island, rooted in the enduring Chinese belief that a home is not mere shelter but identity itself. Lao Pao rushed straight to hospital for surgery. The others indulged in nights of unrestrained revelry. After all, they were young men in their prime, and Su Rui's turning a blind eye let them be. He himself wasted no time, heading straight to Yingwen's embrace, seeking solace in gentler warmth. After 2 days of intense exertion, body and soul fully relaxed, Su Rui's, with Yingwen's expert assistance, registered 3 companies in rapid succession. Su Group Film Production, Butterfly Bay Real Estate, Lone Wolf Sentinel Security Services, Registering film production and real estate companies served a dual purpose, securing tangible profits while discreetly laundering funds of murky origin. Its business license explicitly listed its core services: elite close protection, high-profile escort security for political and business elites, high-risk cash transportation, emergency crisis intervention, and specialized defense against major threats, including terrorism and kidnapping. Indeed, though branded as a security firm, its operational scope remained deliberately ambiguous, elusive, intangible, impossible to neatly define. Recall that Blackwater, the entity which later reshaped global geopolitics, was officially named Blackwater Security Consulting Company. Suruasia founded this security enterprise for two reasons: first, to secure stable livelihoods for his battle-tested brothers-in-arms; second, and more crucially, to quietly assemble a covert elite force capable of enduring brutal combat and tackling the most intractable missions. It severed all formal ties with any triad or criminal syndicate. No visible connection remained, not even a whisper of association. At inception, it comprised precisely 9 founding members, the sole irreplaceable core team. Suruasia acquired a plot of land and leased an abandoned factory building to serve as Lone Wolf Shield's provisional headquarters. Then he dispatched the other 8 veterans inland to recruit. Expansion was paramount. Re-enlist former Commodore-in-Arms, poach retired Special Forces operatives. Not a single qualified candidate would be overlooked. He had no intention of hiring locally, and Hong Kong street-level hooligans who'd never seen combat were too time-consuming to train and too unreliable to mold into true professionals. He sought only those who had tasted blood on steel and endured gunfire's roar. Men who could step into the company on day one and immediately assume command, hold the line, and shoulder responsibility. Lone Wolf Shield's inaugural objective was to expand its core cadre to 30 rigorously vetted operatives. No haste, no compromise, no concessions to mediocrity. Each face had to be hand-selected, each man forged in fire. Among the 3 newly established enterprises, only Lone Wolf Shield advanced steadily. The film company remained utterly inert. A blank page: no personnel, no capital, no equipment, no script, not even a tentative shooting schedule. Meanwhile, Suruasia's full attention had shifted to the real estate venture. The Butterfly Bay Port Development project, set for official announcement within 6 months, now demanded decisive strategic positioning. At the same moment, inside Wang Bao's villa, a middle-aged man sat upright on the living room sofa. Impeccably tailored suit, hair slicked back with precision, tie fastidiously aligned. Opposite him sat Liang Ku, Wang Bao's widow. For her, the world had shattered in mere days. Sky collapsed, earth cracked open. Her husband was dead, gunned down by indiscriminate fire on a seaside drug exchange, killed instantly. When the police bulletin arrived, her mind went blank. Then she wailed uncontrollably before collapsing unconscious. Liang Ku was a woman of quiet dignity, graceful, devoted, always mindful of the greater good. Wang Bao had been the very axis upon which her entire world turned. And yet, her womb already carried 5 months of life. Who would sustain her through the rest of her days? But fate chose to strike again. Miss Liang, we offer our deepest condolences for your profound loss. The man spoke with calm directness. His tone was steady, his purpose unambiguous. He was a bank client manager dispatched expressly due to Wang Bao's death. Miss Liang, you may be unaware, Mr. Wang Bao secured a secured loan with our institution half a month ago. Collateral included his registered company, 2 commercial properties, and this very villa where you reside, totaling 4 million Hong Kong dollars, irrepayable within 3 months. In other words, should the principal and interest remain unpaid within 2.5 months, our bank will lawfully seize all pledged assets. The banker departed. Liang Ku remained frozen on the sofa, eyes hollow, face drained of life. Even now she refused to accept Wang Bao's death as final, let alone believe he had secretly staked therein for million Hong Kong dollars. She possessed not a single cent. In 2 months, she would be cast out. She curled into the corner of the sofa, sobbing softly. Her face pale as rice paper, her frame so frail, it seemed a breath of wind might scatter her entirely, every inch bearing the exhaustion and helplessness of a soul crushed beneath life's weight. She truly did not know where to turn next. Yet misfortune had merely turned the first page of its grim ledger. No sooner had the bank's car vanished from view than 2 black sedans glided up the driveway. Doors swung open, and 6 men leapt out. That raw ferocity, that streetwise swagger, that unmistakable underworld aura, Liang Ku recognized it instantly. It mirrored Wang Bao's own underlings, men steeped in the underworld. Yet none of these faces were familiar, certainly not his former lieutenants. After all, when a man dies, his light extinguishes, but when a tree falls, monkeys scatter. Wang Bao's territory had long since been carved up and claimed. The name Easy Dui was now spoken only in whispers, if at all. Who then would remember her? A widow clinging to silence and sorrow. Who are you? What do you want? They charged straight for the villa gate. The maid barely raised a hand before being shoved aside, crashing hard onto the floor. Leading them was a formidable middle-aged man. Open-collared floral shirt beneath a crisp white blazer, cigarette dangling from his lips, sunglasses obscuring half his face, a severe crew-cut, brows knotted with the hardened arrogance of decades in the underworld. 5 henchmen followed in his wake, shoulders squared, storming inward, eyes locking instantly on Liang Ke, gleaming with sudden predatory intensity. He flashed a crooked grin, lips curling with sardonic amusement. "So, you're Wang Bao's wife. TSK, what radiant beauty." Liang Ke recoiled instinctively, fingers clamping white-knuckled around the telephone receiver. "Who are you? Stay back. I'm calling the police, right now." Her voice trembled violently, syllables shuddering. But the man merely sank leisurely into the sofa, crossed his legs, exhaled a slow smoke ring, and smiled. Without warmth, "Go ahead. Call them. I'm Ren Laojiu, a duly registered businessman. My tax receipts hang framed on the wall. What can the police possibly do to me? Debt must be repaid. That's the natural order. Today I've come solely to discuss this matter of accounts. By the way, I'm Ren 9th in birth order. Wang Bao borrowed 4 million Hong Kong dollars from me recently. Not much really, just the blink of an eye. Interest accrues at 3% monthly, compounded daily. Every day unpaid is another day of accruing debt. Who could have foreseen that wretched bastard would take the money in one hand and breathe his last in the next? Died at the worst possible moment, like a dog timing his exit just as my funds hadn't cleared. This debt doesn't vanish with his corpse, so whom else should I approach but you? Don't blame me for cruelty. Blame fate for saddling you with such a short-lived husband. I, Ren Laojiu, live by one principle: trust. Pay me today and I walk out. Without touching a single. He lounged deep in the sofa, ash piling high on his cigarette, eyes like hooks tracing Liang Ke's waistline profile and gently swelling abdomen, again and again. Truth be told, Liang Ke was striking. Tall and lithe skin, luminous features, cool and classically refined, devoid of artificial allure, yet radiating a quiet, unshakable composure. That Wang Bao had won her hand even stirred a grudging, acidic admiration in Ren Laojiu. That fool's luck truly knows no bounds. Yet that belly, his brow furrowed as if swallowing an unripe green plum, sour, constricting. Liang Ke paled, mouth parted slightly, pupils contracting. F4 million. She froze mid-motion, ears roaring. Bankers gone, debt collectors kicking down the door moments later. Another 4 million Hong Kong dollars. How many hidden chasms had Wang Bao dug behind her back? Worse still, these men wore no suits, cited no procedures, offered no quarter. Their promise, pay and I leave, carried its inverse threat: refusal meant imprisonment within these walls. Remember clearly, 4 million Hong Kong dollars was the principal 15 days ago. Today, with accrued interest, it stands at 4 Hong Kong dollars. 45 million. Ren Laojiu added, lightly, smile absent from his eyes. Inside, his thoughts boiled. He'd never imagined Wang Bao would truly be eliminated. This high-interest loan had instantly curdled into a toxic mess, an indecipherable ledger. That day, lifting the white sheet in the morgue to reveal Wang Bao's ashen face, he'd crouched beside the wall and vomited twice. His new girlfriend misread the gesture, assuming grief for a dear brother, only to receive a stinging slap that left stars dancing before her eyes, then a brutal yank by the hair, slammed face down onto the floor. Damn it. That scum owed me 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Now he's kicked the bucket. Who do I collect from it? It was a junior lieutenant who muttered almost offhand, "Brother, he's dead, but his wife lives." Triad code. Debts die with the debtor. Yet 4 Hong Kong dollars. 45 million sits there, cold, hard, undeniable. Who cares about the thin veneer of decorum? So he came, with men. 4 Hong Kong dollars. 45 million. I don't have it. I truly don't. Liang Ke shook her head wildly, tears brimming, voice shredded raw, as if scraped by sandpaper. 4 million Hong Kong dollars to the bank, 4 Hong Kong dollars. 45 million to the loan shark. What woman could bridge that chasm? No money. Then the house must hold some value. This villa alone is worth over 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Ren Laojiu narrowed his eyes, smile laced with veiled menace. Liang Ke recoiled sharply. The house is already mortgaged to the bank. You cannot touch it. Ren Laojiu's eyelid twitched, his mouth tightened, face darkening like storm-blackened iron. No house either. Where then had Wang Bao squandered his years of underworld earnings? Wang Bao spent decades in the underworld. Surely he amassed something. Ren's voice dropped low, teeth gritted. Liang Ke continued, shaking her head, voice parched. All of it. Pledged to the bank. I truly possess not a single cent. Ren Laojiu's face turned pitch black, his fists clenched on his knees, knuckles cracking. Had Wang Bao in death truly hollowed himself out completely? Damn it. He surged upright and strode forward, seizing Liang Ke's arm with crushing force, fingers biting deep into bone. No money. Then you'll settle the debt with yourself? From the moment he'd crossed the threshold, Ren Laojiu's gaze had locked onto Liang Ke. Hooked, feverish heart, pounding body, thrumming with restless heat. If Liang Ke couldn't repay the debt, then she herself would fill the void. But thinking of those 400,000 taels of gold, Ren Laojiu still felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ah, are you crazy? Let go. Liang Ke's face turned as pale as paper as she desperately twisted her body to break free, but her arms were as thin as reeds and could not withstand Ren Laojiu's iron grip. At that critical moment, a lookout from outside rolled in shouting, "Brother Gio, the police are coming." It turned out that as soon as Rin Lao Gio entered, the nanny sensed something was off and immediately hid in the kitchen to quietly call the police. The sound of police sirens grew closer, and Rin Lao Gio had no choice but to let go, yet he still used a fiery gaze to scan Liang Ke from head to toe. "He'll give you 3 more days. After that, no more chances. Think it over." He left with a harsh remark, glancing back at her one last time. This thorny flower would not be picked today. Woo. As soon as the door closed, Liang Ke's legs went weak and she collapsed onto the floor, tears and snot covering her face, crying heart-wrenchingly. Over 8 million Hong Kong dollars weighed heavily on her, nearly crushing her shoulders. This figure was harder for her to bear than climbing to the heavens. "What else can I do? Husband." The world of this frail woman instantly collapsed into darkness. Meanwhile, Su Ruizha was humming a tune, striding towards the auto trade mall, feeling so good he could almost burst into sparks. Song Yanan was right last time. The Citron was no longer worthy of his current status. Now that he was worth 20 million, it was time to get a car that could hold its own. At that time, there were no 4S shops in Hong Kong. All cars were crammed into a large sales venue. As soon as Su Ruizha pushed the door open, a well-dressed female sales manager approached him, and upon seeing his face, her eyes brightened as if she had discovered a treasure. "Hello, sir. I am sales manager Yi Xiaolu. What type of car are you interested in?" Su Ruizha scanned her from head to toe. 27 or 28 years old, wearing a fitted suit skirt, black stockings, and pointed high heels with a slim waist and long legs, exuding an alluring aura, definitely above 80 points. Accompanied by Yi Xiaolu, he made a round of the showroom, looked at dozens of luxury cars, but none caught his eye. Finally, he straightforwardly asked, "Do you have customized models?" "I want one that is bulletproof." "Bulletproof?" Yi Xiaolu was slightly taken aback, thinking this guy is quite bold. Coincidentally, they had just received a few specially supplied bulletproof cars last week, the only ones in all of Hong Kong. "You're just in time. This batch has just arrived, and we're the only ones in the whole city." She smiled brightly, leading Su Ruizha to the underground garage, her skirt swaying gently as she walked. In the underground garage, 3 cars were quietly parked. Su Ruizha instantly took a liking to a pure black Mercedes-Benz S-Class, the newly launched model which later became a legendary vehicle known throughout the streets. He didn't care about its historical significance. He just felt that the back seat was spacious, crucial for moments of urgency, able to stretch out and hide. This Mercedes had sharp lines, steady, yet not lacking in flair, and most importantly, strong. A gun pressed to the face, bullets couldn't even scratch the glass, or whether it was a Black Widow or an AK from a distance, it could withstand it all. Upon hearing his choice, a little spark ignited in Yi Xiaolu's eyes. Too many customers dawdled and hesitated for ages, unlike him, who was so decisive. Furthermore, this bulletproof S-Class was over 300,000, a price that ordinary rich folks would hesitate to pay. "You have a great eye, sir. This is the only bulletproof Mercedes S-Class in Hong Kong, just arrived a few days ago." The saleswoman's voice turned sweeter. Just thinking about her commission made her fingers tremble. Another glance at Su Ruizha's chiseled face made her stop with the nonsense. "Just give me the price." Su Ruizha raised his hand to interrupt. 318,000 with a discount, it's 310,000 flat. To be clear, a set of luxury apartments of over 1,000 square feet costs just over 500,000. This car costs half a house. Expensive, yes, but worth it. All right, Su Ruizha nodded. The saleswoman nearly laughed out loud. This deal was secured. "Please wait a moment, I'll complete the paperwork right away. It will be done in an hour. I don't have time to waste. You personally deliver the car to the hotel in Hong Kong tonight. I'll be waiting for you in the lobby." As soon as Su Ruizha finished speaking, the female manager's heart skipped a beat and her ears flushed slightly. She had originally thought that this handsome young man was a gentleman, but unexpectedly, he revealed his true colors in an instant, showing himself to be a flirtatious character at heart. Men, it seems, are never as simple as they appear. But those brows and eyes, that aura, truly made it hard for one to look away. Reflecting on the commission from this deal, her previous discomfort quietly dissipated. She was not only not at a loss, but would also gain considerably. "All right, sir, see you tonight at 8 at the Hong Kong hotel." The saleswoman smiled radiantly, revealing a hint of her teeth, her eyes sparkling. Su Ruizha couldn't help but chuckle. She agreed, just like that. He really was becoming more and more carefree. The freedom of the wealthy perhaps is something even dreams can't conjure. But then again, helping her boost her sales and earn a bonus could also be considered a good deed, right? "I, Su Ruizha, am ultimately a reasonable person." He decisively bought the Mercedes S-Class on the spot and pulled out a thick stack of cash to pay, while reaching behind his waist, inadvertently revealing a dark M1911 halfway out. The female manager's pupils constricted. To carry a whole bundle of cash out and strap a military-grade pistol to his waist was no ordinary feat. Either he was dazzlingly wealthy or deeply dangerous. Either way, he was not someone she could easily provoke. She immediately tightened her nerves, her smile becoming softer, her movements lighter, and her tone more respectful. As Su Ruizha's figure disappeared behind the revolving door, she quickly retreated to the staff lounge and dialed her boyfriend's number. "Hello, Liang Liang. Rong asked me to go shopping in Kowloon after work, and I want to get a manicure too. It's too far, I won't go back tonight. You sleep early, I miss you, moi. The next morning, Su Ruasia set off from the hotel, driving the brand new Mercedes S-Class, first dropping the female manager off downstairs at the company. A night of warmth like morning dew fleeting, you both understood in their hearts. That was just a brief stop at a crossroads in life, no need to look back or worry. Before parting, he handed her a plain business card. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to call me. Flirtatiousness is one thing, but one must not forget the bottom line. Even in the thrill of passion, some dignity must remain. After sending her off, Su Ruasia turned the car around and headed straight for the campus. Time to meet his official girlfriend and have a good chat about life and the future. The Mercedes S-Class was already eye-catching on the streets of Hong Kong. While it couldn't quite match the regal presence of a Rolls-Royce or the sharpness of a Lamborghini to an ordinary student, it was an unattainable luxury. As soon as the car drove into the school gate, it drew a lot of attention, especially from several well-dressed, stylish girls, their eyes sparkling as they whispered to each other, filled with envy. As the noon bell rang, Su Ruasia parked the car and walked straight towards the teaching building. But as soon as he arrived at the bottom of the stairs, he spotted a sharply dressed man holding a large bouquet of roses on the opposite steps, while Yi Ingwen stood before him with a cold expression. It's only been a few days. The girl already has a rival. Su Ruasia shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew Yi Ingwen too well, outwardly cold and distant, but with an inner pride that was unyielding. He wasn't worried about her changing her heart, he just didn't expect that after a few calm days someone would dare to intrude. But who could blame them? With her unforgettable face, there had always been suitors chasing her around campus. However, this one didn't look like a student. His every gesture exuded a calmness. Su Ruasia narrowed his eyes, slowly making out the other person's features. In a well-tailored dark gray suit with a sharp jawline, a warm smile that did not lack its edge, and despite being young, he exuded a hint of composure typical of someone in a position of power. In terms of demeanor, he was slightly inferior to Su Ruasia. Meanwhile, Yi Ingwen had no idea about the new car, and was unaware that Su Ruasia had quietly arrived, currently frowning slightly, speaking in a crisp and straightforward manner. Mr. I have a boyfriend now, please do not disturb me again. She sighed inwardly, getting stopped right after class and being forced to accept a dinner invitation. The person in front of her was named Guo Xiaoheng, the eldest son of the Guo family in Hong Kong. Not yet 30, he was already a rising star in the business world. The Guo family was a true aristocratic family in Hong Kong with assets in the billions, deeply intertwined in both political and business circles, and their connections ran as deep as an ancient well. As the heir, Guo Xiaoheng did not solely rely on his family background, he was also proficient in both law and business, standing out among the younger generation. Previously, in a tricky lawsuit, he hired Yi Ingwen's mentor as the lead attorney, and she had followed the case as an assistant, treating it as practical training. The case was won, but he was remembered. After that, Guo Xiaoheng came to the school several times to invite her, each time being gently refused. Most importantly, he was already a married man. Moreover, Mrs. Guo came from a prominent background, the well-known daughter of a gambling king. This marriage was planned from the start as a match between two well-matched families. But even with a connection to the gambling king, Guo Xiaoheng still couldn't suppress his flirtatious nature, keeping several beautiful companions outside. This time he had set his sights on Yi Ingwen. He was confident that with his immense wealth and powerful connections, winning over this cold beauty was just a matter of time. Miss Yi having a boyfriend is no problem, why not invite him along for a meal, just to make another friend? Guo Xiaoheng smiled warmly, his tone light and lively, exuding the demeanor of a true gentleman. Although his words sounded decent, he had already calculated every detail in his mind. He had thoroughly assessed the situation the last time that man came to pick her up in an old Citroën, wearing a cheap shirt, clearly a grassroots nobody. To deal with someone like that, he had plenty of methods. Invite them to a top-tier restaurant for a meal, casually spend a few thousand Hong Kong dollars, then gift Yi Ingwen a few limited edition bags, and select a few high-end dresses, and it would cost a few more thousand. He was sure that it would open her eyes and make that poor fool feel ashamed, knowing when to retreat. If he really didn't get the just flash a few $1,000s to send him on his way, or call a few trusted friends to have a little chat, making him understand what it means to not get too close to a beauty. A girl like Yi Ingwen, beautiful and proud, was not someone ordinary people could aspire to. Just as Guo Xiaoheng was feeling confident planning how to win her over, a glossy black Mercedes S-Class slowly approached, its long and steady body reflecting a low-profile, yet oppressive shine. The car door slid open silently, and a tall, broad-shouldered man stepped out with effortless poise. His suit was impeccably tailored, crisp lines, sharp shoulders, sleeves perfectly aligned. Yi Ingwen's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Without hesitation, she darted past Guo Xiaoheng and broke into a light run towards Su Ruasia, slipping her arm through his with a bright, effervescent voice, "As you're here." While Yi Ingwen was cornered by Guo Xiaoheng, her two so-called best friends stood at a distance, their gazes burning with raw envy, jealousy, and bitter resentment. They longed desperately for Guo Xiaoheng's attention to fall upon them instead. In their eyes, he was the quintessential diamond-in-the-rough bachelor, married, or not even a fleeting association with him outweighed marrying an ordinary office worker 100-fold. Yet inexplicably Yi Yingwen had repeatedly refused his advances, even dismissing dinner invitations with casual indifference. It made them clench their teeth in silent fury, that ungrateful little wretch. Why does it never happen to me? Before the words fully left her lips, a sleek obsidian black Mercedes glided to a halt at the curb, its silhouette razor-sharp, its presence commanding. Whoa, is that the brand new S680? Lily whispered, eyes wide and unblinking. Xiang held her breath and nodded vigorously. Even the emblem alone dazzles the eye. This thing must cost no less than 6 or 7 million Hong Kong dollars. 6 or 7 million. Enough to buy a 1,000-square-foot apartment in Hong Kong Island. At their monthly salaries of 7 or 8,000, they'd have to work 30 years without spending a single cent, and still might not scrape together the down payment. The door opened. The man descended with unhurried grace, a deep charcoal suit accentuating his broad shoulders and long powerful legs, his features refined and austere, his aura calm yet weighty, more compelling, more substantial than Guo Xiaoying's. 2 pairs of eyes flared with instant recognition. Another top-tier tycoon had arrived. Yet something felt oddly familiar. Why did this man seem increasingly recognizable? Before they could process it, Yi Yingwen was already rushing over with a radiant smile, slipping her arm affectionately through Su Ruijia's, her voice dripping with honeyed warmth. As you're here. Her easy familiarity didn't just turn Guo Xiaoying's face ashen. It shattered the 2 girls' composure utterly, their expressions collapsing like a spilled palette of clashing colors. This handsome, wealthy man had come for Yi Yingwen. Don't you think? He looks vaguely familiar. Lily asked. Oh my god. Xiang smacked her thigh. He's the same guy who used to pick Yingwen up in that old Citron. Back then they gossiped together. Dating someone like that is pure waste of youth. She should latch onto a real pillar of and now, the very penniless boy they'd scorned stood before them, driving a $1 million luxury sedan clad in bespoke, tailoring his Rolex Submariner gleaming coldly on his wrist. That suit, definitely hand-stitched by Lesbert. That watch, a Rolex green Submariner. Even his shoes, hand-sewn by John Lobb artisans. Xiang's tone dripped with sour admiration, yet she couldn't help sighing. This entire ensemble could easily buy a high-end flat in Central. Maybe he rented it. Lily scoffed. The moment the words escaped her lips, even she sensed their hollowness. Was it acid? Envy? Was it sheer covetousness? All 3, yes. Inside their minds screamed in unison, why her? Why not me? Their brittle plastic friendship, so easily frayed, tore apart like tissue paper under the weight of reality. Su Ruijia didn't spare the 2 women so much as a glance. Instead, he swept an arm around Yi Yingwen's slender waist, his palm pressing lightly, but deliberately, along the curve of her hip, his voice low, rich, and laced with indulgent amusement. Born with charm enough to attract blossoms. Leave you unguarded for 1 second, and you'll be snatched away. There are people watching. Let's go. Yi Yingwen's ears burned crimson as she instinctively drew her shoulders inward, her gaze flitting nervously across the crowd. That flustered, bashful demeanor stood in stark contrast to her earlier composure before Guo Xiaoying, as if she were an entirely different person. A surge of hot fury ignited in Guo Xiaoying's chest. His smile froze mid-face, his eyes sharpening into blades aimed directly at Su Ruijia. He didn't need to guess. He knew instantly this was the penniless boy Yi Yingwen had mentioned. But as he looked again, the flawlessly cut charcoal cashmere sweater, the understated yet profoundly authoritative timepiece, the effortless command in every gesture. Where exactly was the poverty? Su Ruijia, Yi Yingwen's boyfriend. His voice remained level, devoid of inflection, a faint, enigmatic smile hovering at his lips. Yet his gaze pierced with unnerving intensity. Guo Xiaoying's brows lifted slightly, not the slightest hint of embarrassment at being caught red-handed. Instead, his smile widened as he extended his hand. Guo Xiaoying, General Manager of Xian Hong to Real Estate. Long admired your reputation, Mr. Su. Reputation hardly applies. I'd say you, Master Guo, are the true prodigy, young, yet already steering the family helm with undeniable authority. Su Ruijia met the handshake, his fingers long and firm, his grip measured and controlled. At the name Guo Xiaoying, he immediately recognized him. The legitimate eldest heir of the Guo clan, husband to the casino magnate's daughter. Not yet 30, yet entrusted with immense familial power, his wealth so staggering it could daze the senses. No wonder he dared flirt with his woman beneath his very nose. Mr. Su, do you happen to be free for lunch? Guo Xiaoying's smile remained warm, his tone sincere. His earlier plan, to overwhelm Su Ruijia with sheer financial dominance, had quietly dissolved. This man clearly didn't live off charity lunches. When had a young tycoon named Su Ruijia emerged in Hong Kong? He'd heard nothing. He needed answers. If Su Ruijia proved untouchable, well, a woman was expendable. But if he turned out to be a hollow pretender, then Guo Xiaoying would personally teach him what money moves mountains truly meant. Su Ruijia merely offered a faint dismissive smile and shook his head. No need. That meal, not even you, Master Guo, could afford it. Even if you sold every property you own. Anyone, let's go. Standing at 185 centimeters, he looked down on Guo Xiaoying with quiet authority, his shoulders straight as ancient pines. Before the final syllable faded, he'd already turned his arm, still encircling Yi Yingwen's waist. Guo Xiaohing's name was already etched into his mental ledger. Daring to cast eyes upon his woman demanded retribution. But recklessness now would be fatal. The man's connections ran too deep. Brute force would only hand him leverage. Patience. Time was on his side. Yet just as they took 2 steps forward, 2 black-suited bodyguards moved with military precision. Sunglasses masking their eyes, framed solid as iron towers blocking their path. Su Ruizha glanced sidelong at Guo Xiaohing, his voice calm, almost glacial. Master Guo, you insist on making hospitality feel like coercion. Pity. Su Ruizha yield to persuasion, not force. Before the last word settled, his right fist launched like a drawn bowstring. Thud. A muffled impact. The lead guard didn't even cry out. Launched airborne, crashing hard against a marble column before crumpling to the ground. In the next breath, Su Ruizha spun sideways, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick. The second guard barely raised crossed arms in defense, only to be hurled backward like paper, ribs snapping audibly, his scream raw and guttural. 2 men, both over 180 centimeters, veterans decorated for real-world combat, were down unconscious in under 5 seconds. What? Guo Xiaohing's pupils contracted sharply, his mouth hung slightly open, shock freezing his features. These men had been personally selected by his father from elite ex-combat units. Steady marksmen, lightning fast reflexes, ruthless in hand-to-hand. And yet, they hadn't blocked a single strike. Worthless. His jaw clenched, only those 2 words detonated, echoing inside his skull. All the boasts about their prowess, reduced to dust. They hadn't even grazed his sleeve. Guo Xiaohing's face flushed pale and sickly. As Su Ruizha advanced step by step, his throat bobbed. Involuntarily, he retreated half a step. He was afraid, genuinely terrified Su Ruizha might strike him next. 2 hulking giants lay gasping on the pavement. What chance did his own soft, pampered frame stand against such brutality? Yet if Su Ruizha did strike him, it wouldn't be personal. It was a matter of hierarchy. They weren't on the same plane. Guo Xiaohing, after all, was the legitimate heir of the Guo lineage. Everywhere he went, deference followed like a shadow. Beating guards. A minor public order incident. But laying hands on him, Master Guo, in broad daylight. Su Ruizha would be sipping tea in a police station before noon tomorrow. Master Guo's security detail seems rather fragile. Perhaps it's time for a full replacement. Coincidentally, I've just founded a firm, Lone Wolf Sentinel Security. My team. Veterans of the Vietnam War. Men who've stared down rifle barrels and crawled through blood-soaked trenches. Protecting lives. They treat it as sacred duty. Should you require services, don't hesitate to call. Su Ruizha strolled calmly to Guo Xiaohing's side, a faint, disarming smile playing at his lips, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. With practiced ease, he slipped a business card into Guo Xiaohing's inner jacket pocket. This wasn't a courtesy. It was a slap delivered with velvet gloves. Just beaten senseless, and now expected to hire his mercenaries to guard his own gates. Was this not inviting wolves to shepherd sheep? It was also an unmistakable show of steel, surrounded by men who'd pull triggers, spill blood, and charge bayonets without hesitation. Even the boldest nerve would pause, weigh the cost. Master Guo, we'll meet again. Very soon. Before the final syllable faded, he gave Guo Xiaohing's shoulder a light, deliberate pat, and turned, guiding Yi Yingwen away without another glance. Watching the Mercedes vanish into the distance, Guo Xiaohing swallowed hard, releasing a long, ragged breath, the rigid tension in his shoulders finally dissolving. But before the exhale finished, shame and white-hot rage erupted, scorching his ears crimson. Catching sight of the groaning guards sprawled on the ground, he lashed out with a vicious kick, useless sacks of flesh. When had he, Guo Xiaohing, ever been reduced to a pliable, powerless puppet? Fortunately, Su Ruizha hadn't gone for the kill, but this humiliation, unforgivable. First order of business upon returning home: replace everyone. The business card was crushed tight in his palm, his knuckles blanching white, the sharp edge biting into his skin. Lone Wolf Sentinel Security Company. CEO Su Ruizha. I've memorized it. This account. It's only just begun. Gritting his teeth, he snapped open his mobile phone. Hello. Find me everything on Su Ruizha. CEO of Lone Wolf Sentinel. Drives a black Mercedes class. License plate number is. His heart boiled with venom. He wanted Yi Yingwen and that insolent boy kneeling before him begging for mercy. Yet his voice remained icy, controlled, betraying nothing. First ascertain the facts. If, as he claims, his men are truly desperate hard cases, this cannot be handled recklessly. These wealthy men fear neither the police nor the courts. Oh, what they dread most are lunatics with nothing to lose. Even if the police rounded up 9 and missed 1, that single omission could make a whole family sleepless. At the same moment in the Mercedes, Su Ruizha kept one hand on the wheel while the other held a handset, whispering into it. Hosey Shadow, one man. The Guo family's eldest legitimate son, the current head of Zenhong to real estate, Guo Xiaohing. I want everything on him from birthmarks to bank statements stripped clean. After Kowloon Yuduan was launched, Su Ruizha quietly constructed the skeleton of the Operation 1 intelligence squad and 3 combat teams. Ho Weidong, head of the intelligence unit, was weaving a covert network across Guangdao. Manpower was thin and the enterprise not yet fully expanded, but it was more than sufficient to scrutinize a handful of targets. His one rule in recruitment: better few and flawless than many and mediocre. Each newcomer had to be a seasoned elite, as if forged on the knife's edge. Phase 1 of the company: 30 to secure a foothold. Phase 2: 100 to form an army. Personnel alone would not suffice, there had to be business to sustain them. Otherwise the company would become a money pit he endlessly subsidized. The first keystone to pry the market open had already been chosen by Su Rui's Gua Xiaohing. Imagine if even the Gua heir could be snatched without a whisper. Could Gongdao's tycoons possibly sleep soundly at night? The security business would then follow as a natural consequence. Boss, should we just take him out? Ho Weidong's voice brimmed with excitement. His first big score had come from a ransom, a memory he still cherished. Besides, Gua Xiaohing was far wealthier than that Chen fellow. However arrogant the Gua clan, they could not stand against the finality of a bullet. One shot and mountains of gold turned to ash. Wait until the intelligence lands before you make any moves. Su Rui's neither consented nor refused, he simply kept the rhythm in his own hands. Ho Weidong, invigorated, acknowledged, and hung up, immediately beginning to deploy men. In the car, Yi Yingwen heard Su Rui's finish the call, and frowned slightly, unease coloring her voice. As Gua Xiaohing never did anything to me. At most he sent a few bouquets. He certainly doesn't deserve to die for that. She knew all too well that spilling blood over a trifling dalliance would be utterly disproportionate. Moreover, Gua Xiaohing was no ordinary man, immense wealth and tangled connections. If something went wrong, the repercussions would be far larger than they appeared on the surface. Don't worry, I have it under control. Su Rui's smiled as he squeezed her delicate wrist, his fingertips warm and gentle. Then with a playful shift in tone: after dinner, I have a little surprise for you. What surprise? By the way, when did you get this car? No sooner had they finished lunch than Su Rui's drove Yi Yingwen into a quiet upscale residential area beside the university, produced a key, and opened the door to a brand new apartment. This place is for you. A 10-minute walk from campus, so you can come back and rest after class. Gua Xiaohing might lavish money to court women. Su Rui's indulged those who belonged to him even more lavishly. The title deed plainly bore the three characters Yi Yingwen. Besides giving Gongdao's projected trajectory over the next decade, buying property was a virtually guaranteed investment. Yi Yingwen froze, her heart beating faster. She could not fathom where Su Rui's obtained so much cash. Buying cars, purchasing property, his largesse was shockingly indiscreet. Thinking of the layer of identity behind him made her heart sink and grow tense. Don't speculate. Right now the most important thing is to make this home truly ours. Su Rui's wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder. Night fell over Baisha Bay, crowds surged and neon rolled like waves as a black Mercedes glided through the clamorous streets. At the wheel sat Li Jindong with Sun Mingyong, nicknamed Tank, in the passenger seat. By now the framework of Gulong Yuduan security had been established. Ho Weidong presided over intelligence, Hui Tingan and others commanded the combat teams, and the close protection detail, for Su Rui's naturally fell to these two. In the rear seat, Su Rui's wore a sharply tailored black suit, sitting as upright as a pine. Beside him, a man in gold-rimmed glasses was likewise immaculate in a crisp suit, his hair slick and precise. Boss, I've been over Hudi Bay again and again. That place is truly unsuitable for development. The economic base is weak, roads are impassable, villagers live off the sea, there's not even a decent industry. Land prices might creep up in the coming years, but nothing to make anyone rich overnight. The man spoke with measured tempo and cautious diction. His name was Li Xingnan, in his early 30s, formerly a star account manager at a mid-sized developer. He had been headhunted, and after a personal interview with Su Rui's, rapidly promoted to general manager of the Hudi Bay real estate venture. Yet on his very first day, he received a directive: by any means necessary acquire all the land in Hudi Bay. He could not understand why Su Rui's would insist on pouring money into such an uncultivated place that maps barely bothered to mark. So that evening he mustered the courage to lay out his concerns, his eyes fixed on Su Rui's expression at every turn, fearful that a single wrong phrase might displease this inscrutable master. Rumors had long circulated that this boss was no ordinary businessman. Su Rui's am playing the 10-year game, not counting the small gains of the moment. Next, the company's top priority is to clear every plot in Hudi Bay. He'll see 20 million Hong Kong dollars. However much land there is, I want it all. Su Rui's voice was low but hammered like an iron wedge driven into it, each word precise. His gaze dropped to the window. Baisha Bay's neon flowed, and the streets thrummed with people. Once Hudi Bay hosted deep water port for ocean vessels, its bustle will eclipse Baisha Bay, and land values will soar far beyond. This morsel of fortune he intended to seize whole ahead of everyone else. Current market price is about 40,000 Hong Kong dollars per mu. With 20 million you can secure 500 mu, Li Xingnan said with a wry shake. The injection was not a fortune, but it was hardly chump change. To stake everything on Hudi Bay might chill the returns. However, to swallow the whole pie there are hard bones to break. Government approvals are tightly controlled. Fortunately, our networks are broad, we can open the channels. Most pressingly, the surrounding territory harbored local strongmen, ruffians, and a few violent local bosses who might surreptitiously set snares or stir trouble. Li Xingnan lowered his voice. You needn't worry about any of that. They'll expedite the permits and cover any shortfall. Once the land is secured, you need not concern yourself with the ensuing troubles. I will send people to clear them. Su Rui's spoke with composed certainty. A hard, undeniable edge lay between his brows, and his gaze fell like a blade upon Li Xingnan's face. Who was he? A notorious figure whose name carried weight along Gangdao's avenues. Anyone who dared to act up under his nose would be courting death. Understood, boss. Li Xingnan did not linger with words. He nodded and accepted the order. All the while his conviction deepened. His employer was no ordinary businessman, but almost certainly a brother-level figure whose stamp could shake 3 streets. As they spoke, the car threaded the alleys and soon slowed to a halt. Boss, there's been a crash up ahead. It's completely blocked. Do you want a detour? The driver asked. Li Xingdong glanced back to consult. Su Rui's merely inclined his head slightly, his expression indifferent. Gangdao is compact yet crammed with millions. Traffic clots like a thrombosis, and an accident can easily cost an hour. A detour is usually the simplest solution. At that moment, the passenger's son, Mingyong, suddenly narrowed his eyes and murmured, something's off. Chao Renxiang is bringing people over. It looks like someone is picking a fight. Su Rui's raised his gaze. In the distance, a ragged mass moved. Chao Renxiang leading a dozen men, each wielding iron rods and clubs, their steps urgent and hard as they headed straight for the accident scene. There the scene was even more chaotic. The white car was trapped immobile, and the raw sound of a woman's sobs drifted faintly through the din. Su Rui's now held 7 golden commercial streets under his control and ranked among the most powerful sit-down bosses in Gangdao. Baisha Bay was Chao Renxiang's turf. He commanded 100-odd men, and the 2 factions usually steered clear of each other. But the present formation plainly signaled an intent to upend the table and besmirch reputations. We're free tonight. Let's go take a look. Before the words had ended, Su Rui's was already pushing open the door and stepping out. His dark gray suit, sharply cut, made his posture even more erect and his presence intimidating. Li Xindong's son Mingyong and Li Xingnan followed and closed their footsteps, measured and silent. On Baisha Bay Avenue, 2 black sedans had clamped themselves, one before and one behind a white compact car, effectively cutting the road and paralyzing the entire street. Help! Let go of me. Damn. She runs fast. Smack. Ren Laojiu seized Liang Ke's wrist and delivered a crisp, resounding slap. He had been watching her closely these past days and had indeed caught her attempting to make off with the goods that night. He immediately set up a cordon and stopped her, not allowing a moment's respite. The money was borrowed from Wang Bao. Go ask him. Liang Ke clutched her burning cheek, her voice trembling as she ground out the words through gritted teeth. She was utterly cornered, unable even to flee. Her heart sank deeper into a pit of ice. You filthy bitch, wish me dead. Get in the car with me. I said it before. If you can't repay, you stay to pay your debt. Before the sentence finished, he had grabbed Liang Ke's arm and was dragging her toward the car door. Onlookers clustered, pointing and whispering, yet none dared intervene. Behind Ren Laojiu stood 7 or 8 henchmen, faces thick with muscle and eyes fierce. Men who clearly meant trouble. Yet there are always those who cannot stand idly by. As soon as the commotion began, news quickly reached the ears of the nearby brothers of the Zhongzi Dui. Baisha Bay is their territory. How can outsiders run rampant here? Like a lion guarding its nest, it cannot tolerate the slightest offense. Stop! A furious roar erupted and 5 or 6 figures rushed out from the bar by the street. The leader recognized Liang Ke's face at a glance, stunned on the spot, and blurted out, Big sister. Big sister. The speaker was a Chung, a newly appointed manager of Zhongzi Dui, who was originally a lackey under Wang Bao of Yitzi Dui. Not only him, many core members under Su Rui's had once mixed in Yitzi Dui to earn a living. After that massive defeat, the leaderless group scattered, with a large number of old members turning to serve under Su Rui's. Thus, A Chung recognized Liang Ku at a glance, Wang Bao's woman who often appeared in the backyard of the tea house. Though she was not involved in the underworld, her face had long been etched in the brothers' hearts. Help me! Liang Ke shouted with all her might. Although she did not involve herself in gang affairs, she remembered this face and recalled that he was once a capable person beside Wang Bao. Oh, at this moment, she had only this last hope. Let go! A Chung glared, his anger surging, and shouted sternly at Ren Laojiu while signaling his subordinates to immediately notify Chao Renxiang. One can change mountains, but one cannot abandon one's debts. Wang Bao is no longer the boss, but he was the one A Chung had once bowed to and toasted. As soon as the men of Zhongzi Dui appeared, Ren Laojiu's eyelids jolted, his face turning as heavy as iron, secretly cursing. In the blink of an eye, Chao Renxiang led a dozen men to swiftly surround Ren Laojiu and the others, leaving no escape. Who gave you the audacity to run wild in Baisha Bay? Chao Renqiang's voice thundered deep and resonant. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, his imposing figure loomed with fierce brows and a menacing aura resembling a god of death. Brother Chong. A Chung darted forward, quickly recounting the cause and effect, and specifically pointed out Liang Ke's identity at the end. What? Wang Bao's wife. Chao Renqiang's pupils constricted, his gaze locking onto Liang Ku. Indeed, she was stunning, and her pregnant form became even more pronounced. Do you think Baisha Bay is your backyard? You can just take people as you please. His booming voice shook the eardrums. He usually wouldn't bother with ordinary brawls, but to forcibly abduct someone across districts was tantamount to trampling on the backbone of Zhongzi DUI. Moreover, this woman had ties to Wang Bao. Brothers of Zhongzi DUI, today's situation is urgent. Ren Lao Jiu acknowledge my offenses and will certainly visit to apologize and offer generous gifts. His voice was low but filled with taut vigilance. Fully aware of his disadvantage and the precariousness of the situation, Chao Renxiang had over 20 men, while he had only 7 or 8. This was Zhongzi DUI's territory, and reinforcements could arrive from all directions at any moment. If a fight truly broke out, he would be left with nothing. Apologize. No need. Leave the person behind, and you can go. Chao Renqiang's fury surged, his eyes wide open, refusing to let go of Ren Laojiu. Even disregarding Liang Ke's identity, if outsiders were allowed to drag someone away in front of him today, where would he put his face? Would Zega not break his bones? Ren Laojiu swallowed hard, his fingers gripping Liang Ke's arm, turning white. She owes me a large sum of money. I cannot hand her over. He gritted his teeth and shot back, his tone filled with desperate unwillingness. Seeing this situation, Zhongzi DUI still had some sentiment for Wang Bao. If he really left her here, how would he find her later? The opportunity would be long gone. I'll say it again, are you deaf? If you don't release her today, no one will step out of Baisha Bay. Before Chao Renqiang's furious roar faded, his subordinates had already drawn their weapons in unison, glinting knives and dark iron rods, the blades reflecting the light of the sky, exuding murderous intent, as if they were about to slice Ren Laojiu in half. His men were immediately flustered, but Ren Laojiu suddenly shouted, "Everyone stand still. No one is allowed to move." Before his words fell, a pitch-black handgun was steadily pointed at his chest, the muzzle aimed directly at Chao Renxiang and his group with a cold, hard expression. "I don't want to see blood, but I must take this woman away. Step back, let us go. Today's incident will be erased." As the gun appeared, the men of Zhongzi DUI immediately halted their steps and turned their eyes toward Chao Renxiang, waiting for his command. Chao Renqiang's temples throbbed. As a red stick of Zhongzi DUI, he should have had weapons at his waist, but due to strict checks, they had long been locked in a safe. Who would have thought he would encounter someone reckless? Liang Ke felt a chill in her heart, like falling into an ice pit. She originally thought that encountering Wang Bao's old subordinates would finally allow her to breathe. Falling into the hands of Zhongzi DUI was better than being dragged away by Ren Laojiu. But now could she truly escape this calamity? Just as her fingertips tingled and her breath began to falter, a clear and cold voice broke through the air. "Ren Laojiu, are you tired of living by pulling a gun in my Baisha Bay?" Chao Renqiang's body stiffened, and he blurted out, "Zhe Gu." A hint of embarrassment crossed his face, and he lowered his head, quickly walking towards the newcomer. The men of Zhongzi DUI automatically parted to create a path, bowing their heads in unison, softly calling Zhe Gu. Su Rui's approached, slowly, dressed in a sharp black suit, his shoulders straightened and his step steady. His expression was as cold as if carved from stone, and his gaze was sharp like an eagle, an unseen pressure assaulting them. Li Zhendong and Sun Mingyong followed closely behind him, one on each side. Li Xingnan, however, shrank back in the crowd, fixating on the back of the big shot, his throat bobbing as he quietly swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva. Indeed, a ruthless character. Su Rui's. Ren Laojiu's gaze swept over the black suit, and the name flashed through his mind like lightning amidst the whispers of Zhe Gu, the hottest new rising leader in the underworld of Hong Kong Island, the current leader of Zhongzi DUI. His face instantly turned pale. Oh no, how did this big shot get involved? Today's Su Rui's power had already reached a level comparable to Wang Bao back then, perhaps even surpassing it. Leading over 500 to 600 men, a stomp could shake half a street in Hong Kong Island. His small group was nothing compared to this. Su Ruai slowly walked up to Ren Laojiu, his gaze like a blade honed in fire, cutting through the air and piercing into the depths of Ren Laojiu's eyes. "You dare point a gun at me? Have you considered your own weight?" His voice was not loud, yet it felt like a chilling undercurrent surging beneath the ice. Ren Laojiu's throat tightened, his chest feeling as if it were pressed under a hot iron plate, his breath stalling. His eyelids uncontrollably twitched, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glistening under the dim light. This young man in front of him was just over 20, with sharp brows and a jawline taut like a drawn bowstring, while he himself was nearing 40, having crawled and fought on the streets for nearly 20 years, yet at this moment his palms were clammy and his neck felt cold. He was genuinely intimidated. His throat felt dry and tight, words caught at the tip of his tongue, and he ultimately failed to utter a single defiant word. His arms trembled slightly, the gun's muzzle slowly drooping as though that dark opening weighed 1,000 pounds. He had backed down. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but rather dying without understanding the circumstances. Behind him, those two men had their fingers resting on their waists, their long fingers, prominent wrist bones, and eerily calm gazes. His instincts screamed in his ears these two would not give you the chance to call a halt if a fight broke out. And the young man called Su Rui's before him resembled deep water, seemingly calm on the surface, yet swirling with undercurrents beneath. Zhe, it's not that I Ren Laojiu don't give you face, but I've been pushed to a corner with no way to retreat. As he lowered the gun, he immediately donned a smile, beads of sweat on his forehead, his tone urgent and soft. He was a whole generation older than Su Rui's, yet the words Zhe slipped from his lips as if he had chewed on them for 10 years. Underworld dealings do not follow age, but recognize only the hardness of one's fist and the straightness of one's back. Wang Bao borrowed 4 million from me when he was alive, and now that he has passed, someone has to bear the debt, right? Him looking for his wife isn't that fair. That's your debt with Wang Bao, Su Rui's replied coldly, his voice as frigid as mountain stream ice. Baisha Bay is my territory. To abduct someone under my nose, do you Ren Laojiu truly have 9 lives? Or do you think I Su Rui's would not dare to cut you oi? Before his words fell, the surrounding subordinates surged forward in unison, the sounds of leather shoes scraping against the ground, metal buckles clashing, and heavy breathing merging into a dense wall around Ren Laojiu and others. His face turned ashen, lips pale. He had long heard that Su Rui's was young, ruthless, and tangled in complex connections, one of the hardest bones to chew on in Tunmun Road. Today he had indeed kicked a steel plate. After holding back for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. All right. Today I'll give you Zhe this face, and I'll let the person go. Pausing, he lowered his voice to add, but debts must be paid, that's the way of heaven. The IOU Wang Bao wrote is still here, and in court I am also justified. After saying this, he shoved Liang Ku into Su Rui's arms. This push was a compromise after weighing the pros and cons, not a surrender. For million is not made of paper, he cannot swallow this breath. This debt must be settled with Liang Ku soon. Su Rui's ignored his roundabout words, steadying Liang Ku as he embraced her, protecting her within his arms. He leaned down and asked softly, are you scared? Liang Ku had just broken free from her shackles, her legs feeling weak, her nails almost digging into his arm, her entire body pressed against his chest, her breath slightly uneven. A clean and warm male scent enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush as she gently shook her head. I'm fine. This man was a few years younger than her, yet he was broad-shouldered with a strong jawline, his eyes calm, yet hard to conceal his brilliance. Even someone as hardened as Ren Laojiu would shrink and nod in front of him. Her heart warmed, and her eyes felt slightly sour. Su Rui's did not regret that knife, but seeing her with dark circles under her eyes and icy fingers trembling like a falling autumn leaf in his arms, a strange heaviness settled in his heart. It was guilt, pure heavy guilt. He only wanted to bear the storm for her, unrelated to her beauty. He steadied her gently, pushing her back, signaling her to lean away. Then he took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. The bluish-white smoke slowly rose, unable to conceal the sharp, cold light in his eyes, which was now fixated inch by inch on Ren Laojiu's face. You're right, debts must be repaid, it's only natural. Wang Bao, how much do I owe you? This. Ren Laojiu's Adam's apple rolled, uncertain of what Su Rui's was up to, hesitating for a moment before finally tightening his jaw and forcing himself to speak. Including principal and interest, 4,500,000. Su Rui's raised an eyebrow, slightly nodding slowly. This money was likely the black account Wang Bao had transferred to manipulate the flower business. In other words, it was already meat on Su Rui's plate. Dongzi, get the money from the trunk, he said, his voice not loud, yet it cut through like a knife scraping metal. The air suddenly froze. Liang Ku stared blankly at his upright figure, her eyes trembling violently, hardly daring to blink. 4,500,000. Was he really going to cover for her? Until now she had only heard of Su Rui's name, knowing he had taken over Wang Bao's territory, a cold-faced, ruthless man who rose to power on a bloody path. She had no good feelings for him, even secretly wary. Yet at this moment her fingertips were icy while her heart was boiling with agitation, gratitude, shock, and a sudden, unexpected stirring like a tide breaching the dam. A woman forced to the edge of a cliff, suddenly someone reached out and grabbed her collar, and at that moment what surged was never just gratitude. A woman's heart is always softer than the heavens and fiercer than fire. The shadow of Su Rui's gradually rose and imprinted itself deeper in her eyes. Boss, the money is here. Li Xindong approached quickly, holding a heavy canvas bag, the opening half ajar revealing stacks of new 1,000 yuan bills emitting a cold glimmer. 4,500,000 Hong Kong dollars bulging the bag to distortion, heavily thumping at Ren Laojiu's feet, raising a fine dust. Take the money and scram. Su Rui's lips tightened, his voice freezing enough to hurt the eardrums. Ren Laojiu stiffened on the spot, hurriedly opened the bag to take a glance. Bundles of bills neatly stacked, the amount precise. He inhaled sharply, clutching the bag tightly to his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zij, you're generous. I Ren Laojiu have been blind, I apologize to you. He forced a smile, bending almost to a 90-degree angle. I'm leaving. Face. He had long thrown it into the sea to feed the fish. Wait, where's the receipt? Su Rui's suddenly interrupted him. Oh, look at my brain. Ren Laojiu slapped his forehead hurriedly, pulling out a yellowed paper, holding it over his head with both hands. Su Rui's did not take it, just nodded towards Liang Ku. She leaned in to take a closer look, confirming the signature was indeed Wang Bao's handwriting, and then with a rip, tore it to shreds. He raised his eyes to fixate on Ren Lao Jiu, his gaze as sharp as an ice-pick scram. Yes, yes, yes. Zeech, take care. Ren Lao Jiu nodded, vigorously glancing sideways at Liang Ku before getting into the car. He was clear in his heart this woman would have nothing to do with him from now on. Su Rui's was willing to throw down such a large sum of money. It was clear he was after this woman before him. What a pity. This beautiful flower was destined to be inserted into Su Rui's gun barrel. Watching the two black cars roll away in a cloud of dust, Su Rui's flicked his fingers the cigarette, but tracing an arc before hitting the ground, the sparks extinguished. Have old Hua prepare the tools. Act tonight. If anyone dares to touch my Su Rui's money, don't blame me for leaving no way out. Li Zindong's lips curled, revealing his sharp, white teeth. Understood, boss. He turned and dialed his cell phone, speaking briskly, each word carrying the wind. Ren Lao Jiu slumped in the driver's seat the car, just leaving Baisha Bay. He let out a long sigh of relief. Safe. The next second he eagerly pulled open the canvas bag and began flipping through the bills. $4,500,000 Hong Kong dollars, not a single cent missing, all fresh bills with clear watermarks and vibrant ink. Amitba. Avalokiteshvara bless me. Finally I managed to retrieve the money this time. He clasped his hands together, making a funny face, looking like a clown from a stage show. Though he hadn't been able to win over Wang Bao's widow, compared to this pile of red bills, what did a woman mean? $4,500,000 was the real lifeline. Thinking further, without Wang Bao backing her, Liang Ku, who was knowledgeable and beautiful, would be alone on Hong Kong Island. Where could she go? Having incurred such a huge debt to Su Rui's, she would probably have to obediently submit to him from now on, becoming a bird in his cage. As for herself, don't even think about it. Su Rui's, he really couldn't be provoked. In the passenger seat, a younger brother still felt shaken. Jogu, when Su Rui's stands there, even breathing feels heavy. My legs are cramping. Ren Lao Jiu's expression darkened. The younger brother driving quickly added, but speaking of which, who dares to confront Su Rui's for debts on Hong Kong Island? Only our Jogu has the strongest backbone and the most face. This was reassuring, and Ren Lao Jiu's lips finally relaxed, nodding in satisfaction, giving the passenger seat a cold glance. Although you guys didn't accomplish anything major this time, I Jogu am generous, and you will still receive your share. Thank you, Jogu. When he returned home with the money, it was already close to 11. Ren Lao Jiu sent the younger brothers away, his steps as light, as if walking on cotton, rushing up the stairs in 2 steps. He pushed open the door, tossed the canvas bag onto the table, and sank into the sofa, letting out a long sigh. As soon as his tense nerves relaxed a bit, he immediately shook the bag upside down. Clatter. A whole table of golden bullhead coins piled up like a small mountain. Ren Lao Jiu grinned, wildly grabbing a handful and bringing it to his nose, taking a deep breath. My 4 million. Finally back home, not to mention an extra 50,000. The smell of ink mixed with a metallic sweetness drilled straight into his brain. He turned and opened the drawer, pulling out a brass key, heading straight for the bedroom, with a click opening the safe. Inside lay several confidential contracts, a few uncashed checks, and adding this pile of fresh bills. $4,500,000 was all his hard-earned wealth over the years. I'll leave it here for the night and send it to the bank first thing in the morning. After securely closing the cabinet door, he returned to the sofa, pouring a glass of red wine. As his tongue just touched the liquid, his mind involuntarily replayed the scene from earlier. The young man whose gaze was as cold as a knife. Su Rui's. As soon as the name slipped from his throat, Ren Lao Jiu's lips stiffened. He had actually been forced into a cold sweat and a shiver down his spine by a kid younger than his own son. At that moment, he truly feared he wouldn't be able to step out of Baisha Bay's door. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, the more humiliated he felt. Su Rui's, remember this. There will come a day when you kneel at my feet, gasping for breath. He ground his teeth in his heart. Before the words had even faded, there was a sudden series of dull knocks from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Ren Lao Jiu jolted, suddenly raising his head and shouting, "Who?" The Electric Power Bureau routine line inspection. A deep male voice came from outside. As he moved towards the door, he frowned. Something was off. Who checks electricity in the middle of the night? Just as the door opened, a crack, a bolt of electricity flashed through his mind. Oh no. Who checks electricity? He abruptly tried to shut the door, but it was slammed open by a powerful force, and he flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the floor. Bang! 4 men in black blocked the doorway, guns aimed directly at him, their faces covered in black hoods, revealing only their eyes, mouth, and nostrils. Who are you? Ren Lao Jiu's roar got stuck in his throat. Seeing the gun, his legs trembled on the spot. Although he was the boss of the gang right now, not even a shadow remained. All his younger brothers had been sent home. His own gun was still under the coffee table, not yet retrieved. You must be mistaken. I have nothing to do with you. He stared at the barrel pressed against his temple, his voice trembling, his atoms apple rolling. Could it be he ran into a group of robbers? But when did the robbers on Hong Kong Island get such heavy gear and wild tactics? Before he could finish speaking, the leader raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch, smashing into his cheekbone. Ugh! Ren Lao Jiu fell backward, blood spraying from his nose, his entire face instantly swollen Huitingan didn't even look at him, pulling out a nylon rope from his pocket and quickly tying his arms behind his back, coldly spitting out 2 words, search. The 4 shadows immediately scattered, rushing to the bedroom and study, under the bed, on the desk, and the wardrobe, even lifting the carpet to search thoroughly. In the end, they only found a gun, a few coins, and a brass key with bite marks. Huitingan grabbed him by the collar, pulling his face close. Where's the money? Where did you hide it? I really don't have any. I'm just a go for this little change in my pocket I borrowed yesterday. Ren Laojio's face was covered in blood, his words leaking air. Without saying a word, Huitingan's knee drove hard into his stomach. Ugh. Ren Laojio curled up like a shrimp, his insides feeling like they were being shredded, gasping on the ground. Huitingan leaned down, his voice as cold as an ice pick. Ren Laojio, do you think why we kicked your door? We heard you made a windfall from Su Rui's today. My brothers are tight on cash, so we came to borrow some cash from you. Hearing them call out his name, the last shred of luck in Ren Laojio shattered. This group was precisely after him, and they were clearly aware. He had just brought back a full 4,500,000 from Su Rui's. I had my younger brother transfer that money to the bank long ago. There really isn't a single cent in cash at home. If you need it urgently, I can call my younger brother right now and have him send it over immediately. Just as he finished speaking, found it. Gao Wenjia moved swiftly, lifting the bed board effortlessly and dragging out a heavy safe from beneath the bed. He then inserted the copper key found in the drawer into the lock with a click. Clack. The safe lid popped open. Inside, neatly stacked, were 4,500,000 Hong Kong dollars, the bright red bills crisp and sharply folded. Beside them lay several checks, totaling 5 million. Ren Laojio trembled all over, his throat rasping, struggling with all his might, but the ropes dug deeper into his flesh, tightening with every movement. He was acutely aware. Everything he had painstakingly saved in this life was going to be lost today. It felt like a dull knife was gouging at his heart. His blood turned cold. The boss truly has an eye for talent. Oh, everyone in the gang is a master of hiding their treasure. Huitingan picked up a stack of cash, flicking it with his fingertips, producing a crisp sound. He cast a sidelong glance at Ren Laojio, a slight smirk on his lips, half smiling, and then signaled Gao Wenjia with his eyes. Big Dog understood the cue, pulling out a white towel from his pocket and covering Ren Laojio's mouth and nose. Ugh. Ren Laojio's eyes bulged, his body stiffened violently, and then he went limp. Wrap it up, let's go. Cash and checks were bagged, and the group quickly restored the room, drawers pushed back into place, bed linen smoothed out, even the footprints on the floor clean, spotless, as if no one had ever been there. They carried the unconscious Ren Laojio and shoved him into the back seat of the car. The vehicle drove out of the bustling district of Tuen Mun, heading west, turning into a remote country road, finally stopping at a desolate beach. In the distance, a black car was already waiting. Su Ruai stood in the night, with Li Jindong, the embers of their cigarettes flickering. Boss, we brought the person, and the money is all here, not a single cent missing, plus we also snagged an extra 5 million. Huh. As the car door swung open, Huitingan strode forward with a bulging canvas bag, joy radiating from his face. Su Ruai nodded, grinding the burnt-out cigarette, but into the sand. As per the usual, for the extra 5 million, take 3 million, and you all split it. This deal is pure profit, no cost involved. The 4,500,000 is a debt of Su Rui's that must be recovered. The additional 5 million snatched is the brothers' bonus for tonight. A 60-40 split. Huitingan and the others grinned widely, having managed to secure such a large sum of money simply by speaking and gesturing. 3 million Hong Kong dollars shared among 6 people amounts to 50,000 each, enough for a down payment on a house. To be honest, after getting used to such easy and lucrative tasks, they couldn't bear the thought of sitting in an office typing away on keyboards or running around the market seeking clients. Boss, how should we deal with this person? Huitingan asked. Now that we're by the sea, what else can we do? Bury him in the sea, Su Rui's replied calmly, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. Ren Laojio was roughly dragged out of the car, his face hitting the wet, cold sand. A wave crashed over him, salty seawater flooding into his nostrils, startling him awake. Before he could regain his senses, his arms were lifted, and he was forcefully shoved into a rusty iron barrel. He finally got a clear view of his surroundings. The pitch-black sea, the flickering flashlight, and that face he could never forget. Dressed in a sharp suit, polished shoes gleaming, standing there composed, was Su Rui's. The man who had handed him the money just 2 hours ago now looked at him with indifference, as if observing a lifeless object. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, his bones trembling. No, don't kill me, he shrieked, kicking his legs wildly, but the barrel's walls were cold and hard, unmoving. Splash! Splash! Huitingan pulled out several bags of cement from the trunk and poured them into the barrel. The dust choked Ren Laojio, causing tears to flow down his face as he coughed violently. Su Rui's, you can't kill me. You can't do this. His voice cracked, filled with fear and anger. Just 2 hours ago you gave me the money. How long has it been? You turned on me faster than flipping a page. His skin was thick enough to stop bullets. I don't want the money. He'll return it all. I just ask you to spare my life. He cried, his face wet with tears and snot, a man in his 40s looking more pathetic than a beggar on the street. Su Rui's, if you dare to touch me, the Gua family will never let you off. He screamed in despair, his voice cracking. But Su Rui's raised his hand, signaling Huatingan to pause the pouring. He stepped forward, standing by the barrel, looking down, his voice low, but each word striking Ren Laozhou's eardrum. Which Guo family? The biggest Guo family in Hong Kong Island. The Guo family of the new home to. Ren Laozhou hurriedly blurted out, grasping at this last straw. What is your relationship with the Guo family? Su Rui's asked. I am a blade they placed in the shadows. If you harm me today, the Guo family will definitely seek blood for blood. Ren Laozhou's voice trembled, cold sweat soaking his back, his life hanging by a thread, no longer daring. Su Rui's heart jolted. This Ren Laozhou was not just a lone wolf thug, but a shadowy henchman raised by the Guo family for many years, dedicated to underhanded dealings. The usury was merely a facade. The true venomous fangs relied on the Guo family for support, backing, and cleaning up messes. Thinking it through made sense. Ren Laozhou neither aligned with the 14K nor depended on the new Yihan, standing alone in the chaotic Tun Mun for many years. Without a solid backing, he would have been torn apart long ago. Who else works for the Guo family? Su Rui's gaze was piercing, demanding the truth. I only know of two people. Ren Laozhou gasped out the names of two small gangs, weak and obscure, which hardly made Su Rui's lift an eyelid. But the Guo family and the Jiang family of Hongxing are in bed together. Hongxing's influence is 3 times bigger than yours. He hastily added, fearing he wouldn't finish the sentence before losing his life. Among the 4 major gangs on Hong Kong Island, the 14K had a larger number, but was like a loose collection of sand, fighting among themselves more fiercely than against outsiders. Hongxing, though a newcomer, had risen with terrifying momentum, carving a bloody path through the old rules in just a few years. Su Rui's brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't anticipated the deep connections between the Guo family and Hongxing. But then again, which of the Hong Kong Island's wealthy families could claim a completely clean history? During the darkest decade on Hong Kong Island, when the docks burned and blood flowed in warehouses, no gang could operate without backing from the shadows. They couldn't even move goods out of the warehouse. The Guo family provided funding and strategies, while Hongxing supplied manpower and weapons. One laid the golden bricks in the light, the other cleared obstacles in the dark. With the truth laid bare, Ren Laozhou appeared to Su Rui's like discarded footwear. Su Rui shot a sidelong glance, his voice low as if the ice was cracking. Take him away, sink him in the sea. No, you can't. A wave rolled in, and the figure vanished. The corpse might one day be washed ashore by the tides, or perhaps rot forever in the dark depths of the sea. Su Rui's heart was calm and undisturbed. It was merely the crushing of a blood-sucking pest. Over the years, how many families had he driven to suicide or forced to sell their kidneys? How many young girls had been deceived and harmed by him, eventually kneeling at the nightclub's entrance to solicit clients? The account book was thick beyond counting, with grievances written across several streets. He acted not out of personal vendetta, but because justice demanded it. At midnight, a matte black Mercedes-Benz silently stopped at the apartment building. Li Jindong gripped the steering wheel while Sun Mingyong leaned casually against the passenger seat, looking relaxed. In the back seat, Su Rui's wore a finely tailored dark gray suit, his shoulders sharp, his jawline set in a hard arc, his brows and eyes calm as blades. Beside him sat Liang Ke, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. I've cleared the usury debt left by Wang Bao. Ren Laozhou will no longer bother you. You handle the bank loan yourself. I won't interfere. His tone was straightforward, devoid of warmth, as if discussing a mundane matter. Wang Bao and I were simply vehicles on different paths. In the past, we fought for territory and smashed venues, the account books piled higher than people. But now that he is gone, the debts of gratitude and enmity are severed. In the world of gangs, family does not suffer. You as a woman should not be dragged into these dirty dealings. Focus on your pregnancy and ensure the child is born safely. This building is under my name. You live here without having to pay rent or worry about others' faces. If there's anything, just call me anytime. Liang Ke had been huddled at the far end of her seat, leaning slightly forward, as if moving further away would make her safer. However, after hearing those few sentences, her eyes suddenly felt warm, her throat choked, and she could only nod, tears shimmering on her eyelashes, but stubbornly refusing to fall. Thank you. Truly thank you. Compared to those men who spoke of brotherhood, but were soaked in blood, Su Rui's felt like a ray of light piercing through a dark alley. This young man, a few years younger than her, made her feel for the first time that she and the child in her womb finally had a place to go on up. I won't escort you. Get some rest early. His voice softened slightly. She responded, pushing open the car door, pausing for a moment to look back. The moonlight slanted through the car window, illuminating his profile. Her gaze rippled, brimming with 1,000 unspoken words. After watching her figure disappear at the entrance of the corridor, Su Rui's turned back faintly, uttering 2 words, drive. Boss, I thought you really were going to stay here tonight. Li Jindong started the engine, chuckling. That girl looked at you as if she could practically drip honey. If you had stayed, it would have definitely happened tonight. No rush. Su Rui's gazed at the streetlights flashing by outside the corners of his mouth, slightly rising as he shook his head. Pursuing a girl requires finesse, especially with someone like Liang Ke, whose nature was as hard as iron. If he rushed, it would surely backfire. This person wouldn't escape. This time Su Rui's cleared her usury debt, which on the surface seemed for her benefit, but in reality, it was aimed directly at the underbelly Wang Bao had left behind. One must understand that the majority of Su Rui's subordinates were originally men of the E character. They may not be wholeheartedly devoted to Wang Bao, but in this line of work the most important thing is the E character. As long as the incense continues to burn, the hearts of the people will not scatter. He saved the widow of Wang Bao, then set ablaze the oppressive usury that had weighed down on people. This act of kindness was heavy and sufficient to gather hearts and stabilize his old subordinates. As expected, the news exploded the next day. The brothers below pounded their chests, saying Zhang Gu is loyal. He has chosen the right person. Almost simultaneously, another matter quietly surfaced. Ren Laojie was gone. There was no sign of life, no corpse, not even a hair left behind. Although there was no concrete evidence, the winds were already blowing towards Su Rui's. It was he who had made the move. As all factions of society looked at this young man, their gazes changed completely. He was ruthless, merciless, and left no room for maneuver in his actions. He was not to be trifled with, better to avoid him. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had gone by. Su Rui's territory had become as solid as a rock, and no one dared to test it lightly. The Lone Wolf Shield Security Company was also on the right track, with the team expanding to over 30 members. All of them were retired soldiers recruited by Su Rui's from the mainland, having fought together in Vietnam with blood on their hands. What truly made him raise an eyebrow was a rumor that had leaked from somewhere. The government of Hong Kong Island was conspiring to build a super-large deep-water port in Butterfly Bay capable of accommodating dozens of 10th Santon giant ships at the same time. No official documents had been issued yet, as it was still being finalized internally. However, those well-informed had already concluded this matter was a done deal. Especially a group of old real estate foxes with extensive connections and information who caught wind of this news even faster than the official channels. This was their window to turn the tide. In an instant, real money flowed into Butterfly Bay like a torrent, scrambling for land, hoarding goods, waiting for appreciation. They were just short of setting up incense altars to worship the heavens. But no one expected that just as they began to assess the situation, they were left dumbfounded. This entire area of Butterfly Bay, 500 acres of prime land, had already been completely acquired 2 months ago by a company called Butterfly Bay Real Estate. At this moment, Li Xingnan, the general manager of Butterfly Bay Real Estate, was staring with wide eyes, his voice trembling. Boss, is Butterfly Bay really going to build a deep water port? What made him even more anxious was that piece of land was the very contract he had personally handled, black and white stamped with the company's seal. Other real estate giants could only gnaw on the leftover scraps, as dozens of companies scrambled for what little was left, not enough even to fill the gaps in their teeth. Li Xingnan was so excited that he turned in circles on the spot, waving his hands. Boss, just this piece of land, our assets will at least quadruple. If things go well, it might even triple. He had originally thought the company was on the verge of collapse, and he would soon be packing his bags. Who would have guessed that a twist of fate would turn Butterfly Bay into a golden goose? He could almost see in his mind's eye the scene of the company going public, himself in a suit standing on stage to receive awards. Alright, don't get carried away. Su Rui's languidly slouched in the boss chair, his feet propped up on the desk, his expression as calm as an ancient well amidst the swirling smoke. He already knew about this. The only uncertainty was how much of a snowball this money could roll into. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he spoke in a tone as calm as usual. Xingnan, based on your experience, how much can we get from the bank by mortgaging this piece of land? His words floated lightly, but Li Xingnan suddenly froze. It turned out the boss had no intention of developing it. He wanted to cash out, and this money had long been earmarked. The battle for Kowloon warehouse was about to begin. Half a month later, the government of Hong Kong Island officially announced the Butterfly Bay Deepwater Port project was approved. On the day the document was issued, land prices skyrocketed. Everyone could see clearly. Prosperity depended on the port, and Butterfly Bay was destined to rise as the new heart of Hong Kong Island. Unfortunately, the most core golden plots had already been quietly grasped by Su Rui's. Butterfly Bay Real Estate Company suddenly rose to prominence as the hottest new force on Hong Kong Island, even drawing the attention of many business tycoons who had long occupied Central. Among them was Shun Zhou, the captain of HSBC. HSBC's headquarters stands at the top of HSBC building at 673 Nathan Road, Mong Kok, Kowloon. It is not only the most capital-rich commercial bank in Hong Kong Island, but also one of only 3 note-issuing banks in the entire Hong Kong, with an unshakable foundation. Its status is comparable to that of the Federal Reserve in the United States, a true financial giant. That morning, Shun Zhou was in his chairman's office on the highest floor of HSBC reviewing documents when a crisp and restrained knocking sound came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. When the door opened, the secretary hurried in her 30s, dressed crisply, and bowed slightly to Shun Zhou with a humble expression. Director Shin, you previously instructed me to keep an eye on the movements of Butterfly Bay Real Estate. I just received a call from their general manager, Li Xingnan. He said there is a significant financing need and wants to discuss it in depth with us. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, the chairman of Butterfly Bay Real Estate, Su Ruizha will personally come to our office. As soon as the words fell, Shenzhou raised his head from a stack of reports, gently pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses with his fingertips, and lifted his eyebrows slightly as if in thought. Oh, the chairman of Butterfly Bay. Is that Su Ruizha? He murmured, his tone revealing a hint of... Although Shenzhou's name sounds Chinese, he is actually a native Japanese. He had settled in Hong Kong Island for many years, fluent in Cantonese, familiar with local customs, and led HSBC into a golden decade. He was on close terms with the richest man in Hong Kong, Bao Kan Wang, and had also been a benefactor to the rising star Li Chaoran, shaking the very foundations of the business world in Hong Kong Island. For someone like him, who held the financial lifeblood, to pay attention to a 20-year-old rookie was already an unprecedented. Right, it will be Su Ruizha himself. What do you think? Should we arrange a meeting? The secretary asked in a lowered voice. Shenzhou pondered for a moment and waved his hand. No need, let Jiang Kai handle it. The reason he remembered Su Ruizha was not solely because of the latter's youth, but because that deal was too eye-catching. A company that had been established for less than 6 months with only 20 million in assets on paper actually took a gamble and acquired the entire 500 acres of land in Butterfly Bay. Such courage and decisiveness were far from what ordinary people possessed, not to mention that the one behind all this was a young man who had just turned 20. But to be fair, at this moment Su Ruizha was merely within Shenzhou's line of sight, and it was far from necessary for him to personally go downstairs to welcome guests. However, Jiang Kai, the head of the loan department, was a prominent figure in HSBC's credit line. After receiving the direct order from Shenzhou, he organized the materials that very night, thoroughly investigating Su Ruizha and the details of Butterfly Bay. The next morning, a black Mercedes-Benz smoothly stopped in front of the main entrance of HSBC. Su Ruizha, accompanied by Li Xingnan, Li Jindong, and Sun Mingyong, stepped out of the car. As soon as they entered the lobby, Jiang Kai was already smiling and welcoming them. Director Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to HSBC, right this way. The group was led to Jiang Kai's independent office. Director Su, please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Freshly brewed coffee or fine tea? Jiang Kai personally pulled out a chair, his enthusiasm not lacking in propriety. Su Ruizha was slightly surprised, then smiled. Tea, please, I'm used to it. What a coincidence. Jiang Kai laughed heartily. This tea was specially brought by an old friend from the mainland. Its fragrance is refreshing. You must try it. He signaled to the secretary to serve the tea, and after a few pleasantries the topic naturally shifted to the main issue. Su Ruizha set down his teacup and got straight to the point. Manager Jiang, I'm here today with a clear purpose. Jiang Kai's expression became serious, sitting up straight. Understood. How much does Director Su intend to borrow? What will be the collateral? Su Ruizha, however, was not in a hurry to answer. He took a sip of tea, then slowly raised his eyes. Manager Jiang, what do you think? The value of the land in Butterfly Bay is how much? The land in Butterfly Bay. Jiang Kai's pupils constricted slightly, his heart racing. Who didn't know that the hottest news on Hong Kong Island right now was the construction of the deepwater port in Butterfly Bay? The land that Su Ruizha had quietly hoarded earlier had now skyrocketed in value. Was he planning to leverage this land for real cash? Of course he could. This was the most solid collateral on Hong Kong Island right now. He had already made up his mind. However, he maintained his composure, and after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Kai spoke. Director Su, since the port planning was approved, the land price in Butterfly Bay has doubled. If we use this plot as collateral, we can approve a line of credit of 40 million Hong Kong dollars. 40 million. In just a few months, Su Ruizha's worth had quietly doubled. However, this was clearly not the final figure. Su Ruizha had no intention of swallowing that 40 million loan. He shook his head slightly, his tone firm. Manager Jiang, let's be straightforward. The true value of Butterfly Bay far exceeds this figure and will only rise, not fall. However, the rate of increase will definitely not be as fierce as before. Who knows how much more it can rise? There is no certainty. The bank also had to weigh the risks. Su Ruizha shook his head again, his voice steady, yet unyielding. 40 million is out of the question. Hong Kong Island doesn't only have HSBC that can issue loans. Then what figure do you have in mind, Director Su? 80 million. He spoke slowly, directly flipping the figure upside down. Jiang Kai's expression suddenly darkened, and he blurted out, absolutely impossible. Don't be too quick to dismiss this. Once this money is loaned out, I will still deposit it back into HSBC in full. He paused, locking eyes with Jiang Kai. I will also open a dedicated securities account with your bank specifically for trading Hong Kong stocks. Jiang Kai was momentarily speechless, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. If the funds could indeed stay in HSBC to circulate, earn interest, and invigorate business, this deal was worth revisiting. I need to get approval from my superiors. Please wait a moment, Director Su. He stood up and said, please take your time. Su Ruizha nodded with a smile. Jiang Kai quickly left the office and returned after about 10 minutes, bringing back Shenzhou's response. 60 million Hong Kong dollars. 60 million Hong Kong dollars. This was already a considerable amount. Just a few months ago, Su Ruizha had only spent 20 million to purchase that piece of land. In just a few months, the paper profit had tripled, a remarkable gain. Of course, the actual market value of that 500 acres had long since exceeded 60 million. In a few years, several hundred million would not be out of the question. But Su Ruizha only aimed to mortgage for financing, as long as he repaid the principal and interest the land would remain firmly in his grasp. After signing the loan agreement, he immediately arranged a meeting with the head of the HSBC Securities Department to set up an exclusive trading room and assemble a trading team. With the freshly acquired 60 million Hong Kong dollars, he discreetly split the funds into hundreds of retail accounts, quietly buying shares of Wharf Holdings. It was now April, and the stock price of Wharf Holdings was stuck at 20.3 Hong Kong dollars per share. Su Ruizha clearly remembered starting in June the leader of Chinese capital and the richest man in Hong Kong, King Baochuan, would personally enter the fray, competing head-to-head with British capital for control of Wharf Holdings. From then on, the stock price soared without looking back. At its peak, King Baochuan even bought shares at 105 Hong Kong dollars, each nearly 5 times the current price, faster and fiercer than trading land. But that was the only battle of its kind. In the following years, it was hard to replicate such a high return opportunity. Even if there were similar chances, Su Ruizha couldn't recall them. After detailing all the specifics, he spent the next few days practically living at HSBC, closely monitoring the acquisition progress. However, the chips for Wharf Holdings were ultimately limited. Even if spread across hundreds of accounts, the influx of 60 million would inevitably drive up the stock price. Fortunately, the fluctuations were still within a controllable range. In the end, the full 60 million was secured, acquiring 2.5 million shares at an average price of 24 Hong Kong dollars. At that time, Wharf Holdings had a total stock of only about 50 million shares, meaning these 2.5 million shares accounted for exactly 5%. As King Baochuan and British capital entered a heated struggle, this 1/5 stake was enough to influence the direction of the battle. Holding on to these shares, Su Ruizha decided to watch and wait, anticipating the outbreak of the major conflict. When both sides became desperate to replenish their positions, it would be his opportunity to sell at a high price. Calculating it all, he found that his wealth would easily multiply 5-fold, heading straight for the 300 million mark. In this year, 100 million was already an astonishing figure. King Baochuan, the richest man in Hong Kong, had a fortune of only about 50 billion. 300 million was enough to place him among the top 10 richest in Hong Kong. In high spirits, he immediately called his girlfriend, Yi Ingwen, to arrange a dinner, but she was busy interning with her mentor and couldn't spare the time. He had no choice but to contact his friend Song Yanan. When the phone rang, Song Yanan was having dinner with Boss Huang. She made some noises into the receiver and quickly hung up. Boss Huang asked with a smile, "Who was that?" Song Yanan casually waved her hand. "Aji. She just got together with her new boyfriend, right? Just had a fight, looking all downcast. I have to go comfort her. Won't be back tonight." Of course, this call was from Su Ruizha, but Song Yanan acted without a flaw, perfectly playing the role of a character. When her sister needed her, she rushed off, not even bothering to eat. Upon hearing she was leaving, Boss Huang's expression immediately darkened. He stood up from the dining table and quickly stepped in front of her. But as he stood there, he remembered that he was a whole head shorter than Song Yanan and awkwardly retreated back to the sofa, changing his tone to a more conciliatory one. "Honey, shouldn't we consider having a baby?" Song Yanan frowned, the smile on her face instantly freezing, her lips slightly curling as she replied coldly, "Having a baby now? It's too early, let's talk about it later." Without waiting for a response, she turned and entered the bedroom, meticulously applying makeup in front of the mirror, spritzing perfume, and hurriedly putting on high heels, rushing toward her heartthrob. In the hotel, after a passionate encounter, Song Yanan lay on Su Ruizha's chest, sweat, glistening hair sticking to her forehead, her cheeks flushed. After recovering for a while, she suddenly recalled Boss Huang's words about having a baby, and she raised her head, staring intently at Su Ruizha. "Aze, let's have one too." Su Ruizha's eyes widened in shock, frozen as if struck by lightning. "Have a baby? What kind of joke is this?" He was only 21 and hadn't even figured out where he would sleep tomorrow, let alone raise a child. If this had come from Yi Ingwen, he might have pondered it for a moment, but coming from Song Yanan, it was utterly impossible. Then Song Yanan poured out everything about Boss Huang, ending with, "Old Huang is decent and treats me sincerely, but that face. I just can't bring myself to accept it. I want to have a baby with you, you're the real deal." Su Ruizha rolled his eyes, his mind flashing back to an old news story he had seen before his rebirth. A woman publicly declared, "My husband is so ugly it affects my desire to have children. You're handsome, let's have a baby." This wasn't love, it was clearly a trap. After much coaxing and physical persuasion, Su Ruizha finally managed to squash that idea in its cradle, secretly vowing to keep a close watch on the bullets from now on. None could slip by. At such a young age, he still wanted to enjoy life a bit longer. After another round of intimacy, Song Yanan lazily mentioned Zhao Yaji. "Aji has a boyfriend now, you should give up on her thoughts, hum." She was always bothered by Su Ruizha's lingering feelings for her best friend. To have designs on a good friend's sister is nothing short of being a scumbag. Her words were clearly meant to stab at his heart. Su Ruizha was genuinely taken aback. In the past few months, he had been busy first dealing with Wang Bao, securing his position at the top of the loyalty pile, then acquiring Butterfly Bay, followed by Wharf Holdings. Each task weighing heavily, leaving no time to ponder Zhao Yaji. Who would have thought that in the end he would be outpaced by someone else? He felt a sinking sensation and lowered his voice asking, "When did Aji start dating? What does that person do for a living?" At Kowloon Bay at the Shaw Brothers film studio, Lin Hanxiang pushed open the door to the set, casually waving to the distant crowd of reporters, snapping a few pictures before diving into his car. The workday was over. It was only 4 in the afternoon. He had clocked in at 9 that morning, and after subtracting lunch break, he had only worked a total of 5 hours. In Shaw Brothers, that was simply ridiculous. Who didn't know that Boss Shaw, nicknamed Shaw the Skinflint, would fuss for ages over a missing piece of meat in the lunchbox and wouldn't change costumes until they were frayed? Employees who worked until 1 in the morning were still urged to revise lines. Taking a leave, leaving early, the paycheck would be directly affected. But Lin Hanxiang was an exception. He wasn't even a Shaw Brothers employee, but a top star from the Bay Island. Last year, a Cheong Yao drama became a massive hit, making him a constant feature in the dreams of Bay Island girls. Since Bay Island was one of the lifelines for Hong Kong box office, Shaw Brothers gritted their teeth to have him take the lead. First back to the hotel, and then take me to Victoria Restaurant. Lin Hanxiang sat in the back seat, giving instructions to the driver, his mind already flying away. He was going to a date. He was going to charm someone. Earlier, while coming to Hong Kong at Shaw Brothers' invitation, he had spotted a stunning woman on the plane, and his heart had raced uncontrollably. Gathering his courage to ask for her contact information, he was straightforwardly rejected. He was stunned. After all, he was Lin Hanxiang, the hottest young star from Bay Island, with countless girls lining up to say, "Give me a baby," and still couldn't get a spot. Not even able to get a phone number, and then being outright rejected. But Lin Hanxiang wasn't worried at all. He had long practiced the art of pursuing girls. He could wait and endure. Thanks to a few acquaintances who helped him get connected, he finally obtained the beautiful woman's contact information and found out her name was Zhao Yaji. Next came the soft persuasion, flattering her repeatedly with a thick skin that could withstand bullets. After nearly a month of waiting, just as his patience was about to run out, Zhao Yaji finally relented and agreed to meet him. Lin Hanxiang's heart raced, nearly jumping out of his skin. That night, Shaw Brothers had a crucial night shoot, but without saying a word, he pushed it aside and left for his apartment at 4. After showering, applying hair wax, putting on a crisp white suit, and shining his black leather shoes, he looked in the mirror, a tall and handsome figure, good enough to make himself want to take a second glance. He grinned. Tonight, he would be the most dazzling light in Causeway Bay. Zhao Yaji was definitely in his sights. The driver took him steadily to Victoria Hotel, where he sat down at the table with a bouquet of bright red roses. After waiting for half an hour, he finally saw Zhao Yaji gracefully walk in, guided by the waiter. "Sorry, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting." "Not at all, I just sat down." She took the flowers and elegantly sat down opposite him. The dishes were served one after another, and the two laughed and chatted, creating a relaxed and natural atmosphere. In fact, Lin Hanxiang was not Zhao Yaji's boyfriend. This was merely a ruse concocted by Song Yanan to cut off Su Ruze's hopes. The two had only known each other for about 20 days, but after several interactions, Zhao Yaji's impression of him was gradually warming. She was trying to convince herself to let go of that man who had once rescued her from danger in a bar and to attempt to start a solid new relationship. So tonight was truly their first date. As the evening wrapped up at 9, Zhao Yaji politely declined his offer to drive her home, hailing a taxi and leaving. Lin Hanxiang watched the tail lights of the taxi fade into the distance, shaking his head slightly in regret. This girl is really quite reserved. But then the corner of his mouth lifted. No worries, he had never failed at anything he set his mind to. Back to the apartment. He smiled as he climbed into the back seat, the car slowly driving away. No one knew that every moment of this night was captured in a pair of eyes. Under the shadow of a tree at the street corner, a man wearing a baseball cap put away his camera, quickly got into a car, and silently followed. Su Ruizha flipped through a stack of photos and compared them with the recent undercover investigation data, finally sorting things out. Apparently Song Yanan hadn't lied, she had simply omitted some details. It couldn't be called a deception. After all, the longer it dragged on, the more likely Zhao Yaji would genuinely fall for that pretty boy. As for Lin Hanxiang, he was certainly no clean character. Before his rise to fame, he had gone through several girlfriends. After becoming famous, he was even more brazen, with the news tightly under wraps, circulating only within a small circle on Bay Island. On the surface, he appeared to be a sunny, idle, young, handsome, and worth a fortune, but in reality his rise to fame was supported by a wealthy woman. He had taken a sugar mama. That woman was in her 40s, her husband a seasoned director in his 60s, who was what Lin Hanxiang referred to as his sugar daddy. Boss, that girl Zhao Yaji is truly a beautiful flower. If she were to fall into that pretty boy's hands, it would be a pity. How about we go back to the old way and feed him to the fish? Ho Weidong sat on the opposite sofa grinning. This is Hong Kong Island, their home ground. A nameless little actor from Bay Island, not even a shrimp crossing the river, dares to reach out for their boss girl. They probably don't know how cold and deep the waters of Victoria Harbor are. Stop with the knives and guns at dealing with this kind of trash. It's dirtying our hands to get involved. Su Ruizha shot a sideways glance at Ho Weidong. Then, how about we find someone to stuff him in a bag, give him a beating, and toss him in the airport terminal? Ho Weidong came up with another bad idea. Su Ruizha facepalmed in silence. This guy's thought process had been stuck in the wild path for 10 years. What do you think I am? A street thug. We play by the rules and maintain dignity, and we can't just resort to violence, he said seriously. This time it was Ho Weidong's turn to chuckle, thinking to himself, you didn't seem to care about dignity back when you were kidnapping and robbing banks. Boss, then what do you suggest we do? Punishing him isn't the goal. The key is to let Aji see his true colors. Let her witness for herself that this person is rotten to the core. Su Ruizha leaned in closer and whispered a few instructions. After hearing it, Ho Weidong's eyes widened, looking both confused and impressed. Boss, today I finally understood what it means to be bad with a method. That kid compared to you is practically a saint descending to earth. Ho Weidong grinned, his eyes crinkling, but secretly, he gave Lin Hanxiang a thumbs down. Why not just enjoy a good life, instead of rushing headlong into danger? This time, even if I don't end up in jail, it'll be infamous, completely disgraced. This move is even more damaging and insidious than the two plans I had thought of before, and it's truly hard to guard against. Get lost. Su Ruizha laughed and scolded, waving his hand. Hurry up and get to business. Got it, boss, just hold on tight. Ho Weidong hummed a little tune and quickly slipped away. Pei Daguang was a driver. Years ago, he ran long-distance freight, holding onto his own big truck, braving wind and rain, and his wallet got quite fat. Though it was tough, the real cash flowed in. But later, instigated by a few drinking buddies, he dove headfirst into underground gambling, falling deeper and deeper, like into a bottomless pit. He sold his truck, emptied his possessions, and even his wife packed up and left. It really lived up to his name. Losing everything, not a single penny left. Later, through relatives' connections, he got into Shaw Brothers, still doing his old job driving. However, instead of hauling goods, he started transporting prop boxes, working from dawn till dusk with income not as good as before, but at least it was enough to get by. Yet the gambling addiction was like a scar embedded in his bones. As soon as he had money in hand, he felt the itch, unable to resist stuffing it into the gambling tables. This day, just coming out of the gambling den, he hung his head, shoulders slumped, and his face was ashen, clearly having lost everything, even down to his underwear. Recently, the company reassigned him, no longer transporting props, but exclusively driving for celebrities. Still that arrogant and flamboyant Lin Hanxiang from Bay Island. He thought he had climbed up the ladder. Perhaps the celebrity would casually toss him a red envelope enough for him to live lavishly for a month or two. Who would have thought that this big star was just as stingy as Boss Shaw, a true miser to the core? It's hard to pluck feathers from an iron rooster. What was even more infuriating was that recently he had been pestering a female artist who was utterly captivating. If he could marry her, Pei Daguang would willingly give up 10 years of his life. But now it seemed he was about to be robbed of her by that miser. Pei Daguang cursed Lin Hanxiang's ancestors in his heart. Just as he turned out of the alley, he saw a few burly men approaching from the opposite side, their steps heavy and their gazes cold, heading straight for him. His heart tightened, his legs weakened, and he hurriedly pressed against the wall, shrinking into the shadows, not daring to breathe. He had a sharp gaze and could recognize people even at night. Sheng Guangquan, the leader of the loyalty gang, with a few lackeys specialized in lending and collecting debts on this street. Gamblers saw him and would deter. Just as both sides were about to pass each other, he had just relaxed a little when Sheng Guangquan suddenly stopped, his hawk-like gaze pinning him down. He grabbed Pei Daguang by the collar, his voice as harsh as sandpaper on iron. Pei Daguang, I've been looking for you until my shoes wore out. Pay up. Pei Daguang's face turned pale instantly, his voice trembling. Brother Dakian, the loan is due in 3 days, isn't it? Backtalk. I said it's due today, and today is the last day. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy punch smashed into his stomach. The excruciating pain exploded, and he fell to his knees on the spot, curling up like a shrimp, his forehead pressed against the cold ground, sweating profusely. Others surrounded him, kicking and punching his ribs, lower back, and outer thighs. A brutal assault aimed at the most painful spots, neither ruining his face nor taking his life, just wanting him to writhe in agony. Bang! After a brutal beating, he was forcibly dragged up. Someone beside him elbowed him hard in the left rib. Ugh! His vision darkened, and his throat felt like it was blocked with a burning coal. Even breathing felt like swallowing razor blades. Passers-by on the street had retreated 10 meters away, whispering among themselves. Oh, isn't that Sheng Guangquan from the loyalty gang? What trouble has poor Pei Daguang gotten into? What else could it be? Just a gambler, probably owes high-interest loans and can't pay them back. Looks like he might just be done for here. Sheng Guangquan coldly scanned the crowd, and everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He looked down at Pei Daguang, who was sprawled on the ground like a belly-up dead fish, his voice chilling. Drag him away. Once they reached an old tenement building, Pei Daguang was pressed down and beaten again. Stop hitting me. Please. Spare my life. He'll pay. Just give me a few more days, I promise to repay. Tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice was hoarse. Sheng Guangquan walked up to him, looking down from above, his shadow completely enveloping him, his voice as cold as frost. I must see cash tonight, or else. Sharks in the sea are waiting for a bite like you. As he spoke, a dagger was swiftly drawn, the tip pressed against his carotid artery, and Pei Daguang trembled all over like a sieve, his pants growing warm. Brother Dakian, spare me. I was wrong. Truly wrong, he cried out, his teeth chattering. Don't want to die? There is a way to live, Cheng Guangchuan slowly began. What way? Cheng Guangchuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. I heard you drive for a big star. Pei Guang instinctively nodded. This matter had spread long ago, and it couldn't be hidden. All right, do as I say, and your debt will be wiped out. Pei Guang's heart sank. He wasn't a fool. He knew that loan sharks were more slippery than snakes and sharper than knives. Did they really intend to give up on collecting debts? There must be a trap behind this, he needed to clarify before stepping forward. Brother Dakian, what do you want me to do? Listen closely. Cheng Guangchuan lowered his voice and revealed his plans. Just like Ho Weidong, Pei Guang froze upon hearing it, his eyes widening, as if he had swallowed a raw egg. They were targeting Lin Hanxiang, and this move was too ruthless, too extreme, and too unforgiving. So what do you think? If you succeed, your debt will be cleared plus a bonus of 20,000. What if it goes wrong? Cheng Guangchuan sneered, slicing his finger across his neck. The sharks in the sea are hungry for a meal like you. Pei Guang felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't determine if Cheng Guangchuan was truly capable of murder, but there's only one life to live, and he couldn't gamble it away. Even if this was just to scare, the pile of high-interest debts was about to crush him. His luck had been atrocious lately, and it was hard to even get a decent hand. But if he agreed, debt wiped clean plus 20,000 for nothing. In this day and age, an ordinary white-collar worker only made a little over 1,000 a month. 20,000 was enough for him to work hard for 20 months. All right, he'll do it. Pei Guang gritted his teeth, his jaw tight. Either way, it was a knife. It was better to strike first at someone else. Lin Hanxiang's pretty face, so stingy and arrogant, had already filled Pei Guang with a belly full of resentment. Let him taste a bit of hardship and learn his lesson. Don't think that just because you've been popular in Bay Island for a few days you can walk all over us in Hong Kong. In his heart, he encouraged himself, this isn't harming anyone. Oh, it's standing up for Hong Kong. We cannot let the Bay Island folks step all over us. Cheng Guangchuan patted his shoulder with satisfaction, pulling out 10 crisp $1,000 bills and slapping them lightly on his forehead. Here's 10,000, take it for now. If the job is done, we'll settle the remaining payment later. If you drop the ball. He smirked like a venomous snake. Your life might just sink to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Pei Guang staggered out of the corridor holding the money, and as the night wind blew, he shivered. Only then did he realize his shirt was soaked against his back. After waiting a few days, the opportunity finally came. The film wrapped up, and the crew held a celebration banquet. Lin Hanxiang, as the hot young star and lead actor, got completely drunk. At that time, the filming schedule was rapid. Some directors could finish a film in half a month. But this one dragged on for so long, all because Lin Hanxiang was throwing a tantrum. Being late was common, and leaving early had become a habit, causing the schedule to fall apart. However, Shaw Brothers had to wear a smiling face for the Bay Island market, enduring the humiliation. At the banquet, everyone took turns toasting, and Lin Hanxiang quickly drank himself into a stupor, his tongue tying up and his eyelids drooping. Pei Guang helped him into the car, gently closing the door, stealing a glance. Lin Hanxiang was already slumped in the seat, breathing evenly, looking like he was about to fall asleep. He breathed a sigh of relief, starting the car and driving away from the Shaw Brothers film set. On the way, Lin Hanxiang groggily woke up, lifting his eyelids to glance outside, increasingly feeling that something was off. This isn't the way back to the apartment. Young Master Lin, I'm taking you to a good place today. I guarantee you'll have a blast. Pei Guang chuckled, his voice sticky and warm. Oh, what place? You'll understand when we get there. Soon the car stopped in front of an old-style villa. Pei Guang half supported and half dragged Lin Hanxiang into the corridor. A few doors inside were open, revealing the silhouettes of women dressed thinly and heavily made up. Behind the closed doors, muffled gasps, groans, and the sound of leather shoes scraping against the floor could be faintly heard. Lin Hanxiang's heart thudded. He immediately understood. This was the most secretive brothel in Hong Kong. He paused in his steps, beads of sweat forming at his temples. As a top celebrity, if he were to run into paparazzi, his image would be ruined and his future would be lost. Don't worry, Pei Guang had long seen through his thoughts, leaning in to whisper. This place is tightly sealed, all familiar faces here, absolutely no chance of a leak. His words were like a hook pulling at Lin Hanxiang's wavering heart. To be honest, that woman Zhao Yaji was too difficult to deal with. He had been pinned up in Hong Kong for over a month, and he was already burning with desire. But due to his status, he had to put on a facade. If he really tore off that skin, he wouldn't know how wild he could get. But now, with Pei Guang's guarantee and hearing the strange noises coming from the neighboring room, Lin Hanxiang's inner flame had long since blazed to the point of crackling, unable to be suppressed. Alcohol surged through his veins. His brain felt like cotton soaked in water, heavy and swollen. He threw his head back and blurted, "All right, let's go." Pei Guang was overjoyed, quickly supporting him by the arm, half guiding and half pushing him into a room. "Young Master Lin, rest for a moment. The person will be here soon." All right, hurry up." Lin Hanxiang impatiently waved his hand, shooing him away like a fly. Pei Guang did not leave in haste. Instead, he turned and slipped into the adjacent room, where Cheng Guangchuan sat on the sofa, puffing a cigarette amid a cluster of underlings. His voice trembled with nervousness, palms slick with sweat. Get out. I'm done with this. Go on, Scram. It's got nothing to do with you. The final payment. Here, take it. Chen Guangchuan flung a thick wad of cash onto the table. But if even a single syllable slips past your lips, I'll wrench that head off your neck myself and kick it like a football. No, I'd never dare. Pei Guang snatched up the money and bolted from the room, without glancing back, silently lighting an incense stick for Lin Hanxiang in his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Hanxiang lay sprawled across the bed, drowning in a tide of alcohol. The weight of his eyelids unbearable, his consciousness slowly sinking into blissful oblivion. Moments later, a soft click echoed as the door eased open. Dazed, he lifted his lashes. Bathed in hazy pink light, a tall, slender figure glided toward him. Long hair cascading like a waterfall, a lithe frame exuding quiet grace, her face softened by a languid, knowing smile. At dawn, sunlight pierced through the blinds, blindingly sharp. Lin Hanxiang stirred, lifting his heavy lids, and froze. A long-haired woman lay beside him. Fragments of last night gradually coalesced in his mind. His chest relaxed, he exhaled deeply, a long, slow sigh of relief. He pursued Zhao Yizhi for over a month, never so much as brushing the hem of her sleeve, until frustration had coiled tight in his ribs and gnawed at his molars. Now at last that pent-up bitterness had dissolved, swept away by the warmth and softness lying beside him. Pei Guang, that seasoned schemer, had delivered flawlessly. He'd have to mention a raise to the Xiao family. He pulled back the thin blanket and pushed himself upright, just as the woman beside him stirred awake. She turned her face toward him and offered a sweet, sleepy smile. Awake. Lin Hanxiang mumbled vaguely. Moi. Before the word fully left his lips, he stiffened. Something was wrong with that voice. It wasn't the clear, bright timbre of a woman, but a grating, rasping shriek like metal scraping raw against iron. Slowly he turned his head and stared. Long hair draped over narrow shoulders. At first glance, she seemed a vision of classical beauty. Yet her jawline was stark and angular, her cheekbones sharply pronounced, her brow ridge boldly defined. And most damning of all, a distinct Adam's apple rose beneath her skin, bobbing faintly with each swallow. A throat. Adam's apple. Lin Hanxiang went rigid. A deafening boom erupted inside his skull. Cold sweat drenched his back, his face drained of all color, turning ashen white in an instant. You're a man, oi. The words tore from his throat, his voice cracking with shock. The thought that he'd spent the entire night drunk and entangled with a man sent his stomach into violent revolt. With a guttural gag, he vomited a torrent of sour bile, then collapsed onto the mattress, limbs gone boneless. Oh, so what if I'm a man? Men are the only ones you can truly rely on. The figure arched a delicate finger, laughing shrilly. Women. Either they put on airs and play hard to get, or they dig pits to swindle your money. You pour your heart out chasing them. They won't even glance your way. The moment you empty your wallet, they kick you out the door. Men. We're honest. Loyal. No hidden agendas. Oh my, what a handsome little face you've got. Lay off the liquor, darling. It ruins your liver and your judgment. With that, he produced a tissue and reached out, as if to dab Lin Hanxiang's mouth. Lin Hanxiang recoiled as though struck by venom, scrambling backward to the far corner of the bed, throat clenched. Don't touch me. Get away from me now. He admitted grudgingly there was truth in the man's words, yet his soul recoiled instinctively, irrevocably from men. Oh, how quickly you turn cold. Faster than flipping a book. The man pouted, eyes brimming with wounded innocence. Last night you held me tight and whispered my darling over and over. Shut up. Lin Hanxiang's face went utterly bloodless. Another wave of dry heaves seized him. Darkness flickered at the edges of his vision. He wished desperately to rip last night from his memory entirely. Silence. I don't know you. I don't want to know who you are. Leave, now, this instant. He finally exploded, roaring, hurling the pillow aside, his whole body trembling violently like a leaf caught in a gale. This was no fleeting tryst. It was a waking nightmare made flesh. He was no longer pure. His thoughts churned thick and sluggish as sludge. How had it come to this? Fine, leave if you must. But 2,000 yuan, cash settled now. The man held out his palm, a single streak of crimson nail polish gleaming on his fingertip. What a... Lin Hanxiang's pupils contracted sharply. You hired a gigolo, you pay? It's only natural. Or did you think you could cheat your way out of it like some tyrant client? His gaze turned suddenly, icy fingers locking around Lin Hanxiang's wrist like iron, unyielding, unrelenting. Lin Hanxiang winced, pain shooting up his arm, his chest constricted, suffocating, nauseating, rage surging hot and sudden to his temples. I. Tyrant client. Just hearing those 3 words sent chills down his spine, but now pinned by that grip, his stomach twisted violently, his organs knotting into agony. He hadn't wanted a gigolo, let alone become a tyrant client. Even uttering the term felt like defiling his own tongue. For the rest of his life, he swore he wouldn't sip a single bowl of duck soup, nor would he ever again bear the word duck without clamping his hands over his ears. He was losing his mind. Let go now. Gooseflesh prickled across his skin. With a furious shove, he sent the man staggering backward. Barely touching the floor, the man lunged forward again, clutching Lin Hanxiang's thigh like a desperate vine. Refused to pay, and now you strike. Not a step past this door today. Before the last syllable faded, he unleashed a piercing, ear-splitting wail. Someone's dodging payment. Someone's playing tyrant client. That shrill, grating cry, like nails dragged across slate, shot through the entire apartment building. Bang! The door burst inward, splintering off its hinges. Shun Guangchuan strode in, flanked by his crew, his bellow rattling the window panes. Who's refusing to pay? Step forward. Him. It's him. The reedy-voiced man leapt up, jabbing a trembling finger at Lin Hanxiang, naked and exposed on the bed. Kid, you really dared to pull a tyrant client stunt. Shun Guangchuan's face darkened, fury blazing in his eyes. In 3 strides he reached the bed, seized Lin Hanxiang by the throat, and yanked him bodily onto the floor. I didn't do this. Lin Hanxiang's head throbbed. Before him stood a wall of scowling thugs. He knew instantly any protest, at best a brutal beating, at worst, police involvement, media exposure. He was the hottest rising star in Wandao. Should photos leak of him naked and dragged into a precinct, his career would collapse overnight. He'd never lift his head again. That prospect was more terrifying than the sky collapsing. Fine, pay to make it stop. Loosen your grip. I'll pay. Lin Hanxiang ground out the words, jaw clenched, voice hollow. 2,000. No less, no exceptions. Shun Guangchuan released him with a contemptuous snort, nose tilted skyward. Lin Hanxiang collapsed onto the edge of the bed, fumbling wildly for his coat, and froze. His wallet should have been in the inner pocket, empty. He patted his trousers, also empty. His heart dropped like a stone. Where's the money? Hand it over now. Shun Guangchuan pressed impatiently, yet his eyes flickered upward, just once, betraying a flash of deep concealed triumph. Of course Lin Hanxiang couldn't produce the money. His wallet had been lifted while he slept. Panic mounting, sweat beading on his temples, Lin Hanxiang burst out, my wallet's gone. You stole it. In that instant clarity struck. He'd walked straight into a trap. Stealing the wallet was only the first move. What followed was barefaced extortion. Bullshit. Do you think I'd stoop to nicking your petty change? Shun Guangchuan roared, grabbing Lin Hanxiang's collar. You're trying to weasel out of it. Don't you know whose turf this is, eh? You've got guts, pulling a tyrant client stunt here. Come on. To the station. He began dragging Lin Hanxiang toward the door. At the word station, Lin Hanxiang's face blanched, his breath catching mid-inhale. What cursed misfortune had landed him in this sordid mess? Exposure was unthinkable. No, I won't go. I'll return to my hotel, double the amount paid in full. He clung to the bed frame, knuckles white, knees shaking uncontrollably. But Shun Guangchuan had received explicit orders. This was never about money. It was about him. No station. Then how would the script unfold? Hotel? How do I know you won't vanish like smoke? Look at that slippery tongue. Could fry eggs on it. Not the honest sort. I'm not falling for it. Brothers, lift him up. To the station with him. Instantly several burly men surged forward, hoisting Lin Hanxiang off the bed in a tangle of arms and legs. He was still completely naked. Clothes. Give me clothes, he cried out. Shun Guangchuan sneered, that twig of yours. Even handcuffs would scoff at its thinness. Clothes. Forget it. Wrap yourself in the sheet. He tossed a crumpled sheet into the air. With shoves and prods they bundled Lin Hanxiang into a car and sped off, sirens wailing toward the police station. Inside the vehicle, Lin Hanxiang sat pale and hollow-eyed, gaze vacant. He'd feared scandal, only to watch it explode beyond all measure. As he was hauled from the car, pedestrians flooded the precinct entrance. Dozens halted mid-stride, turning as one. They saw several broad-shouldered men hauling a man wrapped in a sheet. Shocking. Then a second look, the man's bowed head, the sharp profile. Was that familiar? Wasn't that Lin Hanxiang, the Wandao sensation? Someone whipped out a camera. Click, click, click. While another dialed a reporter's hotline on the spot. Explosive news. Inside the station, under police interrogation, Lin Hanxiang repeated his plea. He'd been framed. He'd hired no gigolo, attempted no evasion, owed no debt. His wallet had simply vanished. Yet the officers merely cast a cold glance his way, holding up a lab report. Fingerprints and biological samples recovered from the gigolo matched Lin Hanxiang's. Exactly. Evidence was irrefutable. Officers exchanged knowing looks, their imaginations conjuring a drama richer than any Hong Kong film. And police stations notoriously kept no secrets. The case leaked outward within 3 minutes. Hong Kong media erupted. This was the year's headline, guaranteed. Lin Hanxiang, Wandao's beloved idol, arrested for refusing payment after hiring a gigolo. A textbook case of moral collapse. Whoa, so Lin Hanxiang's that wild behind closed doors? My daughter's obsessed. Tonight I'm tearing down every poster on her wall. Bad luck. TSK. Looks like a golden boy sunshine incarnate. But his tastes run dark, huh? Reporters circled like vultures, rubbing their hands in glee. Dispatching scouts to stake out the precinct while urgently contacting editors to rush print special editions. Even newspapers already printed and distributed were recalled. Presses reactivated overnight to roll out a special supplement, The Extraordinary Station Encounter of Lin Hanxiang. By noon, the story detonated across the nation. The entire island is in an uproar. The top star of Bay Island was taken into the police station late at night, and the truth is shocking. In the afternoon, the newsstands across Hong Kong Island were nearly cleared out with headlines more eye-catching than the last. Each word sharp, each sentence piercing, deliberately chosen to provoke. The accompanying images were even more explosive, vividly testifying to the severity of the situation. The most widely circulated photo was one taken by a reporter from the New News who spent a fortune to acquire a candid shot from a bystander outside the police station. Authentic first-hand footage. In the photo, Lin Hanxiang was wrapped in a wrinkled white bedsheet, his arms limp, being dragged towards the police station door by 3 or 4 tattooed thugs. He was wearing only one slipper, while the other was nowhere to be found. Closely following him was a man clad in black straps with red lips and a slim waist, stepping in 10-centimeter studded heels, exuding more flamboyance than a popular actress. It's shocking. So shocking. This isn't entertainment news, it's clearly a collective spectacle of judgment. The residents of Hong Kong Island were all discussing, so the stars play, so wild and private. Lin Hanxiang, my daughter, used to chase after him. The one in Smoke and Rain in the South, he looked harmless when he smiled, who would have thought? It's one thing to hire a prostitute, that's a personal matter, but to just walk away after the deed, not even leaving a $50 tip. That's too immoral. Where's the man's integrity? Gambling debts may be postponed, but debts for pleasure cannot be denied. That evening, the evening paper was reprinted 3 times with people on the streets cursing while clutching their newspapers. The name Lin Hanxiang became synonymous with unruly among the populace of Hong Kong Island overnight. The news rocketed back to his hometown Bay Island. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the arrival hall of Hong Kong Island, a crew team pushed a luggage cart through. Male attendants in crisp shirts and sunglasses, female attendants in sleek skirts, transparent stockings, and high heels that clicked sharply. The handsome men and beautiful women drew the attention of travelers. Zhao Yaji stood at the end of the line, her features cold and her aura striking like a beam of cool light amidst the crowd. But just as she reached the glass door, a few casual remarks suddenly pierced her ears. Tisk, Lin Hanxiang really dares to play, he even hires prostitutes. He's a big star, it's normal to change tastes. But to turn his back after the deed, that's too despicable. Maybe he found the service unsatisfactory. Huh. Zhao Yaji paused, a slight frown on her brow, turning to look at the 2 travelers. She stepped closer, her voice soft yet tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Excuse me, are you referring to Mr. Lin Hanxiang from Bay Island? What happened to him? Upon seeing a flight attendant, the 2 immediately perked up, pulling out a crumpled newspaper and shoving it into her hand. The front page boldly printed in large black letters. Bay Island's popular young star photographed at police station, image crumbles. The 5 words hiring a prostitute without paying pierced her eyes like nails. Zhao Yazi's first reaction was roast duck, only costs $45. Does he really care about that little money? Until she heard the 2 excitedly recount the whole story, she stood frozen in place, her fingertips icy, the color drained from her face. It turned out that duck did not refer to the kind in the kitchen. Beneath Lin Hanxiang's sunny smile lay another face. Homosexuality, promiscuity, betrayal, and utter disregard. Her head buzzed as if struck by a hammer, her vision darkening. She recalled the 3 dinners and 2 lengthy conversations they had shared recently. Though they had never crossed the line, it felt like swallowing a fly, now leaving her feeling nauseous. The 2 continued to chatter on, as if they had witnessed the entire event firsthand. Yet Zhao Yaji suddenly turned, gripping the newspaper tightly, and hastening towards the exit, her pace quickening, as if chased by a ghost. Every word felt like a blade scraping against her eardrums, cutting straight to her heart. That man, truly repulsive. In this life, never to meet again. Late at night at the Blue Ocean Bar. Neon lights flickered, the beat was deafening, short skirts swayed, and the scent of perfume mixed with the smell of alcohol lingered in the air. Su Rui's pushed the door open, not even glancing at the dance floor or bar, heading straight for a corner. De Ziao was already waiting at the door, bending slightly to greet him. Brother Zay, Miss Zhao is right over there. She's been drinking quietly. I've had my brothers watch over her, not letting anyone with ill intent get close. In his eyes, this lady was definitely the one destined for him. Su Rui's responded lightly, and directly sat down beside Zhao Yaji on the sofa. He waved to call for 2 bottles of cold beer, opened them, and drank without a word. Zhao Yaji, who had been sitting alone, suddenly felt the cushion beside her sink in. Startled, she turned her head and bumped into that familiar and calm face. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing a self-deprecating smile, and poured herself another drink. Not long after, Su Rui's finished the beer and casually switched to a bottle of whiskey. The amber liquid glimmered coldly under the lights. Waiter, bring a dozen more beers. Zhao Yaji also called out, her cheeks flushed, her eyes hazy, completely devoid of the usual reserve and distance. Sorry, miss, the beer just sold out. The warehouse is restocking. The waiter explained apologetically. Then hurry up and bring it. Her voice suddenly rose, clearly irritated, a reaction brought on by intoxication. As soon as the waiter left, Su Rui's pushed the whiskey in front of him towards her, his voice low and calm. If you don't mind it being strong, pour it yourself. Zhao Yaji scoffed lightly, tilting her head to observe him, the corners of her eyes tinged with inebriation and mockery. What are you up to? I know very well. You want to get me drunk to take advantage of me. Su Rui's looked at her forced cleverness and couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. Then why are you drinking like this? Who are you ruining yourself for? For a hypocritical sinner. Is it worth it? Zhao Yaji shook her head violently, her voice trembling. I really didn't know. I was a bit moved at first, but who would have thought he was this kind of person? Her eyes turned red, tears spilling out, and then she suddenly turned her face away as if all her anger towards Lin Hanxiang was directed at Su Rui's. Don't pretend to be innocent. You think I don't know about your affair with Yin Nan? That person is clearly married and you still insist on getting clothes, causing chaos in someone else's home. Oh, what kind of man is that? Despicable. Shameless. Rotten to the core. And, have you been harboring designs on me for a long time? Stop pretending. Even if I Zhao Yaji remain single my entire life, I will never give you a chance. Give up on that thought. She shouted, her words barely finished before tears gushed out again. She grabbed the bottle and poured herself a full glass of whiskey, downing it. The fiery liquid burned like a blade, making her cough repeatedly, her shoulders shaking violently. Cough, cough, cough. Su Rui's silently handed over a tissue, gently wiping away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, his tone calm to the point of being candid. I never claimed to be a good person. Regarding the matter with Yin Nan, I admit my mistake. But the one I truly wanted to get close to has always been you alone. She approached me first passionately while I was just a hot-blooded man committing a mistake anyone could make. If anyone else had heard this, they would likely roll their eyes. Su Rui's, where do you get the confidence to say such things? Don't you know how much you weigh in your own heart? If anyone else had heard this, they would likely roll their eyes. Su Rui's, where do you get the confidence to say such things? Don't you know how much you weigh in your own heart? But Zhao Yaji was different. She was caught in the vortex of her most vulnerable emotions, feeling hollow, as if a piece had been taken away. Upon hearing his words, she froze, even forgetting to sob, her misty eyes wide open, staring at him intently. You? Are you serious? The one you've always liked is me. Her voice was soft as a willow branch in the wind. Su Rui's nodded without hesitation. From start to finish, I've only had feelings for you. Then why didn't you say so? I was afraid of scaring you away, afraid you'd avoid me, and even more afraid that you'd underestimate yourself because of it. Your silence hurts me the most, making me overthink living so painfully. From now on I will bear all the pain. For every 10-fold of pain I will endure 20-fold, for every 100-fold of difficulty I will shield you from 1,000. For you I am willing to do anything. You say one line, I say one line, the dialogue thick and sweet. Su Rui's himself wanted to cover his ears listening to it. But in this day and age, Hong Kong Island's girls were madly infatuated with this kind of overwhelming love reminiscent of Qiong Yao style. In Zhao Yazi's eyes this was not exaggeration, but sincerity, not a routine, but destiny. She cried uncontrollably, tears falling in large droplets, yet her heart felt like a warm stream had opened a passage. Turns out the one he liked all along was her. How pitiful that she had secretly felt guilty, fearing she would take her best friend's man, hiding, escaping suffering, and even almost falling into the trap of someone like Lin Hanxiang. At this moment the clouds dispersed, and the sky cleared, and everything became bright. It turned out the person she loved had always loved her back. Zhao Yaji broke into a smile, through her tears laughter mingling with tears, her eyes shining. The two drank and talked, the effects of the alcohol growing stronger, their words drawing closer, their bodies pressing tighter. Zhao Yaji unknowingly leaned into his embrace, her forehead gently rubbing against his shoulder. Late at night, Su Rui's half-supported, half-carried the slightly tipsy Zhao Yaji out of the bar. As the cold wind blew, his mind felt slightly hazy. After getting into the back seat of the car, he squinted his eyes and whispered to Li Jindong in the front seat, Qingshan Bay Villa. Got it, boss. Li Jindong exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Mingyong, stifling a laugh in response. Qingshan Bay Villa. The night was tranquil, the moonlight slanting and the window lights gradually extinguished. The alcohol ignited the blood, sweet words softened the heart, and Zhao Yaji completely let down her guard, sinking into his embrace. At the same moment, in the living room of the Shao family mansion in the Peak Villa area, nearly 70-year-old Sir Shao slammed a pile of newspapers onto the rosewood coffee table with a loud bang, causing the cups and plates to rattle. He glared at his second wife, Fang Yihua, his voice deep yet scorching. I said long ago that Lin Hanxiang is restless, arrogant, and will eventually bring trouble upon himself. You refused to stop him from acting in The Sword at the End of the Earth, insisting on backing him, claiming he could boost Bay Island's box office, pushing him to be the male lead. And what happened? The police station called, saying he was caught hiring a prostitute without paying and was reported on the spot. This afternoon the police asked me if I needed to send someone to bail him out. My old face, I want to bury it in the ground. I was so angry I wanted to personally snap his neck. As Xiao Yifu spoke, the ebony gentleman's cane struck the ground heavily, making a loud noise. Having lived most of his life, he had never felt such profound humiliation. Brother Six, I was wrong. I truly never imagined Lin Hanxiang would prove so utterly unworthy. Fang Yihua lowered her head, her voice trembling with grievance. Xiao Yifu raised a hand to cut her off and let out a cold, mirthless laugh. He isn't unworthy. He's too accomplished. Charging ahead, recklessly slapping faces, abandoning responsibilities, alienating every single person in the industry. Does he think this is a film set in Taiwan? In just 2 months since arriving in Hong Kong, how many landmines has he stepped on? How many enemies has he made? Can he even count them himself? Fang Yihua's eyes widened sharply. Brother Six, do you mean he was deliberately framed? Isn't that as plain as lice on a bald man's scalp? Xiao Yifu's tone was icy and unyielding. Who did it? Fang Yihua's face darkened. Lin Hanxiang had been her personal choice, the lead for Sword at the Edge of the World selected against strong internal resistance. Now this catastrophe struck like a slap across her own face. At this point, does it even matter who pulled the strings behind the scenes? Xiao Yifu sank slowly into his chair and rubbed his temples. Hong Kong's power structures run deep and tangled, countless figures wield immense influence. Do you plan to confront each one personally? Having assessed countless people over decades, he knew full well anyone bold enough to target an actor under the Xiao family's banner could hardly be ordinary. Was Lin Hanxiang truly worth Xiao Yifu himself stepping onto the battlefield and tearing open old wounds? Worse still, if word got out, it would tarnish the entire Xiao group's reputation. What matters most now is what do we do about Sword at the Edge of the World? He sighed deeply. This film was Xiao Group's flagship project for the year, a cornerstone investment totaling 5 million Hong Kong dollars. In that era, it stood as a bona fide blockbuster, a high-stakes gamble. Its ambition was clear: simultaneous release across Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, and Malaysia, to reclaim Xiao Group's former glory in one decisive stroke. To achieve this, they had spared no expense, offering Lin Hanxiang a $1 million fee to headline. And yet, precisely at this critical juncture, he collapsed. In the film, Lin Hanxiang portrayed a dashing, peerless swordsman, elegant, charismatic, commanding the gaze of two heroines amidst subtle glances and undercurrents of tension. But now the Duck scandal had detonated, shattering his carefully crafted image overnight. The gallant, noble martial artist gracing the silver screen stood in grotesque contrast to the real-world playboy exposed for moral bankruptcy. So jarring, so nauseating that audiences had already turned away in disgust. Even more dire, filming had long wrapped. Recasting. Impossible. Xiao Yifu lay sleepless night after night watching his hair fall out in clumps. That $5 million investment threatened total loss. Brother Six, in my view, the film market is colder than a frozen warehouse these days. One movie barely makes a ripple, unlike television, which delivers steady, reliable returns. Why not sell the film company outright and channel all our energy into TVB instead? Oi. Fang Yihua urged once more. For years, Shaw Brothers had steadily declined, while rivals like Golden Harvest and Cinema City surged ahead. She had broached this idea repeatedly: divest the film studio, acquire shares in television networks. Yet Xiao Yifu simply could not swallow that bitter pill. The Xiao brothers had built their empire on celluloid, from their origins in Shanghai through their rise in Hong Kong to their expansion across Malaysia. During the golden age of Hong Kong cinema in the 1960s and 70s, the Shaw brothers stood as its undisputed standard-bearer. To Xiao Yifu, film was not merely business. It was his lifeblood, a dream etched into his very bones. Yet now Shaw Brothers truly teetered on the brink, bleeding red ink year after year, its balance sheet growing thinner, forcing him to reluctantly contemplate retreat. Let me think it over. While the couple agonized over the fate of their film companies, Su Ruizha and Zhao Yaji were conversing about light and shadow within the quiet intimacy of their villa. Daylight had long spilled across the windowsill, yet they lingered lazily in bed. Su Ruizha reclined against the pillow, a cigarette poised between his fingers, its pale blue smoke rising in slow, sinuous coils. So you don't love him. You're captivated by the version of yourself reflected in the lens, by that exhilarating rush of adrenaline when the cameras roll. A faint, knowing smile curved his lips, his voice remained soft, unhurried. Zhao Yaji nodded languidly. Ever since childhood, I dreamed of becoming a film star, longing for the day my face would appear on every cinema screen across Hong Kong. Later, I became a flight attendant. It's not too late to change course now. I own a film company. Technically a shell, yes. But the moment you say yes, funding will materialize instantly and production will launch without delay. You'll headline as the leading lady, who I'll personally oversee the script, and I'll make you the brightest star Hong Kong has ever seen. Su Ruizha spoke with unwavering certainty. Zhao Yazi's eyes lit up instantly. She pushed herself upright, her silhouette softly defined beneath the sheets, her face radiant with unrestrained delight. Truly, I can play the heroine. Me, am I capable? Before the words fully left her lips, a flicker of doubt crossed her face. Su Ruizha chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing gently along her cheek. You are mine. If not you, then who deserves the role? Your face was born for the spotlight. When audiences see you, they'll scream, not blink. His tone held the quiet assurance of someone stating an irrevocable truth. In later years, Zhao Yaji would become an indelible footnote of Hong Kong cinema, an ageless icon whose grace defied time, hailed as the eternal goddess, inspiring awe and devotion across generations. But in this lifetime, under Su Ruizha's protection, she would bypass all the traps, the backbiting, the predatory gatekeeping, the malicious editing, the orchestrated scandals. She need only act joyfully, everything else belonged to him. Agreed. I'll resign next month. Flying endlessly across the skies, barely home twice a month. I'm utterly fed up. Zhao Yaji wrinkled her nose in playful complaint. Since their intimate bond had formed, she had blossomed, more talkative, more radiant, and tenderly petulant in his. As Su Ruizha listened to her cheerful rambling, his mind had already shifted elsewhere. The cinematic renaissance was imminent, and his film company could no longer remain idle. It was time to act decisively. Which film shall we begin with first? The Sword at the Edge of the World, starring Lin Hanxiang, opened as scheduled, and collapsed exactly as Sir Shao had foreseen, utterly, irreversibly. Attendance hovered below 30%, reviews shattered into dust, critics eviscerated it without mercy, our audiences seethed with fury. How dare they cast a man who patronizes men and refuses to pay as a dashing young swordsman? It makes one physically ill. Of the 5 million invested, only 800,000 returned at the box office. Sir Shao nearly choked with rage, slamming his fist upon the table. His fury spilled over onto the entire Shao Group workforce. At noon, in a greasy Dai Pai Dong in Mong Kok, a portly young man named Wang Jing sat with several colleagues, heads bowed over steaming bowls of rice. All were longtime Shao Group employees, listless, dejected, poking listlessly at their food, cursing Lin Hanxiang with every bite. I saw that Lin fellow was trouble from day one. Chronic tardiness and early departures, standard practice. He threw his weight around, even at the director's expense. If the producer hadn't intervened, I'd have punched him myself. Paying for services, and then refusing to settle. What kind of scum calls himself an actor? Why does Taiwan keep churning out such trash? Ugh, let him ruin himself. That's fine, but why drag our livelihoods down with him? Wang Jing shoveled another mouthful, shaking his head with a wry smile. My father told me the next production's been cancelled. Fewer shoots mean fewer jobs. Soon even the words "a Shaw production" may gather dust. That sent the table into chaos. Then what do? Starve. My wife and kids depend entirely on. My mother's still hospitalized. Her medicine bills pile higher than mountains. Hurry back and tell your father. This can't stop. It must not stop. Wang Jing slammed his palm on the table. That decision came straight from Uncle Six. My father's just a working director. His word carries no weight. In my view, losing 5 million on the Sword at the Edge of the World has left Uncle Six bleeding internally. From now on, he'll grow stingier, more hesitant. Every dollar spent on film will be scrutinized twice. The dishes grew cold, untouched. Heads drooped, shoulders slumped, as if their very spines had been removed. With Shao Group shuttered, there would be no income. And how then would families survive? Clearly, it was time to seek alternative paths. Just as they raged against Lin Hanxiang and cursed Uncle Six's stinginess, the cacophony inside the Dai Pai Dong abruptly ceased. Startled, everyone looked up and saw without warning a group of black-clad men flood through the entrance. Dozens stood shoulder to shoulder, strangers to all, their gazes sharp and frigid as blades. Instinctively, Wang Jing and his friends lowered their voices. Where did these people come from? Which Triad branch are they from? Bad news. We're the ones they're heading for. Wang Jing and the others froze in shock, watching helplessly as the gangsters strode directly toward their table, eyes locked, unblinking upon them alone. Their intentions were unmistakably hostile. Wang Jing's pulse quickened, just as he held his breath. Suddenly the lead thug bellowed a single piercing shout. Where is Du Qifeng? Du Qifeng. Wang Jing blinked, momentarily stunned, then instinctively turned his head and caught sight of a young man seated beside him, slender-featured, dressed plainly, exuding scholarly refinement. That was Du Qifeng, formerly his father's loyal assistant, his senior brother in the industry. Just last month, he debuted his first feature film, which had performed modestly and vanished from theaters within 3 weeks. Now, with Shao Group publicly announcing production cuts, he joined countless other newcomers in daily despair, drowning his anxieties in silent drinks, searching desperately for alternatives. Suddenly summoned by these underworld figures, Du Qifeng's mind reeled, palms slick with sweat. He had no ties whatsoever to any Triad, not even a shared meal at a banquet. Seeing all eyes converge upon him, Tian smirked and stepped forward. You're Du Qifeng. Come with us, you've been requested. Who wants me? Du Qifeng's voice cracked, his spine prickled. When gangsters knocked, it was never for tea. Fragments of grim rumors flashed through his mind, debtors sealed in concrete and sunk into the sea, gossips vanishing without trace in the dead of night. Yet he hadn't even argued with anyone lately. His face paled instantly. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed dry, acrid saliva. You'll find out soon enough, Tian sneered, raising a hand, and 2 underlings immediately closed in. His dining companions erupted instantly. Loyalty, once inflamed by alcohol, burned white-hot. State your names. Which faction do you represent? Kidnapping in broad daylight. Do you take the police for ornaments? The Shao Group film set is just 100 meters away. We'll summon the production manager and his crew right now. Flushed with liquor veins bulging on their necks, they seized stools, beer bottles, even cardboard crates, ready to fight to the end. Tian didn't flinch. Instead, he drew a sleek obsidian black handgun from his waistband, tilted it skyward, and scoffed. Who just claimed there were many of you? A gun. The entire room froze. Silence fell like a suffocating shroud. Faces flushed crimson, yet not a single sound escaped their throats. No number of men could withstand bullets. Who among them would truly sacrifice their lives for a colleague? Du Qifeng's knees trembled, Wang Jing stood paralyzed. Yet the longer he stared at Tian's face, the more familiar it seemed. He suddenly smacked his thigh. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. He squeezed forward, a smile spreading across his face. Big brother, do you still remember me? At the Blue Ocean Bar the last time your esteemed self brought people to discuss business, I served you imported liquor at the bar. Tian squinted and scrutinized for a moment, suddenly chuckling. Oh, you're the emerging director who chased our sister-in-law to the door of the private room. Wang Jing's face flushed awkwardly, rubbing his hands. It was purely a misunderstanding, really purely a misunderstanding. All right, it doesn't concern you today. Tian waved his hand. Du Qifeng, come with us. Pausing for a moment, he added, don't worry, it's a good thing. Wang Jing and the others gaped, unable to stop him, and Du Qifeng had no choice but to brace himself and follow Tian and the others out the door. As soon as the person walked far, Wang Jing sprinted toward the set, calling the producer, shouting for the supervisor, leveraging connections, and finding ways to definitely bring the person back. However, Su Ruizha simply shook his head. He had asked Tian to invite Du Qifeng, who would have thought that the other party would directly pull out a gun to invite him, causing chaos in the venue. He recalled the chaos of the film industry in Hong Kong in the early 1990s, gangsters investing in production companies, guns pressed against actors' temples to force them to sign contracts, directors too afraid to speak up when scripts were changed, and even the script supervisor had to bow before handing over a cigarette. Unexpectedly this time, he had also become one of those notorious tough characters. His reputation in the future would likely be branded with the label of not to be trifled with. But Su Ruizha didn't care at all. He never intended to be brothers with this group. Apart from his own woman, he didn't care whether others respected or feared him. What he wanted was obedience, not admiration. He wanted to make money, not to build relationships. At this moment in the bar's private room, Du Qifeng sat stiffly on the opposite sofa, twisting the hem of his clothes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Su Ruizha personally handed him a cigarette and poured him a glass of whiskey, speaking gently. Director, do I sincerely apologize. My subordinates were reckless and frightened you. I apologize on their behalf. No. That won't do. Du Qifeng hurriedly stood up, flailing his hands, his voice trembling. The young man in front of him was 2 years younger than himself, with distinct features and a sharp demeanor, yet Du Qifeng didn't dare to breathe. He understood the depth of the underworld. My name is Su Ruizha. Su Ruizha smiled slightly and got straight to the point. I invited you today because I want you to direct a movie. The remuneration will definitely not be stingy. 200 as a deposit, with a total budget of 5 million for the entire film, all covered by me. Du Qifeng was stunned. Kidnapped, just to let him direct a movie. His lips parted slightly, and it took a long time to squeeze out a sentence. You really want me to be the director? He only had one failed work, and Shaw Brothers was about to erase his name from the shortlist. But right now, if it really could start filming, he dreamed of seizing it. The only hesitation was that invisible yet suffocating identity, the gangster. If Su Ruizha knew his concerns, he would only smile gently. In the entire Hong Kong films of the 1980s, half of the shadows behind the screens were cast by the same figure. Who still cared where the money came from? As long as the camera could roll, the film could sound, and the cash could flow in. Seeing Du Qifeng's eyes soften, Su Ruizha raised his glass, his tone firm. What we want to film this time is the first truly hardcore sci-fi film that tears open the surface and plunges into the flesh of Hong Kong. Director, do you dare to take it? As soon as Su Ruizha's words fell, Du Qifeng's pupils constricted, his mind hit like a heavy hammer, repeatedly chewing on those few words. Sci-fi film, 5 million 2000. Investing 5 million Hong Kong dollars in a movie at this time was no different from gambling one's life savings. For Du Qifeng, being in charge of such a blockbuster was akin to having a mountain of gold drop from the sky. Not to mention sci-fi films. This genre has always been a forbidden zone for directors, with high thresholds, quick burn of cash, and just a small misstep leading to ridicule. Without real money to create effects, it couldn't support any sense of the future. Yet now someone was throwing out 5 million, specifically asking him to direct a sci-fi film. Du Qifeng's throat rolled, his heart racing. And that 200,000 fee made his fingertips tingle. He had just submitted his first work, and even the title director still felt unfamiliar. Last time he filmed, the payment section was blank, and he only received a few thousand for meals, barely making ends meet. 200,000. Enough for him to rent 2 floors in Kowloon walled city and support 3 slackers for 3 years. Moreover, the person sitting in front of him was not an ordinary investor. He was the big brother who ruled a piece of the underworld. With such open conditions, if you still frowned and refused, were you not asking for trouble? Du Qifeng's back quietly broke out in a thin layer of sweat, fearing he wouldn't be able to step out of this dimly lit bar. Fine. He'll take this job. Su Xiao trusts me, Du Qifeng, and he'll risk my life to make this film remarkable. His voice was steady and his eyes shone brightly. Good. I've been waiting for this sentence. Su Ruizha laughed heartily, raised his glass and clinked it. Du Qifeng hurriedly half-stewed the glasses, clinking crisply as he tilted his head back, downing the drink, the spiciness rushing straight to his head. Su Ruasia then settled the arrangements. You first assemble a crew. The money will arrive within 3 days. As for the leading lady, I will personally finalize it. Du Chifeng nodded eagerly, but in his heart he had already turned over several twists. This leading lady is most likely Su Xiao's beloved. When dealing with her in the future, I need to be 3 times more careful than serving an ancestor. The investor plus the leading lady is indeed a hotbed of gossip. Du Chifeng was not a novice. How could he not see this was Su Xiao spending real money to elevate his woman? The beacon tower signals the smoke of war just to win a smile from a beautiful woman. This is quite common nowadays. Even if that lady in the future has a temper as sharp as a knife and a stature as tall as a tower, he must still smile and serve her tea, bowing to her commands. Yet he readily replied, "Rest assured, Su Xiao. Shaw Brothers is currently facing a shutdown. A bunch of old acquaintances are waiting for work. Assembling a crew is a breeze. As for the equipment, we can rent directly from Shaw Brothers, set quick and cost-effective. All right, the entire crew is entrusted to you. Take the script and refine it." Su Ruasia handed over a stack of papers, the edges still warm with ink. The cover displayed 3 bold characters penetrating through the paper. Terminator. That night, Su Ruasia unlocked the door to the Qingshan Bay villa. Zhao Yaji was tying on a floral apron, tiptoeing in the kitchen to lift the pot lid. Upon hearing the noise, she immediately turned and rushed over, hugging his neck, her hair brushing against his ear. She quickly broke free, sprinting back to the stove, stirring the porridge while shouting, "The porridge is still simmering. If it burns to the bottom, there's no saving it. You wash your hands first, dinner will be ready soon." Watching her flustered as she stirred, wiped her sweat, and bent down to blow on the porridge to test its temperature, Su Ruasia's eyes filled with warmth as he gently ruffled her hair. At this moment, Zhao Yaji had long shed the coldness she had when they first met, resembling a warm jade, glowing softly, radiating a sense of home. He took off his coat and hung it up, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and headed straight to the kitchen, taking the ladle from her hand. "Why did you finish work so early today?" She tilted her head and asked, her eyelashes fluttering. "If things went smoothly, I wanted to come back early and be the first to tell you," he replied with a smile. Zhao Yazi's eyes instantly brightened like stars. "The movie is really going to start shooting." "Oh." She squealed, her whole body leaping into the air, wrapping her legs around his waist, her laughter so bright it could shatter glass. Su Ruasia could hardly contain himself. "Oh no, the porridge. Forget about it for now." A sudden prelude in the kitchen led to a dinner of cold, and the porridge had formed a hard shell and the dishes had lost their heat. Zhao Yaji picked up a few bites before putting down her chopsticks, tugging at his arm and shouting, "Quick, tell me, just how exciting is the story?" In the year 2029, amidst the nuclear wasteland, humanity is struggling to survive, forming a resistance army. You will play the iron-blooded female warrior who is also the mother of the future leader. The robot faction, in a bid to turn the tide, sends AT-800 back from 40 years in the future with just one goal: to personally eliminate you before you become pregnant. Wow. Her eyes sparkled, her breathing became lighter. This is simply explosive. Back then, the women in Hong Kong films were either old dreams and Cheongsams or decoration on sofas. The camera would sweep past, and even the lines were only given 3 seconds. But this film is different. The entire framework revolves around her, Zhao Yaji. Had it not been for Arnold Schwarzenegger's T-800 being too dazzling, it would have been a complete female epic. As for the young man who traveled from the future, he was supposed to be the key figure to close the loop of fate, but ended up being overshadowed by the governor, reduced to a mere shadow. Thus, the film truly had only 2 characters that could hold the world together: T-800 and Zhao Yaji, playing Zhao Shasha. After Su Ruasia confirmed the leading lady, he began to contemplate the casting for T-800. This role was the backbone of the entire film. Picking the wrong person would mean losing everything. The entire film has a budget of $5 million, with most of it spent on special effects, set design, and models. The actor's salary is tightly compressed. You are making your debut, and even though you are the lead, the salary is set at $1,000. Su Ruasia admitted. Zhao Yaji didn't mind at all. Following Su Ruasia, she wouldn't be lacking in wealth, and $1,000 was already generous. However, she still furrowed her brows and quietly asked, "If we invest $5 million, can we really break even? Can the Hong Kong market support such a big pie? I heard Shaw Brothers sort of the horizon, lost everything, nearly losing their underwear." Zhao Yaji felt that spending $5 million on a movie was indeed too high. However, Su Ruasia believed that this money might barely cover the basics. Back then, a major director shot a film after 4 years with an investment of $6 million, resulting in a North American box office of $36 million and a global total of $78 million. However, a similar film in Hollywood would cost $6 million, while in Hong Kong, it wouldn't require nearly as much, let alone the inflation of the next few years not accounted for. Just the labor costs, Hong Kong was significantly cheaper than the U.S. Coupled with shorter shooting cycles, more economical material procurement, and more efficient labor, the overall efficiency was much higher. Under the same specifications, the production costs in Hong Kong can be reduced by at least 30%. This is also the confidence that Su Rui's has to confront the Terminator with $5 million Hong Kong dollars. As for whether the finished film can match Hollywood in quality, he is not the least bit worried. The entire film relies entirely on solid mechanical effects, explosions, car chases, models, and practical shooting on film. These skills of the veteran craftsmen in Hong Kong are not inferior to those of Hollywood. In the 70s and 80s, Hong Kong films had already wrestled with Hollywood in terms of action, rhythm, and on-the-spot feel, and sometimes even surpassed them. Later they were overwhelmed not because of craftsmanship, but due to the explosion of computer effects and the reshuffling of the global market, which allowed Hollywood to dominate. As long as the editing is ruthless, the camera work is tight, the rhythm is suffocating, and the gunfire is explosive, this film will definitely not lose to the original. So facing Zhao Yazi's doubts, Su Rui's grinned and assured, "Don't worry, it'll be a sure profit." Before his words could fade, his hand was already on her waist, lifting her effortlessly. She gasped in surprise, but he was already hungry. In fact, some things don't need to be explained to her. Whether the film makes money or not is just a secondary concern. What really matters is paving the way for the upcoming major move. It won't be long before a sum of dirty money falls into his pocket, and cleaning it is urgent. The film industry is the cleanest money laundering channel. As long as there's no loss, it's a success. With a $5 million investment, he can create a turnover of $10 million on paper. If he negotiates well with the theaters, the box office figures can be reported as doubled without anyone noticing. Money laundering may be difficult, but compared to the sudden knocking on the door by the police, that trouble is hardly worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Su Rui's understands even more how crucial it is to control a cinema chain. Not just to save money, but also to keep things under wraps. The fewer people who know about this, the safer it is. The film shooting cycle takes 4 to 5 months, just enough time to feel things out and plan. He wants to take over a cinema chain. Of course, this matter has to be put on the back burner. Right now, the most urgent thing is to make money. Boss, we've found out. That guy is keeping a woman hidden in the Royal Court Villa area in Sham Shui Po. He comes by every 3 days, and today, as usual, he's here. In Sham Shui Po, an inconspicuous black sedan is parked by the roadside with Su Rui's leaning against the passenger seat, holding a cigarette between his fingers. In the driver's seat is Ho Weidong, and in the back seat sits Li Zhendong. The three of them had already taken off their suits and changed into neat jackets with black cloth masks and weapons tucked in their pockets, guns loaded, and a short assault rifle pressed in the trunk ready for any eventuality. Young Master Guo has quite the taste. Su Rui's flicked the photo and sneered, "The girl is indeed stunning." The girl in the photo is young and charming, but unfortunately, she has already been taken by Guo Xiaoheng. The lives of the wealthy are so indulgent. Things that others could only dream of they enjoy with their eyes closed. So Su Rui's does not want to just watch and envy, he wants to tear open that door himself and grasp the money in his hand. Previously, he had nearly invested all his wealth into Kowloon warehouse, and now his pockets are emptier than his face. Truth be told, he can't even come up with the $5 million needed to shoot the Terminator. He can only find another way to make money. The brothers around him are in similar situations, and after becoming rich, they all became extravagant, either partying or frantically buying property, leaving very little cash on hand. This job must be done. The target is very clear. The legitimate heir of the Guo family, Guo Xiaoheng. Su Rui's holds a grudge, and he values his reputation. This kid actually dared to lay his hands on Yi Ying when it's simply lighting a fire right under his nose. Moreover, with the Guo family's substantial wealth, who else should be kidnapped, if not him? While he was thinking, a crackle sounded from the intercom. Wolf King, the target has appeared. Receive, prepare. Understood. As soon as the two responses fell, all three pulled down their masks, leaving only their eyes exposed. Guns loaded and assault rifles in hand, they held their breath, a murderous aura surging. Before long, a BMW slowly drove by the license plate belonging to Guo Xiaoheng. A black car followed closely behind at a distance. Keep up. As the BMW turned the corner, Su Rui's whispered sharply, and the car immediately slid out, tightly tailing it. Inside the BMW, Guo Xiaoheng was half closing his eyes in a pretend nap, with a bodyguard and driver sitting in both the front and back seats. He was contemplating how to please that woman. Though she is pretty, once the novelty wears off, it's just about convenience. With a shift in thought, he recalled Yi Ingwen, and a surge of irritation rose within him. This woman actually dared to slap his face, making him lose face in public. If it were anyone else, within 3 days he would make her beg on her knees. Using both soft and hard tactics, Guo Xiaoheng has never failed. Yet she stands behind Su Rui's. This is truly tricky. Guo Xiaoheng cursed silently. He really can't. He heard that this kid has been gaining too much momentum lately on the streets. They call him Wolf King, and he has 600 or 700 followers. He even has a security company registered under his name, with a group of desperate men following him through life and death. If it really comes down to it, Guo Xiaoheng cannot afford to play hardball. Although his family has some connections with Hongxing, it's merely business relations. If something serious happens, no one will shield him from harm. Hongxing's Zhang family would never tear their faces with the Loyal Faith Society over a woman that Guo Xiaoheng likes. Unless Zhang Tian was brain dead. So Guo Xiaoheng feels completely powerless against Su Rui's. To put it bluntly, wealthy merchants like them are never afraid of the police or judges. After all, most of those people's salaries come from their accounts. What truly sends chills down their spines are the ruthless characters who mingle in the underworld. Guo Xiaoheng is a legitimate businessman with factories, companies, assembly lines, and office buildings under his name. If he annoys these gang bosses, just having a few thugs blocking the factory gates to smash signs, invade offices, splash red paint, and cut wires would be enough to give him a headache. If things get worse, one day the warehouse could catch fire, and when the fire truck arrives there would only be ashes left. No insurance would cover it. So Guo Xiaoheng backed down. Though he didn't verbally admit defeat in his heart, he had already placed Su Rui's on the untouchable list. But this matter is far from over. Right now he is swallowing his anger, but sooner or later he will seek double the revenge. In his eyes, no one from the gang world ends well. Either they rot in jail or lie dead on the street, stabbed to death by countless knives. That kid, he can't escape this fate. One day when he falls, becomes disabled, or disappears completely, Yingwen, that beautiful woman, will still be a dish on Guo Xiaoheng's table. He just hopes she won't be too badly ruined. As these thoughts churn in his mind, the car has quietly driven into the As they go halfway, the buildings by the roadside become sparse, the street lights dimmer, and the wrought iron fences of the wealthy villa area faintly appear in the distance. At this moment the driver suddenly frowned. Slowly crawling out ahead is a massive object, a heavy truck filled with sand and gravel stuck in the middle of the lane like a drowsy old cow. Damn, where did this piece of junk come from? The driver growled, reaching for the turn signal and lightly pressing the gas, preparing to change lanes and overtake. But as soon as the steering wheel moved, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye on both sides. Two shiny black sedans silently slid out, matching their speed, perfectly tightly closing in on them. Three cars formed a triangular formation, instantly pinning the BMW in the middle of the road. The driver's pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. This situation is not right. Guo Xiaoheng also leaned out, staring at the three black cars outside, his voice tense. What's going on? What do they want? The bodyguard's throat bobbed, fingers already pressing against his waist. Could it be? They're here to kidnap us. Kidnap. As soon as this word came out, Guo Xiaoheng's mind went blank. Although Hong Kong is a mixed bag, he hasn't heard of any wealthy people being forcibly abducted in the past decade. When Brother Chong stirred up the storm, the rich were still on edge. Now that the security has stabilized, everyone steps out with bodyguards and rides in armored cars, living more securely than the bodhisattvas in temples. Guo Xiaoheng had never thought he would encounter such a situation. It shouldn't be the case, right? His voice trembled and his fingertips were icy. Before his words could finish, hope shattered cleanly. The back door of that truck suddenly swung open with a loud clang. A man with a black cloth mask stood in the truck, revealing only a pair of eyes that seemed to smile, yet were cold, looking down at them. In his hands he was holding a dark M16 assault rifle. Guo Xiaoheng's head buzzed. The long and cold barrel with its dark muzzle pointed directly at the windshield brought a palpable killing aura. He and the bodyguard froze simultaneously, their faces turning paper white in an instant, hands and feet numb, even forgetting to breathe. Is this really a robber? Young master, what should we do now? Guo Xiaoheng himself was stunned. What the hell? Who would have thought that someone would dare to come at him with real weapons and using military-grade assault rifles? Are they crazy? At this moment the masked man in the truck raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Stop! Stop! The driver's face turned pale, and he trembled as he turned back to ask. Stop! Is that even possible? Guo Xiaoheng wanted to ask, but his throat felt tight, and he couldn't squeeze out a word. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted, deafening. Bullets shot out like venomous bees, shattering the front windshield of the BMW, spiderwebs forming all over it. The two front tires went bang bang and instantly deflated the car body, shaking violently like a drunken man being smashed by a giant hammer. Oh! Guo Xiaoheng screamed in terror, curling up into a ball, holding his head with both hands, his teeth chattering. Screech. The driver slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the ground, the car skidding violently, barely stopping before tumbling into the roadside ditch. Damn, it's real bullets. And these desperate men really dare to shoot. I'm just the driver, I don't want to be buried with them. In the middle of the road 4 cars stood quietly. The 2 black cars on either side opened their doors simultaneously, with 2 agile masked men leaping out of each wielding a shiny M1911 pistol, with their gun muzzles firmly locking onto the BMW's windows. On the truck the brawny man holding the M16 remained motionless, his gun slightly lowered, exuding an Li Zhendong stepped forward slowly, swinging the iron hammer in his hand, and struck fiercely at the side window of the driver's cabin. Crash! The glass shattered and the car door was violently yanked open, a dark gun barrel pressed against the driver's temple. Without a word they dragged him out of the car. A taser crackled to life, electricity coursing through the driver's body, causing him to convulse twice and collapse to the ground before being dragged into the cargo van. The bodyguard in the passenger seat didn't last 3 seconds either. Li Zhendong took the driver's seat, turned his head to look at Guo Xiaoheng in the back seat, and with a chilling smile said, "Young master will come with us for a trip." Guo Xiaoheng's ears were still ringing, his vision darkening, and his lips trembled as he stammered, Young master Guo is a sensible person," Li Zhendong interrupted him. "You should know the cost of non-cooperation." "Who are you? Who sent you?" "I warn you, the police will arrive within 10 minutes. If you are smart you should stop now, he shouted defiantly, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time he had ever been bound, his legs shaking. Non-cooperation. Li Zhendong sneered. Ho Weidong had circled to the other side, opened the back door, and sat down next to Guo Xiaoheng, the taser crackling to life, ruthlessly poking at his waist. Zzz. Zzz. Guo Xiaoheng's eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he fainted on the spot. Clean up the team. At this moment Dazhuang had deftly lifted the back panel of the truck, propping two thick iron plates at an angle against the back of the cargo area, forming a stable slope. Li Zhendong slammed on the gas. With a thunderous roar, he crashed Guo Xiaoheng's black car directly into the van, the motion as decisive as a tank rolling over a threshold. Bang! The door of the van closed with a resounding thud, sealing tightly. Guo Xiaoheng, along with the driver, was instantly swallowed by the darkness. The three cars turned around simultaneously and sped away, the dust kicked up by the tires still settling as the scene was left empty. No cigarette, but no footprints were left behind. The entire operation was as swift as lightning. From the moment they struck to their retreat, it took no more than 1 minute and 40 seconds, as if no one had ever been there. That night Guo Xiaoheng did not go to his usual lover's apartment. The woman waited all night, feeling a pang of sadness, but she thought he was just tired of her again, or had found someone new, and said nothing. It wasn't until the third morning that the Guo family realized something was wrong. No one was at the company. The main residence was empty. Even the several secret places he frequented had their doors tightly shut. The phone was unreachable. The bodyguards were missing. The driver's phone was off, and even the cars in the garage had vanished. Only then did the Guo family panic and quickly call the police. The young master had vanished without a trace. Mr. Guo, Mrs. Guo, I regret to inform you that our preliminary assessment suggests that your son is very likely to have been kidnapped. In the living room of the Guo family's mansion on Victoria Peak, a foreign officer dressed in the uniform of an assistant police commissioner, Loren Keith, spread his hands, his tone grave though his face showed little sadness, as if he were reading a pre-written obituary. Guo Hong too, and his wife Zhen Xiuli were too preoccupied to notice each other's expressions. Their minds were only filled with one thought: their son had been kidnapped. Director Loren, please, you must save my son. As long as he returns safely, our Guo family will never treat the police unfairly. Zhen Xiuli spoke incoherently, her eyes reddening, her fingers twisting a silk scarf, the tips turning white. She loved her youngest son the most, but it was the eldest son, Guo Xiaoheng, who truly bore the weight of the family business. If this pillar were to break, the entire Guo family would be in jeopardy. Sitting quietly beside them was the eldest daughter of a gambling tycoon, Guo Xiaoheng's wife, who frowned slightly, but remained composed, listening quietly and occasionally nodding. Director Loren, I entrust my son's life to you. Guo Hong's voice was hoarse, his shoulders slightly slumped, speaking little, but his words weighed heavily. The Guo family's assets exceeded 2 billion, and they never skimped on donations to the police each year. Now that their eldest son had been kidnapped, the impact was felt throughout Hong Kong. The police dared not be negligent. Everyone was on alert, and the assistant police commissioner personally took charge. Loren Keith, nearly 45 with blonde hair and gray eyes, was one of the few high-ranking white officers in the Hong Kong police. At this moment he was also in a state of anxiety. There were no traces at the scene, no vehicles in sight, and they couldn't even pinpoint the location of the first incident. The only hope now was for the kidnappers to call. Mr. Guo, please rest assured we will make young Master Guo's safety our top priority. Since they have taken hostages, they are most likely motivated by money. Once they call, be sure to let us handle it, and do not respond on your own. Understood. Guo Hongtu slowly uttered 2 words, his throat moving. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang suddenly, and the entire hall fell silent. Even the chandelier's dim light seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the old-fashioned landline phone. Mr. Guo, it's very likely the kidnappers. Try to keep them on the line, don't hang up. Loren whispered a reminder, simultaneously signaling to the technical team. The headset was secured, and the signal tracking device was rapidly operational, the positioning program fully activated. Guo Hongtu closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them again, he steadied his breath. Okay. He reached for the receiver. Hello, this is Guo Hongtu. Hello, Mr. Guo. No need to ask who I am, just an ordinary person new to Hong Kong. A couple of days ago, I ran into young Master Guo. We had a pleasant chat, and I invited him to stay at my humble abode for a few days. This call is just to let you know, do not worry. His voice was low and hoarse, slightly metallic, as if speaking through a thick layer of cloth. Guo Hongtu's face turned ashen, but he kept his composure, pressing his voice to ask, where is my son now? Is he injured? On the other end a light chuckle was heard. Mr. Guo, wait a moment, let your son answer you himself. Oh. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, sharp and piercing, sending chills down the spine. Guo Hongtu's veins bulged on the back of his hand, his knuckles turning white as he nearly crushed the receiver. Stop. Stop immediately. All right, stop. The voice on the other end was calm, as if ordering a cup of tea. Did you hear? Young Master Guo is indeed a guest of mine. Since he is a distinguished guest, his food, clothing, and needs cannot be neglected, but unfortunately my finances have been tight recently. So I would like to borrow some funds from Mr. Guo to continue the hospitality. Off the coast of Nanhua, an old fishing boat bobbed on the waves. Su Ruizha lounged lazily on a deck chair holding a satellite phone looking towards the bow of the boat. Guo Xiaoheng was bound with his hands behind his back, dangling outside the rail, under the blazing sun, with turbulent waves beneath him, his lips cracked, and peeling his whole body, swaying, barely hanging on. He wore a black hooded mask covering his face, and his entire figure was wrapped in a loose work outfit, fearing that the other party would recognize him at all. Guo Hongtu heard that scream, and images of his son being tortured flashed before his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly, took a deep breath, his voice taut like a drawn bow. Tell me, how much do you want? Quick and straightforward. Su Ruizha chuckled lightly. Not much. 50 million. I want all old banknotes without consecutive numbers. Wait for my notification tomorrow. Snap. The phone hung up. The technical team members immediately looked up, lock onto the signal source. Yanglin Village, Seaside Wooden House. Immediately dispatched the Flying Tiger team. Action. Received. The sea breeze on the deck was salty. Su Ruizha put away the phone, glanced at the struggling Guo Xiaoheng at the bow, and turned to Li Jindong, nodding slightly. The show has begun. I'm heading back to the harbor first. Young Master Guo, please take care, just give him some water to keep him alive. Understood, boss. In Yanglin Village, two teams of Flying Tiger operatives in matte black combat uniforms quietly approached the old wooden house from both sides. Fully equipped and working in sync, each small team consisted of 6 members moving in perfect unison. Further away on the ridge, a sniper had locked onto a high point, the barrel steady on the eaves. At this moment, the Flying Tiger team was no longer a bunch of inexperienced rookies. Report, sir, we have arrived at the designated position, waiting for instructions. A clear and fluent English voice came from the radio, and Loren Keith nodded slightly, then asked, is the perimeter clear? Have the kidnappers shown themselves? Confirm no ambush. The target should be hiding inside the house, and the hostage is also there. Well done. Boys, move in. Root out these arrogant kidnappers and bring the hostage back unharmed. Loren ordered loudly, a hint of firm confidence on his lips. Received, sir. The operation went surprisingly smoothly. The kidnappers were completely unsuspecting, merely a group of freshly arrived local thugs. Country bumpkins, inexperienced. Who would have thought that the police had long mastered the art of communication positioning and could pinpoint their hiding place with just one phone call? These people had a date with death. Mister, will please rest assured the Flying Tiger team is the sharpest knife in our Hong Kong police force, each one a tough guy. Young Master Guo will surely return safe. Laurent's tone was steady, brimming with confidence. Guo Hongtu simply nodded heavily. He didn't care whether the Flying Tiger team could fight. He was just concerned about whether his son could survive. For now, he could only leave it to fate. He whispered, everything depends on the brothers of the Flying Tiger team. If my son escapes unharmed, I am willing to donate 2 helicopters to express my gratitude. Loren Keith's eyes suddenly brightened, patting his chest and laughing heartily. Mister, we're rest assured our tough guys never miss. The Flying Tiger team had only been established for a few years. All members were from Japan. They simply did not believe in the Chinese. Even the guns ordinary patrol officers carried had a range of only 30 meters and held just 6 rounds of 38 caliber ammunition. How could such a fully armed, ferocious assault force be entrusted to locals? At least in the first few years, there wasn't a single Chinese face in the Flying Tiger team. The assault team quickly approached the door, facing no obstruction. One team member swung a battering ram, striking down hard. With a loud crash, the wooden door exploded. The anticipated gunfire did not occur, and there were no signs of kidnappers inside, only 2 people tightly bound with rope. Their heads were covered with black bags, their bodies twisting desperately, muffled whimpers escaping their throats. On the table lay 2 phones quietly. Sir, we have found only 2 hostages at the scene, no sign of the kidnappers, and have also seized 2 phones. It can be determined one dialed directly to the Gore residence, and the other connected to the mastermind behind the scenes. The kidnappers used the 2 phones to relay the ransom demand. The hostages are not here. The captain calmly reported into his earpiece. Inside the command vehicle, Loren Kiss' expression suddenly fell as he slammed his fist against the car door, cursing aloud, damn it. Those cunning scoundrels treating us like fools. His knuckles turned white from anger, his chest heaving. He had thought he had locked down the thieves' lair, but it turned out to be merely a deceptive trap laid by them. Using 2 phones to jump back and forth, fooling all positioning devices, precisely pinning down the police's weak point. Have the criminals from the mainland become this clever nowadays? Damn it. Where's my son? Is my son in the house? Guo Hongtu's voice tore through the air as he rushed forward, shouting. Loren, still engulfed in fury from being played, could only grit his teeth and growl, rescue the hostages immediately. Verify their identities. Receive, Commander. The captain quickly led his team forward, pulling off the hood. 2 pale, terrified faces suddenly came into view, both shaking their heads wildly, tears streaming down their faces. It wasn't Guo Xiaoheng, but his 2 bodyguards. Looking down closely, he saw a thin rope tied to the edge of the bag, the other end leading to. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden sharp buzzing sound erupted, a red light flashing urgently on the side of the bag. The captain's pupils constricted, his lips trembling as he shouted in panic. Oh my God, bomb. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance inside the command vehicle, Loren was patting Gua Hongta's shoulder, boasting about how brave the team members were and how the Tiger team was invincible. Even though they had been played by the robbers, at least they had rescued the hostages. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the command vehicle violently, the glass vibrating with eardrums feeling as if they would tear. What's going on? What happened? Quick report. What happened on site? Loren grabbed the radio and roared, and after a long pause, intermittent echoes finally came through. This is the sniper team. This is the sniper team. The cabin is buried with powerful explosives. The assault team has all perished. What? All perished. Loren Kiss stood frozen in place, his eyes glazed over, the radio slipping from his fingers with a thud as he remained oblivious. The Tiger team is gone. The entire Tiger team has been wiped out. All assault team members have died. Loren's face turned ashen, his lips turning blue. Gua Hongtu, however, screamed like a madman, "Where's my son? Where's my son?" At that moment, Su Ruai stood on the deck of a speedboat on the sea, holding a telescope and gazing toward the shore. At the moment the explosion blazed up, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he sneered, "Now it should be quiet. Gather the team. The next step is to proceed as planned." Whoa! The speedboat's engine roared, cutting through the waves as it sped away. As night fell, Gua Hongtu and Loren Kiss, dragging their exhausted bodies, returned to the Gua residence. Loren Kiss' face was ashen, his lips pale, as if he had just seen off a close relative, and as soon as Gua Hongtu sat down, his shoulders slumped, letting out a long sigh. His son was not in the cabin. Only 2 bodyguards and a driver were inside, which meant the child was still held captive, but his life was currently not in danger. "Director Loren, please accept my condolences. Those young men were all brave, leaving this world cleanly and swiftly, now resting in heaven. Regardless of whether my son can return safely, I will not go back on my promise. Next Monday, 2 brand new helicopters will be directly delivered to the Tiger team." Gua Hongta's tone was steady, yet every word carried weight. This operation had cost the police dearly, with 12 lives lost in this mountain hollow, and the blood had yet to dry. Moreover, they would still have to rely on them to rescue people. Gua Hongtu was well aware not a single helicopter could be missing, nor could there be any delays. Damn it! Damn it! I will personally skin them alive, gouge out their hearts, and make them understand the cost of messing with the Empire. Loren Kiss screamed, his voice cracking, his eyes bloodshot as he appeared as tense as a bowstring about to snap. So many people had died. Even if the case was solved, he could not escape responsibility. His position was at risk, and his future was tarnished. Thinking about the possibility of being reassigned to guard the customs and inspect fishing boats, Loren Kiss felt his teeth grind in anger, wishing to nail the kidnappers to the torture rack and slice them one by one. Ding-ling-ling. Just as he was roaring, the phone at the Gore residence suddenly rang. Loren Kiss picked up the receiver, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "Hello, boss. Gua, was that bomb powerful enough today? This is a slap in the face. Don't try to play tricks on me. If you pull any more stunts, the one lying in the cabin is your family's young master." His voice was hoarse and sinister, clearly overpowering the voice changer cold as a block of iron pulled out from an ice cellar. Loren Kiss exploded in place. "You bunch of lowly beasts. You cannot bear the wrath of the Empire." "Oh, so it's not Mr. Gua. May I ask for your name?" He took a deep breath, fiercely nodded at the technicians behind him, suppressing the surging anger in his throat, and enunciated clearly, "Listen. I'm Loren Kiss, Assistant Commissioner of the Royal Police of the Empire of Rebu Gua on Hong Kong Island. You have violated the criminal laws of the Empire, and you are ordered to surrender immediately, otherwise a global wanted notice will be issued immediately." "Oh dear, Mr. Geisier. Long time no see." The voice on the other end suddenly laughed, frivolous and piercing, causing Loren Kiss' temples to throb, as if he had been spat upon in the face. The laughter abruptly stopped, and the next moment the voice turned venomous. "Global wanted. Truly terrifying. You bunch of brain-dead Rebugwa people, are you truly foolish or just pretending to be dumb? Do you still think of yourselves as the bosses of the world? Outside of Hong Kong Island, who do you think you are? If you say another word, Gua's young master's life will be your burial companion." Su Ruai sneered. He detested this kind of attitude the most, looking down on others, treating Chinese people like grass, believing they inherently flowed with golden blood. This battle to annihilate the entire Tiger assault team was meant to shatter their arrogance. What elite, what ace before Chinese soldiers, they were nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Loren Kiss was so furious he felt like he could explode. "Bastard. Report your den. I will take you on Onion. No death, no peace." Was shouting. Just a rich kid with yellow skin. Even if he's worth billions, he cannot overshadow the 12 corpses of Rebugwa people. Whether to save him or not, it no longer mattered. Loren Kiss' mind was filled with only one thought: blood debts must be paid with blood. Seeing this, Gua Hongtu felt a sinking in his chest, fearing that Loren would lose his sanity completely and push the kidnappers to execute the hostage. He suddenly grabbed the microphone, his voice tense, yet striving to remain calm. "I am Gua Hongtu. I have witnessed your methods. I will persuade Director Loren to remain calm. Oh, I only ask you. Please do not harm my son. I will pay the ransom. Not a single cent less." If Boss Gua had been so straightforward earlier, it would have saved a lot of trouble. That white-skinned pig from earlier was truly nauseating. Su Ruiz's tone shifted, chuckling again. However, the price has gone up. 50 million. That's just a pittance. 100 million Hong Kong dollars all, in old version $1,000 bills, not even a single serial number, missing counterfeit money. You can try it. By 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, hand over the money, and I will release the hostages. A minute late, and you can collect your son's corpse. Click. The phone hung up, and the busy tone rang harshly. Meanwhile, Loren Kiss was still smashing the table and pounding the chair. Damn it. Madman. Scoundrels. I want to personally snap their necks. He suddenly turned his head to glare at the technical team. What about the signal? Have you located them? I'm sorry, sir, we have completely lost contact. The technician shook his head, his voice weak. Nonsense. We have the most advanced tracking system in all of Asia. How could we not catch them? The other party is using military-grade satellite phones. The man spread his hands, his expression helpless. Shit. Loren Kiss slammed his fist on the corner of the table, blood seeping from his knuckles instantly. These newcomers. They actually had satellite phones. Cunning as snakes in the jungle. How could this end? Director Loren, I have decided to negotiate with the kidnappers alone. The police should withdraw from the next steps. Gua Hongtu slowly spoke, his voice weary yet resolute. Oh no. They killed our 12 elites. This matter is not over. I only want my son to return alive. Once he steps through the door, the kidnapper's fate is yours to decide, regardless of life or death. Please, Director. Show mercy. As night fell, Loren Kiss was still coordinating the police forces at the station. No matter how cunning the rat, they will not realize how heavy 100 million in cash is. 800 pounds. Nearly 400 kilograms. Do they think they're Wolverine running around with cash? Laughter erupted in the police station. 800 pounds converted to over 300 kilograms was not something a few ordinary briefcases could hold. Just moving this huge sum of money would be enough to break someone's back. Loren Kiss' voice suddenly rose. This is precisely our breakthrough point. They can't possibly take away this much cash, let alone hide it quietly. Gather everyone immediately. The traffic police are to cancel all time off, and all major roads, intersections, and tunnel entrances in the city must be sealed off. As soon as the kidnappers show themselves for the transaction, surround them immediately. Shoot to kill. Yes, sir. He commanded a room full of Chinese police officers, his tone crisp and decisive. Now he had also figured out the drill. These desperate criminals were ruthless and cold-blooded. In a real fight, using Rebirth was elites to fill the pit was simply not worth it. So this time he had deployed only Chinese police officers. No matter how many casualties, he wouldn't even blink. Afterwards, he would just pass out a few more compensation packages, and the matter would be settled. Dare to slaughter the noble Rebirth people. There will be no way out. None shall escape. Loren Kiss' lips tightened, his gaze as cold as frost. At the same time, inside Su Ruiz's old stronghold, the smell of smoke mixed with the metallic scent of rust floated in the air. Li Zhendong and Sun Mingyong were still watching Gua Xiaohing from the sea, not having returned. Inside the room surrounding Su Ruiz were only 7 men. These were all the personnel available for this. The Lone Wolf Security Company now had over 60 members, all hardened veterans from the Vietnam War, but the ones Su Ruiz trusted the most were always these 8 brothers who had followed him through blood. For dirty work and hard tasks, he always called on them. A yellowed map of Hong Kong Island was spread out on the table, and Su Ruiz's finger heavily traced over 2 spots. HSBC is here. The Gua family estate is on Victoria Peak, a straight line of 20 kilometers. All of Gua's lending business will be managed by HSBC. That 100 million Hong Kong dollars will definitely come from there. Tomorrow the area around the Gua residence will surely be filled with cops. Once the ransom enters the estate, trying to reach out again would be like charging into the muzzle of a gun. So, he knocked his knuckles hard on a red circle on the map. We must intercept them halfway. He raised his eyes to go. Wenjia, big dog, have the truck ready and wait for us at this intersection. He turned to Huatingen. Old Hu, keep watch at the bank entrance. As soon as the cash truck moves, report to me immediately. His gaze shifted to Zhang Lihua. Huazi, scout ahead and find the highest, steadiest, and most concealed sniper position. Be ready to provide cover at any time. The rest of you charge the truck. Let's rob them now. Understood. 7 voices responded in unison, their shoulders tensing as they prepared for action. They had done this before, their muscle memory well practiced. The plan was straightforward: 4 words, fast, accurate, every step timed precisely, every position monitored. Once the signal came, they would flip the table. The next morning, Gua Hongtu paced back and forth in his living room, his fingers incessantly tapping the edge of the coffee table as he awaited a call from the kidnappers, urging his subordinates. Has the money arrived yet? How long will HSBC drag this out? The wealthy man wasn't necessarily flush with cash. Much of his money was locked in company accounts. This 100 million was a life-saving sum he had mortgaged from 3 ancestral properties, desperately pleading for. What he didn't know was that Su Ruiz had already marked this money as reserved. Outside the front door of HSBC, a black sedan quietly parked at the roadside. Huatingen leaned against the driver's seat, the cigarette, but flickering like a lurking night owl. Half an hour later, a silver-gray cash truck slowly exited the bank side door, its rooftop light silently revolving as it moved steadily towards Victoria Peak. Huatingen grabbed the walkie-talkie and dialed the number. Wolf King the target has left the vault and is heading your way. Receive. After the call ended, he pressed the accelerator, trailing the cash truck at a distance like a shadow that couldn't be shaken off. Wolf King the target is now in sight. On the rooftop of an old building, Zhang Lihua knelt beside a ventilation duct, the M24 sniper rifle steady on the concrete ledge. The crosshair of the scope slowly descended, firmly locking onto the center of the cash truck's windshield. Force it to stop. Receive. His Adam's apple moved slightly, his voice barely a whisper. Bang! A dull thud shattered the air as the bullet accurately penetrated the glass, creating a spiderweb-like fracture. This bulletproof glass should have been impervious to harm, yet encountering the .308 Winchester round, it instantly shattered, creating a hole the size of a fist. The driver's eardrums buzzed, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision, and he instinctively slammed the brakes. At high speed, the car spun wildly, tires screeching as they tore through the pavement, the entire vehicle rolling over and crashing onto its side in the middle of the street. Go! Su Rui's growled lowly. 7 dark figures poured out from the corner van, faces masked, shouldering assault rifles and submachine guns, exuding the murderous energy of hell breaking loose. Robbery. Passers-by barely had time to think of this word before seeing the glinting weapons in their hands, their souls almost escaping their bodies. Oh! The screams erupted, pedestrians ducked for cover, and the driver swerved wildly to escape. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was left deserted except for the overturned cash truck and 7 armed men in black. The old veteran spat on the ground, pulled out a cylindrical device from his pocket, yanked the ring, and quickly approached the cash truck's front window. He reached through the bullet hole, precisely inserting the device into the compartment. In an instant, thick white smoke billowed out, quickly filling the entire compartment. Cough, cough, cough. Poison gas. Quickly open the door. Inside the compartment, the security team choked, tears streaming down their faces, throats burning painfully, as if their lungs were being scraped with sandpaper, unable to breathe. The cash truck was indeed a fortress. Bulletproof glass, reinforced steel plates, hydraulic locks on the doors. It would take at least 10 minutes to breach it violently. But no matter how tough the shell, it couldn't withstand the people inside turning against each other. A tear gas grenade was deployed, causing the guards to cough and tear up, scrambling towards the door, and with a whoosh they all pushed it open. Su Rui's and his crew, quickly surrounded, not rushing to open fire, but instead raised their assault rifles and submachine guns, pointing the barrels at the guards' foreheads, sternly shouting. Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads, crouch down. We only want the money, not your lives. What to do? The potent tear gas made the guards weep and their legs weak, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. They were merely wage earners guarding the cash. Did it make sense to risk their lives for a truck full of money? Almost without hesitation, 4 of them simultaneously released their grips, the guns clattering to the ground. The opposing side was wielding real weapons while they held mere props that were hardly intimidating. After subduing the guards, Su Rui strode towards the truck's rear door, pulling it open with a whoosh. Rows of sleek black safes were neatly arranged in the compartment. He raised his gun, aimed at the electronic lock of one of the boxes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The lock cylinder exploded, the lid sprang open, revealing 10 stacks of brand new 1,000 Hong Kong dollar bills neatly arranged like tofu blocks. 1 million. And there were 100 such boxes on the entire truck. Damn, how many trips will this take? Ho Weidong crouched and dove into the compartment, grabbing boxes and tossing them out. Da Zhuang and the old veteran stood outside, catching them and stuffing them into their own van. The movements were quick and coordinated, clearly seasoned veterans who had done this more than once. Su Rui stood at the street corner, gun in hand, his gaze sharp, scanning all directions. In less than a minute, all 100 boxes were emptied, and that old van was packed so tightly that the doors could barely. Just then, woo-woo. The shrill sound of police sirens tore through the air as 2 police cars screeched to a halt, rushing to the scene. Headquarters. We have arrived on the scene, and the suspects are still inside the vehicle. Just as the police chief finished shouting before the words even left his mouth. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The vehicle tilted violently. The police car was struck as if by a giant hammer, flipping through the air before crashing down hard. Sniper. There is a sniper. Everyone take cover. The police chief's face was smeared with blood as he struggled to crawl out from the deformed driver's seat, but the anticipated second shot did not come. Instead, Su Rui's and his team had already packed the money, the engine roaring as they sped away. At Victoria Peak, Zhang Lihua swiftly dismantled the sniper rifle, packing it into a long bag, and turned to disappear at the rooftop exit. Headquarters. The suspects are fleeing west along Kowloon Road. After a wild chase and blockades, Ho Weidong turned into a secluded alley where Go Wenjia had already parked a tall cargo truck by the roadside. The rear door swung open, the van slammed on the gas, diving straight in. Big Dog immediately slammed the rear door shut, and the cargo truck started moving smoothly, merging into the flow of traffic. Police cars flashing blue lights sped past, no one suspecting that the robbers who had made off with millions in cash were hiding inside this inconspicuous container. At Victoria Peak was a state. Gua Hongtu paced, anxiously staring at the phone, hoping for a call from the kidnappers. But the first to ring was Loren Keith's cell phone. "This is Loren. What a..." The cash truck was robbed. 100 million just disappeared. What? The news on the other end pierced his ears like an ice pick. The cash truck was ambushed en route. Masked men with heavy firepower had robbed them, even using sniper rifles. The 100 million ransom Guo's family had arranged had vanished in the blink of an eye. The color drained from his face, his pupils constricted, his lips dry, as if he had seen a ghost. Guo Hongtu heard it too, his body stiffening, his voice trembling. What happened? Was it that group of kidnappers? Who else could it be? The same group. Very cunning. Loren hung up with a snap, the veins on his forehead throbbing. The original plan was to use this money to set a trap, but they struck first, and the money hadn't even warmed up before being completely robbed. All his calculations collapsed overnight. Guo Hongtu's throat moved, biting down on his teeth. Once we have the money, they should let the hostages go, right? The phone suddenly rang, and he grabbed it. "Hello. This is Guo Hongtu. Mr. Guo, is the ransom ready?" The other party's tone was light, yet it struck him like a blunt object, making him dizzy. Wasn't the ransom just robbed by you? We robbed it. What a joke. We agreed on a handover, money for people. Young Master Guo is still in our hands, and you want to deliver the money first. But the cash truck was indeed robbed. A whole 100 million is gone. Guo Hongtu shouted hoarsely. That's your problem. Whoever took it, you can blame them. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, place 100 million Hong Kong dollars beside the wooden house in Yanglan Village, or else prepare to collect your son's body. After saying this, Su Rui's abruptly hung up the phone. Hello? Hello? Guo Hongtu held the receiver frozen in place. These people are pretending to be fools, making such outrageous demands. Clearly they just finished robbing, and now they want a second payout. Where can I get another 100 million? As soon as the call ended, Su Rui's directly dialed Li Zhendong's satellite. Take action, eliminate Guo Xiaohing. Understood, boss. Old was sitting beside him, frowned in confusion. Just 100 million is off the table. Su Rui sneered. Do you think Guo Hongtu is blind? Or that the Hong Kong police are just for show? Would he fall for such a trick? Even if they really brought the money, what if it was just stacks of white paper in the boxes? We have already set up a net on land, at sea, and in the air, waiting for them to take the bait. Compared to Guo Xiaohing's life, those who lost face, the white-skinned pigs, care more about their so-called dignity, desperately wishing for our complete demise. So, Guo Xiaohing is no longer useful. Since he has become a liability, keeping him alive would only bring disaster. Su Rui's didn't even lift his eyelids, waving his hand to make the decision. The Guo family is one of the prominent clans on Hong Kong Island. Guo Xiaohing is not only the designated successor of the Guo family, but also the son-in-law acknowledged by the gambling king. Can he really be sent back unscathed? What if one day he inadvertently lets slip, even if it's just a casual remark like I suspect Su Ruizha did it? Just the mere whisper of this would be enough to bring Su Ruizha trouble. Rather than waiting anxiously for the blade to fall, it's better to wipe everything clean early and eliminate future troubles. At precisely 6 in the afternoon, Hua Tinggan's call came in on time. Boss, you were right. Guo Hongtu, that old fox, has no sincerity at all. What he sent over was all useless paper, just trying to fool us. Seeing that we were delayed, that 100 million Hong Kong dollars was never returned to the bank, but stuffed directly into a metal box at the abandoned shipyard in Sai Kung. Mountains of counterfeit bills not even worth turning on the bill validator. Not to mention, around Yanglan Village there are at least 300 undercover police officers ambushing us, and speedboats are patrolling the sea like a revolving lantern, just waiting for us to fall into their trap. On the deck of the fishing boat, Guo Xiaohing had been hanging upside down at the bow for a full 4 days. His limbs were swollen, his lips cracked and bleeding, and his consciousness wavered between darkness and light. Until he was roughly yanked back onto the deck, he barely managed to open his eyelids. Still those 2 faces covered with black cloth. Please give me something to eat. His dignity had long been starved away, and he lay on the ground like a fish out of water, his voice hoarse and trembling, his forehead pressed hard against the deck, his shoulders quivering incessantly. This time the other party actually agreed. Eat. Before the words even left their mouth, with a dull thud, several bags of bread and bottles of mineral water were thrown in front of him. Guo Xiaohing's pupils constricted, a whimper escaping his throat, as if what lay before him was not food, but the holy water of salvation. His hands and feet were tightly bound, yet he stubbornly rubbed his chin on the ground, pushing himself forward inch by inch, with his knees tearing at the hard bread with his teeth, and as he tilted his head back to drink, the water dripped down his chin and into his collar, too desperate to wipe it away. When he finally gasped and swallowed the last mouthful, Li Zhendong leisurely spoke up. Young Master Guo, are you full? Full. Good, being full on the road. Consider it a meal before heading to the Yellow Springs. What? No, don't kill me. My dad will pay. Double. Triple. He suddenly recoiled, his nails scraping a shrill sound on the deck, his voice cracking, tears mixed with snot covering his face. No wonder you are this way. Li Zhendong shook his head. Your father used counterfeit money to fool us, and he expects us to let it slide. You have to take responsibility for him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Mingyong seized him from behind. A glint of the dagger flashed, and his throat was severed in an instant. The corpse, wrapped in an oiled cloth, sank into the pitch-black sea. This area had just witnessed a shark hunt the night before. Hua Xiaoheng was dead, his body feeding the fish. Meanwhile, Hong Kong Island was already in an uproar. The Hong Kong media is known for its sharp instincts. As soon as the Guo family hung up on the police, reporters were already blocking the police station door with cameras in hand. The legitimate heir of the Guo family, the son-in-law of the gambling king, is suspected to have been kidnapped. Just the headline alone was enough to make newsboys across Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan shout until their throats were hoarse. Major newspapers rushed to print overnight with headlines all about him. At that time, the Hong Kong police force had no concept of confidentiality. Although the case hadn't been resolved, the details had already been dug up by reporters until nothing was left. The kidnappers initially requested 50 million. The police locked in their location through ransom calls, and the SWAT team launched a thunderous raid only to step into a trap of an empty house. 12 elite operatives lost 7 on the spot, and the rest withdrew with injuries. After the ransom skyrocketed to 100 million, the police set a trap with confidence ready to catch the turtle. Who would have thought the kidnappers would not follow the usual route? As soon as the cash truck pulled out of the central bank, it was hijacked halfway, without even having the time to record the serial numbers of the bills. After nearly 10 days of back and forth, exhausting police resources and manpower and sacrificing 12 elite SWAT members' lives, the Guo family was forced to cough up another 100 million in real cash. And the result? The money was gone, the person was gone, and the police badge was almost soaked soft from spit. The Hong Kong media stamped it the most shocking heist in 30 years. In Kowloon walled city, in a pigeon cage-sized room of less than 4 square meters, Yi Jihuan was squatting by the bed reading the newspaper. His hair was greasy and tangled, his beard unkempt, and his fingertips brushed over the bold black characters stating 100 million Hong Kong dollars on the newspaper, his eyes widening and shock blood vessels visible in the whites of his eyes. Robbing a cash truck. Did they really steal 100 million? He murmured to himself, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, and suddenly his gaze lit up frighteningly, as if he had unearthed a spark from the ashes. His name is Yi Jihuan. He smuggled into Hong Kong in 1977, 2 years earlier than Su Ruizha. Yet he still languished in the walled city, afraid to open letters from home out of fear of seeing his mother ask, "When are you coming back?" But at this moment his spine suddenly straightened. As someone also from the mainland, how could those big circle boys manage to make a fortune while stepping on the police's heads? Flourishing, kidnapping, robbing, and leaving without a trace. Not even the police dogs could catch their shadows. A living example. If a monk can touch the copper coins, why can't a Taoist priest? It turns out that the path to wealth is clearly written along the edges of the laws. He grabbed an old canvas bag from the corner, slammed the door, and rushed towards the dock. Back to the mainland, find someone, and get to work. At the same time, in a herbal tea shop at the corner of Mong Kok Chen Guodong, wearing a floral shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, was pouring herbal tea for customers. Amidst the fragrance of tea, 2 men at the next table spoke in low voices. "Did you hear? The young master of the Guo family has been kidnapped, and they're asking for 100 million right off the bat." After the customers left, he stood frozen in place with the teapot, his finger hovering in midair, his gaze blank and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 100 million. His mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer. His father's shop, after deducting rent and wages, barely netted 8,000 a year. After working for 10 years under his elder brother, he couldn't even save a fraction. Kidnapping. Wealthy. Extortion. 100 million. These words spun wildly in his mind, growing hotter and brighter, burning through all hesitation. The beast that had been lurking deep within him for years finally broke free from its cage, howling towards the sky. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, and spoke each word deliberately. "I want 3 billion. 3 billion. Are you out of your mind? Go wash the cups." At that moment his father stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap on the back of his head, sternly urging him to hurry and wash the teacups. "Dad, I have urgent business to attend to. Don't wait for me for dinner," the young man said, turning and disappearing without. He had no intention of taking over this old tea shop, nor did he want to continue living as a mediocre thug on the streets. He wanted to make a name for himself and earn real money. His name is Zhang Shihao. That shocking heist that stunned all of Hong Kong struck like a heavy hammer, waking countless young dreams. They felt a surge of excitement, their blood boiling, as if pushing open a door they had never seen before. It turns out that the wealthy are not the clay statues on the altar, cash trucks have their fatal flaws, and 100 million is not a distant star. The path of kidnapping can actually be so straightforward and decisive. At this moment, Su Ruizha had quietly become the benchmark that countless passionate youths secretly idolized. No one knew he was the mastermind behind the case, but that didn't prevent them from seeing him as a lighthouse in the dark night. Su Ruizha himself did not expect that this job would be executed so swiftly and beautifully, with 100 million Hong Kong dollars stuffed into his pocket. The weight astonishing. As a result, it unexpectedly stirred a large number of restless young people who began to imitate him, rushing to the seemingly shortcut, quick money road. The wave of robberies on Hong Kong Island had thus begun several years ahead of schedule. Of course, while some panicked, others profited. Orders for the Lone Wolf Security Company came pouring in like snowflakes, and the business volume surged overnight. On Victoria Peak in the mansion of the Boat King. The Boat King held a purple clay teapot, his tone solemn. In the coming days, increased security at the mansion. The bodyguards around my wife and son should be doubled. Yes, sir. The butler bowed in response. Yet he was calculating in his heart. Although the Bao family was one of the richest on Hong Kong Island, they had never maintained a structured security team, only hastily outsourced. Like the Bao family, many other wealthy individuals on Hong Kong Island sensed the smell of danger almost simultaneously, and without exception dialed the security company's number, scouring through all the known names both domestically and abroad. The Lone Wolf Security Company, though established most recently, was composed entirely of tough fighters who had survived in the jungles of southern Vietnam, skilled with firearms, quick to react, and hard-nosed, naturally becoming the #1 savior in the eyes of the wealthy. They were truly frightened. The Guo family was one of the top 10 tycoons on Hong Kong Island, and their legitimate heir had been kidnapped in broad daylight. After paying a ransom of 100 million, the person had not been heard from since. Many wealthy individuals didn't even dare to step outside their doors. In broad daylight, amidst heavy traffic, how could such audacity exist? Was there still any order on Hong Kong Island? Was there still any justice? They paid so much in taxes every year. Were they all just feeding the police's ghost salaries? The wealthy were in a state of panic, suddenly realizing wealth is not a protective talisman, but rather a guillotine hanging over their heads. The world has changed. Human hearts are hard to fathom, and Hong Kong Island is truly not peaceful. They must hold their lives in their own hands. For a moment, the wealthy circle of Hong Kong Island was in a state of alarm. Newspaper headlines bombarded the news cycles, and the entire city was buzzing about the kidnapping of Guo Xiaoying. No news could be more explosive or heart-wrenching than this. And the true instigator behind this storm, hidden in the shadows, Su Ruizha, was calculating how to launder this windfall. At 72 Baisa Bay Shaman Building. From the 5th to the 7th floor, it is now the territory of Su Ruizha Film Company. The former shell of Su's film industry had long since undergone a transformation. A major production, with a budget of 5 million, was in full swing. Newly recruited employees were gradually joining, and Du Chifeng had even brought in a seasoned crew from Shaw Brothers, building a solid framework for the production team. Although Su's film industry is small for now, it is steadily advancing and gaining momentum. On the 7th floor in the chairman's office, Su Ruizha leaned back in his leather chair, flipping through documents, but his gaze frequently drifted towards the door next to him. That was his lounge. Before long, with a soft click, the door opened. A striking figure stepped into the light. A black fitted tank top accentuated her lean, yet full curves. Her jeans hugged her long, straight legs, and she wore a pair of sleek, practical boots. Her dark hair was tied up in a high ponytail, giving her the appearance of a drawn sword, sharp, cold, and with a hint of untouchable wildness. She was nothing like the gentle and beautiful Zhao Yaji from before. At this moment, she resembled a blazing fire, burning and captivating. Standing at a height of 172 centimeters, she already stood out among women, and with this outfit, her aura was so overwhelming that it took people's breath away. Su Ruizha's eyes instantly lit up, unabashedly praising, absolutely stunning. Aji, you look utterly breathtaking. Zhao Yazi's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice soft as she said, is it really that good looking? I've never worn anything this bold. She felt a secret satisfaction creep in despite her embarrassment. A woman's most beautiful moment is never when she admires herself in the mirror, but when she sees the man she truly loves, lost in admiration for her. She could clearly feel the fiery gaze of Su Ruizha upon her. A sweetness blossomed in her heart, as if she had just tasted sugar. Aji, trust me, when the movie premieres, the whole city will be crazy for you. You will be the most dazzling one. Su Ruizha spoke with unwavering confidence. This look was precisely the classic battle attire of Zhao Shasha from the Terminator, sharp, sexy, and exuding. With explosive gunfights, ruthless battles, and hardcore special effects, heroes and beauties would make their entrance together. He couldn't believe that such a film could fail. As his hand slid to her waist, Zhao Yaji gently turned, whispering in a pleading tone, don't. This is the office. Rest assured, no one will dare to interrupt. Just as he finished speaking, there were 3 sharp knocks at the door, abrupt and clear. Su Ruizha's expression instantly darkened, his movements froze. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yaji broke free and burst into laughter at his flustered expression. She tiptoed close to his ear, suppressing her laughter, to say, all right, this is the office. We'll talk at home. Going home. Still in this get-up, Su Ruizha gritted his teeth. Come in. The door swung open, and a woman in her 30s walked in. Her name was Chun Yun, Su Ruizha's secretary, a top student from Hong Kong Island University, possessing exceptional skills, personally chosen by him as his right-hand assistant. However, at this moment, Su Ruizha stared at her, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Does this girl really lack any sense of situational awareness? Boss Director Du Chifeng has arrived. Got it, let him in. Su Ruizha replied with a calm tone, his expression unchanged. Du Chifeng pushed the door open and immediately spotted Su Ruizha seated at the main position, quickly bowing his head. Boss. He was nothing like Chun Yun, who was clueless and reckless. A glance swept across the room, landing on a young woman seated on the sofa, her makeup cool and her aura imposing. His heart tightened. He feared he had stumbled upon something serious. Just as this thought arose, he felt a chill at the back of his neck. This is Zhao Yazi, the candidate for the female lead in The Terminator. Director, what do you think? Is she suitable? Su Ruiz's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable weight. Only then did Du Qifeng dare to lift his gaze. With just one glance, his breath hitched. This girl before him was as sharp and beautiful as a blade drawn from its sheath. She had changed into a light blue denim jacket, the fabric fitted, yet not tight, her waistline elegantly accentuated, and her legs long and straight. Her profile was clean and sharp, with high cheekbones and a tight jawline. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of detachment, like thin ice on a winter lake, cold yet brittle. Yet beneath that icy exterior, her slightly drooping eyes and pale lips hinted at a fragile resilience. How many female stars were there on Hong Kong Island? But when she sat there, her aura commanded the entire room. No matter how stunning she was, Du Qifeng only dared to focus his gaze at a spot 3 inches above her brow. Any further, and he feared he wouldn't know how he had fallen. Perfect. Miss Zhao has the makings of a leading lady, her coldness intertwined with heroism, fitting Zhao Sha's character like a glove. He blurted out, his voice slightly louder than usual. This compliment was not entirely insincere. He knew well that just her face, her figure, and the aura that could suppress gunfire and machinery would ensure that even before filming began, with a poster released, the box office could easily add 3 million. Alright, since Director Du is on board, the female lead will be a Xi. Su Ruiz's tone relaxed, hinting at consultation. If you have any other thoughts, feel free to mention them at any time. No problem, absolutely no objections. Du Qifeng hurriedly waved his hand. Xi, you can go rest for now. I still need to discuss some details with Director Du. Okay, sure. Zhao Yaji stood up, her steps light and steady, not saying another word as she turned to leave. As the door closed behind her, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Su Ruiz leaned back into the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. For the special effects, I only want one word: authentic. In the scene where T-800 removes its eyeball, the mechanical, I must be able to rotate, adjust its pupil, and reflect light. When the arm is cut open to reveal the skeleton, the audience must believe that it's real metal, not just some rubbery material. Even the stiffness in the joints while walking must give them goosebumps. In short, it can't look like a toy, it must feel alive. Don't worry, boss. Du Qifeng sat up straight, his tone resolute. We already have a solid foundation for practical effects. The eyeball will use double-layer silicone and micro motors, the skeletal frame will be titanium alloy replicas, and the skin seams will feature capillary patterns. Hong Kong films have been in this line for 40 years. Our craft isn't inferior to Hollywood, and our costs are less than half theirs. After all, the Terminator is fundamentally a street chase wrapped in a futuristic guise. Gunfire, motorcycles, and basement explosions are the main course. Science fiction is merely a seasoning. That's why Su Ruiz dared to declare 5 million is enough to produce an authentic T-800. But if it's the liquid metal robot from the second film, 50 million wouldn't suffice. Nowadays, without CGI, even shadows couldn't be formed. The second matter, Su Ruiz paused, tapping the tabletop with his fingertip. For this film, I'll add another 5 million. Du Qifeng shuddered, his throat bobbing nervously. Boss, 10 million. His mind buzzed. At this moment, a successful film's budget was only 1 to 2 million. 5 million was already a massive investment. In the history of Hong Kong cinema, there had never been a 10 million project. Instinctively, he wanted to advise. With only 4 million people in Hong Kong, even if half of them attended at $20 a ticket, the box office could only reach 40 million at best. After deducting the distribution share, promotion, and copies, losing everything was a high probability. The market was limited, throwing money and wouldn't necessarily double the returns. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his gaze met Su Ruiz's eyes. In that instant, Du Qifeng felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his palms sticky and his throat dry. Suddenly he understood. His face paled slightly, swallowing hard, his gaze struggling for a few seconds before finally straightening his back, his voice low, yet exceptionally clear. Boss, I understand. This 10 million. I will spend every last cent. He knew that from this moment on he could no longer back out. Alright, A-phone. Su Ruiz smiled and patted his shoulder. I never shortchange those who work with me. In just a few words, Du Qifeng had been drawn into the circle. Those bound by interests were the most reliable. Outwardly, the film would report a production cost of 10 million. In reality, only 5 million would be used for filming. The remaining 5 million would, through props, procurement, set design, outsourcing, post-production, collaboration, and various twists, naturally flow into the accounts of Su Ruiz's company. For example, a custom revolver worth 800 on the market might be priced at 1,006 in his shop. The reasoning being aerospace, aluminum, handcrafted, polishing, chrome plating for rust resistance, with a lifespan of at least 10 years. Who would check? Who would scrutinize? For instance, actor salaries and box office splits also had their own methods to navigate. 100 million in dirty money must be cleaned thoroughly before seeing the light of day. Thank you, boss. Du Qifeng lowered his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Yet to be fair, being one of the insiders was indeed more straightforward than before. Having boarded the ship, he leaned forward, his voice slightly tentative. Boss, for the T-800 role. Do you have someone in mind? A phone. If you have someone in mind, feel free to mention it. As long as they pass the audition, I will absolutely agree. They'll bring him for an audition tomorrow. His name is Wu Mengda. He graduated from the wireless training class. Wu Mengda, 28 this year, after graduating from the wireless artist training class, spent a few years in the shadows before finally catching the audience's attention with his portrayal of Hu Taihua in The Legend of Chu Liushan. However, once he became popular, he became reckless. He quickly found himself caught up in the superficial fame, endless drinking parties, constant gambling, and swirling skirts, his thoughts far removed from acting, only wishing for the work bell to ring as soon as possible. Later, he became addicted to gambling, sinking deeper until last month he lost all his savings and owed 300,000 Hong Kong dollars in high-interest loans. Overnight, he was left penniless, his reputation in tatters. In an old apartment on Choi Wan Road in Kowloon, Wu Mengda slumped on the sofa, chain-smoking, his hair greasy and tangled, his eyes sunken, and his gaze hollow, as if his soul had been drained. Opposite him stood a tall, sharp-featured young man, pacing back and forth with his hands on his hips, his voice urgent and harsh. You wasteful brat. I've warned you 100 times not to gamble. Did you think it was just noise? And now look, 300,000. Are you going to pay with your life? Wu Mengda's face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot, regret almost spilling from the corners of his eyes. I really didn't want this to happen. I was set up. The loan sharks threatened that if I can't pay, they'll put a knife to my neck. AFA, we've bumped heads and shared drinks. Can you bear to see me dead on the streets? Just lend me some money for emergencies. I swear I'll pay you back with interest. His voice trembled, hands tightly gripping the seams of his pants. These days he had been forced to hide from debt collectors and finally had no choice but to approach his old classmate Zhou Ruinfa. At this moment, he had no one left who could help him. Both were from the same graduating class, but Zhou Ruinfa had fared better. Having shot several dramas, although not as the lead, he had at least earned solid pay. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ruinfa slammed his thigh in frustration, his teeth grinding in anger. How do you plan to repay? Sixth, Anne has already crossed your name off the list. Wireless won't give you another chance. Last time you borrowed money, how did you swear? Saying you'd quit gambling, saying you'd start over, and what happened? This time I can't trust you. His tone was firm. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but his heart had turned cold. He feared that if he lent money and ended up in a hole, he would just dive back into the casino, losing both life and loyalty. AFA, I have truly changed. If I ever touch gambling tools again in this life, may lightning strike me. Wu Mengda clutched his arm tightly, his fingertips trembling. Gambling is a thing that gnaws at the human heart, devouring one to the very bone. This time Wu Mengda has awakened, frightened to the core. If given another chance, he would do anything to break free from this addiction. But Zhou Ruinfa merely looked at him coldly, not responding to that vow. You stay here for now, it's temporarily safe. He paused, his tone growing serious. Loan sharks won't find this place for a while. I will have someone help you find a new job, earn your own money, and pay it back. Every cent must be accounted for. In his eyes, Wu Mengda was not poor, he was just floating, not foolish but lazy. Earning money too easily made him forget that it comes from hard work, leading him to squander it like water. Only by making him carry bricks, work late, and haggle could he regain a sense of respect and no longer treat gambling tables as his refuge. Wu Mengda lowered his head, his lips moving without sound, ultimately saying nothing, only nodding silently. At this moment, he could only hide and endure. Just then the phone on the coffee table suddenly rang sharply. Hello, Fa Gu, it's a phone. Is to go with you. I need to talk to him urgently. Hearing it was Du Chiefing and confirming it wasn't a debt collector, Zhou Ruinfa breathed a sigh of relief and replied, he's here hiding from creditors. What's the matter? Quickly bring him to Shaman Tower. Whether De Gu can turn things around depends on this opportunity. Du Chiefing spoke rapidly with an undeniable urgency. Though he was Zhou Ruinfa and Wu Mengda's Jr., often scolding Wu Mengda for being unambitious when it really mattered, he still wanted to lend a helping hand. The cold, ruthless villain robot T-800 was the first thing that came to his mind when he thought of Wu Mengda. Shaman Tower. Is that over in Tunman? Zhou Ruinfa murmured. Is there even a legitimate film company there? He instinctively felt it was likely a small workshop with rudimentary equipment and a meager budget, unable to even gather a crowd for background actors. But for the current Wu Mengda, even a bit part would be a lifeline. Wireless had completely blacklisted him. Going to a small company to shoot films would at least earn him a paycheck, gradually filling the 30,000 gap. Unexpectedly, Du Chiefing replied directly, I just switched to Seuss Film Industry. The boss is investing heavily, 100 million for a sci-fi blockbuster. 100 million. Zhou Ruinfa, who was originally leaning back in his chair, jumped up, his pupils dilating in disbelief. A phone? You're not joking, are you? It can't be a shell company, right? What are you thinking? All the funds are in the art, photography, and special effects teams are all set, just waiting for the actors to start shooting. Du Kaifeng's tone grew serious. This was the first major project he was leading, and he couldn't afford any slack. All right, I'll bring Lao Wu over right away. Zhou Ruinfa hurriedly agreed. No one in the Hong Kong film industry had ever dared to invest $1 million at once. If it was true, Wu Mengda could likely soar to great heights, and perhaps he too could catch this express train and change his life. In the conference room of Su's film industry, Zhou Ruinfa sat slightly awkwardly in a side seat. 3 people occupied the main seats: his familiar old friend, Du Qifeng, and a young man and woman. The man had broad shoulders and long legs, exuding an imposing aura, causing Zhou Ruinfa to feel somewhat self-conscious in his presence. The woman was even more stunning. Her beauty was striking, and among the stars of Hong Kong few could rival. Before arriving, Du Qifeng had secretly informed him of their identities. The dazzling beauty was the female lead of this film, Zhao Yaji. The young man next to her with a calm demeanor was the helm of Su's film industry, wealthy, influential, and possessing significant clout. Faced with him, Zhou Ruinfa even lightened his breathing. Finally, when Wu Mengda changed into his costume as the conference room door opened, everyone inside raised their eyes in unison, their expressions instantly brightening. Dressed in a black leather jacket that hugged his shoulders, his jeans wrapped around his long legs, his heavy military boots thudded on the floor, and sunglasses covered half his face. His lips were tightly pressed, his crew cut sharp as a blade, and he held a prop shotgun steadily, its barrel slightly lowered, a cold glint flickering. His entire presence exploded with a fierce aura. Cold, hard, ruthless, like a blade unsheathed but silent, or a killing machine that had just been activated, sending chills down one's spine and dryness in their throat. At this time, Wu Mengda was still under 30, his face devoid of any excess fat, his posture as upright as a pine tree, entirely different from the later jovial, round comedic figure. In his prime, strong and sturdy, just standing there was the living embodiment of the Terminator. Su Ruai stood up abruptly, circling around him slowly, his gaze sweeping over every detail, and finally nodded with a smile, satisfaction evident in his eyes. "Isn't this Schwarzenegger, Mengda? Are you an artist from Wireless?" He stared at Wu Mengda for several seconds before, as soon as he finished speaking, the tension in the room snapped like a string. "Yes. But something happened recently, and I was just blacklisted." Wu Mengda spoke in a low voice, his palms slightly damp. "What happened?" Su Rui's pressed on. Zhou Ruinfa and Du Qifeng exchanged glances, their hearts racing, afraid that Su Rui's would frown and shake his head upon hearing the reason, which might cause the role to disappear on the spot. "I owe some gambling debts." Wu Mengda gritted his teeth and confessed, not daring to lie. Du Qifeng had warned him earlier this boss had deep connections and could not be fooled. Seeing him so open and honest, Su Rui's lips curled slightly as he nodded. "Will you gamble again in the future?" "Absolutely not. If I touch it again in this life, I'll chop off my own fingers." Wu Mengda blurted out, each word fierce. He was truly frightened. That thing was like a black hole, devouring both money and life. "Sign with Su's film industry, and this role is yours." It was straightforward and decisive, not a word wasted. Du Qifeng was taken aback. "Boss, do you really believe in to go?" "I don't trust him." Su Rui's tone was as flat as ice. "I trust myself. If he dares to deceive me, I will personally remove one of his fingers." His words were light, but felt like a piece of ice dropped into water. Du Qifeng, Zhou Ruinfa, and Wu Mengda all shivered simultaneously. No one doubted the weight of those words. For someone involved in gang activities, losing a finger was nothing. Burying someone, digging a hole, the police would find nothing, and no case would even be registered. Wu Mengda shook his head vigorously. "I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare." After a pause, he scratched his head, looking troubled. "Boss, I have a 3-year contract with Wireless. The breach fee is 30,000. He was currently broke 30,000. Not even his life could cover it. That's not my concern." Su Rui's tone was as indifferent as discussing the weather. "If you want to act, sign with Su's. If you don't want to sign, go back to Wireless." As soon as he finished speaking, he paused slightly as if in a hurry to proceed. "The character's pay is 50,000, and I'll advance it to you. As for your gambling debt, I'll have someone make a call to postpone it for 3 months, allowing you to focus on filming." Wu Mengda's chest relaxed, nearly gasping for air. 50,000. That was more than double what he earned at Wireless. A Feng truly wasn't exaggerating. The new boss was generous. The 50,000 advance was enough to cover the breach fee with Wireless, most importantly the extension on the gambling debt. These days he had been chased by creditors, losing sleep and shedding hair. He felt increasingly certain this boss Su was indeed not to be underestimated. Even the people from the gambling den had to give him some face. Soon a lawyer entered, and the contract was laid out. Wu Mengda signed his name, an 8-year contract with benefits much better than Wireless, though the length was a bit long. Yet which film company in Hong Kong didn't operate this way? Making someone famous isn't easy. How could they let someone go just as they were rising? The number in the breach fee section made him gasp, silently wondering, am I really worth this much? But then he thought the role had nearly as much screen time as half the movie. With such a big production and investment, whether it was worth it was indeed hard to say. Zhou Ruinfa on the side fell silent, his mind racing. He had originally aimed for the male lead, but Su Rui's was adamant about having the artist switch companies. But he was currently doing well at Wireless. Even if playing a supporting role, the producer often called his name, and his future looked bright. The key was his breach fee was more than triple that of Wu Mengda. To choose or not to choose. On one side was the male lead of 100 million investment, on the other was a choice that severed his escape route. He unconsciously began tapping his knee, suddenly laughing out loud. Thinking too much, boss, Su might not even have his eye on me. For a 100 million project, no matter who chooses the male lead, they would have to weigh it carefully. On the other side, Du Qifeng had already leaned closer to Su Rui's, lowering his voice to recommend Zhou Ruinfa, truly talented. Image, rhythm, emotions. All on point. Li Sifei is undoubtedly him. Su Rui's had already noticed this. Zhou Ruinfa sat with a stable posture, his eyes bright, exuding a subtle resilience without making a sound. He understood that the character Li Si in the film was inherently weak, constantly overshadowed by T-800, leaving a faint presence. Compared to the robot, the male lead wasn't as crucial. Having Zhou Ruinfa play the role would be effortless. Only time would tell if once the film was released he would bitterly smile, saying the director said to let me play the lead, yet the audience only remembers that metallic head. However, what Su Rui's truly had in mind was another project. Magic City Beach, starring Zhou Ruinfa and Zhao Yaji. When it aired, all of Hong Kong went crazy. Black top hats, white scarves, black trench coats, everyone on the streets imitated them. Clothing stores had long lines, even tailors worked overnight to keep up. If this drama wasn't personally filmed, it would be an utter loss. But if filming was to commence, they would need to find a broadcasting platform, right? I've gone off track again. I haven't even sorted out the cinema yet, and I'm already thinking about television stations. Indeed, money is always like sand. The tighter you grip it, the faster it slips away. Su Ruai sighed inwardly. But the most pressing matter now was to secure Zhou Ruinfa. He looked directly at the other party, his tone crisp and clear. The terms are the same as for Wu Mengda. Sign with Su's film industry, and the role of Li Si is yours. This was his ironclad rule. If you want to act in a Su's film, you must sign a long-term contract. Su Rui's wouldn't make an exception just because he was a prominent figure in Double Zhou Yichang. On the contrary, the greater the fame, the tighter the bond. In Hong Kong, capital was always the player, while stars were merely pawns. No matter how popular a face was to the boss, it was just a goose that laid golden eggs. Back then at Wireless and Shaw Brothers, Tycoon Shaw treated artists like mules who dared to speak up. Therefore, for actors like Zhou Ruinfa, Su Rui's had no intention of coddling or pampering them. As soon as he finished speaking, he left no room for negotiation. Yet Zhou Ruinfa's heartbeat quickened. This was the lead role in a 100 million blockbuster. Once he had been confined to television dramas, landing even a supporting role was considered a breakthrough. The big screen. He hadn't so much as brushed its edge. This was his chance to turn his fortunes, and a gamble, staking everything he owned. Agreed, I'll sign. Zhou Ruinfa and Wu Mengda both signed with Su Studios. The news sent TVB into a fury, threatening to blacklist them outright. Yet upon reflection, they were merely fledgling actors at the time. Why would Li Ka-shing or Sir Run Shaw personally intervene over such a trivial matter? Meanwhile, the Terminator quietly entered production. For them, it was a life-or-death wager. For Su Rui's, however, the film's success mattered far less. His entire focus had already shifted to the stock market. Beginning in June, Li Ka-shing launched a bold offensive against the British conglomerate Jardine Matheson, targeting its controlling stake in Wharf Holdings. But Li's financial resources were too slender. After several aggressive moves, he realized he simply could not swallow this formidable asset. Just then Sir Y.K. Pao, the wealthiest Chinese tycoon in Hong Kong, began contemplating a strategic landfall. The two struck an immediate accord. Li transferred all his Wharf Holdings shares to Sir Y.K. Pao. In return, Sir Y.K. Pao pledged his full support in securing Li's acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa shares and smooth entry onto its board. Thus Sir Y.K. Pao became the new Chinese standard-bearer in the Wharf Holdings battle. In sheer scale, he dwarfed Li Ka-shing. His personal fortune exceeded 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, and his global shipping group stood as Hong Kong's fifth pillar, rivaling only the four great Hongs. The moment Sir Y.K. Pao entered the fray, Jardine Matheson felt immense pressure. The contest instantly escalated to white-hot intensity. Both sides flooded the market with frenzied purchases, sending Wharf Holdings' share price soaring. On the morning of June 20th, Jardine Matheson issued an urgent announcement offering 100 Hong Kong dollars per share to acquire Wharf Holdings stock. Recall, the prevailing market price that day stood at only 70 Hong Kong dollars, a staggering 30% premium. The entire city reeled in shock. Yet this seemingly audacious display of wealth betrayed their mounting anxiety. Faced with Sir Y.K. Pao's relentless advance, Jardine Matheson had already begun to falter. For Sir Y.K. Pao, retreat was equally impossible. Inside the HSBC chairman's office, the two men sat across from each other sipping tea. Sir Y.K. Pao's brow remained furrowed. He and Jardine each held just over 40% of the shares. Of victory hung by a thread. He had just secured a $1 Hong Kong $5 billion loan from HSBC. His coffers brimmed with ammunition. Yet the crux of the problem lay elsewhere. Nearly all floating shares had already been snapped up. Money, however abundant, could buy nothing more. Shinzhou set down his teacup and spoke calmly. Old Bao, I've just reviewed our securities department records. An investor still holds 2.5 million Wharf Holdings shares. If you acquire this block, victory will be within your grasp. Though Shenzhou held British citizenship and HSBC was a British institution, convention dictated he should side with Jardine Matheson. Reality, however, defied expectation. HSBC and Jardine Matheson had long engaged in quiet rivalry, while global shipping group Sir Y.K. Powell's flagship enterprise counted HSBC as its second-largest shareholder. Their fates were intertwined. One rose, both soared; one fell, both crashed. Only if Sir Y.K. Powell triumphed could HSBC truly claim victory. Outwardly, this was a clash between Chinese and British capital. Beneath the surface, it was a civil war among the four great Hongs themselves. Sir Y.K. Powell's eyes lit up instantly. A single investor still holds such a massive block. Old Shun, contact him immediately. I must meet him today. Secure those shares no matter what. Shenzhou wasted no time. He dialed the number on the spot. When Su Rui's had earlier pledged the 500 Butterfly Bay land parcel as collateral for his loan, HSBC had duly archived his contact details. Shenzhou never imagined that the young man who had boldly wagered 60 million Hong Kong dollars on that undeveloped plot had now silently reinvested every cent into Wharf Holdings. And, right under everyone's nose, executed a flawless bottom-fishing maneuver. How many times had that 60 million Hong Kong dollars multiplied? No one could calculate it precisely. These young people possess astonishing vision. In mere days, their fortunes swell faster than the tide. Shenzhou had long admired Su Rui's. Now he was more determined than ever to meet this formidable figure in person. Before the call connected, he opened his mouth to introduce himself, only to be met unexpectedly with a long, mellifluous, trembling ah. Shenzhou, Su Rui's. What on earth are you practicing your vocal scales for, in broad daylight? I'm jogging. Do you believe me? I suspect you're driving. Hello, this is Su Rui's. He cleared his throat lightly as though nothing had occurred. Good day. I am Shenzhou, chairman of HSBC. Lying on his bed, Su Rui's heard the name Shenzhou, and a faint smile curled his lips, silent knowing. He understood perfectly what this call truly sought. The Wharf Holdings battle had reached fever pitch. Both sides now held stakes exceeding 40%. That remaining 5% weighed like a mountain. Whomever possessed it held the key to Wharf Holdings' destiny. Mr. Su, we understand you retained a substantial holding of Wharf Holdings shares. A buyer has emerged willing to pay a premium. Would you be available for a face-to-face discussion at HSBC this afternoon? Certainly. I have matters I'd like to discuss with Chairman Shin myself. 3 o'clock sharp. We look forward to your arrival. Goodbye. The moment the line went dead, Su Rui's threw back his head and laughed, then moved with renewed purpose. Half an hour later, Yi Yingwen glared at him, her fingers digging sharply into his arm. Since beginning his legal internship, case after case had kept him perpetually on the run. This rare holiday had barely begun when he dragged her into yet another whirlwind of activity. Even the most exquisite dish turns nauseating once gorged beyond measure. Haha, my love. This time we've truly struck gold. You won't believe how much I'll earn. Su Rui's swept her into his arms and planted a resounding kiss on her cheek. Yi Yingwen shot him a sidelong glance. 1 million. 2 million. Is that really worth grinning like a fool who just found a golden ingot? This girl's horizons had long since been elevated by him. Even a windfall in the tens of millions barely warranted a blink. Yet she had no idea. This single play netted a guaranteed 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Come with me to HSBC this afternoon. The truth will unfold before your eyes. Your man is no idle dreamer. When Yi Yingwen learned he was scheduled to meet HSBC Chairman Shenzhou and Sir Y.K. Powell, the titan of global shipping, her face instantly glowed, her mouth parted in disbelief, then she burst into jubilant leaps. To the people of Hong Kong, these two figures occupied realms beyond mortal reach, one enshrined like a golden idol on a celestial altar, the other soaring like a colossus above the clouds. The former stood as Hong Kong's unshakable financial backbone, the latter its wealthiest Chinese magnate, an undisputed shipping sovereign. That they had now personally invited Su Rui's to negotiate a 300 million Hong Kong dollars transaction signaled his definitive ascension into Hong Kong's elite inner circle, standing shoulder to shoulder with them as an equal. It was a metamorphosis of identity and a coronation of status. Yi Yingwen's heart trembled, her gaze shimmering with tender reproach and profound adoration as the two tumbled together onto the sofa, entwined in passionate embrace. At 3 p.m., Su Rui's arrived at HSBC's central headquarters accompanied by Yi Yingwen, Li Zhendong, and Sun Mingyou. Sir Y.K. Powell had taken lunch right inside the bank's VIP lounge and never left its premises, not even for a moment, demonstrating his burning impatience to secure Su Rui's shares. I'd heard rumors about the Butterfly Bay affair, but never imagined the man behind it would be such a youthful figure. Truly, today's youth conceal dragons and tigers within. Sir Y.K. Powell mused aloud. Shenzhou took a slow sip of tea and nodded in agreement. Judging by these two transactions alone, his composure, precision, and decisive execution recall Li Ka-shing's early ferocity. Hong Kong's next decade will bear his indelible mark. Even more remarkable is his deep-rooted ties to local Triad societies. and the fiercely rising Lone Wolf Shield security company operating under his banner. As head of Hong Kong's foremost financial dynasty, Shenzhou had long since mapped Su Rui's entire background. Naturally, the shadowy abductions and extortion schemes, known only to the principals involved, remained entirely unknown to him. Upon hearing this, Sir Y.K. Pow's eyebrows lifted, astonishment deepening. Ties to organized societies meant unassailable leverage, power enough to overturn tables, commanding an armed private security firm implied tangible hard-edged clout, standing firmly behind him. Such a man was no mere bystander. Indeed, even Sir Y.K. Pow himself had recently hired for licensed armed bodyguards from Lone Wolf Shield at premium salaries. This is no time for haggling. Present him with an offer he cannot refuse. Jardine Matheson is undoubtedly racing to contact him as well. Shenzhou spoke with unwavering certainty. Sir Y.K. Pow nodded, understood. At this stage there is no turning back. Wharf holdings must be secured. Those 2.5 million shares are the fulcrum of victory. What does a little extra expense matter? Once I complete Hong Kong's shipping empire, this investment will double, or more, in due course. Sir Y.K. Pow's voice, low and resonant, carried the weight of steel. Before his final word faded, the secretary knocked. The door opened. Su Rui's had arrived. Both men rose instantly to greet him. Through the doorway stepped a man and a woman side by side. She was radiant and statuesque, her aura cool and refined. Yet both men's gazes locked instantly magnetically onto the young man beside her. Too young. That was their immediate shared impression. It was inconceivable. That fresh-faced youth, barely in his 20s and no older than their own sons, now stood at the very epicenter of this titanic clash of capital, and held in his hands the shares that would decide Wharf Holdings' fate. Mr. Su, allow me to introduce Mr. Y.K. Pow, chairman of Global Shipping Group. Host Shenzhou spoke first, his smile warm and welcoming. Su Rui's offered a gentle smile. Chairman Shin, Chairman Pow, honored to meet you both. I'm Su Rui's. Please call me Ace. This is my girlfriend Yi Yingwen. She's currently interning at a law firm. Miss Yi possesses exceptional grace. Mr. Su, you're a fortunate man. Shenzhou, the seasoned Westerner, teased with a knowing grin, his eyes glinting with subtle implication as though still savoring the echoes of that morning's peculiar phone call. Sir Y.K. Pow beamed warmly. I've long admired your reputation, young friend. These two deals were executed with breathtaking elegance. Truly a prodigy of extraordinary brilliance. After brief pleasantries, the guests settled into their seats, and the conversation swiftly turned to its core purpose. Shenzhou lifted his teacup, his tone sincere. Mr. Su, Chairman Pow holds great interest in your Wharf holdings. Would you consider divesting? Rest assured, the price we offer will exceed your expectations. Of course he would sell. Wharf Holdings was indeed a prize, but presently it was far too large for Su Rui's to digest. His original accumulation had always been tactical, swift entry, swift exit, profit paramount. By intrinsic valuation, Wharf Holdings shares were worth no more than 40 Hong Kong dollars apiece. Yet Jardine and the Pow Group had jointly inflated them beyond 100 Hong Kong dollars, a clear sign of exhaustion. Delay further, and once both sides regained composure and market sentiment cooled, these shares risked becoming unsellable, trapped in his portfolio at unsustainable valuations. After listening to Shenzhou, Su Rui's tapped once softly on the rim of his teacup, then paused thoughtfully. Mr. Pow, what price do you propose for my shares? Sir Y.K. Pow inclined his head slightly, his voice steady. Young friend, I offer 110 Hong Kong dollars per share cash settlement. Does that suit you? That day Wharf Holdings traded at 105 Hong Kong dollars. His bid raised the price by 5 Hong Kong dollars outright. Su Rui's lips curled slightly as he picked up the teacup and blew on the foam, leisurely saying, Mr. Bow, to be honest, someone offered $115 last night, all cash. After finishing his words, he lowered his eyes to sip tea and did not continue the conversation. In fact, no one had come to him at all. But how would Bao Yugong know? He instinctively thought of the Jardine Matheson Group. After all, those 2.5 million shares were precisely what they were determined to acquire. He was certain Jardine was desperate to establish a foothold and had offered $115, which was not surprising at all. At this moment the situation was tense, and every second counted. Competing with Jardine in a life-and-death struggle. He couldn't afford to lose. Spending a bit more cash was hardly a concern. Then fine, Bao Yugong thought for a moment, and spoke more slowly. $120 per share cash. What do you think? 120. Su Rui's frowned slightly, seeming to weigh the options, but in reality he had already softened in his heart. When he was buying shares before, the average price was only 24 Hong Kong dollars per share, and now it had risen fivefold, reaching its peak. More importantly, he had forcefully taken away the 2.5 million shares from the circulating market, forcing Jardine and the Bao family into a narrow alley. This was much more intense than originally planned. This price was even $15 higher than the historical actual transaction price. Compared to Jardine, he would rather hand the chips to King Bao. Regardless of whether HSBC was secretly manipulating the market, this battle was undoubtedly a benchmark for Chinese capital to defeat British capital. Not only did it boost the morale of peers, but it also quietly disrupted the business landscape of Hong Kong Island. Moving forward, British capital would be increasingly eaten away by Chinese capital. For him, this significance far outweighed the several million price difference. Seeing the price cross the psychological red line, he lightly tapped the lid of his cup with his fingertip and nodded, saying agreed. However, I have one request. Bao Ship King and Shun Zhou both exhaled almost simultaneously. As long as it wasn't an outrageous request, the hard bone of Kowloon Wharf was worth conceding. Please go ahead, young Master Su. I heard that HSBC holds a 20 stake in Lee's television station. Could Mr. Shin be willing to part with it and transfer it to me? Lee's television station. The two were taken aback simultaneously. No one expected that he would set his sights on this hot potato. Hong Kong Island was full of gold real estate manufacturing infrastructure finance. What was faster than a television station in making money? But the television station. It was a bottomless pit of money with no prospect of breaking even, and if not careful, it could easily go under. Among the three major stations, only TVB had managed to stand firm. Elise had been struggling for years, and Quan Hung was even more half-paralyzed. Pressured by TVB, even advertisers were avoiding them. The annual profit didn't even match the tip of a real estate company's earnings. HSBC indeed holds a 20 stake in Lease, and the transfer is not difficult, Shun Zhou replied in a calm tone, though he could not hide his suspicion. He simply couldn't understand what Su Rui's was aiming for. 5 years ago, several consortiums had joined forces to support Quan Hung with a strong background and ample funds, but what was the outcome? It was still shaky and on the brink of collapse. A television station was not like a film. It couldn't recoup costs just by selling tickets. It gave away programs and relied on advertising to survive. Want advertising? First compete for viewership, want viewership. First invest in quality content, invest in content. First fill the bottomless pit. Before the advertisers could pay, one had to first lay out a mountain of gold. Su Rui's was clearer about these twists and turns than anyone else. But what he wanted was never just the numbers on the balance sheet. It was about influence. He had long since rolled out of finance and real estate. However, influence was a hard currency that couldn't be piled up with cash. Especially on Hong Kong Island, especially backing those gray shadows. He understood too well how sharp the right to speak could be. Which company did he find displeasing? Investigate it, dig it out, expose it. One headline could cause its stock price to collapse. Target a certain official. Undercover evidence collection, point the camera, and stir public opinion. Of course, the premise was, you had to hold a loud enough trumpet. Currently among the three major stations on Hong Kong Island, TVB was the strongest, but Lease and Xiao Daheng were more tightly guarded than a steel barrel. Quan Hung seemed cheap, but was forced by the authorities to air 8 hours of educational programs daily, ensuring its viewership would be flat. Buying it would also be an endless pit. Only Lease had 70 of its controlling shares in the hands of its parent company Lease Voice, with HSBC holding 20 and scattered shares making up less than 10, essentially void. If he could acquire those 20 from HSBC and then negotiate for the 70 from Lease Voice, then the entire station would bear the surname Su. Following that, he could acquire several newspapers, consolidate some cinema chains, and control a film company. Thus a media empire rooted in Hong Kong Island and radiating to Southeast Asia would be established. How did News Corporation rise? He was following the same path inch by inch. I will need your assistance in establishing a connection with Lease Voice, Mr. Shun. Su Rui said in a humble tone, but it carried an undeniable certainty. They'll take care of it. To be honest, Lease has been bleeding money for years, burning cash month after month. Our HSBC has a solid foundation and can bear it, but on Lease Voice's side, they are probably already holding the keys waiting for buyers. As long as the price is right, they will definitely not dawdle. Shun Zhou nodded in agreement. In his eyes, Lee's television station was merely a hot potato taking up space, and the faster it was shed, the better. Of course, he was only responsible for bridging the connection. The real negotiations and deal-making would have to be done by Su Rui's himself. Once the business was settled, Shun Zhou immediately ordered someone to draft the contract. The lawyers from the Bao family and Yi Ingwen reviewed each clause, and the three parties signed on the spot. Su Rui, Shun Zhou, and Bao Ship King, with the pens gliding across the page, producing a faint sound. The 2.5 million shares of Kowloon Wharf stock were priced at 120 Hong Kong dollars per share, transferred entirely to Bao Ship King, totaling 300 million. After paying off the 60 million loan to HSBC and redeeming the land of Butterfly Bay, Su Rui's comfortably had 240 million cash lying in his account. At that moment, Lee's television station had assets worth about 120 million, with the 20 stake equivalent to 24 million. Ultimately, he had 216 million in hand, all transferred in real time, by HSBC, arriving within seconds. From buying Kowloon Wharf shares to cashing out today, it had only been 5 months, netting a profit of 240 million. Compared to holding a knife at the door and demanding ransom, this speed was indeed not ruthless enough. But this money was clean black and white above board, able to be earned or spent, used to buy property or support others. Stepping out of the HSBC doors, Su Rui's invited Yi Ingwen to a nearby tea restaurant for a small sit-down. For a whole afternoon, she almost entirely listened, unable to interject much, her only role being to stamp and sign as a lawyer. But inside she was already in turmoil. The man in front of her, who was several years younger, spoke with composure and acted decisively, sitting across from Bao Ship King and Shinzhou like an old friend, showing no signs of fear, instead appearing calm and skilled. At that moment her heart skipped a beat. Her man was truly remarkable, quick-witted, bold, and shrewd, not a single flaw to be found. The only thing that made her frown secretly was that his face attracted too much attention and his wealth was rising too quickly, making it difficult to ensure that no inappropriate women would come forward with warm intentions. Yi Ingwen quietly bit her lip. I need to keep a closer eye from now on. But she was still in school and couldn't follow him around every day. Su Rui's was completely unaware of the turmoil in his partner's heart, only feeling a headache and a heavy heart. As the exhilaration of acquiring 300 million faded, fatigue suddenly hit him. He realized that going forward, relying solely on himself to monitor the market, make decisions, and run connections would soon become overwhelming. As the industry grew larger, the advantages brought by his rebirth became slimmer, and one day he would be unable to balance it all. It's time to form a reliable team. On the broadcast road in Seongkwan, Hong Kong Island. This place was worth its weight in gold, known in the community as Five Mountains. This short street was densely packed with 2 radio stations and 3 television stations: Hong Kong Island Radio, Commercial Radio, TVB, Lee's Television, and Kwan Hung Television. As dusk deepened, the lights in Lee's headquarters gradually went out, and the employees had long dispersed. General Manager Huang Shijiao organized his briefcase and was about to rise and leave. Knock knock, 2 sounds, and the secretary pushed the door open. General Huang, someone just delivered an invitation letter along with a document specifying that it must be handed directly to you. Huang Shijiao raised his eyes and slightly raised his brows. Who sent it? He asked while casually taking the envelope, opened it, and glanced at the signature. Su Rui's. The name was quite unfamiliar. Although Su Rui's was associated with a film company, The Terminator had not yet been released, and he was still unknown in the film industry. As for the happenings in the community, Huang Shijiao had always kept his distance and did not know the weight behind the name Brother Zhe. He only wondered, who was this person? What did he want to invite me for? But when he opened the document, his expression suddenly changed and his pupils constricted. After briefly scanning the content, he cursed under his breath. Damn! How could the foreigners dare to hide such a big matter from me? Without finishing his sentence, he grabbed his coat and rushed out of the office, jumping into a car, headed straight for the address on the invitation. At 7 p.m., in a private room of an old tea restaurant in Seongkwan, Huang Shijiao was led to the door by a waiter. He stood at the entrance, instinctively adjusted his tie, took a deep breath, and then raised his hand to knock 3 times. He felt a bit anxious. Here was the general manager of Lease, yet he felt like a fresh graduate going for an interview. Please come in. Hearing a clear response from inside, he pushed the door open, and when he raised his eyes, he was instantly stunned. On the way there, he had speculated about the new owner's appearance, perhaps a dignified old-school gentleman, or maybe a wealthy upstart with a bloated face. He never expected that the one sitting in the main seat would be a fresh-faced young man, at most 25 or 26, still without a hardened beard. He almost turned to check the room number. Had he possibly gone to the wrong room? General Huang has arrived. I am Su Rui's. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Rui's stood up to greet him, extending his hand for a handshake, and after releasing it, naturally gestured towards the seat. Huang Shijiao came to his senses and hurriedly said, "Thank you," his fingers feeling a bit stiff as he took his seat. After refilling the tea 3 times and exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Rui's set down his cup and went straight to the point. General Huang should have reviewed the document and confirmed with Lee's parent company, right? Huang Shijiao nodded, confirmed there are no errors. The document that arrived on his desk that evening was a copy of the stock transfer registration, clearly stating Lee's Voice HSBC and several small shareholders had transferred all their shares to Su Rui's. Now Lee's television station was wholly owned by Su Rui's. The young man sitting across from him was now his right. He was quickly calculating in his mind who exactly was this young lord. How had he not heard a whisper of this? It seemed there was no prominent family named Su on Hong Kong Island. Since General Huang is already aware I won't beat around the bush, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Rui's, and I operate a film production company, a security service group, and a real estate development enterprise. Butterfly Bay Real Estate is my property. By the way, starting today, I will also be adding a television station. Su Rui's lips curled slightly as he spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Huang Zizha's eyebrows jumped, and he blurted out, Butterfly Bay Real Estate. This name may not be a giant in the Hong Kong real estate circle, but it was certainly well known. Having spent a fortune to acquire 500 acres of land at Butterfly Bay, it had built its reputation even outsiders had heard of. His heart immediately sank, and he no longer dared to regard this young man as an ordinary buyer. His attitude subtly shifted, gaining a few more points of respect. What is more crucial is that his future at this job depends entirely on the new boss' demeanor. He certainly does not wish to pack his bags right after starting. Thus he straightened his back and spoke with a clear and respectful voice. Boss, As he held his breath, he forced himself to stabilize his mind, pondering how to respond in a way that was both genuine and appropriate. This was no mere small talk, it was clearly a life-and-death examination. The new boss needed to understand the ins and outs of Lee's television station and gauge just how capable the general manager really was. One misstep, and he might find himself packing up before even getting comfortable with the office keys. If he were to leave, Lee's Huang Shijiao could hardly think of a second option. Jia Yi had a strong team, and the general manager was decisive, leaving no room for vacancy. As for wireless, let's not even mention it. He had been lured from there with a high salary, and returning now would mean losing face with no position available. The only way out was to get this boss Su's approval to keep him in his current position. General Manager, Huang, don't be formal. Let's just chat like friends, discuss the current status of the station, and hear your thoughts. Su Ruizha waved his hand with a gentle smile. He had already heard of Huang Zizha's capabilities and had no intention of replacing him for the time being. This person could indeed handle matters. Elise had managed to survive in difficult circumstances thanks to him leading a group of key personnel through tough times. The problem lay not with the people, but with the parent company's drag. Rather than providing support, it constantly drained resources, nearly depleting the station's finances. To be frank, if it weren't for Huang Zizha's strong leadership and effective management, Lease would have probably shut down 5 years ago. General Manager Huang has been at the helm of Lease for quite some time. Why do you think it is declining? What do you see as the most pressing issue now? Su Ruizha hit the nail on the head. Huang Shijiao looked slightly embarrassed. Lease was heavily pressured by wireless and Jia Yi, and he bore some responsibility for that. After pondering for a moment, he simply shook his head. It's just one word. Poor. The bulk of the profits has been siphoned off by the parent company, leaving the station to cover a pile of bad debts. Without money to produce good dramas can't attract viewers. Without viewers, advertisers don't even show up. If ad revenue isn't coming in, there's even less money to produce dramas. This is a deepening quagmire. He smiled wryly, shaking his head. Even with a wealth of strategies and capable subordinates, he couldn't make up for an empty pot and a lack of firewood. The two of them delved deeper into conversation, growing increasingly in sync. Huang Shijiao laid bare the tangible problems of program scheduling, personnel structure, aging equipment, and the loss of advertising clients without reservation. Su Ruizha nodded frequently. At its core, a television station is a business that relies on real money to survive. To make money, we must depend on advertising. Whether advertisers are willing to spend depends entirely on the ratings. Therefore, we must earnestly produce programs that audience being appointed from headquarters. All other positions will remain unchanged. Additionally, the name Lease Television, aside from the financial director position temporarily being appointed from headquarters, all other positions will remain unchanged. Additionally, the name Lease Television Station will officially be discontinued. Henceforth, it will be known as Asia Television. Buying the television station cost a whopping 120 million, and now investing another 20 million means that the 300 million Hong Kong dollars Su Ruizha had accumulated from stock trading have quickly dwindled to less than 10. He was also considering acquiring a cinema chain and several mainstream newspapers, so this money had to be budgeted down to the last cent. The more pressing concern was what programs should the television station push to break through quickly. The classic IPs buried deep in his memory were precisely what was needed at this moment. After dinner, Huang Shijiao took his leave, and Su Ruizha asked the waiter for paper and pen, quickly jotting down all the ideas swirling in his mind. The news segment must be established. It's the station's facade and confidence. He wrote down Morning Light, Express, Global, iFinance, Frontline, Star News, Flash. Asia TV's news need not be overly serious, but it mustn't be frivolous either. Local major events and international hot topics must be covered, while entertainment, gossip, and human interest stories should also have their place. Next was the children's segment. Su Ruizha knew very well the power a child wielded over the remote control. In his childhood, the television in his home could be turned on or switch channels at his command. What are kids most crazy about? Ultraman. But the folks over in the island nation have already played that out. He paused, gently shaking his head. Subaraya Productions had produced the first Ultraman back in 1966. Over the years, there had been hundreds of episodes bombarding the audience, and the licensing barriers were as formidable as a wall. Hard selling. No, that won't work. Buying the rights. Too expensive and time-consuming. Then let's do Armored Warrior. He raised the corners of his lips, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Suit actors, passionate transformations, justice battles. The skeleton can be borrowed, but the flesh must be filled in by oneself. As long as the character settings, worldview, and combat system are entirely restructured, it wouldn't count as infringement. Moreover, at present, Ultraman from the island nation hadn't yet swept across the entire Hong Kong, making it an excellent opportunity for a shortcut. If Armored Warrior could truly take root in the hearts of children, becoming the brightest light in their childhood, the subsequent toys, stationary games, and animated films, relying solely on derivative licensing, would suffice for a lifetime. Is the original storyline limited? No problem. In his hands, Armored Warrior is not just a show, but a living brand. Yanlong Di Huang Xing Tianjin Gang. The monsters would change every year and the armor would renew with each generation. Even if the screenwriters worked overtime to the point of baldness, the story must continue. That explosive theme song Miracle Reappearance was just right to become the theme song. As soon as it started, youthful energy would surge forth. Aside from Armored Warrior Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf could also become a hit, as well as Boonie Bears whose potential cannot be underestimated either. Sue Ruse's thoughts surged listing those well-known animated IPs from memory on the paper. Although it was a hand-drawn era and the art style was not as refined and smooth as later periods, Sue Rueja firmly believed that good stories never discriminate against the era. They can still imprint themselves in the childhoods of generations, becoming an indelible light in their hearts. Of course, what he cared about most was still the television dramas. That was the nuclear bomb to drive up the ratings. In the early 1980s, which television station in Hong Kong had the most captivating dramas? Which one could make the entire city come to a standstill, tea houses quiet and streets silent? Sue Rueja put pen to paper and steadily wrote down 3 words in the center of the page: Magic City Beach. At this moment, Wireless had yet to initiate the project, nor had they even penned a draft, let alone cast the roles. Yet the male and female leads were currently sitting in his Asia TV's signing room, with the ink on the contract still wet. If he didn't rush to shoot it now, would he wait for TVB to finish filming before using it to crush Asia TV? This was truly a divine drama that could make everyone flock to the streets, with even market-going old ladies eagerly awaiting updates. Moreover, in Sue Ruse's eyes, even though the original version had reached legendary status, it seemed slightly rushed. Wireless was in such a hurry that many foreshadowings had not been properly laid out and character relationships had not been explored deeply. No one had anticipated it would take the entire Chinese-speaking world by storm. This time he wanted to hire top-notch screenwriters to fine-tune every scene with careful attention to camera work, costumes, and pacing. He would forge the new version of Magic City Beach into the Eastern version of The Godfather. Gang wars, business ups and downs, captivating beauties, blood debts settled in blood-hidden currents, running deep iron bones with soft hearts. The rise of a hero in a chaotic world. The more he wrote, the more he felt the shadow of Su Wenxiang was clearly swaying in front of him. He could hardly suppress the urge to don a long gown and a top hat stepping in front of the camera. But just as the thought arose, he extinguished it with a single stroke. His identity had changed, and low-key was the true strength. What he wanted to be was the one pulling the strings, not the performer on stage. After filling up 7 or 8 pages, Sue Rueja got up and left the restaurant. He didn't return to the cozy little room with Yi Yingwen. His beautiful lady had gone back to school for classes, leaving him alone and disinclined to return to that coldness. In any case, Sue Rueja had never lacked for women. No, 33 Baisha Bay was an independent villa with a garden. As he inserted the key into the lock, a soft click sounded and the door opened. The nanny immediately came forward, taking his suit jacket and crouching down to switch him into soft slippers. "Madam is upstairs." Her voice was soft, and she also asked if he wanted to prepare some late-night snacks. Sue Rueja waved his hand and turned to walk towards the stairs. Just as he stepped onto the first step, a figure slowly descended from the second floor. "You're here." Upon seeing him, her lips curved upward. With porcelain-like skin and picturesque features, she wore an elegant qipao that wrapped around her mature charm. She was Liang Ke, the widow of Wang Bao. After eliminating Wang Bao, Sue Rueja not only took over his territory, but also this woman who was weathered and shaken. The once emaciated widow, her eyes hollow, had been cared for by him for several months. Now she was radiant, her gaze bright, and even her fingertips exuded vitality. If Wang Bao knew of this from beyond the grave, he would probably sigh it was worth it. After taking a shower, Sue Rueja lazily sank into bed, and Liang Ke leaned over slightly, raising her face. "I remember you studied economics before. Have you considered coming out to work?" he asked. "Work? Doing what?" "I just acquired Lease Television, which is now called Asia Television. The finance department needs someone trustworthy at the helm. Would you be willing to take the position of director?" "Director? Can I manage that?" Liang Ke's voice lowered. It had been so long since she had dealt with accounts that even the calculator buttons felt unfamiliar, fearing she would drag him down. "Why not? You're mine, and you're the best candidate." His tone was firm, showing no hint of insincerity. "Let me think it over," she responded lightly, but there was already a light flickering in her eyes. During these days, Sue Rueja had never treated her and her daughter poorly, but Liang Ke knew in her heart their relationship could never be confined to the realm of mere affection. He was young, radiant, and wielded immense power, surrounded by a bevy of admirers, whereas she was merely a widow. Her courage to meet his gaze had been painstakingly gathered drop by drop. She had once indulged in fleeting fantasies, yet they dissolved like soap bubbles on water, vanishing at the slightest touch. She needed to secure her own future, a real tangible job that alone could anchor her heart. Moreover, the position of chief financial officer was the true nerve center of Asia Television. Without such connections, she would not even clear the threshold for an interview. Thus she prepared with extraordinary rigor, her knuckles whitening from the tension of her clenched fists. Early the next morning, Sue Rueja escorted Liang Ke straight to Asia Television's headquarters. Huang Shizhao accompanied them throughout, convening all senior executives in the main conference room. Lights brightened, seats filled. Su Ruizha stood at the head of the room and announced his appointment as chairman of Asia Television, then immediately named Liang Ku chief financial officer. All other positions remained unchanged. Huang Shizhao retained day-to-day operational authority, firmly seated as general manager. Deputy Director Zhong Jinhui, the LRT trio, Mai Danxiong, Li Zhaoxiong, and Tu Yongxiong, as well as famed screenwriter Xiao Ruyin and Su Xiaoming among others, listened and exhaled almost in unison. They feared not a new boss who acted decisively, but one who lit 3 raging fires, sweeping away every veteran in his path. Fortunately, the overall structure remained intact. The leadership team held firm, calming half the hearts in the room. Additionally, I will inject 20 million Hong Kong dollars into Asia Television. The moment Su Ruizha spoke, a subtle tremor rippled across the room. I trust you will unite wholeheartedly to make Asia Television the foremost network in Hong Kong. Applause rose from the floor, many executives' faces already softened into warm smiles. 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Enough in today's market to finance 3 or 4 premium drama series. More crucially, this capital injection carried weight. It signaled that the new owner was no mere ornament, but a man determined to take root, to compete, and to win. After the meeting adjourned, Su Ruizha returned to the chairman's office and summoned Huang Shizhao and Liang Ku. These are some program concepts I've refined over the past few days. Please review them first. Huang Shizhao, a veteran television executive, possessed his own proven methodology, but when the chairman handed him a proposal, even if ceremonial, he treated it with solemn respect. The first item was morning news broadcast daily at 7 a.m., synthesizing headlines from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and global sources, 30 minutes in length, followed by a condensed midday edition at noon. Truth be told, such formats were nothing novel. TVB and commercial television both ran similar programs, yet their content largely revolved around local Hong Kong affairs. Truly enduring news programming, however, is forged in breadth of information, speed of response, and above all in the unseen yet impenetrable intelligence network behind it. Su Ruizha calculated that soon he would acquire several leading newspapers, extending his information network across all of Hong Kong, then radiating outward across Southeast Asia, the entire Asian continent, and ultimately weaving a global web of intelligence. Exclusive frontline reports would stream live back to headquarters, fed directly into broadcasts. Only then would news acquire its true sinew and soul. Ultimately, Su Ruizha's obsession with news programming rested upon its formidable power, not of sound, but of penetration and influence, a silent razor-sharp blade. The second project was Resounding Trio, a celebrity talk show anchored by 3 distinctive permanent hosts, each episode inviting a guest: film legends, music titans, political heavyweights, industrialists, or business magnates. No exclusions. Conversations flowed freely, unscripted, unbound by protocol, unburdened by pretense. If spirits ran high, lighting a cigarette or sipping wine posed no issue. Hadn't TVB's counterpart thrived precisely through seasoned veterans trading witticisms, garnering stellar ratings and acclaim? Audiences adored watching them throw caution to the wind and speak their minds. Next came Armor Warrior. This concept bears unmistakable resemblance to Japan's Ultraman series, Huang Shizhao observed instantly. Costumed actors transforming heroes, clashing with villains, brisk pacing. The target demographic crystal clear: preschoolers and lower-grade elementary students. The inspiration indeed stems from there. But this is no mere copy, Su Ruizha affirmed with quiet certainty. We shall craft a hero's dream rooted in the Chinese child's imagination. Our children's childhoods need not be perpetually filled with foreign animation. Japan's anime industry had long dominated half the global stage, its soft power export bolstered further by AV culture, forming twin engines of cultural influence. Yet in Su Ruizha's eyes, AV actresses drew fans worldwide. The lucrative anime sector, however, was territory China must claim for itself. This was pure gold. A single franchise's licensing rights could generate billions in hard currency. Iconic IPs destined for legend, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, had yet to emerge. Now was the perfect moment to study them, absorb their essence, and reimagine them anew. The thought barely settled before he snatched up the telephone on his desk and dialed. Hello, this is Su Ruizha. While acquiring newspapers, also quietly assess Hong Kong's comic studios. If prices are reasonable, acquire them outright. Understood, sir. A crisp reply crackled through the receiver. Huang Shizhao's eyelid twitched. Heaven forbid. This wasn't negotiation, it was grocery shopping. Was this the legendary cash power? So much money, it made one's scalp prickle. He lowered his gaze again to the proposal. Teletubbies. Superficially, it targeted infants aged 1 to 3, a toddler-focused educational program. Yet how could mere figures in one-piece suits hopping and waving in a garden while babbling nonsense truly captivate young minds? Frankly, even Su Ruizha himself had scratched his head. As a child, he giggled uncontrollably watching it, but revisiting it as an adult left him utterly bewildered, even unnerved by those round-head figures moving in slow, eerie loops. Perhaps between adults and infants truly lies an invisible barrier, Innocence long departed, emptiness irretrievable. Next came the drama division. I've drafted outlines for these scripts. Hand them to your writing team for polishing and refinement, then assemble crews and begin filming without delay. Our opening salvo will be Shanghai Wharf. Huang Shijiao accepted the pages, scanned the title, and after reading only the opening paragraphs felt his chest tighten. The rise of a warlord amid chaos, agonizing choices torn between family and nation, love and hatred adrift in the torrent of history. In just a few thousand words, thunder roared in his ears, urging him to roll cameras, to light screens now. Sir, rest assured, I'll oversee this production personally, not a single frame overlooked. He pledged his word with a firm slap to his chest. Who dared treat carelessly a script penned by the chairman himself? Both are solid pieces of work, and Huang Shijiao predicts that once aired they will undoubtedly become popular hits. Love Apartment, or a unit comedy, he murmured. The first 3 installments were the golden standard of Hong Kong dramas from the 1980s, reigning as annual ratings champions. As for this installment of Love Apartment, Su Ruizhou weighed it carefully for a long time before ultimately deciding to include it in the proposal. No matter how it is judged in the future or whether there are any familiar shadows, Su Ruizhou sees it as an endlessly running joke factory. That's enough. Moreover, that show, Friends, Across the Ocean, has several years before its premiere. After discussing the drama, the grand finale comes into play, the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Having immersed himself in the television industry for 20 years, Huang Shijiao considered himself well-informed, yet after hearing this entire arrangement, he felt as if the old map in his mind had been completely torn apart, revealing a clear vision before his eyes. Liang didn't understand the intricacies of the film and television industry and couldn't gauge the monetary value of these ideas, but instinctively felt this man is truly dazzling. In the past, she had regarded him merely as a powerful figure in the syndicate. Today, she finally understood that his mind held the entire starry sky. In fact, Su Ruizhou had even more unannounced trump cards in his mind: millionaire talent show, The Voice of Hong Kong. But what he was throwing out now was already enough to crush the current desolate television landscape. The so-called high-rating programs from TVB and ATV were in his eyes merely blindfolded donkeys running madly, while he held the navigation device for 40 years into the future. The rise of ATV was just a matter of time. And there's the afternoon slot from Monday to Friday. He shifted the topic. Although most people are busy working, there are plenty of housewives in Hong Kong, and we won't let this slot go to waste. At this moment, the 3 major stations were either filling the time with reruns of obscure shows or simply blacking out, waiting for the prime time in the evening to kick in. Su Ruizhou was determined to bring it to life, making ATV truly operational around the clock. At this moment, the 3 major stations were either filling the time with reruns of obscure shows or simply blacking out, waiting for the prime time in the evening to kick in. Su Ruizhou was determined. Shopping. She hesitated, her voice as light as a feather. Yes, exactly. Television shopping. Su Ruizhou snapped his fingers, sharply raising an eyebrow and smiling brightly. From now on, every Monday to Friday from 2 to 6 in the afternoon, we will have a shopping live broadcast segment targeting housewives. They may not work, but they have disposable income and a strong desire to consume, since they have free time. Watching television is the most convenient pastime. We will gather a group of reliable manufacturers to directly negotiate prices on screen. Kitchenware, children's clothes and shoes, silk scarves and belts, red wine and aromatherapy lipsticks and eyeshadows, teapots and coffee mugs, everything included. After hearing this, Huang Zizha's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt as if he was set on fire, his breathing quickening. He immediately grasped the brilliance of this idea. This program is essentially designed to provide precise exposure for manufacturers, and the advertising fees will remain unaffected. Furthermore, we will sign a sales commission agreement. Selling one item, the station takes a 10% cut. With low profit margins and high sales, it's a win-win situation. He spoke rapidly, his fingertips tapping on the table, excitement making his fingertips feel hot. Su Ruizhou slightly nodded, secretly praising. Indeed, they are capable of handling matters. This is no ordinary shopping show. It is clearly Hong Kong Island's premier television version of Instant Order. Moreover, the brainwashing phrases from his past life, not 990, not 550, just 380, take it home. Now the audience hasn't been bombarded by advertisements yet, and this direct appeal strikes a chord with the housewives like pouring honey into their ears, sweet enough to make one dizzy and intoxicated. Buy it. Place an order immediately. These creative plans have already been quietly patented by Su Ruizhou. If the stingy Xiao Dai dares to copy them, he is always ready to meet him in court. The few plans currently presented are enough for Asia Television to run smoothly for half a year. The remaining good ideas will be saved for later to tantalize the audience. By the time the other 2 television stations catch their breath and come rushing to learn, Asia Television's new program will have quietly launched, delivering a heavy blow that will send the ratings plummeting. What Su Ruizhou wants is not just the #1 spot in Hong Kong Island, but to become the audiovisual overlord, radiating across East Asia and penetrating Southeast Asia. After sending away Huang Shijiao and Liang, Su Ruizhou walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze crossing the narrow street, landing on the gray-white 6-story building across. The headquarters of wireless television is right there. Not long ago, Xiao Dai had just completed a new round of shareholding increases, leaping to become the second largest shareholder after the Li family and taking the position of chairman of Wireless. From now on, Su Ruiz's only true rival is him alone. As for Jai, following the original path, they won't last a year before closing down the bottomless pit during the 8th-hour mandatory education period. Even a deity couldn't fill it. Just then the office door was knocked again. Boss Wang asked me to bring 3 candidates over to help you choose a personal assistant to handle daily chores. Who do you think is more suitable? Administrative Department head Huang Wenchang stood at the doorway, followed by 3 well-dressed young women, each with distinct temperaments, standing in a row. Su Rui's couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Huang Shizhao knows how to handle people, even taking care of this superficial matter for him. If he didn't even have an assistant, how would the new general manager be worthy of a dedicated secretary? Among men, this unspoken understanding is essential. Although the 3 couldn't compare to Yi Yingwen's flamboyance or Zhao Yazi's grace, each was refreshing and pleasing to the eyes. Placed in the reception area or corridor, they would be a delightful sight. Su Rui's glanced at the 3 resumes, paused, his fingertip pointing to the one on the far right. Just her. The girl wore black-framed glasses, had fair skin, stood about 1.65 m, her figure proportionate, wearing slender high heels with her calves wrapped in matte black stockings, the lines long and neat. Her upper body was clad in a fitted white shirt, the cuffs buttoned to her wrist bones, but the collar appeared slightly loose. In terms of appearance, she was the most pleasing among the 3, though what truly made her stand out was her shyness. While others stood tall and smiling with ease, she kept her head down, twisting her fingers nervously around the hem of her clothes, her ears turning red like a little rabbit that had just been brought into a strange den. The resume stated Lin Mingming, a recent graduate, has been with Asia Television for less than 3 months, still in her internship period. Fresh out of school, her thoughts are pure, and she is easy to manage. With a charismatic queen like Yi Yingwen and a stubborn beauty like Zhao Yaji nearby, adding a soft, timid little assistant would be an interesting balance. Huang Wenchang led the other 2 out. Before leaving, the 2 young women frequently turned back, their gazes burning into Lin Mingming, envy mixed with bitterness, almost spilling over. Now the entire staff has already heard the new boss is young, wealthy, tall, with features that even the hottest young stars can't fault. Entirely a real-life Prince Charming. So upon hearing there was an opportunity to compete for the boss assistant position, both girls dressed to the nines, spraying perfume 3 times and applying 5 layers of mascara just to secure a close chance. Who would have thought that the one who ultimately won was this intern who had only been here for 90 days, who hadn't even warmed up to her staff ID? From now on, being by the boss side, every day seeing each other morning and night, she might just get remembered and brought into the agenda. Once she gained some recognition, her status at Asia Television would be entirely different. After the door closed, the office suddenly grew quiet. Lin Mingming stood stiffly, her shoulders slightly hunched, holding her breath. Please introduce yourself. Su Ruai sat back in the boss chair, leaning slightly back. Hello boss, my name is Lin Mingming, I graduated from. That's enough. He raised his hand to interrupt, his tone straightforward. Go make a cup of tea. Your makeup is too heavy, remove it. In the future, only light makeup is allowed. Your glasses are too thick, get a lighter pair. Your hairstyle is outdated, make sure to get a trim this weekend. Find a salon with a good reputation. With such a low neckline, who are you trying to entice? I'm not hiring a vase, I'm looking for someone who can get things done. You represent my image. Your clothing is too plain and the quality is too poor. Starting tomorrow, choose a few trustworthy brands and pick out a few decent outfits. He'll approve the budget. He maintained a serious expression, listing each point clearly, leaving no room for argument. The girl with the black-framed glasses had her eyelashes quivering, her eyes turning red, her lips pressed, white-looking, as if she were an almost bursting peach filled with grievances. For this interview, she had prepared for over half a month, not only wearing high heels, but also awkwardly following beauty videos to shape her brows and apply lipstick. Her clumsy technique not only failed to enhance her beauty, but instead blurred her originally bright and lively features. If Su Rui's hadn't flipped through the plain-faced photo in her resume, he wouldn't have considered her for the selection list at all. Lin Mingming had put in a lot of effort to tidy herself up, but the result almost backfired. Her boss clearly disdained heavy makeup, but at that moment her nose tinged with sadness, and tears nearly fell. Her academic background was mediocre, having only studied secretarial work at a regular college for 2 years. Being able to enter a television station was already a stroke of luck, let alone being Su Ruiz's secretary, where the salary would double. With a monthly salary of 2,000, she firmly grasps this opportunity, which places her solidly in the upper middle income tier in present-day Hong Kong Island. She is not willing to let go of this job. Unlike the other 2 female colleagues who gazed at Su Rui's like hungry wolves eyeing their prey, she purely felt. Working with this boss offers a treatment that is truly reassuring. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and make the tea. Seeing her eyes turning red and her lips trembling, Su Rui's quickly spoke, fearing he might really scare her to tears. Yes, boss. Please wait a moment. Lin Mingming nodded vigorously, turning to leave, almost tripped by her high heels. At that moment, Su Rui's appeared in her mind as a stern judge, a typical domineering boss. He bullies people. feeling wronged and wanting to stomp her feet. Watching her flustered figure as she boiled water and prepared the cups with tea leaves scattered across the table, Su Rui's couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Such a timid disposition surely won't withstand the cutthroat realities of the workplace. Yet paradoxically it is soft enough to touch one's heart. The next day, in front of the Asia Television headquarters, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz came to a stable stop. Su Rui's opened the door and stepped out, deftly smoothing the wrinkles of his suit sleeve with his fingertips, straightening his back and slightly lifting the corners of his lips as he walked into the lobby with steady steps. With a handsome profile coupled with a commanding aura, the two young receptionists instantly felt their faces flush, their ears burning, and their eyes gleaming like stars. As the elevator doors closed, the two immediately leaned into gossip. "Look, this is the newly appointed chairman, so handsome it makes one weak in the knees. I heard he fully owns the entire station, investing 20 million Hong Kong dollars all at once. His wealth is unfathomable. If only I were his girlfriend." "Wake up. Do you really think it could be you? You know that Lin Mingming from the administrative department. I have some impression, as she seems to be an intern assistant. Hasn't she only been here for 2 months, right? She's now flying high, becoming the chairman's personal secretary. Is that true? My roommate works in the HR department and said it herself. She got lucky. She's not even as good looking as I am." The two receptionists were enviously chewing their tongues, sounding both jealous and resentful. Although they feigned nonchalance, they secretly rolled their eyes a dozen times. As Su Rui's just reached his office door, his gaze swept past Lin Mingming's workstation nearby, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He could tell for sure this girl really doesn't excel at makeup. The thick layer of powder yesterday had completely masked her aura. Today, with a bare face, her skin was so fair it glowed. Her freshly cut short hair was neat and refreshing, and without the black-framed glasses, she wore contact lenses, making her appear much sharper. Only that quail-like expression remained unchanged. Sitting upright in her chair, she quietly raised her eyes to sneak a glance, only to accidentally meet Su Rui's assessing gaze, and immediately shrank her neck and lowered her head, her ears turning red as if they were about to bleed. "Now you look great. Oh, I like it. Keep it up. Later I'll take you shopping for a few outfits as a reward." With that, he stepped into the office and the door gently closed. The little secretary let out a sigh of relief, quietly patting her chest, her heartbeat finally steadying. This high-paying job has been secured, and the chances of getting confirmed are likely. But in the next second, she pouted, her tiger teeth grinding. "Humph, tyrant. I'm not buying your nonsense." Out of nowhere, Su Rui's, who had just entered the door, suddenly turned back, sticking half his body out. "By the way, your tea-making skills are good. Make me another cup." Yes, yes, boss." Lin Mingming jumped up, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. How embarrassing. I wonder if he heard that just now. At 10 in the morning, a visitor arrived at Su Rui's office, a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, with a pair of thin-framed glasses perched on his nose. His demeanor was calm and unassuming. The young secretary served 2 cups of hot tea and glanced at him casually, finding him ordinary, nothing particularly special. His name was Yi Tianxi, an economic consultant lured by Su Rui's with a high salary through a headhunting firm. However, his other identity was even more noteworthy. The book The Emperor of Labor on Hong Kong Island, published in later years, listed the top 10 professional managers on Hong Kong Island from the 1980s to the new century, with Yi Tianxi ranked 3rd. "Boss, I have organized the information you requested. Backgrounds, revenues, and equity structures of all cinema chains, mainstream newspapers, and leading comic companies on Hong Kong Island are all here. There are currently 4 cinema chains on Hong Kong Island: Shaw Brothers, Golden Harvest, Lai Si, and Silver City. Silver City belongs to the Silver City Group, which has special ties, so we need not consider it. Golden Harvest and Shaw Brothers have their own production companies and ample film sources, so they are unlikely to sell their chains. The only opportunity lies with Lai Si Cinema Chain. It does not have its own film company, relies on small to medium production houses for films, has inconsistent screening schedules, and unstable management. In simple terms, Silver City is just a window with a red sign, mostly screening mainstream films, and even if they lose money every year, they would never let go of it. Although Shaw Brothers has also faced financial strain for years, it bears the lifelong dream of the great Shaw, and in fact it wasn't until 1895 that he truly let go. Currently, the only chain Su Rui's can leverage is Lai Si. It should be noted that Lai Si Cinema Chain is not related to the former Lay's Television's parent company, Lay's Voice. It actually belongs to the noble family, who moved to Hong Kong Island as early as the 1920s, a genuine local old-school British family. At this moment, whispers circulated in the community that the North might genuinely take action to reclaim Hong Kong Island, prompting many local wealthy families to cash out their property deeds overnight, quietly preparing to leave Hong Kong. Lai Si has been losing money for years and has become a hot potato. It is reasonable for the noble family to sell it in such circumstances. Lai Si has 18 cinemas, 4 of which are flagship IMAX theaters, 6 are medium-sized mainstays, and the remaining 8 are community small halls. In reality, the noble family only controls 3 IMAX theaters, 3 mainstays, and 5 community halls. The rest depend on independent cinemas to maintain their presence. After listening, Su Rui's furrowed his brow slightly, How much cash do we need to acquire Lai Si? Yi Tianxi had already calculated everything clearly and replied promptly. If we only acquire Noble's portion of the assets, 5 to 5.5 million Hong Kong dollars will suffice. However, I just received secret reports that Lei Jukin from Kowloon Bus is also eyeing this piece of fat meat. If he truly takes action, the price is likely to rise further. Upon hearing the name Lei Jukin, Su Ruizha naturally understood. This person was not an ordinary businessman. On the surface, he ran a bus line, but deep down, he was a prominent figure in the Hong Kong film scene. He had bought Lai Si early on and transformed it into Golden Palace Films. He also heavily invested in New City Company, holding over 40% of its shares. It was long concluded that the 1960s belonged to Shaw Brothers, the 1970s to Golden Harvest, and by the 1980s a New City was the true helmsman. At its peak, even when Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest teamed up to block it, they could not stop its meteoric rise. Now that Su Ruizha had been given a second chance at life, how could he let this game fall into someone else's hands? First seize Lai Si, then intercept New City. The Hong Kong film scene of the 1980s must bear the imprint of Su. As the two were pondering how to acquire Lai Si at the lowest cost, Su Ruizha's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Boss, something went wrong on set. Leaving the ATV headquarters, the car drove into Tuen Mun, and the street scene immediately became much sparser. 20 years ago, this place was considered a real rural area for the people of Hong Kong. Su Ruizha sat in the back seat, his expression cold. Just a moment ago, an accident occurred on set. The film was at its final chapter, filming the climax scene, where Zhou Runfa's character Li Xin ignites a fuel truck, perishing together with the T-800. To everyone's surprise, the demolition team miscalculated the amount of explosives, and the blast force far exceeded the design. Shockwaves overturned 2 stunt doubles, injuring Zhou Runfa and Wu Mingda's doubles, who were immediately rushed to the hospital. The entire crew was forced to halt work. Was it truly an accident? Su Ruizha murmured to himself, his tone devoid of warmth. He rushed to the scene, only to find the crew gathered in a circle, still discussing the muffled sound from half an hour ago. Tian also arrived swiftly with his brothers. The exterior scenes of this film were dense, and Hong Kong Island had always been a mixed bag. All road closures and disturbance mitigations were handled by Tian's subordinates. Zhe Gup. Upon seeing Su Ruizha get out of the car, Tian quickly approached and succinctly reported the situation. Is Aji okay? Although the phone had said Zhao Yaji was fine, he still felt uneasy. Miss Zhao wasn't hurt, just frightened. She's resting over there now. Tian followed closely behind him, speaking in a very low voice. As everyone saw Tian and his group ushering over a young man in a well-fitted suit, someone immediately recognized his face. The boss is here. Quick, call the director. More people were seeing the real person for the first time, glancing aside. This is the big boss behind the scenes. Why is he so young? Yet that air of composure made it hard to look him in the eye just by standing there. Su Ruizha walked straight into the resting area, where Du Qifeng and other main creators were already waiting. However, once his gaze fell, it was hard to look away. Zhao Yaji was dressed in tight jeans, her ponytail high, and her face free of makeup, yet her clear and bright demeanor was undeniable. However, her collar was dusty, her complexion pale, and she sat quietly in a chair, her fingers trembling slightly. Seeing him approach, her eyes grew warm, and her pent-up grievances flooded out. She stood up and rushed into his arms. Aze, you finally came. I tried to force a smile, but before I could finish my sentence, tears were already streaming down, soaking Su Ruizha's shirt. I was terrified. The explosion point was less than 10 meters away from me, and the heat wave came at me like a knife. 2 stuntmen had their legs blown off, blood sprayed everywhere, and they were screaming in pain. It was her first time witnessing such a gruesome scene. No matter how strong she tried to be, she couldn't hold it together. Su Ruizha gently rubbed her back, his voice steady. Don't be afraid, it's over. I'm here, everything will be all right. The woman sobbed, her shoulders trembling, while the man held her securely. Around them, the staff looked on in astonishment. Having heard that the leading lady had a strong background and was the boss beloved, even the director treated her with politeness. Moreover, there were rumors that this film was specifically tailored for her. It turned out to be true. In an instant, countless hearts felt a chill. The goddess ultimately was not theirs. In the distance, Huang Jinshin grasped the bouquet of roses that he had yet to present, his face ashen, wishing to rush over and pull that person away, shouting, "Let me take over." Yet his feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. A friend beside him patted his shoulder with a sigh. Jinshin, just accept it. Such a girl is not someone we can hold on to. From now on, don't even send flowers, as she won't even open them. Huang Jinshin silently turned away, his back looking lost and forlorn. She is a young overlord holding the world in her hands, while he is just a small actor playing minor roles. What? After finally comforting Zhao Yaji, helping her sit in his car to rest, Su Ruizha immediately called for director Du Qifeng. He also summoned the assistant director Wang Jing. Having heard that Du Qifeng was directing a film with an investment of millions, the expression on Wang Jing's face was a mix of shock, envy, bitterness, and urgency, as if he had overturned a bottle of mixed emotions. Without saying a word, he pestered his way into the crew and became Du Qifeng's assistant. How are the stuntmen injured? Are their lives in danger? Su Ruizha asked directly. One had his right leg blown off, the other is lighter, his bones weren't injured, and he survived. Du Chifeng Thank goodness, Su Ruizha nodded. This was not a street fight where a few delinquents could be ignored. This was an onset injury, and as the investor, more importantly the person responsible, he had to clarify the cause and effect. You personally go to the hospital to visit them and discuss compensation with their families in person. As long as it's reasonable, it will be approved. He was never stingy. These stuntmen were mostly the backbone of their families. Losing one meant the entire roof would collapse. What should be compensated he would not hold back. What should be borne he would not avoid. Su Ruizha was not a vampire, nor did he disdain to be a heartless boss. Besides, once people's hearts were settled, the staff would dare to work hard, and Su's film industry could stand firm. Next came accountability. Why was the explosives quantity exceeded? Where did the demolition expert come from? How many years have they been in this field? Which link went wrong? Su Ruizha's tone deepened, every word like a nail. To put it bluntly, thankfully, it was stunt doubles that were harmed. If Zhou Ruanfa or Wu Mengda had truly been knocked down, the entire film would have to halt. Delaying even one day could mean hundreds of thousands in losses. Who could bear that? Du Chifeng was sweating from the questioning, bowing his head in silence, only muttering. The demolition expert was poached from Shaw Brothers, perhaps. The timing was not right. I am the director. I take responsibility. The Hong Kong film industry has lasted for 40 years. What kind of films were made in the early days? Period dramas, martial arts, romance, and comedies. The golden age of action films truly emerged in the 1980s. Before that, explosives were hardly used on set. Demolition experts lacked practical experience, and adding a few more grams of explosives sounded absurd, but upon reflection it might not be entirely unreasonable. On the surface it seemed like an accident, but Su Ruizha did not believe in superstition. He stared at Du Chifeng and coldly said, "We'll settle your account later." Turning his head, he nodded towards Etienne. "Go and bring that inexperienced demolitions expert back to the company. Let's see just how insufficient he really is." "Understood, boss." Gulu, gulu, gulu. The muffled sound of water echoed in the dimly lit basement. Two men wearing floral shirts and with arms like dragons and tigers firmly held a man's head and forcefully pressed it into a bucket filled with cold water. The man struggled, desperately kicking and flailing, but no matter how strong he was, he could not escape the grip of those iron-like hands. It wasn't until his limbs twitched weakly and his breathing nearly ceased that they finally released him, pulling him out of the water. "Ha ha!" Wu Jingqi lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his throat hoarse, and his face as pale as paper. For those brief seconds he truly believed he was drowning. He had never been so afraid, nor had he ever thought that a breath taken into his lungs could feel so scalding and so sweet. "Wu Jingqi, speak. Who ordered you to do this?" A low, hoarse voice emerged from the depths of darkness. The man leaned against an old leather sofa, holding a half-burnt cigarette between his fingertips, the blue smoke curling upwards. Wu Jingqi recognized him. Tiangu, a figure in the gang who could shake 3 buildings with a stomp. He had heard that those who mingled in the underworld were ruthless, but today he truly opened his eyes. "No one instructed me. It was purely an accident. I never expected the dosage to go so wrong." Crouching on the ground, dripping wet, his voice weak and pleading. "Oh, it seems you still don't grasp the gravity of this situation." Etienne slowly exhaled smoke. "No worries, I have plenty of time to chat with you." Zegu was genuinely angry. If this matter wasn't resolved, Etienne would probably be unable to lift his head in front of Su Ruizha in the future. Before he finished speaking, 2 strong men lunged forward, grabbing Wu Jingqi and delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. Ugh! That punch felt as if all his internal organs had been turned into mush, causing his eyes to bulge out and cold sweat mixed with tears to burst forth. Before he could recover, the second punch landed on his cheekbone. 2 of his front teeth flew out and blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after, his head was shoved back into the bucket, experiencing the suffocating feeling of near death once again. A few minutes later, Wu Jingqi was completely limp, only able to breathe with a wheezy sound, his eyelids half closed with no strength left to even lift a finger. "Who ordered you to take action?" Etienne still sat there, his tone as calm as if he were asking whether dinner was ready. "Really? No one?" He shook his head, his voice faint as a whisper. "A tough nut to crack. Good, I love chewing on tough nuts." Etienne suddenly chuckled, flicked the ash from his cigarette, stood up, and squatted down in front of him, looking down at his soaked face. As if recalling something, he smiled lightly. "By the way, I heard your son is hospitalized. Short on surgery fees, barely hanging on with 4 drips. If someone were to secretly swap his medication for something else, how many more days do you think he could last?" That smile in Wu Zengqi's eyes was colder than a knife, more horrifying than a ghost. "You." "Shoo." Etienne raised his hand to silence him. "And your daughter, outstanding in her studies, quite beautiful. The teachers all say she's a good prospect. I happen to have a little brother who just got out of prison. What did he go in for? Rape. Who knows what diseases he might have brought out from prison? AIDS, syphilis, gonorrhea. How many did he carry out? Tell me, isn't that frightening? Hopefully he's clean. That's enough. Stop talking. Please don't hurt my son and daughter. I'll confess everything. I'll tell you everything." Before Ation finished speaking, Wu Zenki's face instantly turned as white as paper. His pupils dilated, his arms spasming uncontrollably, yet he suddenly gathered a fierce strength and staggered to his knees on the ground, pressing his forehead against the cold floor, his voice hoarse and trembling. He wasn't afraid of pain or being beaten, but he feared for his children's safety. I'll answer any questions you ask. Not a single word will I hide. If you had been this cooperative from the start, why endure that beating? The skin was broken and flesh torn, so not worth it. Ation leisurely stood up, dusted off his pants, walked back to the sofa, and lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips. Who instructed you? Sixth aunt. Fang Yihua. You know my son is waiting for a kidney transplant. The surgery fee is still a long way off. I really have no way out. As he spoke, his Adam's apple-bobbed fingers dug fiercely into his hair, knuckles turning white, shoulders shaking violently, tears mixed with mucus streaming down his whole being felt like it had been drained of strength. Those two martial artists who had their legs blown off often treated him to drinks and helped him fix his motorcycle. The more familiar they were, the more it felt like a knife stabbing his heart. Sixth aunt. Xiao Yifa's new wife, Fang Yihua. Ation furrowed his brow, immediately locking onto her. He had seen this woman several times lingering around the set, her gaze drifting, her smile eerie. The crew had long circulated whispers she had some screws loose, was quite sinister, and when people from Xiao's and Wireless talked about her, they wouldn't even bother to spit. Yes, that's her. She said she wanted to teach AFA and to die a lesson to scare those who wanted to jump ship. There's more. It seems to be related to a bidding war with the television station, but she didn't elaborate. Pay 20,000 in advance and another 30,000 upon completion. Wu Jingxi spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. The mastermind behind the scenes had only one name, Fang Yihua. Did Xiao Yifu get involved? He didn't dare to guess, nor could he fathom. Enough. The rest would be left for Zhe. At the same time, in a villa with gray walls and red tiles on the hillside of Julong Bay, Fang Yihua was pushing mahjong tiles, laughing as she listened to someone call out the scores. This group of wealthy women was bored out of their minds, not worried about food or daily necessities, gathering at 3 o'clock sharp in the afternoon to play mahjong, gossip, and count money, more lively than acting. The game was organized by her, but the place was in the living room of Lu Guodong, the deputy director of the Hong Kong Island Film and Entertainment Management Office. 80,000. Dongfeng. Bang. Who? A round-faced woman flipped her tiles, laughing so wide her teeth were visible. Hurry up, pay up. Hurry. She had won 3 rounds in a row, her purse bulging. Fang Yihua seized the moment, lightly tapping the table with her fingertips, feigning casualness. Your director Lu is really a busy man. It's already 7, and we still haven't seen him. Oof. He's probably out at the horse races again. All day long he's closer to his horses than to his wife. A few days ago he went crazy, spending 500,000 to buy a lame old horse, holding its hoof like a treasure and practically sleeping in the stable. The more she talked, the angrier she got, and the nearby ladies gasped. 500,000 for a horse. They would rather spend 300,000 on a diamond necklace. Oh dear, you must advise Director Lu. Love for horses is one thing, but he can't neglect his work. Fang Yihua smoothly shifted the topic. I heard there was an explosion on a set this morning. 2 martial artists ended up with their legs blown off, blood splattered across half a wall. Is that true? How outrageous. Indeed. Now there are so many amateur crews on the streets, anyone with a bit of money dares to start shooting safety. Who cares? Make sure old Lu keeps a close eye on this. Things like this need to be investigated. The next day, Du Chifeng led the crew to clean up the collapsed set, removing the wreckage and bringing in new equipment overnight to prepare for the wrap-up. The film was in its final stages, just 1 more week of work, and it could be completed. This was his first time undertaking a major production, and he couldn't afford to mess it up. But just as the afternoon break ended, the production assistant rushed in, clutching a document with a red seal. Due to serious safety hazards in the crew resulting in severe injuries to personnel, all work is to be suspended and reorganized starting today. Suspended. Not allowed to film. Du Chifeng froze on the spot. The people below exchanged glances. Hong Kong Island Film and Entertainment Management Office. That name sounded unfamiliar. In the past few decades, when Hong Kong films were halted, it was either due to funding issues or directors giving up. When had it ever come to a government office calling for a stop? There was no choice but to comply and observe how things would unfold. That afternoon, Shi Nanxing, the general manager of Su Films, dialed Su Ruiz's number, his voice suppressed to an extremely low tone. Chairman, I just came from the Film and Entertainment Management Office, where I met with Deputy Director Lu. He spoke incessantly about following the rules and safety boundaries. When I tried to negotiate privately, he didn't even lift his eyelids and immediately demanded 500,000. Shi Nanxing was furious, his fingertips trembling with rage. The world was indeed full of the same black crows. 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. His face was thicker than a city wall. Stay out of this or I'll handle it, Su Ruai said before hanging up the phone. Ho Weidong and Hua Ting sat across from him, the ashtray piled high with cigarette butts. Hong Kong Island Film and Entertainment Management Office. Su Ruai sneered, his finger drawing a short line on the table. When has Hong Kong Island ever had such an office? For decades, the film industry has seen its share of turmoil, money laundering, gang interference, box office fraud. Which one hasn't occurred? Yet no one has ever seen this department make an appearance. Perhaps they were not afraid to intervene in the past. They had long been fed and only recognized money, not the law. Boss Lou's got a pile of shit under him. Give me 3 days, and I'll strip him bare. Ho Weidong flicked off the ash, his gaze as heavy as a blade tempered in fire. The intelligence network of the Lone Wolf Shield had already spread across Hong Kong Island. Oh, as long as that person had touched the dark side, he would not escape this net. Kick Lou out and replace him with someone else. Isn't that still just a dog that listens? Might as well let him be that dog and bite harder. Let's go meet him tonight and give him a heads up. And don't slack off with the old man Xiao either. His little concubine dared to bribe someone to con my crew. If he doesn't come to apologize in person, this matter isn't over. Su Rui's voice was low and heavy, each word like ice shards crashing to the ground. Understood, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Tonight let's send him a welcome gift. The old gunman nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes sharpening. The Lone Wolf Shield Company was no longer the flimsy appearance of the past, with over 200 people neatly organized into 3 major lines. Business Department, Action Department, Intelligence Department. The Business Department had the most people, overseen by Huating, specializing in high-end security services, bodyguards, vault escorts, executive transport, all of which were top-notch. Since the shocking robbery that shook the entire Hong Kong, the tycoons on the island had become increasingly anxious, hiring bodyguards overnight, fearing disaster could strike at any moment. Although there were 3 old security companies on Hong Kong Island, the other 2 mainly focused on property patrols and mall security, while private bodyguards capable of wielding guns and willing to fight had nearly vanished. Thus, apart from hiring foreigners at exorbitant prices, the Lone Wolf Shield had become their only reliable backing. Those veterans who had emerged from the jungles of Vietnam, stained with blood and hardened by experience, charged twice the price of others, yet were still in high demand. With over 200 people, they were booked solid until next month, yet it was still not enough. But Su Rui's held firmly to one rule: better to have less than to settle. Better to take fewer jobs than to fill numbers. Every new hire had to be someone who had been through the blades 3 times. Because of this, the quote for a bodyguard from Lone Wolf Shield could triple. Those bright red shield-shaped epaulets also became the most reassuring talisman for the tycoons. In addition, the company held 2 sharp blades at all times. One was the Action Department, led by the old gunman, consisting of 20 men divided into 2 assault teams equipped with standard firearms, night vision gear, and breaching tools, boasting top-notch firepower and tactical training. This was the true backbone of Lone Wolf Shield, its sharpest fangs. The emblem on their arms was a pitch-black wolf's head, fangs bared, eyes sharp as knives, symbolizing biting, ambushing, and leaving no room for escape. This time, it would be the Action Department joining forces with Ho Weidong's Intelligence Department, advancing on 2 fronts for a decisive strike. That night, Lu Shuyang stumbled home, reeking of alcohol, his steps, unsteady face, flushed with excitement. He shrugged off his suit jacket and crocodile skin shoes, collapsing onto the sofa, grinning broadly. His wife frowned, pinching her nose. Go take a shower. You stink. Who were you fooling around with? He was unconcerned, his face as red as a cooked shrimp, chuckling. Just a few old friends having a drink. Guess what? My wind chaser won again today. I raked in 10,000 in one go. The people of Hong Kong had gambling ingrained in their bones. Ordinary folks played mahjong, while the elite flocked to the racetracks. The racetrack was not just about horse racing, it was a covert arena for the powerful to form alliances and conduct business, often referred to as the heart of power in Hong Kong. But his wife didn't care about such superficialities. She only remembered that to buy this horse they had emptied out 500,000. How many seasons of haute couture could that buy? How many Hermes bags could that fetch? All you know is betting on horses. What about the 500,000 principal? Have you seen a shadow of it? Almost there. It's just money. I'll tell you, in a few more days I'll bring back the full 500,000, not a penny less. Lu Shuyang snorted dismissively. A thought flashed through his mind, recalling the woman who had approached him during the day. Some film company's general manager, claiming something had gone wrong on set, injuring people. Thinking of covering this mess. Without 500,000, he could forget about pulling a fast one on Lu Shuyang. The couple bickered and turned to sleep. The next morning, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Ah. Lu Shuyang jolted upright, cold sweat soaking his pajamas, nearly passing out. What's all the screaming? Crazy woman. What's got into you so early? He exploded with rage. His wife was curled up in the corner of the bed in her pajamas, her finger trembling uncontrollably, pointing at the foot of the bed, her lips pale, unable to articulate. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Lu Shuyang's scalp went numb as he turned to look. There at the edge of the bed lay a bloody horse's head. Its eyes bulged, mouth agape, the neck severed with a jagged, bloody cut. Blood had soaked the entire bed sheet, black, the stench rising to his throat. His blood froze instantly, his face as pale as paper, a lump stuck in his throat, and he screamed, "Ah!" He kicked the head away in a panic, sending it rolling to the floor, splattering dark red. Not knowing how much time passed, he suddenly let out a scream, as if his soul had been snatched away. My wind chaser. At Shallow Water Bay in Xiao Yaifa's villa. As the morning light shone, Xiao Yifu leisurely flipped through the newspaper, a mouthful of hot porridge just entering his mouth. Suddenly he paused, frowning slightly. The film crews nowadays are becoming increasingly unruly. In broad daylight, they dare to use explosives for shooting on the streets. People could be blown away. He closed the newspaper casually, setting it aside, not giving it another glance. Xiao's films still adhered to the old ways of 50 or 60 years. Costumes, martial arts, and dramas of love and vengeance, all rigidly structured and meticulously crafted. He looked down on the recent surge of action films and blockbuster hits. What was the result? The films grew increasingly stale, audiences drifted away, and the market was slowly eaten clean. Isn't that right? It's too dangerous. The Hong Kong government should really manage it properly, otherwise who will take responsibility for the citizens' safety? Fang Yihua immediately echoed, her tone earnest, a gentle smile on her face. But inwardly she sneered. Zhu Ruanfa and Wu Mengda had defected, and there was that ungrateful Du Qifeng. They would have to learn what it meant for the tree to fall and the monkeys to scatter. An action blockbuster with a budget of 10 million. Fine. Watch you become unable to afford even the film stock, crashing before it even starts losing everything. The couple finished breakfast, pushed open the villa door, and drove straight to the wireless headquarters. Though Xiao Yifu was knighted by the Queen, his practical power and weight in the Hong Kong business circle were still incomparable to the likes of King Bao. His fame relied heavily on the golden signboard of wireless television, but in terms of wealth it was merely a few hundred million, far from entering the ranks of true first-tier tycoons. Those luxury homes on Victoria Peak, shrouded in clouds and mist, had no place for him. Thus he settled for a standalone villa in Shallow Water Bay, with 2 luxury cars parked side by side in the yard. One was a Rolls-Royce under Xiao Yifu's name purely for show, hardly driven a few times a year. The other was a BMW that Fang Yihua drove daily, which they relied on for commuting. That morning the couple walked towards the BMW as usual. Just 10 steps away from the car, disaster struck unexpectedly. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air, and the BMW instantly erupted into a rolling fireball. The searing shockwave swept over Xiao Yifu and Fang Yihua, knocking them both to the ground. Ah, save me! Hurry and save me! Fang Yihua lay on the ground, clutching her head with both hands, her screams piercing to the ears, her gaze vacant, lips pale, a perfect picture of a woman driven mad with fright. Her expensive outfit was stained with mud, her hair disheveled, the gold chain askew, and one of her high heels had been flung away. At that moment her mind went completely blank, believing she was doomed. Xiao Yifu did not lose his composure to cry out, but at over 60 his bones felt soft, and the fall made him grimace as he crouched on the ground, his suit torn, tie askew, utterly devoid of any gentlemanly grace. He stared blankly at the still burning wreckage, his chest heaving violently, with only 4 words buzzing in his mind: bomb. Someone is assassinating. At this moment in the Qingshan Bay villa, Su Ruizha had just finished breakfast with Zhao Yaji and was cuddling her soft warm body on the sofa while watching television. The channel was a wireless station. He explained the subsequent plot of Magic City Beach to Zhao Yaji, especially the scene of Su Wenqiang's first kiss with Feng Qingqing, even demonstrating how to adjust one's gaze and control one's breathing, making Zhao Yazi's cheeks flush and her fingertips warm, almost unable to handle it. At that moment his mobile phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. "Boss, the job is done." Smoothly, a low and assured voice came from the receiver. Su Ruizha got up and walked to the balcony, turning his back to ask, "Where are they? Are there any injuries?" "As you instructed, we detonated it early." The two were just approaching the car when the fire ignited. "They are currently lying in the hospital, and the police have already surrounded the scene." "Check. Let them check if they can find any clues. That's their skill. Just wait, Sir Xiao will soon come in person." Su Ruizha's lips curled slightly, his voice as cold as ice. This was not a warning, it was clearly a resounding slap to the face. Daring to play tricks on Su Ruizha meant one had to weigh whether they could bear the consequences. Before his words fell, an ambulance rushed into Mary Hospital, carrying Xiao Yifu and his wife. After some examinations and blood tests, the doctor simply said no external injuries, rapid heartbeat, excessive fright. A few days of rest should suffice. As Fang Yihua was just helped into the ward, she raised her eyes to find Lu Shuyang and his wife in the adjacent bed, equally unharmed, but their faces were ashen and dazed. Lu Shuyang had an expression of despair, muttering, "My beloved horse," not even caring about his own car being blown up, only thinking about the purebred horse just airlifted from Australia. The 4 of them exchanged pleasantries for a moment, but then Fang Yihua suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Car explosion. This method. How could it be so similar to the matter she had instructed Wu Jingqi to carry out? Looking again, Lu Shuyang had also been targeted. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her nails digging into her palm, finally recognizing who was behind it all. Hatred did not arise, only a chilling dread remained, her complexion alternating between green and white, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yifu had partnered with her for over a decade. He could tell with just a glance that she was guilty. Once the nurse exited and the door was closed tightly, his brow furrowed into a knot. "What exactly have you been hiding from me?" This matter was originally arranged secretly by Fang Yihua, thinking it was done without a trace, only to kick against a steel plate unexpectedly. At this moment her lips trembled, tears splattering onto the sheet's sixth brother. I was wrong, I know who did it. Clarify. Xiao Yifu's voice suddenly rose. She did not dare to hide, revealing everything about Chow Yun-Fat, Stephen Chow, and others jumping ship to Sue's film industry, and the news about the new owner of Lee's television station being Sue's boss, spilling it all out like beans from a bamboo tube. It would have been fine if he just poached our people, but he actually bought the television station to confront us heathen. I was so angry that I wanted to teach him a lesson. But I didn't expect. After listening, Xiao Yifu's face turned ashen, and he raised his hand to deliver a crisp slap. Fool. Doing such things behind my back, do you want to make our Xiao family's coffins not thick enough? Using others to fake a car accident and seriously injure the opponent, what difference is there from hiring a hitman? If this matter gets out, all the reputation, credibility, and status I've built over decades will vanish overnight. I, Xiao Yifu, have been wise all my life, yet I married such a clueless fool. He clutched his chest, his voice hoarse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Fang Yihua covered her burning face and sobbed, I truly cannot swallow this anger. Xiao Yifu waved his hand, utterly exhausted. Stop talking. Cursing you now, want help. Think quickly how to get rid of this disaster. That evening, the Hong Kong Film and Television Entertainment Management Office urgently issued a new notice. The safety assessment for the Terminator crew has been approved and filming is permitted to commence as of now. Deputy Director Liu quickly recognized the essence of the problem, admitted his mistake on the spot, made immediate corrections, and willingly accepted the 50,000 yuan thought improvement fund handed over by Shernan, completing a rapid reshaping. Now he had become Su Ru's most obedient ironclad protector. All films from Su's film industry, from project approval to review to scheduling and release, were processed smoothly and responded to in seconds. The shooting progress of Terminator was astonishingly fast, wrapped up in less than 7 days, leaving only editing, score, and color grading to finish up. As the theater lights were about to come on and the audience filled the hall, Su Ruasia finally met the long-awaited Xiao. This meeting was arranged by Xiao Yifu through Wang Jing, an active dinner invitation, sincere in tone, with a clear purpose to sit down face to face, talk things out, and untie the knot. Su Ruasia did not put on airs and gladly accepted the invitation. The two met at the Peninsula Hotel restaurant. The moment Xiao Yifu saw Su Ruasia, his heart jolted. Too green to the eye, like a fresh graduate not much older than his own grandson. Yet it was this young lad who had carved out a realm for himself, daring to stuff explosives into his car. Real bullets, no half measures. Mr. Xiao, I've heard much about you. Su Ruasia extended his hand for a handshake, a faint smile on his face, his demeanor relaxed and natural, as if they had just been chatting about the weather yesterday, without any of the preceding terror. I have long heard of Mr. Su's great name. Now that we finally meet, I truly believe it. Heroes emerge from the youth, it is no mere saying. While saying this, Xiao Yifu assessed the person in front of him, his tone calm, but wrapped in a thin layer of ice. After all, just a few days had passed, and the unexploded bomb in his car was still buzzing in his mind. The feeling of being on the brink of death had not dissipated. If it were anyone else, they might not even be able to muster a smile, or let alone the one across from him, who remained composed and calmly lifted his teacup. You flatter me, Mr. Xiao. Su Ruasia chuckled lightly, his demeanor almost provocative, completely ignoring the hidden barbs in the other's words. After all, he had nothing to lose. In respect for elders, he had to maintain his composure. Xiao Yifu bit his teeth in silence. Was that a compliment? Can't tell good from bad, can you? After exchanging a few verbal sparrings, both sides swiftly cut to the chase. Mr. Su, I, Xiao Yifu, have weathered 70 years of storms, and I've long since come to terms with life, but as the old saying goes, it's better to resolve conflicts than to deepen them. Given the situation, there must be an explanation. What do you think? He took a slow sip of tea, his gaze fixed firmly on Su Ru's face. First revealing his cards, I am not afraid of you. Then offering an out, I want to talk peace. One must maintain one's dignity and speak appropriately. Mr. Xiao's words are like gold. I, Su Ruasia, have always been straightforward. If I can act, I won't just talk. However, since you are treating today, I will let you decide everything. He chuckled and spread his hands, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. Xiao Yifu's eyelids twitched. Act. What you are moving is not your hand but a bomb. I've already lowered my stance like this, and you are still so rigid. Do you want to go another round? At over 70, I've seen more ruthless people than you've eaten salt. But then he thought, and felt a bit uneasy. Let the past be the past. Starting today, let's be friends, and in the future, let's interact and cooperate more in business. He forced a smile voluntarily, easing the tension, hoping to smooth things over gently. Su Ruasia immediately nodded, looking sincere. Mr. Xiao's right. Between friends, we can earn money together and venture out together. Coincidentally, I happen to have a deal I want to discuss with you. Xiao Yifu's facial muscles twitched. Here it comes. He clearly had no intention of letting me off the hook, and this meal was destined to cost me dearly. Which deal does Mr. Su want to discuss? The cinema chain. You want to swallow the Xiao cinema chain? That won't do. Xiao Yifu's face fell sharply, decisively. Mr. Xiao, don't be anxious. Su Ruasia said calmly. I've done my homework on the Xiao cinema chain. There are too many people and high costs. Keeping it will lead to annual losses. Rather than stubbornly holding on, it's better to let go. Xiao Yifu's brows furrowed. This struck at a vulnerable spot. In recent years, the output of Xiao films has declined, box office revenues have weakened, and foot traffic at the cinemas has continued to shrink, leaving the accounts in a burning red. Fang Yihua has advised selling the film industry and focusing on TVB before. He pretended to hold firm, but internally, he had been wrestling with the idea for a long time. Not that he didn't want to sell, but he was reluctant to part with that brand. Su Asia continued, the cinema chain is truly Xiao's burden. Without film releases, it's a loss to have film releases. Films must be produced, but producing films requires good scripts. It's a vicious cycle that drags down the entire Xiao organization. Why not completely divest and lighten the load? The film library is a gold mine, and the cinemas are assets. Both are clean and valuable. You could free up some capital to increase your stake in TVB. I'm aware that you have long wanted to surpass the Li family and secure your position as the biggest shareholder of TVB. Xiao Yifu remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. The Xiao cinema chain comprises 16 locations, 5 franchises, and 11 company-owned cinemas. Among them are 4 flagship cinemas, 4 mid-sized ones, and 3 small ones along with the land. How much do you intend to offer? He paused for a moment and slowly said, 1 billion for the whole package. Su Asia laughed and shook his head. Mr. Xiao, this price is trying to fool me as a rookie. 1 billion is enough for me to build 2 new cinema chains from scratch. But you can't build a Xiao cinema chain. Xiao Yifu snorted coldly, his gaze sharp. Li Sheng's scale is no less than ours, but where is its location? Count how many of Xiao's 11 locations are situated in the prime areas of Central Tsim, Sha Sui, and Mongkok. The golden locations with land, you know their worth. Even if they sit there untouched, time alone will increase their value significantly each year. Su Asia clearly remembered that in 1986, the Xiao cinema chain sold for 420 million, but back then the real estate market on the island was booming, with everyone scrambling for land and hoarding properties. In contrast, now 1 billion still feels heavy. It carries substantial weight. At that time, Li Karen's net worth was barely above 20 billion. What's more concerning is that rumors have quietly spread the North intends to reclaim Hong Kong Island, including the land, to nationalize it. While most people know this is just a baseless rumor, such gossip is like water that can't be wrung out of a damp towel, constantly dripping in one's ears. Clouds of doubt hang, and the heat of the real estate market visibly drops. The real collapse will wait until 1982. After the Iron Lady stumbles on the steps of the Parliament, the property market will fall like a kite with its string cut. That will be the real window for Su Asia to swoop in and buy at the bottom. Xiao Yifu bundled up the most valuable land in the cinema chain and sold it out of fear of future account settlements. He is a knight granted by the Queen with yellow skin and a Western heart, fundamentally aligned with the British camp, publicly singing out of tune and speaking wrongly. Later, realizing his mistake, he hurriedly donated buildings to atone. Yifu building is the mark of his redemption. Sir Xiao, we don't need to quibble over a few small amounts of money. I offer 80 million all in cash, settled on the spot. What do you think? This is already my bottom line. If you don't budge, I will have to regretfully take my leave. Business, I fear, cannot be done. There will be plenty of time in the future. Huh, more time in the future. Are you trying to dangle a carrot in front of me? Xiao Yifu was so angry that his beard trembled, but his fingers subconsciously twisted the cuff, quickly calculating in his mind. 80 million is not a small amount, but the key is cash. Don't be fooled by the wealthy tycoons on Hong Kong Island with fortunes in the tens of billions. Those who can actually produce a few billion in cash are rare. The wealth in their hands is mostly in properties, land, and stocks. The balance sheets look beautiful, but their pockets are empty. Most transactions rely on stock swaps, mergers, and leveraging, dealing in paper profits. Having money and having money in your pocket have never been the same thing. Moreover, Su Ruse's insistence on one-time payment makes those 4 words more valuable than gold. All right, 80 million cash, paid in one go. The Xiao cinema chain is yours. Soon both parties' lawyers arrived to witness the agreement, and the terms were finalized in black and white. Su Asia immediately transferred 80 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, acquiring the 11 cinemas owned by Xiao along with the land, plus the remaining 3 years of operation rights for 5 franchise cinemas. After the paperwork was completed, he looked down and counted. His cash was nearly running out. The 240 million he earned from the Kowloon warehouses, Bao Chuan Wong, was now down to only 40 million. Lacking funds, urgency was palpable. The Xiao cinema chain had quietly put up the new signboard of Su cinema chain, but the original names of the cinemas remained the same, with old employees each maintaining their posts in an orderly manner. Today, Su Asia was there to inspect the cinemas, accompanied by his economic advisor Yi Tianxi. Boss, now that we've just acquired Xiao, should we continue with the acquisition of Li Sheng? It must continue. Once bought, integrated into the Su cinema chain. Su Asia blurted out. Since ancient times, what has been the most lucrative business? A unique one. Acquiring Li Sheng would give Su Asia control of 60% of the cinemas on Hong Kong Island. The only remaining competitor, Jiaha, along with a few small cinemas, would only be able to survive by looking up to the Su organization's massive scale. By that time, the lifeline of film screenings on Hong Kong Island would be completely in the hands of the Su organization. Acquiring Lisheng was also to extinguish the budding power of the Golden Princess, smoothly snatching the new city away, turning it the true hegemon of Hong Kong films in the 1980s and into a subsidiary company of Su's film industry. But boss, we only have 40 million clean cash left. Lisheng is asking for at least 50 million to start, and if there are competitors the price will only rise. Su Ruasia frowned in contemplation for a moment, helplessly shaking his head. Only one last move left. Butterfly Bay, let's mortgage it once more. No money. Just borrow. After all, the land is still in my name. Last time I mortgaged 60 million from HSBC, and now the land price at Butterfly Bay has skyrocketed. Mortgaging 80 million should be quite secure. Old UY's money always not enough. Su Ruasia sighed. He understood, of course, that fast money-making methods are clearly outlined in the criminal law. Kidnapping and extortion. He had tried it before, but laundering money is laborious, takes too long, and is both risky and exhausting. Yi Tianxi smiled and shook his head. Boss, cash flow problems are a routine for businessmen. Which tycoon sleeps with billions in cash every day? Everyone is charging forward with their debts. If you want quick in and out, you have to play the stock market. Like Kowloon warehouse. Su Ruza's eyes lit up. That deal directly multiplied his investment fivefold. But such opportunities are as rare as winning the lottery. That Kowloon warehouse deal was indeed brilliant, but it was merely entry-level stock trading. Yi Tianxi waved his hand. To truly get rich from it, you have to be the house. Either hardball on a single stock, driving up the price and selling at a high point, or pick a shell company, revamp it, spread good news, tell stories, heat up the stock price, and then cash out. The former carries high risks and is easily monitored by the Securities Regulatory Commission. The latter is compliant and stable, but slow and requires patience. The Hong Kong stock market in the 1980s was boiling hot, with retail investors pouring in their hard-earned money, only listening to news and not looking at financial reports. With the current market booming, even junk stocks can attract buyers as long as they are well packaged. First, take advantage of the bull market to accumulate capital, and when the stock market crash of 1981 arrives, a short sell accordingly. The first approach walks the fine line, the second one. Su Ruai suddenly felt that this method seemed somewhat familiar. Old Yi, keep a close watch on the stocks of Jining Group. Buy aggressively whenever there's an opportunity. Su Ruai suddenly spoke, his tone firm and decisive. A phrase flashed through his mind: Jining scam. That storm had turned the financial circle of Hong Kong upside down, back then relying on this tactic, first spreading good news to inflate stock prices, then cashing out wildly at the peak. It was exactly like a Ponzi scheme, just wrapped in a more glamorous facade. The stage had been set, the drums were beating. If Su Ruai didn't take the stage, wouldn't it be a waste of all this bustling activity? The key was not in entering the market, but in withdrawing. Whoever could exit before the collapse would be the winner. In fact, Jining's stock price, after soaring to its peak in November 1980, could no longer be contained. The winds of the Sino-British negotiations were tightening, the truth could no longer be concealed, and the stock price began to plummet. And now it was only $3.40. Understood, boss. Yi Tianxi responded readily. Buying a few stocks. For him it was as easy as buying groceries. However, for the sake of stability, it's best if we establish our own financial company and recruit some experienced traders. Fund management, account transactions, all more discreet and efficient, he suggested. Su Ruai pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, having our own shell makes it much more reassuring. He had always relied on the channel of HSBC Securities for trading, but every order and every transaction was under their watchful eyes. Westerners value contracts and profit. When push comes to shove, backstabbing is quicker than harvesting leaks. Moreover, he would never be a bystander during the stock market crash of 1981. Only with one's own territory can one strike true, hide deep, and secure returns. Let's get registered tomorrow. The company will be named Galaxy Fund. You start assembling the team and framework. Once we acquire Lisheng Cinemas, I will mortgage the entire Su Film Company along with the financing for the Butterfly Bay project and the 40 million cash on hand to fully invest in Galaxy Fund. A total of 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Ruai was determined to invest everything into Jining stocks, buy as much as he could. Yi Tianxi was right. Without some leverage, how could one be considered a businessman? The Noble family was, after all, just immigrants who crossed the ocean in the 1920s. Old Noble arrived in Hong Kong empty-handed, but managed to build a respectable family business. By the time it reached John Noble, it was already the third generation. The Chinese often say, wealth does not last beyond 3 generations, and this proved true for the Noble family. John neither had his grandfather's boldness nor his father's tenacity. Over the years, the family's assets had diminished year by year, and now they were nearing rock bottom. With the tightening situation of Sino-British negotiations, the future of Hong Kong was uncertain, and he was already contemplating withdrawing from the Noble family. Those useless assets should be sold. Lisheng Cinemas was one of them. That day, Noble sat in his office and welcomed an unexpected visitor. The other party claimed to be an envoy from Su Film Company. Mr. Noble, hello. I am Yi Tianxi here on behalf of Mr. Su Ruai, the chairman of Su Film Industries, for a negotiation. This visit was specifically for Lisheng Cinemas. Su Film Industries. Noble frowned, thinking for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of his company. No wonder. At this time, Su Film Industries had not even released a single blockbuster. Mr. Noble, there's no need to doubt Mr. Su's financial strength. Yi Tianxi smiled slightly. Just last month, Mr. Su completed the acquisition of Lease Voice Company, renaming Lease Television Station to Asia Television. Noble's eyes lit up. He had heard about this. Lease Voice had made a fortune of 100 million. So it turned out that Su Rui's was not here just to join the fun. With this thought, his heart raced. He immediately called his blonde secretary Alice to bring him a cup of freshly brewed coffee, his face brimming with smiles, almost overflowing with enthusiasm. Our boss owns Su Film Industries and has always had a positive outlook on the cinema market. This time we are interested in taking over Lixing Cinemas. May I know your thoughts? Name your price. Noble was straightforward. 40 million. Yi Tianxi held up 4 fingers. Noble waved his hand, shaking his head repeatedly, saying, "No, too low. Lixing is a high-quality asset. There are people willing to pay 70 million for it, and I haven't budged." 70 million. Who would believe that? Yi Tianxi sneered inwardly, but maintained a calm exterior. This was the common sense of negotiation. There was no need to rush. You raise the price, I lower it, and we slowly wear each other down. Ultimately, the two parties naturally couldn't reach an agreement. As soon as Yi Tianxi left, Noble immediately called Alice into the office, slumping into his leather chair, slapping his thigh, and laughing heartily. "Alice, come here, sit on Daddy's lap." Alice was a tall and fit blonde, smiling as she leaned over, wrapping her arms around his neck. "The deal didn't go through yet. You're so happy." "Of course I'm happy." Noble beamed with pride. "Someone wants to buy my cinema, which means it's valuable. The more people wanting to buy, the firmer the price. Now it's all about who is willing to spend more and who understands the business better." He laughed heartily, then leaned down to kiss her cheek. "But what makes Daddy happiest is still you, my little sweetheart." At the same time, the lights in the Noble family villa flickered on and off, the bulbs flashing frequently. Mrs. Noble hurriedly called the power company to report the issue. What she didn't know was that as soon as the call ended, that phone line had been quietly merged with another extension. "Okay, Mayam, we'll send someone over immediately." Ho Weidong exchanged glances with Zhang Lihua, their lips curling up. Success. The two quickly changed into the uniforms of the power company and pushed the door open. A 30-something Caucasian woman stood at the door. But when she caught sight of Zhang Lihua, she suddenly covered her mouth in surprise, as if she had seen something unbelievable. "Wow, this little dear is so sturdy, so handsome that it's hard to look away." She bounced over, her eyes shining like two little flames, her fingers playfully pinching Zhang Lihua's tight muscles. "Wow, so strong." Zhang Lihua felt a tingle at the back of his head. "Are Western women this forward?" Ho Weidong stood beside him, feeling as if his chest was stuffed with wet cotton. "Do women really only focus on a man's face?" "TSK. Shallow. The explosive power of my waist and abdomen, the thickness of my back, the muscles on my wrist. Which of them is not more eye-catching than his?" The two entered the villa and quickly repaired the broken wires, conveniently installing listening devices in several discreet corners of the Noble home. "Madam, the electrical issues have been fixed," Zhang Lihua said crisply. "Oh, my little fawn, splendid. By the way, my bedroom ceiling light is loose. Could you take a look?" Change the bedroom. He knew the scene so well he could recite the lines. Zhang Lihua cast a sidelong glance at Mrs. Nubur. The bloom of a fair young woman is short, yet this one had only just passed 30. Her brows and eyes were vivid, her figure proportionate, undeniably pleasing to behold. "All right. For the boss, I will risk my face and serve as bait tonight." "Wait a moment." Bill, go to her bedroom and install another listening device. 20 minutes. "No, to be safe, half an hour." He lowered his voice and winked at Ho Weidong. Watching Zhang Lihua follow that splash of Snow White into the corridor, Ho Weidong stood frozen, his pupils betraying his shock. "No way. I'd believe you when pigs fly. If you can actually stay in there for half an hour, he'll stand on my head and sneeze." That evening, Nubur hummed a tune as he pushed open the door and came home, eagerly debriefing his wife. "So you mean 3 parties are already eyeing our cinema chain?" Mrs. Nubur was leisurely chewing a soft slice of toast and lifted a glass to sip plain milk. Her jaw still ached. The little fawn's arm strength was no joke. He pinched until her ear flushed. It was definitely longer than 20 minutes. Nubur had no idea that by the time he left for business, his nest had already been stripped bare. He still brimmed with confidence. "Exactly. Let Lei Jukin of Julong Bus, Su Rui's of Su Shurinya, and that wealthy Malaysian second-generation heir. Let those 3 bicker it out. We sit on the shore and watch the fire, guaranteed profit." "Ha," he even quipped in Chinese. "How much can we pocket?" His wife's eyes lit up. "The more the better. My reserve is 55 million. But for now, the highest bid is that kid's 50 million. No rush. In a couple of days, I'll invite them all over for a face-to-face, friendly negotiation." He did not realize those words had already been recorded verbatim by Ho Weidong and forwarded straight to Su Rui's desk. Su Rui's listened without emotion. Nuober's tactic was a commonplace 3-way bidding in the industry. Yet if a true price war erupted, the final figure would likely cross his budget's red line. Worse, his cash flow was tight. Every penny had to be stretched. "It seems we'll have to deploy some unconventional." Julong Bus headquarters, the chairman's office. Lei Jukin hung up the phone, paced to the floor-to-ceiling window, his knuckles tapping the cold glass. Unconsciously, his brow knotted. He had just received Nuober's invitation to discuss the acquisition of the Lixing cinema chain in 3 days. Worse still, the other side casually added that the other two had also stepped in. That meant that even if he gritted his teeth and won, the cost would certainly explode. But he had to fight. The island's film industry was climbing, and the cinemas were the very throat that needed to be held. As long as the offer wasn't absurd, this chain was his to win. Knock, knock, knock. The knock came urgently. Vice President Li Ziming almost burst in Thai, asked you breathless. Chairman, our stock price is acting strange. What? Lei Jukin replied calmly, though his jaw had subtly clenched. Look, these are the closing prices for the past 4 days too. 1 2, 2 2, 4 2, 5. Lei Jukin, who had carried sacks on docks and swung hammers on construction sites, was of humble origins. To him, a rising stock price was a good thing. But Li Ziming's brow was damp with sweat, and his words rushed. Chairman, we run Geelong New Territories bus serving thousands of households, a business steady through drought and flood. Our stock price has always been placid like a lake's surface, reflecting everything. 4 straight days of wild rise. Only 2 possibilities: either the company released major good news, or someone is quietly buying up shares. The first, impossible. He was the chairman, no wind or grass stir could escape him. The second, Lei Jukin's face darkened. Even if he did not read Klein charts closely, he understood the weight of sniping and takeover. Sniping is when big players pump money to inflate the stock, then pull out, leaving others to clean up the mess. A takeover, on the other hand, aims directly at his chairman's seat. One must understand Geelong Bus shares were scattered like sesame seeds. His 26% stake made him the largest shareholder, the rest floating among retail investors and the secondary market. If anyone quietly accumulated over 26%, his chair would have to be surrendered. What do we do now? Lei Jukin paced the office, his shoes striking the floor with heavy urgency. No matter how lucrative films were, they were merely a sideline. Geelong Bus was his lifeline and could not be allowed to collapse. We must buy back, Li Ziming said decisively. The more shares you hold, the firmer your position. But that required real money. With no choice, Lei Jukin, Geelong Bus was his lifeline and could not be allowed to collapse. We must buy back, Li Ziming said. At the same time, inside Inha Fund's headquarters, Su Ruiz and Yi Tianxi sat side by side on a wide leather sofa, eyes fixed on a screen crisscrossed with violently swinging Klein charts. Inha Fund had only just been established, hiring several seasoned traders, and immediately took on its first hard battle, a predatory campaign to hunt Geelong Bus. Boss, Geelong Bus rose to 2.8 today, 3 jiao above yesterday. Do we keep buying? How many? Su Ruiz did not even raise an eyelid. 26 million shares. Yi Tianxi answered crisply. When the fund quietly accumulated, the price hovered at 2.1. After several days of accumulation, the market warmed, and now it stood firmly at 2.8. Those holdings were now worth over 72 million on paper. They had originally cost only 56 million, a net gain of 16 million in mere days. No wonder retail investors clawed to enter the market, and no wonder the old hands said, without being the market maker, it's hard to get rich quick. Keep buying. Reach 40 million shares, then dump them in batches. Su Ruiz's tone was calm but decisive. Understood. Yi Tianxi nodded and went to relay the orders. 40 million shares, over 20% of the total, enough to shake Lei Jukin's control. To preserve the company's lifeblood, he had to frantically spin to buy back shares. The more he bought, the pricier they became, and the pricier they became, the more he bought. Su Ruiz's plan was to time it perfectly, sell his holdings at a high price, and carve off a fat profit. This is the capital market's art of the hunt. In a previous era, the man who strode through the island's entertainment circle known as the Lou rose on this exact method. But this line of work breeds enemies, who would welcome being the target. For this hunt, Su Ruiz had already stocked his ammunition, mortgaging Hudi Bay property to raise 80 million and adding 40 million from his own pocket. A full 120 million in cash, enough to carve a deep wound into Geelong Bus. At today's open, the stock leapt again and the market exploded. In 5 days, it surged nearly 1 unit, like a rocket igniting and streaking skyward. Seasoned investors, keen-sensed, immediately realized a big whale was quietly accumulating. The feeling was all too familiar. A few months earlier, Bao Chuanwang fought over Kowloon warehouse, and the stock soared from the teens to 110, nearly a tenfold rise. Those who bottom fished then laughed outright. Even those who chased the highs didn't lose, instead feasting richly. Many others beat their chests in regret. Why didn't we act earlier? Now Geelong Bus cast the shadow of that Kowloon warehouse of old. Could the miracle be repeating? The island's seasoned investors who had scraped by for decades would not miss it. They piled on, afraid a second's delay would cost them the chance for sudden fortune. Following the herd is never rational, but an avalanche of feeling. Once it starts rolling, no one can stop it. Thus, amid the scramble of countless hands, Geelong Bus' seemingly impregnable shell was finally torn open. At next Monday's opening, the stock gapped up and leapt to 3.5 in a single bound, then 3.6, 3.9, 4.1. The price had gone utterly mad. Faced with such heights, Su Rui's finally ordered a halt to accumulation. By then he held exactly 40 million shares. Boss had opened at 5.1 this morning and is still pushing up, ETNC reported briskly. A few days later the stock still ran like an unbridled horse, unstoppable. At current prices those 40 million shares were worth 200 million. Begin phased shipments. Handle with care, don't let the market collapse. Su Rui's voice was low yet unyielding. Back then the Kowloon wharf stock had been inflated by speculative frenzy. Its surge both absurd and unnatural. Now Su Rui had withdrawn. Without a new syndicate stepping in the bubble would burst within minutes. The only rational course now was total withdrawal. The money had already grown scorching hot. Meanwhile legions of uninformed retail investors, blissfully unaware, frenziedly piled and pushing the share price ever higher. Amid this eerie peak euphoria Galaxy Fund had already quietly offloaded the bulk of its holdings. Kowloon Motor Bus headquarters. These past days Lei Jukin had virtually taken up residence in his office, returning home fewer than a handful of times. His sunken eyes burned with bloodshot veins, his entire being coiled tight, like a bowstring moments from snapping. His mindset mirrored that of Jardine Matheson during the historic Kowloon Wharf battle, desperate, defiant, and singularly focused by backshares at any cost to defend his position as controlling shareholder. He now held nearly 42% of the shares, enough to secure his seat at the helm. Yet precisely then Li Ziming pushed open the door. Face Ash and Mr. Lei, something's happened. They've begun dumping their shares, preparing to exit. This morning's opening price was $4 HK 80. It'll fall further this afternoon, and tomorrow, it may well implode. The air in the office froze instantly. Though anticipated, the blow landed like a muffled club, brutal and disorienting. Lei Jukin had repurchased shares at sky-high prices during the rally. Now, with the precipitous crash, their value evaporated overnight. In essence, he bought high and absorbed the low, only to find no buyers willing to take the plunge. In and out, total ruin. The capital earmarked for acquiring Lixing Cinema chain had long since vanished. To win this raid, he'd pledged tens of millions to banks as collateral. Now his balance sheet held nothing but Kowloon Motorbus shares. Massive losses. Where had the money gone? Straight into the syndicate's coffers. Boss, all 40 million shares have been fully liquidated. 210 million Hong Kong dollars recovered. Yi Tianxi, barely concealing his elation, strode briskly to Su Rui's side to report. This was Galaxy Fund's debut operation, clean, precise, ruthless. A flawless victory. They'd purchased the Kowloon Motorbus shares for just over 90 million Hong Kong dollars, and now cashed out at the peak for 210 million Hong Kong dollars, netting over 110 million Hong Kong dollars. That profit came not only from retail investors' pockets, but was carved raw and bloody from Lei Jukin's own flesh. The stock market is at its core a game of musical chairs. When the drum stops, those left standing fall hardest. Those who chased the rally now likely retched, while Lei Jukin, though increasing his stake, had paid 2 or even 3 times fair market value. His agony so acute he couldn't sleep. Normally he could absorb such volume effortlessly, but this time forced to bid fiercely, he'd driven the price ever upward only to trap himself on a pyre of his own making. If Lei Jukin ever uncovered the mastermind behind this assault, he'd overturn the desk on the spot. Brilliant work. Old Yi. I told you had real talent. Your bonus won't be a penny short. Su Rui laughed heartily, every line of his brow radiating triumph. To amass over 110 million Hong Kong dollars in mere days. This market was as ferocious as it was intoxicating, exhilarating when winning, terrifying when losing. Though he commanded a master trader like Yi Tianxi, Su Rui dared not grow complacent. This victory owed much to skill, but also to fortune. Financial raids are knife-edge gambles. One misstep spells total annihilation, and they succeed only against firms with fragmented ownership and weak, controlling shareholders. Lei Jukin, whose grip on control was tenuous, had no choice but to retaliate with aggressive buybacks. Each purchase inflating the price further, each rise deepening his entrapment until he stood utterly exposed. Contrast this with companies where the actual controller holds over 60%, immune to such assaults. Their foundations remain unshaken. They even welcome soaring prices, quietly selling high while others scramble. Here the raider risks counterattack, left stranded mid-slope, frozen in loss. Such tactics must be wielded sparingly, reserved for the softest targets. With only so many listed firms in Hong Kong, overuse invites vengeance. Enemies lining up around Central Island. Truly capable adversaries will trace the thread back. Sooner or later your identity will surface. Thank you, boss. Yi Tianxi nodded with a smile. Working for Su Rui offered half its appeal in sheer audacity, the other half undeniably in generosity. Su Rui turned to address Galaxy Fund's entire team, raising a hand for silence. You've all worked tirelessly these past days. Our first campaign succeeded so decisively because every single one of you held firm, taut, unwavering, unbroken. I've decided everyone receives a HK 5000 bonus. Tonight, we head straight to the Grand Fortune. I'm treating. Order whatever you desire, and afterward we move en masse to the clouds above, playing till dawn. The clouds above was legendary, a Hong Kong den of opulence where hostesses dazzled with cosmopolitan allure, Japanese elegance, Korean vivacity, Western passion, diverse in hue, refined in bearing, peerless in caliber. Yet its prices were staggering. Just one night could erase half a year's salary for an ordinary person. Even these well-paid traders found it prohibitively exclusive. Now with the boss footing the bill and bonuses secured, cheers erupted. Wild, unrestrained, louder than Lunar New Year fireworks. "Thank you, boss." "Oh, ha ha ha." The roar rattled the glass. These past weeks had been grueling. Phones confiscated, office doors locked, meals and rest confined entirely within the building. Everyone felt they'd sprouted mushrooms from sheer confinement. At last, the moment of vindication. Tonight they would celebrate without restraint. Lin Dishing strode confidently through Hong Kong International Airport's arrivals hall, his impeccably tailored suit accentuating his commanding presence. Every inch the dashing, aristocratic young master. The instant he cleared customs, he spread his arms wide and tilted his head back, laughing. "Hong Kong. I've arrived." His mission was clear: acquire a cinema chain, plant roots, and carve a name for himself on this land of gold and grit. He hailed a taxi. Huang Ming Hotel. Just as he reached for the door, a crisp, rapid click-clack of high heels approached from behind. A statuesque woman, her hair cascading in lazy, voluminous waves, hurried forward and seized the edge of the taxi door, breathing lightly. "Sir, would you mind letting me take this cab? I'm in urgent need." She'd run hard. Her chest rose visibly beneath her white blouse, the collar slightly undone, revealing a tantalizing sliver of skin. Lin Dishing paused. Hong Kong women truly possessed an irresistible magnetism. To uphold his gentlemanly poise, he smiled warmly. "Where are you headed, miss? If our destinations align, perhaps we might share the ride." "Wonderful. Thank you. I'm also going to the Huang Ming Hotel." Her eyes lit up with genuine gratitude. Lin Dishing blinked, surprised. "Ah, you're also staying at the Huang Ming Hotel. How fortuitous." Gazing upon her delicate profile and graceful silhouette, his pulse quickened. An opportunity handed down from heaven itself. As the taxi pulled away from the airport, he smoothly steered the conversation, charming and articulate. Within minutes, he'd gleaned her essentials from one island, recently broken up with her boyfriend, visiting Hong Kong to unwind. That ignited his interest further. A heart freshly wounded is most hollow, most defenseless, most easily drawn into another's narrative. Leaning slightly toward her, his tone relaxed, yet assured, "My family's situation in Malaysia is quite comfortable. We hold several industrial enterprises and over a dozen plantations, all entrusted to me personally by my grandfather. But I've never favored preservation. I seek to test my own mettle. That's why I've come to Hong Kong, to execute something extraordinary. Specifically to acquire a cinema chain. Already invested nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars. 100 million. Good heavens. Absolutely incredible." At his words, the beauty gasped repeatedly, her gaze riveted to him, almost adhesive. Her eyes blazed with warmth, admiration and infatuation mingling into pure, incandescent light. Lin Dishing's heart surged, his very bones felt lighter. He threw his head back and laughed, waving dismissively while insisting, "Not nearly enough. Still got plenty of room to grow." Pride leaking unmistakably from every syllable. In his view, seduction was merely a breeze, effortless, inevitable. Upon reaching the Huang Ming Hotel, he pressed forward without pause, inviting her to dinner, then at parting slipping a slender chain around her collarbone with his own hands. Her eyes glistened faintly as she gently invited him upstairs. Inside the room, water roared in the shower. Lin Dishing scrubbed his body vigorously, his heartbeat thundering like war drums. He was about to succeed. This young woman was truly a rare beauty. Racing forward, he couldn't help but marvel Hong Kong lived up to its legendary reputation. This trip had already been worth it. After all, this was the beating heart of the Far East. Compared to it, Malaysia seemed little more than a remote mountain hamlet. This time he intended to savor every dazzling facet of Hong Kong's glittering nightlife. Later he'd have to mention it to the family. Henceforth, all Hong Kong operations would fall entirely under Lin Dishing's authority. But before his words had even faded, a deafening bang shook the entire doorframe. Lin Dishing, startled in the shower, jerked upright, frantically twisting off the faucet, then half-naked peering out from behind the curtain. "Darling, who is it?" His voice died mid-sentence. He froze. 7 or 8 men stood motionless in the room, broad-shouldered, thick-armed, their biceps etched with coiling blue and white dragons, their faces twisted with raw menace. Lin Dishing stood utterly stunned. The leader, his face as dark as a cast-iron wok, ground his teeth and spat. "Humph. No wonder you chose this moment for your Hong Kong vacation. So you came here to steal someone's wife." Before the last syllable left his lips, the man seized Lin Dishing by the throat and dragged him, naked and gasping, out of the bathroom and onto the floor. "Worthless scum. You dare wear horns on my head." Lin Dishing lay sprawled on the floor, hands futilely shielding himself, his face pale with terror. "Brother, you've misunderstood. There's truly nothing between us. I swear she and I are completely innocent." "Innocent?" A brutal kick slammed into his abdomen, curling him instantly into a shuddering ball, his scream tearing from his throat. "You're standing stark naked in her bathroom and still claim innocence. Do you take me for blind?" "Beat him." Fists and boots rained down like hail. He rolled across the floor, reduced to broken whimpers. Ouch. Mercy. I never touched her. Within minutes, blood streaked his forehead, his lips swelled grotesquely, his face turned purplish-blue, each ragged breath tasting sharply of iron. It was over. Utterly over. He'd walked straight into a Triad ambush. Who the hell claimed Hong Kong was safe and law-abiding? Lin Dishing cursed inwardly, his gut churning with regret. He should have listened to the family and brought 2 bodyguards. Yet he paused. His ex-husband had arrived with 6 or 7 men, knives drawn. Even with bodyguards without firearms, they'd have been helpless. And how could one possibly smuggle guns past airport security? Stop. I'll pay. Everything. All of it. Ugh. His sob broke instantly. He accepted his fate. Money was now his only currency for survival. As for swallowing this humiliation, that reckoning would wait for later in silence. Hey, how much do you have? The ex-husband narrowed his eyes, a flicker of interest stirring. A junior thug had already emptied Lin Dishing's wallet, then burst into laughter. Boss, fat sheep. Tens of thousands in HKD plus US dollars. We're rich. All of it is yours. Can I go now? Lin Dishing's voice trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably. But the ex-husband weighed the wad of bills in his palm, slapped them slowly against his open hand, and sneered, Go. Where exactly do you think you're going? How about you come with us instead? You slept with my wife once, and now you think this petty sum will close the book. What? Not enough. Lin Dishing's eyes welled. Tearless, hollow. Brother, this is truly all I have on me. Then make a call. Once your family transfers the funds, we'll untie you. Stuff him in the suitcase. Haul him away. Eager thugs dragged over a large suitcase. Click. Snapped it shut, swallowing Lin Dishing whole. Only one newcomer remained silent in the corner. Calm, unreadable. He wasn't a thug at all, but a lone wolf operative working solo for over a decade. The others were mere street rejects from Malin, discarded and desperate. Whipped into action by a sharp tongue, lured into a honey trap, with a beautiful accomplice escalating from a classic con to kidnapping, growing bolder and wilder with each scheme. Inside the suitcase, Lin Dishing curled tight, his organs turning to ice. He'd barely set foot in Hong Kong. Hadn't even survived his first night, before being bound and carted off in a suitcase. Who would ever believe such a story? The suitcase jolted ceaselessly, finally coming to rest in a drafty, crumbling old house. Dragged out, he was bound hand and foot, his mouth stuffed with a foul-smelling rag. Acid churned violently in his stomach. Each second seared like immersion in boiling oil. What in God's name had he been thinking? Hong Kong was lethal. Let me go home. Mr. Noble's face was ashen. Originally 3 buyers had fiercely competed in bidding. Noble need only sit back, legs crossed, watching the auction unfold. But then, disaster struck. Lei Jukin suddenly called withdrawal. Cash flow collapsed. The Malaysian tycoon vanished without trace. Promised to fly to Hong Kong for negotiations, yet never appeared. A blatant knows how. Now only Su Film Television remained, the final lifeline. Yi Tianxi arrived for the 3rd time, raising his offer directly to 42 million Hong Kong dollars. Noble held firm at 60 million Hong Kong dollars, not a single dollar less. Every clause demanded meticulous negotiation. Who supplied the technical team, payment, terms, settlement, timelines, breach penalties. For hours the 2 men sparred verbally until Yi Tianxi pushed the figure to 45 million Hong Kong dollars and refused to budge further. Mr. Noble, our chairman, genuinely values Lixing Cinema Chain, but it is by no means indispensable. We've already secured Shaw Cinema Chain outright. Lixing is merely an elegant flourish. The chairman gave explicit instructions: if today's talks fail, we withdraw immediately, and the entire acquisition plan is cancelled. Noble stiffened. This wasn't a seller's negotiation. It was him being roasted alive over open flames. His chest tightened, yet he dared not provoke a rupture. One buyer had withdrawn, another had disappeared. Su Film was his sole remaining exit. If this deal collapsed too, the entire acquisition would collapse midstream. Finding another buyer. Who knew when, or if, that might happen? With Sino-British negotiations tightening and Hong Kong's economy visibly weakening, real estate had frozen solid. Lixing Cinema Chain, clutched in his hands, would depreciate day by day. Worse still, Noble was a foreign national, perpetually anxious. What if overnight northern authorities issued a decree seizing both the cinemas and their land? He'd be left weeping with nowhere to turn. The thought barely formed when Noble slammed his fist on the table. Fine. 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Yi Tianxi's heart surged, having long since learned from Ho Weidong the seller's true psychological floor. 5 Hong Kong dollars. 5 million. He'd steadily pressed downward, pinning the final threshold at 5 million Hong Kong dollars. His unwavering stance was calculated precisely on that knowledge. At this price, he'd secured a staggering bargain. Then let's discuss payment terms. Mr. Noble knows well, 50 million Hong Kong dollars is no trivial sum. We cannot pay it all at once. Our proposal, 20 million Hong Kong dollars up front, the remainder settled in full after 1 year. Does that sound reasonable? Unacceptable. Noble shook his head decisively. Too long. Interest losses must be borne by someone. Full payment up front. Yi Tianxi of course refused outright. Though Galaxy Fund had recently reaped massive gains in the stock market, liquidity, even abundant, could not absorb such a colossal sum on demand. The longer the delay, the more interest accrued in the bank. Invested wisely, it could yield even greater returns. Payment terms devolved into another protracted standoff. By noon, the meeting adjourned. Yi Tianxi returned to his office and dialed. Boss Noble has conceded. 50 million Hong Kong dollars confirmed. Details remain under discussion, mainly timing of payments. Some disagreement, but nothing insurmountable. Formal contract signing this afternoon. Good. Finalize it as soon as possible. Su Ruijia's tone was light and brisk. That afternoon, Su Film Television acquired Lixing Cinema chain in its entirety for 50 million Hong Kong dollars, encompassing 3 flagship theaters, 3 mid-sized venues, and 5 smaller ones, all under the Noble family's ownership, including full land rights, plus 2-year franchise agreements with 7 independent theaters. Payment terms were renegotiated: 20 million Hong Kong dollars upon signing, 20 million Hong Kong dollars after 6 months, and the final 10 million Hong Kong dollars settled in the following half year. Thus, 2 of Hong Kong's 3 major cinema chains were now integrated into Su Cinema Chain's expanding empire. News erupted across the city, shocking the entire territory. On the day Su Cinema Chain officially launched, Chairman Su Ruijia took the stage. We uphold fairness, impartiality, integrity, and trustworthiness, and pledge deep collaboration with all local film studios. Every high-quality film will receive priority screening. More crucially, Su Cinema Chain formally abolished the decades-old guaranteed minimum system, adopting a pure box office revenue-sharing model across the board. This bold move struck directly at the industry's core pain points, delivering immediate tangible benefits. The new chain's inaugural blockbuster was the nationwide release of The Terminator. From that day onward, over 30 Swan theaters displayed a towering poster at their entrances. At its center stood a young woman. High ponytail, rugged leather jacket, sharp features, upright posture, eyes like blades, radiating fierce, unyielding charisma. To her left stood a man, black leather aviator sunglasses, cropped hair, his gloved hand gripping the handlebars of a Harley-Davidson, the other steadying a sawed-off shotgun. His expression was icy, his aura so overwhelming it stole the breath from onlookers. To her right stood, well, a man of symmetrical features and clean-cut composure. Nothing more, nothing less. A steady stream of people gathered in front of the poster, many stopping to look up, frequently discussing, "Wow, what is this new movie? It's so exciting. Who plays the female lead? This one is stunning. The one on the left is truly handsome. With a Harley and a shotgun, just standing there makes one weak in the knees. Are you silly? A shotgun goes bang, and that's it. Where does the data come from? That's a submachine gun. Whatever. One shot takes out 3, that's all that matters. Look, it says right here, The Terminator releasing on July 1st in all Su cinemas across Hong Kong. Just hearing it gets the blood pumping. I must buy a ticket to support." At the entrance of the 41 Su cinema locations, crowds gathered early, pointing and whispering, all captivated by that poster. The words "The Terminator" were like a spark, quietly igniting a wildfire. The news quickly reached Su Ruijia's ears. In the office of the chairman of Su's film industry, he leaned back in his leather chair, a slight smile on his lips, calm and confident. He turned to General Manager Shi Nanxing and said, "Increase the advertising budget. Starting tomorrow morning, cover bus stops, elevator lobbies in office buildings, front pages of major newspapers, and primetime television slots with The Terminator. We need this name to penetrate every dining table, every subway ride, and every casual conversation." Shi Nanxing promptly replied, "It's all ready. We can launch it at any time." Su Rui's turned to Du Chifeng again and asked, "Ah Feng, is the trailer edited yet?" "Boss, I've selected all the explosive shots. The pacing is tight. Not a second is wasted." "Good, send it to ATV. Immediately arrange for a spot in the 8 o'clock primetime slot tomorrow night." Although ATV's ratings had recently fallen behind TVB, that was simply because Su Rui's hadn't fully unleashed his efforts yet. In fact, its audience base was not small. If even a tenth of them could be swayed, it would be enough to bolster the initial box office confidence. His gaze shifted to Chun Bo, the general manager of Su Cinema. "How many leather jackets, sunglasses, realistic shotguns, and submachine guns do we have ready?" "Each large cinema has 2,000 sets, medium ones have 1,500, small ones have 1,000. The number of prop guns has been doubled, and the bullet casings have been treated to a matte finish to match real specifications." Chun Bo paused, grinning. Men might not wear branded clothing, but who can resist the allure of the real thing? Real guns are off limits, but just touching these hefty replicas is enough to get the adrenaline pumping. "Well done." Su Rui's nodded in approval. He never intended to sell just a movie ticket. The derivatives were the hidden gold mines behind the screen. Unfortunately, his peers in Hong Kong saw it, but were too lazy to bend down and pick it up. With piracy rampant, everyone simply lay down and did nothing. However, Su Rui's had quietly acquired 2 factories at the project's inception, one clothing factory specializing in T-800 style leather jackets, and another toy factory focused on high-precision replica firearms. He had only spent a few $100,000, which seemed light on paper, but the investment ran deep. He had even considered casually acquiring a motorcycle factory to make Harley his own ride. But upon reflection, there was no heavy machinery base in Hong Kong. Electronic watches, plastic flowers, and radios were everywhere, but manufacturing motorcycles. That was pure daydreaming. In the end, he could only smile and bring Harley to the screen. Free advertising that was loud enough. On July 1st, the summer season kicks off with the Terminator hitting the market. The next day, Sue's film industry unleashed its full power. The front pages of Oriental Daily and Ming Pao were plastered with giant posters. ATV repeatedly aired the trailer during prime time. On July 1st, the Terminator officially lands across Hong Kong. That evening, ordinary office worker Zhang Lei returned to his rented room, dragging his weary body. The walls were bare and the refrigerator buzzed. He turned on the TV, only to hear some human voices to ease the emptiness in his heart. Just as he was about to boil water for noodles, a fleeting image on the screen froze his feet. A bare-chested man stood in front of the mirror. Broad shoulders and narrow waist muscles taut like steel strings. His face was angular with every hair standing on end, and his gaze was cold and hard as a knife devoid of any warmth, as if chiseled from ice. "Hey, isn't this the guy who played Hu Taishu? Turns out he can take a beating," Zhang Lei murmured. Hu Taishu? From the Chu Liuxiang series. The name momentarily eluded him. He couldn't recall. No matter, it wasn't important. What is he trying to do? Before he finished speaking, the camera abruptly cut to Wu Mengda's profile. He slowly raised a short knife, the blade aimed directly at his right eye. Edge. Zhang Lei frowned for an instant before freezing completely. The blade suddenly plunged in. Blood splattered a vivid red. With a twist of the knife, an eyeball was violently gouged out, dangling from the blade and swaying slightly. What the hell? What the hell? Zhang Lei's mouth hung open and his scalp tightened, knowing it was fake, yet still feeling a chill creep down his neck. This wasn't science fiction, it was clearly horror. But in the blink of an eye, the camera pulled back, revealing Wu Mengda's face. Embedded in his eye socket was a crimson metallic prosthetic eye, glowing faintly, turning with a click accompanied by the faint yet distinct sound of gears meshing. A robot. This thing looks too real. He straightened up, having completely forgotten about the instant noodles. Previously, the robot tin cans from Hong Kong films couldn't even fool a child. But this one, the stiffness of the moving eyeball, the cold light emitted from the metallic skin, and the subtle scraping sound of joints moving all exuded a palpable mechanical essence. Zhang Lei blinked, not once, staring intently at the screen. He saw Wu Mengdao raise his hand to put on sunglasses covering that terrifying red eye. Then he donned a black leather jacket, jeans, and shiny black boots. Holding a shotgun in his left hand and a submachine gun in his right, he stood like an iron tower. Even his breathing seemed frozen. So cool. In that moment, Zhang Lei felt as if he stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering, the gun's muzzle smoking. The camera cut again. Two policemen were joking around at the police station entrance when suddenly a loud bang. A powerful off-road vehicle crashed through the door like a bull. Glass shattered, concrete flew, and the two were instantly buried under a pile of rubble. As the smoke cleared, Wu Mengda stepped out of the car, both guns roaring, flames spitting from the muzzles. As he passed, police badges flew and uniforms were torn apart. Boom. Da-da-da-da. Gunshots erupted. The officers fought back desperately, but Wu Mengda moved like a ghost, bullets striking his chest, shoulders, and back, yet all were deflected, not even breaking the skin, let alone causing any pain. The police retreated in defeat, panicked as fallen bodies piled up in the hallway corners and the office floor soaked in dark red, and anyone who dared to peek out was instantly riddled with bullets, blood spraying everywhere. The disparity in strength was simply on a different level. Zhang Lei's pupils froze, and all he could hear was the violent bursts of submachine gun fire and the thunder of the shotgun as the world shattered around him. Suddenly, the TV screen went black with a crack, and after a few seconds of silence, a string of crimson characters smashed onto the screen. The Terminator. The Ultimate Showdown, July 1st, premiering in all Seuss cinemas. What? It's over. Really over. Zhang Lei jolted upright, his chair clattering to the ground. How can this be? Is it just cut off like that? It's actually a movie. We have to wait more than 20 days? Like him, the entire Hong Kong erupted. Though it was only a little over a minute long, the taste of gunpowder was choking, the rhythm explosive, the sense of oppression overwhelming, making one sweat and feel a tight heartbeat, wishing they could rush into the cinema immediately. The next day, as Zhang Lei stepped into the company, he heard a buzzing noise in the break room. Last night's ATV trailer was too intense. It directly crashed into the police station. Walking in with a submachine gun, all the cops went down. It's the Terminator. Too thrilling. Wu Mengda's outfit with the black clothes and sunglasses was so cool it made my heart race. I really want to touch the real thing. Wu Mengda. Who else? That man who's as fierce as a leopard. I never expected our Hong Kong films could produce such adrenaline-pumping content. I used to think only Hollywood dared to do this. Now this is what a movie should be. The old formulas of Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest should have been left in the past. A group of people chatted excitedly, drawing in those at neighboring desks to inquire. Upon hearing they hadn't watched it, they immediately pulled out their wallets to buy VHS tapes, preparing to re-watch at home. Not only Zhang Lei's company, but the entire Hong Kong was buzzing about this film. The ticket stubs for early July had already been quietly clinched in excitement. And just as the Terminator trailer stirred all of Hong Kong, young Master Lin Dishing finally saw some hope. The kidnappers tied him up in an abandoned warehouse demanding his family's phone number, but his entire family was in Kuala Lumpur. After tossing and turning for half a night, he finally managed to get through. Upon hearing their son had been kidnapped, the family stabilized the kidnappers while quickly contacting business partners in Hong Kong. However, those kidnappers were merely a group of young punks tricked by the underworld, inexperienced and in a panic. While making the call, they even forgot to turn off the speakerphone, and the sound of the dock's crane could be clearly heard in the background. The police high command still remembered the last wooden house explosion incident. 12 SWAT members had died on the spot, a bloody lesson etched in their minds. This time they decided to leave it entirely to the Chinese police force. Little did they know their opponents were not desperate criminals, but mere novices stumbling about. The Chinese police officers acted swiftly, launching a lightning raid, and Lin Dishing and his assistant escaped unharmed. Out of the 7 kidnappers, 6 were captured, with only one slipping into the sewer amidst the chaos, leaving no. The moment he saw his parents again, Lin Dishing's knees buckled, and he collapsed into a howl, his voice trembling. Gangdao. I will never set foot there again. A few days later, Yashur released another trailer, its pacing tighter, and its cuts more brutal. The island's excitement boiled over. With Su Ruiz directing the campaign, Su Shur Film Studios' marketing was both precise and ruthless. On July 1st, as summer vacation began, the long-awaited film, The Terminator, finally premiered. Zhou Huimin had been awaiting this day anxiously, not for the gunfire, but because it was Su Ruiz's first feature. She dragged a clutch of inseparable friends and rushed to the cinema early. Zhou Huimin was no longer the timid girl pushed into a corner. Under Su Ruiz's patronage, she had become the undisputed leader of the girls at school, imposing in presence, loud of voice, her eyes carrying a new brightness. At the venue, the entire party froze. Oh my God, why is the line so long? When will it be our turn? Leela's hen stood on tiptoe, grumbling. The queue snaked on, 40-50 people at least. In Gangdao, queues to buy movie tickets like this had not been seen for a long time. Well, wait anyway, it's vacation, someone shrugged. Zhou Huimin laughed, delighted. The more people, the hotter the film. Brother Ruiz is amazing, I'm thrilled. After a while, they at last entered the theater. The girls chattered as they squeezed into the auditorium, skirts fluttered and laughter rang clear. The lights dimmed and the screen flared, a searing white light streaked across before a neat Spare Studio logo appeared. The 4 characters of Su Shur Film Studios settled beneath the light. Silence fell, and all eyes fixed on the screen. Then, with a thunderous crash, the opening detonated. A colossal excavator was tearing down a decrepit building, its engine roaring as bricks splintered. Just as a wall seemed about to collapse, the machine coughed and died, utterly powerless. A man descended from the heavens, dropping to one knee naked. The camera skimmed over his carved shoulders and taut waist, compact, stern, brimming with primordial force. A man descended from the heavens, dropping to one knee naked. The camera skimmed over his carved shoulders and taut waist, compact, stern, brimming with primordial force. Gasps erupted across the house. No one had expected such raw intensity at the very opening. Zhou Huimin covered her mouth, her ears burning. That scared me. Leela's hen murmured. Zhou Huimin's cheeks warmed, and an image of a rain-slashed morning rose unbidden before her eyes. She had found Su Ruiz on the sands of Qianshuan, soaked through and clad only in shorts. His muscles were not as exaggerated as on screen, but long and fluid, like a drawn bow containing restrained power. She pressed her lips together and silently thought, Brother Ruiz is still the best looking, the easiest on the eyes. Her face flushed, her eyes bright. In another auditorium, Zhao Yaji linked her arm affectionately with Su Ruiz's, her gaze glued to the screen. She knew her scene would appear any moment. Abruptly, the suffocating chase that had gripped the audience melted away, and the image shifted. The atmosphere grew light and calm. On an empty coastal road, wind brushed the treetops and traffic slid smoothly. The heroine Zhao Shasha pedaled a pure white bicycle into frame. She wore a simple cotton shirt, sunglasses perched on her face, a canvas bag slung over her shoulder. Her black hair fell like a waterfall, lifting and drifting in the breeze. That single frame was as beautiful as an oil painting, instantly easing the audience's taut nerves. Su Ruiz even heard the soft murmurs around him. The heroine is so striking. Absolutely mesmerizing. I thought the poster's fierceness would hook me, but in person this blend of softness and steel is intoxicating. What's her real name? Is she really Zhao Yaji? Su Ruiz leaned close to Zhao Yazi's ear and, smiling low, said, You're destined to be famous. You'll be the top star of Gangdao. Warm breath warmed her ear. Zhao Yazi's skin prickled, and she nipped his arm, catching the hand that had been about to wander. Don't be ridiculous, there are people here. It's dark, who can see anything, he teased. Watch your movie properly. The plot hurtled forward, and every eye remained riveted to the screen. The Terminator flipped through a phone directory, coldly targeting every woman named Zhao Shasha across Gangdao, eliminating them one by one. After several victims, the trail led to a neon-lit bar where the heroine was discovered. At the last moment, the male lead burst through the door. They fled at breakneck speed, stomping the accelerator. Sirens shredded the alleys, and gunfire showered sparks across concrete. The rhythm was so relentless it left the audience breathless. Then came the trailer's high-voltage sequence. Zhao Shasha escorted into the police station, yet the Terminator treated the badge as meaningless and insisted on taking her life. A brawl erupted in the station. Uniforms fell as the male lead hoisted the heroine and fought their way out. In the final instant, he detonated an oil tanker and flames roared skyward. Everyone held their breath, certain the machine had been vanquished. Only a momentary relief, for from the blazing wreckage a shape rose. It strode through the waves of heat, its disguise stripped away to reveal an alloy skeleton that shone with a cold spectral light and crimson eyes like the gaze of hell. Step by step, metal joints sounded dull and heavy like the tolling of a funeral bell. The house fell silent, then exploded into a chorus of astonishment. Wow! Truly indestructible. So hardcore. The modeling is flawless, like it's alive. Exactly as I pictured the robot in my mind. This film is worth 10 tickets. In truth, the crew had poured real money and countless sleepless nights into recreating the 1-1 Terminator. Now every investment seemed to have produced a searing return. The audience was stunned. In the final battle, justice did not fail to appear. The male lead fought with his life, blowing off half the Terminator's torso, but in the end it was Zhao Shasha who personally fed the remains into a hydraulic press, crushing them to dust. The villain was extinguished and the hero had fallen, leaving her alone in the morning light. The lights rose and the show ended. There was no measured applause, only a humming, tumultuous roar. This was not displeasure but unbridled exhilaration. Gangdao audiences were known to substitute fever for polite clapping. Zhao Yaji slipped out the back, with Su Rui's tugging her scarf up to veil half her face. She felt a bright certainty she had made it. Now all that remained was to let the box office numbers speak. At the same moment, Zhou Huimin and her friends spilled from the cinema. Hearing the girls chatter about the plot, she clenched her fist and declared decisively, "I will not go to university. I will act. I will be a star." The Terminator burst onto the scene and swept across Gangdao. Sushi's circuit of more than 30 cinemas folded queues around their entrances, lines stretching around the corner. Word of mouth detonated on the first day. Neighbors and friends whispered praise. This sci-fi action picture thrilled its viewers to the scalp, and curious citizens flocked to see it. Su Rui's, however, found it almost unbearable. He watched it 3 times in a single day. In the morning, he accompanied Zhao Yaji to the premiere. At noon, he slipped into her home to play at role-playing intimately, discovering the lethal amalgam of noble spirit and gentle charm, the dual strikes of detached coolness and stunning allure. After 2 hurried mouthfuls for lunch, he grabbed his bag and dashed to the airport. Song Yanan had returned to Gangdao and insisted he pick her up. Though the old flame ranked slightly below Yi Yingwen and Zhao Yaji in his heart, he always tried to treat them evenly. At night, of course, he met his official girlfriend and watched the Terminator again. After the screening, he sped off to Yi Yingwen's hilltop villa. The next morning, he opened his door and shook his head. That girl was hit hard by it. Yi Yingwen had returned from the screening shaken by Zhao Yaji, young, dazzling, magnetic, and the company's newly pushed rising star. In the 80s, Gangdao's mores were more brazen and direct. The faint, persistent rumors between bosses and actresses were always the garnish for gossip at the tea table. She felt jealous. Just after he stepped into the office and playfully teased the bespectacled secretary general manager, Shi Nanxing burst in, brandishing the freshly printed box office sheet. "Chairman, the first day box office is in 342 million Hong Kong dollars. It's exploded. A total smash." Shi Nanxing's face flushed bright red. As both producer and general manager, she understood the weight of that number better than anyone. It must be remembered this was 1980. Hong Kong cinema had not yet entered its golden explosion, so such a figure carried extraordinary significance. If a picture could break 1 million HKD, the producers could greet the new year with smiles. So far, this year's box office champion had been Chung Long's junior brother, starring in Shitty Chuma, with a total gross of 12 million Hong Kong dollars. Still the lone exception in Xiangang to have crossed the 10 million threshold. But all of that proved petty before Zhongji's. On its opening day alone, it raked in 342 million Hong Kong dollars. Shi Nanxing felt his pulse quicken, certain that the final tally would surge past 20 million without question, and that 30 million was well within reach. 342 million. Could it ultimately hit 50 million? Su Rui's glanced at real-time data across the major circuits and asked offhand. Shi Nanxing froze on the spot. The smile on his face stiffened, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he dryly managed, "Chairman, that's really uncertain." He wanted desperately to blurt out, "You are dreaming. The Xiangang market is only so large. With just one film this year breaking 10 million, how could it possibly vault to 50 million in one leap? Unless ticket prices are doubled, 30 million is the ceiling," he forced out. 30 million. And that's only the— Shi Nanxing inwardly winced. Since when had gang films become so undervalued? In his mind, 20 million already amounted to phenomenon-level success. After all, across the whole history of Gangdao cinema, only one film had ever neared the 10 million mark. Su Rui's, however, was plainly not satisfied. This was the heavy industrial blockbuster he had fronted a nominal 10 million for, while actually disbursing 5. Moreover, it opened across all 34 cinemas under Su Shi Yuanshin, covering over 60% of Xiangang's screens. If Jiahei's 15 cinemas could carry 12 million, where would Su Ruiz's Zhongji's place his face? And beyond reputation, there was the larger affair of laundering money. Whatever the final box office, he had already resolved to top it up with another 10 million from his own pocket. Both to wash the dirty money clean and to make the books look healthier, thereby raising his bargaining power with overseas distributors and securing a more generous revenue split. Go at once to negotiate with distributors in Wandao, Daoguo, Nanhan, and Malixia. Hold fast to a high revenue share and do not relent. And don't let Yingjiang sit idle. If they refuse splits, negotiate a buyout. The higher the price, the better. Su Ruai spoke with a calm, unassailable tone. By convention, gang-produced films overseas typically secure 15 to 30% of the final box office. Yingjiang, however, has always been an outlier, scarcely importing such films, and when interested, only willing to buy out rights outright, never to share revenue. To Su Ruai's, a buyout price was pure profit. Every extra penny was essentially a windfall. Once Zhongji's Part 1 established itself in Yingjiang, negotiating splits for subsequent sequels would fall into place naturally. No sooner had overseas distribution been settled than a little sovereign burst in through the door. Zhou Huimin. She barged in and chirped, "Zij, I'm not going to university anymore. I want to act to be a big star." Su Ruai's lifted an eyelid, and without ceremony poured cold water over her plans. With your transcript, getting even a diploma would be a blessing from your ancestors. Before she met Su Ruai's, she had depended on her grandmother, excelled at school, and been sensible, who after transferring with food and clothing secured, she grew wild. Grades plunged, she led a gaggle of girlfriends into daily rampages, and even teachers steered clear. Su Ruai's had long since grown too weary to preach. If her grades were poor, so be it. Money could buy her into university anyway. But if she resolutely chose to enter the entertainment industry, he would not stop her. With his backing, Zhou Huimin's life would be 10 times smoother, and she would not fall into the hands of those two scoundrels again. Oh wait, did that include him? When Su Ruai's teased Zhou Huimin's ears flushed, she snuggled close and looped her arm through his soft and insistent. "Zij, I really do study hard. It's just that I can't get into it. Besides, isn't a university degree just a ticket to a job? If you start earlier in the industry, you might even become a leading lady." She coaxed as she tiptoed to massage his shoulders, movements light and winsome like a fluffy kitten. Su Ruai sighed helplessly. "Have you truly thought this through? Don't be fooled by the glamour. The nights are long, boxed meals are hit or miss, being berated for a poor take is commonplace, and I cannot shield you from a director's temper. Can you endure it?" "Ah, there's that too." Zhou Huimin pursed her lips, and her brow knotted in conflict. Zhongji's, not just on Guangdao, Wandao, Daoguo, and territories across Southeast Asia, were equally sold out, tickets scarce. Media outlets vied to report. Zhongji's overturns conventional narrative. The future soldier crosses time to execute hunts and rescues. Bold in conception, merciless in pace, it stands as the inaugurating work of a new era for gang-produced science fiction. Guns and car chases, Hardman confrontations, and ice-cold beauty. The dramatic tension is cranked to the maximum, and the visual shocks detonate. Zhongji's indisputably seizes the crown of the year's gang film. To miss it is to miss a cinematic revolution. Street interviews with audiences overflowed with praise. It set my blood on fire. The scene where the robot takes on an entire police unit had me clenching my fists until they ached. Even the tanker explosion couldn't kill it. Sheer defiance of the laws of nature. The props were terrifyingly convincing. Metallic joints, hydraulic drives, even the gaze seemed electrified. I spent days reading AI headlines at home, afraid the machines might actually take over in a few decades. Zhao Yaji is so breathtaking she steals one's breath away. Even to see her for an extra 3 minutes, I'd gladly watch it again and again. Bolstered by a deluge of advertising, media hype, and spontaneous word-of-mouth, Zhongji's popularity continued to soar, with overseas dispatches arriving in flurries. In Daoguo, it had been only 2 weeks since release, yet box office had surged to 900 million yen, roughly 24 million Hong Kong dollars, second only to the early year smash Xingqiu Zhangjing. One must remember that Daoguo has always been the largest box for gang films. Dense population, strong consumption, and mature viewing habits make high grosses eminently plausible. And Su Shi Yingye had negotiated a 25% revenue share with the local distributor, meaning that in just 14 days Daoguo alone put 6 million HKD into their coffers. With subsequent screening splits to come, Wandiao's box office climbed to 8 million, Malixia 6 million, while Nanbang was even bleaker. What finally landed in Su Shi Yingye's accounts from there was almost negligible. The real windfall, however, still lay in Guangdao's domestic market and in the hands of Yingjiang buyers. At such a critical juncture, Su Ruai's simply summoned the company's senior executives for an emergency meeting. "Chairman, the most aggressive bid so far comes from Huanqiu Yingye, $1.5 million for a buyout of Zhongji's North American and European distribution rights. If negotiations succeed, they aim to bundle the global rights as well." Shi Nanxing reported crisply. Su Ruai's waved his hand. 1.5 million. I can sign off, but a single word of Zhangji's copyright is not for sale. That sum translated to nearly 11 million HKD. Affordable and acceptable. Yet the copyright was not mere fuel, it was the ember, the seed of future fire. He had already worked it out, let the heat swell again in 2 years, and the second installment would roll into production immediately. Zhangji's detonated at release. In 3 weeks it hauled in 24 million Hong Kong dollars on Guangdao alone, its final gross steadily heading toward 32 million. Add in foreign remittances from Modu and Huanqia's buyout payment, and a rough tally showed Su Rui's netted over 30 million from this single film. And the total expenditure poured into the entire movie had been only 5 million. The film industry is a perilous pursuit, lucrative as honey yet treacherous as licking a blade. An old adage circulates among insiders: 7 films lose money to break even, and only 1 turns a profit. Of every 10 productions mounted, barely 1 recoups its investment, and profitability remains exceedingly rare. Su Rui's dared to act thus solely on the strength of an unspoken confidence known only to himself. The Terminator project had already reached its conclusion. Only theatrical release, final settlement, and revenue counting remained. Yet Su Film Studio could not pause. It must strike while the iron was hot, riding this momentum to launch a new film without delay. Su Rui's ambition burned clear: to elevate Su Film Studio to the preeminent position in Hong Kong's cinematic landscape. His gaze shifted toward Du Chifeng, the director of The Terminator, who lately walked with an unmistakable swagger, his face gleaming, his eyes alight with triumph. While Hong Kong cinema had only just breached the $10 million threshold, he had vaulted past 20 million, and now surged relentlessly toward 33 million. Across the entire territory, who could possibly rival him? Du Chifeng half imagined, standing atop Victoria Peak, bellowing into the wind, any challengers? Afeng, are you acquainted with Wu Yusen? Su Rui's words snapped him back to reality. Du Chifeng nodded instantly. Very well. I've shared many a drink with Ah Sun and Ah Jing. Good. Bring him to meet me tomorrow. Su Rui spoke calmly, but with unassailable authority. Du Chifeng understood at once Wu Yusen was about to ascend, just as he himself once had. Should tomorrow's interview go well, perhaps by next month, he'd be helming a major production. Understood, Chairman. Su Rui's had prepared 3 screenplays. One bore the title Full Contact, and was earmarked for Wu Yusen's direction. Yet there was no rush. Lead actors Chow Yun-fat and Zhao Yazi were still filming The Bund at ATV. Only upon their wrap would the project officially commence. The remaining 2 projects were allocated, one to Du Chifeng, the other to Wang Jing. Su Rui's had already dispatched story outlines to the writing team as scripts had been drafted overnight, and now lay quietly before Du Chifeng and Wang Jing. Ah Jing, you've served as assistant director once. Your hands must itch for the helm. Among these 3 projects, one director's chair awaits you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Jing's eyes lit up. He nearly sprang from his chair. Thank you, Chairman. He snatched up the script. Happy ghost. Directing Full Contact would have left him flustered. Oh, but comedy. That was pure instinct. This low-budget production, financed under 2 million Hong Kong dollars, ultimately grossed 17 million Hong Kong dollars. A staggering return on investment. Du Chifeng opened his own script, The Hurricane Rescue. Indeed, it had been tailored precisely for Carrie Yang. She yearned to act, to rise to stardom, to carry a film as its leading lady. And Su Rui's understood her desire. What role suited a woman in her early 20s? Happy Ghost offered only a tentative fit. Yet what first leapt into his mind was the French masterpiece Leon the Professional, lionized across continents. Its surface shimmered with romance, yet beneath flowed a fraught, dangerous dynamic between a 16-year-old girl and a middle-aged assassin. The more Su Rui's contemplated it, the more uneasy he grew. He simply could not abide seeing Carrie Ng pouring her heart out on screen to a grizzled, bearded man, twice her age. Instantly vetoed. The Hurricane Rescue felt far more comfortable. Its premise was stark and visceral. A rebellious daughter traveling abroad is kidnapped. Her retired special forces father erupts into action. Alone he storms across 5 continents, shattering every barrier, determined only to bring his daughter home safe. The father's identity was set as a former elite operative of Lone Wolf Shield Security, a subtle nod to Throughout the rescue operation, the Lone Wolf team operated at full capacity, demonstrating professionalism while building reputation, state-of-the-art equipment, unwavering camaraderie, absolute mission fidelity, and client-first ethos. The daughter's role naturally belonged to Carrie Ng. And for the stoic, resolute father, there was only one choice: Arnold Schwarzenegger Mingda. Though Wu Mingda was not yet 30, a subtle transformation would render him indistinguishable from a hardened action hero. And after The Terminator's explosive success, audiences had already cemented him in the archetype of the stoic, unyielding man. Following The Terminator's phenomenal success, morale at Su Film Studio soared. Every staff member clutched their bonus envelopes, grinning ear to ear. Most had defected from Shaw Brothers, where they knew Mr. Shaw's frugality all too well, penny pinching to the bone, stretching every dollar into 8 fragments. Ordering the cheapest catering for shoots only to trigger mass gastrointestinal illness across the crew, resulting in medical reimbursements and costly delays that ultimately cost hundreds of thousands more. By contrast, Chairman Su was refreshingly generous. Excellence earned excellence in reward. Word spread that the studio would soon launch 3 productions simultaneously and expand its workforce. Staff brimmed with energy, eager to earn multiple bonuses. Meanwhile, Wu Yusin sat glum, fingers gripping a freshly delivered newspaper, his atoms apple bobbing, as he murmured 24 million Hong Kong dollars. A flicker of astonishment crossed his brow, his eyes shimmered with quiet awe. Just 6 months earlier, Hong Kong's film industry had fiercely debated whether breaking the $10 million mark constituted a monumental achievement, regarded by all as an insurmountable peak. Then the Terminator arrived like a thunderclap, shattering every record, surging past 20 million in mere weeks, its box office heat still blazing, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at 30 million. For years to come, no one will dare approach All Things benchmark. He murmured softly, half genuine joy for his longtime friend, half a heavy weight pressing upon his chest. 3 years prior, he had burst onto the scene with Money Crazy, but that brilliance had flared too fiercely, extinguished too swiftly. His subsequent films flopped consecutively, collapsing both critically and commercially. He longed to craft authentic gunplay cinema, to etch the arc of bullets, the spray of blood, the solitary silhouette of a man into celluloid itself. Yet Cathay Organization offered only comedies, piles of slapstick gags, leaving him increasingly hollow. His ideals were sealed inside a can. Reality refused even to twist open its lid. Now he could scarcely wait for his next offer. As his thoughts drifted, the telephone on his desk rang sharply. Ding. Hello, this is our phone. Du Chifeng. Wu Yusin's lips relaxed, a smile rose to his face as he nodded. Congratulations. Congratulations indeed. I just checked the paper. The Terminator has already hit 24 million Hong Kong dollars. At this pace, 30 million Hong Kong dollars is virtually assured. Ha ha ha. Too kind, too kind. Du Chifeng's laughter rang hearty, then lowered to a conspiratorial hush. Brother Wu, free tonight. Invite Ah Jing. We'll meet at our usual spot. Something urgent to discuss. What's so urgent it can't be said over the phone? A good thing, guaranteed to make you laugh out loud. You absolutely must come. That evening, the three squeezed into a bustling Dai Pai Dong in Sham Shui Pa. Du Chifeng and Wang Jing glowed with vitality, tapping chopsticks against bowls while humming tunes. Wu Yusin alone sat silently, idly spinning a beer bottle cap, his gaze distant. Asin, tonight your brothers bring you a massive red envelope. Wang Jing grinned, breath laced with wine and quiet pride. What red envelope? Wu Yusin raised an eyebrow. Why do those two look as if they've swallowed honey? Du Chifeng snapped, and it was understandable. But Wang Jing is only an assistant director. No matter how erect he stands behind the camera, the audience might not even remember his name. Mr. Su has picked you as director for the new film. Isn't that monumental news? Du Chifeng blinked, his smile betraying a sly delight. Mr. Su. Wu Yusin was momentarily stunned, his mind still spinning. Then in the next instant, his pupils constricted, breath halted, and he stared fixedly at the two of them. Mr. Su Ruiz of Su's film. His heart thudded against his ribs, hot and fast. Right, that's our chairman. Wang Jing slapped his thigh, grinning so broadly his eyes nearly vanished. He loved watching Wu Yusin look struck by lightning and unable to believe it. He chose me to direct. Absolutely. Wu Yusin exhaled in a long, relieved breath. His tight shoulders finally slumped, and a smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Su Ruiz. A month ago, that name had been like a dust-covered pearl, ignored and unremarked. After the Terminator premiered, anyone who still did not know Su Ruiz ought to pack up and leave the island's film circle. The helmsman of Su's film, the owner of Su Cinema chain, a major shareholder of Asia Television. Merely dropping those 3 titles made the entire island's film world quake. An undisputed titan of the entertainment realm without rival. It was because Su Ruiz had singled out Du Chifeng at a glance and entrusted him with the Terminator's directing reins that Du leapt from obscurity to a marquee name. My turn. Did Mr. Su personally choose me? Wu Yusin's hand trembled as he tipped his chin back and gulped half a bottle of cold beer. The chill rushing from his throat to his head quelled the trembling excitement. What genre does Mr. Su want you to shoot? Please, not another comedy, he blurted, eager and anxious. He had grown weary of forced smiles and contrived laughter. He wanted films where bullets whizzed by the ear, glass exploded into showers of shards, and men strode through flames. Those were the violent aesthetics that had burned in him for 10 years. The comedies are already handed to offing. Wang Jing waved a hand. Your film is called Across the Four Seas. We haven't seen the script yet, but from what I've heard, it's definitely an action blockbuster. He added quickly, but whether the film ultimately becomes yours still has to be finalized with the boss tomorrow. If the boss shakes his head, haha. Wu Yusin's Adam's apple bobbed and his fingertips tightened minutely. At the same moment, Zhou Huimin leapt for joy when she heard she could be in the film. She tiptoed and threw her arms around Su Ruiz's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. Her face flushed crimson. She tore off toward the dormitory to tell Li Lizhen the good news. Ajun, Brother Zhe agreed to let me be in the movie and in the female lead. Really? Li Lizhen's eyes widened. Already the lead? Yes. The male lead is Wu Mengda. He plays my father in the film. As she sketched out the rough plot, clutching the script and giggling, she already pictured posters plastering Kowloon, her name gleaming in gold, like Zhao Yaji, famous throughout the territory. Li Lizhen listened with envy pooling in her eyes. So many had slaved away as extras on set for 5 years playing corpses until their muscles stiffened, yet never snagged a single line. But Zhou Huimin, just out of her school uniform with 0 acting experience, had vaulted straight to the starring role in a big production paired with the hottest hard-edged star Wu Mingda. What could Li Lizhen say? She could only bite her lip and sigh. Having a good brother is truly lucky. The thought of him as a beloved brother rose in her mind, and immediately a sourness welled in her chest. She also yearned to stand under the spotlight to hear the audience scream. In facial features, Zhou Huimin was indeed delicate, but in figure Li Lizhen considered herself taller and more proportioned. A woman's private discontent arrives swift and fierce. She dropped her gaze to her shoe tips and suddenly clenched her fists. She leaned toward Zhou Huimin, her voice syrupy. Amin, does the film still have any small roles? Even an extra would do. Let me try, please. Being a star was dazzling. A single film could earn tens of thousands. A top-tier talents could command tens of thousands per episode. Zhou Huimin said Zhao Yazi's fee for the Terminator rocketed to 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. She was currently busy on a new drama and had just pocketed 200,000. Stardom yielded money fast, villas to live and imported cars to drive, and Li Lizhen's eyes shone with longing. Facing the pitiful young girl before her, Zhou Huimin softened and sighed. I can't decide that role myself. Brother Zay has to give the nod. Then, will you take me to see Brother Zay? Amin, I'm begging you. All right, stop tugging my arm. Oh, I said. Yes, didn't I? Wonderful. You're the best. At dawn, Yingwen in a thin-strap dress fried eggs and stirred porridge in the kitchen for Su Rui's. The bedside phone rang abruptly. Su Rui's half-awake reached for the receiver. Hello. Boss, something happened. Jin Mahu is gone last night. The voice on the other end was Ho Weidong. Su Rui's head was still groggy. He stared blankly for several seconds. Jin Mahu. Who is that? That nickname sounds ridiculous. He frowned and muttered. Li Yunhu, the blood nephew of Li Binshan, the figurehead of Xinzi Dui. Oh, Li Binshan's nephew. If he's dead, fine. How did it happen? A car accident. But word is that Lu Zayatang's young master tampered with his car. The brake line was cut. At those words, Su Ruai snapped, fully awake, jolting upright, and banishing sleep. Li Binshan had no son and treated this nephew like his own blood. Rumors even whispered of something improper between him and his sister-in-law. Over the years, he had groomed Li Yunhu as his heir, never withholding resources, face, or influence. Now the man had suddenly been killed, allegedly by the son of a rival. Li Binshan might be poised to overturn Tunman. What exactly happened? Su Rui's asked in a low voice. After Ho Weidong's detailed account, the situation became clear. 2 second-generation gang signs had torn each other apart over a woman. Li Yunhu had set his sights on Lu Ziojia's girlfriend, arranged a meeting to fight and beat the rival until his face was bruised, ultimately carrying the girl home. Lu Xiaojia could not swallow the humiliation. He discarded the woman and hired someone to tamper with Li Yunhu's sport. That night, Li Yunhu got drunk, holding the girl as he tore down Tunman Avenue, howling and singing utterly unconvinced. A sharp turn, no brake. His car flipped into the greenery. When the police pulled them out, both were dead, their bodies. After hearing the sordid details, Su Ruai spat, incredulous at drunk driving, but even more at their being found naked. Looks like Tunman will be stained with blood. Understood. Him hanging up. He set down the phone and immediately called a Tian, ordering his men to keep a close watch on Xinzi Dui's movements. That was where the matter ended for now. Su Rui's had long ceased to meddle in the day-to-day of the societies. The mundane affairs were handled by a Tian and his crew. As the man at the helm, he was truthfully unfit. He had long been quietly extricating himself, reducing public appearances, withdrawing from decision-making, and steering clear of conflicts, all to pave the way for a complete retreat into the shadows. After all, who ever met a peaceful end in the underworld? One might evade danger for a time, but never forever. One might dodge a blade, yet never escape the law's reach. To cleanse oneself early is the only righteous path, just as the Hua family does today, spotless on the surface, yet still commanding the entire chessboard from behind the curtain. To become the true mastermind, pulling strings from the shadows. After breakfast, Su Ruijia entered his company, and the moment he pushed open his office door, he found Zhou Huimin already seated on the sofa, accompanied by a young woman. A pair of exceptionally long straight legs immediately drew his attention. Su Ruijia instinctively glanced. When he lifted his gaze to her face, she seemed faintly familiar, about the same age as Zhou Huimin. Though not as ethereally graceful as Amin, her figure was perfectly proportioned, her eyes bright and animated, radiating youthful vitality. Good morning, Mr. Su. I'm Li Lizhen. Upon catching Su Ruijia's glance, Li Lizhen quickly rose, her heart fluttering inwardly. This outfit had taken her hours to select. A pink blouse, paired with ultra-short hot pants, accentuating her legs' elegant length and luminous tone. Indeed, men were drawn precisely to such allure. Even a man like Su Ruijia, youthful, handsome, and flush with wealth, was no exception. Li Lizhen. A spark ignited in Su Ruijia's mind. No wonder she looked familiar. She was the female lead from the film Happy Ghost in his past life, though that was the Xianiching production. Now the screenplay remained firmly in his hands, whether it would be filmed at all and who would star in it rested entirely upon his word. He never indulged actors, steadfastly believing that opportunity outweighs effort. A great role is a ladder. Lift one person and they ascend to stardom. Even a pig, if positioned at the right windfall, can soar skyward. Even a street vagrant, given his backing, could become a global icon adored by millions. Brother Zhejian is my closest sister. Zhou Huimin interjected smoothly. Su Ruizha smiled and nodded toward Li Lizhen. Then call me Brother Zhe, just like Amin does. Yes, Brother Zhe, Li Lizhen replied, eagerly, cheeks flushing faintly. She wouldn't waste a single second of this golden opportunity to climb higher. The crew hasn't even begun filming yet. Why aren't you home studying the script and instead come barging into the office? I just wanted to soak up the set's energy early. And I've brought someone to recommend. How about Ajahn for the role of Lele? Zhou Huimin tilted her head playfully and gently nudged Li Lizhen forward. Li Lizhen blinked expectantly. She'd already learned from Zhou Huimin that Lele was the film's second female lead. Zhou Huimin's best friend, accompanying her on an overseas trip to unwind, meets a handsome young man en route and instantly loses her composure, dragging her friend along to approach him. Little does she know he is a bait deployed by a human trafficking ring luring inexperienced girls with charm alone. Both women fall into the trap together. Alas, Lele isn't as fortunate as Zhou Huimin, whose divine father stands guard behind her, so her arc ends prematurely, written out mid-story. Though the character isn't particularly likable, securing the second female lead in such a major production is a coveted position many would fight tooth and nail to claim. Yet Su Ruizha simply shook his head. That role has already been cast. The light in Li Lizhen's eyes dimmed instantly. Zhou Huimin sighed softly, her shoulders drooping slightly. How could that be possible? Who snatched the part away? Brother Zhe, why not just replace that person with Ajahn? It's only the second female lead after all. Zhou Huimin wrapped her arm around Su Ruizha's and gave it a gentle sway, her voice soft and sweet. Only the second female lead. How trivial. Deep inside, Su Ruizha sighed quietly. Ah, youth, so blind to how steep the industry's thresholds are, how deep its hidden currents run. Hundreds of extras linger daily at Hong Kong film sets, some waiting an entire month just for a 3-second cameo, and even then few ever landed. Yet Zhou Huimin, blessed with fortune, has Su Ruizha standing behind her. No sooner had she expressed interest in acting than he handed her the lead role and taken. Try replacing her with anyone else. The directorial team would have rejected them 8 times over. This girl, however, treats the second female lead as if it were a fruit dangling within easy reach, utterly unaware of how fiercely others covet Lele's position. This is a blockbuster production backed by 10 million Hong Kong dollars, produced by Su Group Pictures, the very studio that recently launched The Terminator. Even before filming began, industry insiders were certain of its success. Box office triumph, critical acclaim, and award recognition all seemed assured. Dozens of calls flooded Su Ruizha's office, all recommending candidates through personal connections. In the end, he chose Fong Min. She lacked aristocratic lineage, but her godfather's identity was formidable, Jiang Tianxing, leader of the Hongheng Triad. Among Hong Kong's four major triads, Su Ruizha considered Jiang Tianxing the only true figure of substance. In his past life, after returning north, Jiang alone lived most openly, founding Yongxing Pictures, succeeding Xianiching, and shouldering the banner of Hong Kong cinema throughout the late 1980s and early 1990s, washing clean and conducting himself with dignity. Now it was evident Jiang had long harbored ambitions to embed himself in the film industry, not merely for prestige, but also for seamless money laundering and polished financial appearances. Jiang personally called Su Ruizha, brief, direct, expressing interest in the project and requesting a role for his goddaughter. That favor Su Ruizha could not refuse, not out of fear, but because clashing over a supporting role wasn't worth straining relations. Several collaborative ventures would sustain a cordial facade far better than cold indifference, especially since Jiang had invested 2 million Hong Kong dollars outright, securing 20% equity. Su Ruizha accepted without hesitation. The film's actual production cost stood at only 5 million, meaning he effortlessly pocketed an extra 1 million from Jiang. How could outsiders discern such intricacies? The books were impeccably kept. Even Jiang himself, upon reviewing them, saw only evidence of a lavish $10 million production for Taken. At release, theater chains slashed revenue-sharing percentages, so Su Group Pictures' earnings merely shifted from one hand to the other, repackaged under a new heading. Investors, meanwhile, suffered tangible losses. Consider Harry Potter, a global phenomenon whose production company ended up operating at a loss. An absurdity, yet undeniably true. The film industry runs on treacherous undercurrents. If Jiang Tianxing truly wished to enter this arena, he would need to learn deeply from Brother Zhe. Thus, when Zhou Huimin advocated for Li Lizhen's casting as Lele, Su Ruizha could only politely decline. Take Ajahn around the company first. Let her familiarize herself with set protocols. I'll treat you both to lunch. All day, Li Lizhen followed Zhou Huimin through Su Group Pictures. She watched the general manager bow deferentially to Zhou Huimin and even Du Chifeng, Hong Kong's legendary director, knelt down to personally coach her on blocking script reading and emotional calibration, not a trace of arrogance. Li Lijian's heart tightened with envy. Why did Zhou Huimin have an elder brother shielding her, while she herself scrimped on bus fare just to attend auditions? Why could Zhou Huimin buy handbags, dine out, and watch films without counting every cent, while Li Lizhen measured rice grains to stretch each meal? That evening, Su Ruasia took them to the most expensive French restaurant in Tuen Mun, a single dinner costing 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. Li Lizhen gripped her knife and fork tightly. So this was the scorching, dazzling life of the wealthy. Damn capitalist. Her home is in Yunlong. After sending Zhou Huimin back, only she and Su Ruiz remained in the car. Ajun, do you know why the second female lead and rescue mission wasn't given to you? Su Ruiz suddenly spoke while gripping the steering wheel. Why? Li Lizhen tilted her face up, her voice soft, yet there was still a flicker of unextinguished fire in her eyes. That girl has a powerful background. Her godfather is Jiang Tianxing, the boss of the Hongxing gang, and he can call me directly. I owe him this favor. Li Lizhen lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her skirt. Godfather? Huh. Feeling disappointed. But this industry has never had the concept of taken for granted. If someone has made an investment, they deserve to get what they want. Investment in return. Li Lizhen remained silent. She understood. On Hong Kong Island without a background, it's hard to even stand firm. As an ordinary girl, what chips does she have besides herself? At this thought, her gaze subtly shifted to Su Ruiz's profile. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he almost embodied the entire image of her ideal future partner. At that moment, Su Ruiz tossed her a piece of candy, sweetened with a hook. This time the company is pushing 3 films at once. 2 female leads have already been decided, and for the remaining one I can't help but feel you are the most suitable. Su Ruiz at that moment resembled a poised cheetah holding an enticing olive branch, leading Li Lizhen step by step towards the path of stardom. Originally disheartened, Li Lijian's face was filled with astonishment, and her eyes were clouded with disbelief. Can I really play the female lead? Her voice trembled, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes shone with extraordinary brightness, fixated on Su Ruiz, filled with a thirst for opportunity. Having even been rejected for the second female lead, she was just gritting her teeth to deal with her disappointment when, to her surprise, the script for the lead role truly landed before her. Not necessarily. Su Ruiz's tone was light, like a thin layer of ice, suddenly crashing into her burning expectations. Li Lijian's expression tightened. Why? While the investment for this film doesn't compare to Rescue Mission, there are quite a few forces eyeing it. A certain investor has just made a call wanting to push his daughter for an audition. If her foundation is solid, the role will be hers. Daughter? She's probably a goddaughter. Li Lizhen scoffed internally. The reality was so stark, without a fight one would only scrape by in the mud, enduring until they ran out of oil and light, never earning a shred of dignity. Her family had endured like this, and she had long had enough of that kind of life. She wanted to rise to the top and earn astronomical paychecks. This door had already been cracked open. A chance to seize the female lead, and the spotlight, trending topics, endorsements, and press releases would all come rushing towards her. Luxury homes, supercars, high-end dresses, limited edition perfumes. All these were no longer dreams. And all of it just required a nod from the man before her. Sego, I understand now. Li Lizhen spoke, her voice steady. What do you understand? In his eyes, she was merely a girl willing to risk everything to pursue her dreams. She was willing to invest, and he would provide ample returns, a clear exchange of needs. Of course, if she truly satisfied him, he wouldn't mind providing her with a sea-view apartment, keeping her as a caged songbird for his leisure enjoyment. There were countless new rising stars in the industry waiting for his favor, countless resources waiting for his personal touch. The renowned goddesses from his past life were like rare stamps in a collection. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, he would eventually gather them all. While Su Ruiz worked overnight to polish Li Lijian's acting skills, the leader of the loyalist faction, Lu Xiaodong, was being suffocated by a dark cloud. He sat in the back seat next to his son Lu Xiaojia. You really didn't do it. Lu Xiaodong's voice was deep, his brows taut, like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Li Binshan's nephew Li Yunhu had died, and rumors spread everywhere. It was Lu Xiaojia, jealous and angry, who tampered with Li Yun's car, causing the tragic accident. But Lu Xiaojia was anxiously pounding his thigh. Dad, I may hate him, but this time it really wasn't me. He looked distressed, his eyes red. Everyone was avoiding him like the plague, not even daring to step out of his house. Then someone is targeting me. Lu Xiaodong narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger and whispering fiercely. He knew that at this point his son had no reason to lie to him. This kid may be wild, but he wasn't bold enough to poke such a hole in the sky. Clearly someone was using a knife to kill from the shadows, and the true target was Lu Xiaodong himself. Who could it be? It doesn't matter whether you did it or not, everyone outside is convinced it was you. Li Binshan believed it too. You can't stay in Hong Kong anymore, though I've got a plane ticket ready for you. You're flying to one island tonight. I've contacted some brothers from the Four Seas gang. They will take care of you. Lu Xiaodong intended to let his son hide for a while, waiting for the situation to settle before returning. He was terrified. Once Li Binshan became furious, he would truly dare to tear apart the facade and use his son as a pawn. I understand, Dad. Anyone who dares to frame me, I will destroy their entire family. Lu Xiaojia clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The traffic light turned red, and the car slowly came to a stop. At that moment, a black sedan silently pulled up beside them, the window rapidly rolling down. Lu Xiaodang glanced over only to see 4 men in the car dressed neatly, their gazes piercing like knives, all focused on their vehicle. Lu Xiaotang's brow twitched, alarm bells ringing in his heart. In the next moment, several gun barrels suddenly protruded from the window. His pupils dilated, and he shouted sharply, "Get down." Da-da-da, da-da-da. 4 assassins, 2 handguns, and 2 AKs unleashed a storm of bullets, instantly shattering the car windows into a web of cracks. Lu Xiaojia, sitting closest to the driver's seat, was hit and collapsed on the spot, blood spraying everywhere. The bodyguards and driver in the front seat didn't even have time to draw their guns before they fell into a pool of blood. The guards in the back car finally rushed to respond, raising their guns to fight back. Due to Li Yunhu's death, Lu Xiaodang had already doubled the manpower, each equipped with a gun, but tonight they faced ruthless characters willing to risk it all. The 2 AKs turned their muzzles, unleashing a full barrage, crazily suppressing the rear vehicle. Ha ha ha, come on. A bulky assassin with a face full of roughness wildly swept his AK, the dense firepower pressing down on the guards to the point they couldn't even raise their heads. They were Lu Xiaodang's men, but they were not loyal warriors willing to die for him. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, a few simply turned back into the car, stepping on the gas, and sped away. Wrap it up, Ahu. TCH, a bunch of soft-shell shrimp. The assassin called, who spat, shook his gun, and got out of the car with his companions. He roughly flipped open Lu Xiaojia's body, revealing the blood-soaked Lu Xiaodang underneath. His chest riddled with bullets, a gaping wound on his neck, his chest heaving violently, blood frothing from his mouth, his eyes wide open, filled with horror and unwillingness. Opening his mouth, his voice trembled light as a feather falling to the ground. You guys. Boss Lu, I've long admired your name. Please tell King Yin I am Tony. Before the words fell, a lean, tight-shouldered assassin had raised his arm, aiming the gun, the dark muzzle steadily pressed against Lu Zayatang's forehead. Bang! The next morning, Su Rui's turned over and sat up from the warm embrace, his eyelids twitching violently upon hearing the news. Lu Xiaodang was taken out. Who did it? It hasn't been confirmed yet. Last night, he and his son had just arrived at the airport when they were ambushed. He was shot 4 or 5 times, with the most vicious shot hitting him right in the forehead, dropping him dead on the spot, without a breath left. The situation at Zhongzi Stack has already exploded. As Ho Weidong's words fell, Su Rui's looked up at the ceiling, silently smiling wryly. What kind of fate was this? Specialized in taking down the big shots. Yang Gufa's recognition of him as the boss came just as he was gone. They had just replaced Lu Xiaodong, and now he lay dead at the airport. Indeed, the protagonist's luck was too strong. Whoever sat atop him would not survive beyond 3 episodes. Soon Su Rui stepped into the headquarters of the Lone Wolf. In the conference room, Ho Weidong, Huotingen, and Old Pao were already seated waiting. After he took his seat, he spoke. Lu Xiaodang was assassinated. Even though the mastermind has not surfaced, the forces in Tunmun are all involved. Xinzi Stack is the most suspected, and Lianxing may not be innocent either. Zhongzi Stack is now leaderless, with internal strife imminent, just like when Yitzi Stack fell apart years ago. Xinzi Stack and Lianxing will definitely not sit by idly. Tunmun is about to change. Right now we need to strategize how to navigate through this chaos, and where to go. What are we strategizing about, boss? With Lu Xiaodang dead, Zhongzi Stack is now a piece of unclaimed meat, and your rise to power is perfectly timed with heaven, earth, and human harmony. Huotingan nodded in agreement. The monkey speaks the truth, but I concur. When Lu Xiaodang was alive, we had to tread carefully. Now that he is dead, who in Tunmun can match your strength? Everyone voiced their agreement, their tone resolute, and without hesitation. With the weapons, manpower, and power they possessed, the leaders of Zhongzi Stack were truly not a match for them. Yet Su Rui slowly shook his head. The leader of Zhongzi Stack needs to be contested, but it cannot be me who sits upon that throne. I plan to push a Tian up there. He had long decided to retreat behind the scenes. Initially, he joined the gang to leverage its power. Now the gang had become a burden. If he didn't wash himself clean, he would eventually be dragged into the mire. However, he also did not want to lose the foundation of Zhongzi Stack. Some things could be done more efficiently and ruthlessly in the underworld than in the lawful world. Thus, he learned from the Hua family, supporting a spokesperson in Zhongzi Stack, while he turned to running legitimate businesses, capital in his left hand, firepower in his right, bridging both the dark and light sides, embedding his influence into every inch of Hong Kong Island. At the same time, in the main hall of Xinzi Stack, Li Benshin's face was ashen as he sat in silence, facing his advisor. Lu Zayatang's old fighting rooster is dead. The whole of Hong Kong is saying that it was me who did it. Nonsense. Just because I have a grudge against him doesn't mean I would send him to the afterlife over this little grudge after decades of friendship. Damn, who did it? I will hunt down his entire family and make them change their surname to Li. Li Benshin slammed the table, pacing back and forth in the hall, the veins on his forehead bulging. His nephew had just died, and he was waiting for Lu Xiaodang to give an explanation. If not for a life, at least he had to break his son's legs and give up a territory as an apology. Who knew that before the negotiations could even begin, Lu Xiaodang was shot in the head first. Several gang leaders called him overnight to inquire, and Li Binshan felt an injustice that made him smoke with anger. Boss, we must find out who the real culprit is to clear your name. But the pressing issue is Zhongzi's stack. I've heard that the people under Lu Xiaodang are already shouting for blood for blood. They might come into our territory tonight. Why not take the initiative? The advisor's gaze was sharp as he spoke decisively. The rules of the underworld have always been this way. When the leader dies violently and succession is uncertain, whoever avenges the boss is the most qualified to take over. The leaders of Zhongzi's stack would surely fight to the death to hold on to Xinzi's stack for the sake of position. Enough. Li Binshan snorted coldly. Since heaven has given me this opportunity, I can't care about what is right or wrong anymore. He was very clear in his heart. Once Zhongzi's stack disbands, it would be the perfect window for Xinzi's stack to burst forth and swallow it whole. By taking down Zhongzi's stack, the underground landscape of Tunmun would be redrawn, and with Xinzi's stack standing alone, Li Binshan would become the true underground emperor of Tunmun. Ha ha ha. Just as his laughter had not faded, a commotion suddenly arose outside the hall, and a young brother rushed in, rolling and crawling. Boss, something bad has happened. The police have arrived. Moi. Li Binshan frowned, and upon raising his eyes, he saw a team of police officers stepping through the door, led by the chief inspector of Tunmun's anti-triad unit, Miao Zhixuan. Li Binshan recognized him. Li Binshan, we have received a formal report that you are suspected of being involved in a murder case. Please come with us to the police station to assist in the investigation. Miao Zhixuan's face was as serious as water, dealing with it officially. What? Li Binshan's face instantly. Just as he was about to mobilize his men to swallow Zhongzi's stack, the police barged in at this critical moment. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon, always pinching him when he reached out? News of Li Binshan being taken away by the police spread to Zhongzi's stack in less than 2 hours. The leader Lin Guiyang immediately summoned the other three, gathering at the main hall. As soon as the 4 chairs were set up, a Tian pushed the door open and all eyes in the room turned to him. Where is Su Rui's? Is he not coming because he looks down on us? One of the Jia Fit people, Wang Hongdong, frowned, his finger heavily tapping on the table edge. Brother Zhe had something urgent come up and sent me to listen to all of your instructions. A Tian's voice was not loud, but steady like a ballast. Bang! Wang Hongdong slammed his palm on the rosewood table, causing the teacups to jump half an inch. Good. Su Laoda's attitude is getting higher and higher. Such an important meeting, and he actually sent a young kid to deal with us. Does he really not take us seriously? The other 3 Jia Fit people also tensed their jaws, and a suffocating anger filled the air. Brother Zhe's intentions are very clear. The 4 bosses will make the decision whether to fight or to negotiate. He will listen to all. A Tian lowered his gaze, his tone flat, without a hint of flattery or retreat. The 4 exchanged glances, Lin Guiyang and Wang Hongdong especially silent, their eyes swirling with unspoken calculations. Lu Xiaodang was dead. Who wouldn't want to sit in the empty dragon chair that had just become available? Su Rui's was still inexperienced and couldn't stir up any waves, but if he nodded to support someone, that person would essentially hold half a ticket to entry. At this moment, winning him over was more advantageous than tearing faces. A Tian, acting as a substitute, took the last seat. The most senior Lin Guiyang slowly spoke. Lu Laoda was most likely taken out by Li Binshan. He paused and glanced over everyone. Let's not fight over the chair for now. The top priority is to avenge Lu Laoda. Xinzi's stack must pay blood for blood. Do you all agree? Wang Hongdong and the others nodded in unison. They spoke decisively. This great righteousness no one dared to be vague about. Lin Guiyang continued. I just received news that Li Binshan has been detained by the police. At least he won't be able to show up for 24 hours. Right now, Xinzi's stack is like a headless snake, biting recklessly and cannot protect itself. This gap is our opportunity. Take down Xinzi's stack and burn paper for Lu Laoda. As the words fell, the other 3 furrowed their brows. The reasoning is sound. But the Xinzi DUI is not a... Li Binshan has gone in, and underneath them are dozens of stubborn hall masters and hundreds of desperate men. They think they can swallow the whole meat just by relying on the Zhongzi DUI. Wang Hongdong sneered, tapping his fingers on the table. Lin Laoda, don't paint a pie in the sky to satisfy your hunger. He and Lin Guiyang have never gotten along, and now with the leadership position hanging in the balance, the rift is even more ingrained. Unexpectedly, Lin Guiyang smiled, instead of getting angry, slowly uttering 4 words. He Lian Sheng. Join forces. He Lian Sheng. The table fell silent. In the Tunmun area, the only 3 families that truly have a reputation are Zhongzi DUI, Xinzi DUI, and He Lian Sheng. Hongxing and Dongxing are merely waving flags to claim territory and bluffing. The other small gangs can hardly get their names heard by the big bosses. The 3 major forces have been at a standstill for many years, ostensibly belonging to 14K, but in reality undercurrents are surging. Lu Xiaodang and Li Binshan have been close since their early years, and the 2 families have joined forces to keep He Lian Sheng gasping for breath. But now, the 2 DUI have turned against each other. The iron chain has snapped. Gui Tian personally sent someone to invite us to form an alliance. Each side will seize its own territory, and the Xinzi DUI must be eradicated. Lin Guiyang did not even lift his eyelids. The old matter of dividing the Yizhi DUI seemed to resurface. Wang Hongdong's face suddenly turned pale, cursing fiercely in his heart. Damn it, Lin Guiyang has already colluded with He Liansheng. If this battle is won, all the credit will go to Lin Guiyang, and I fear I will be pushed out of the Longmen. What to do? I agree. Count me in. The other two bosses had already made their decision. Wang Hongdong swallowed hard, his gaze suddenly fixed on a Tian who had been silent. A Tian only remembered Su Ruiz's words before leaving. Stir the waters of Tunmen as murky as possible. I agree. He raised his eyes, his voice clear. So what if we come from the same root? The Xinzi DUI killed Lu Laodao, which is akin to trampling on the rules. Joining forces with He Liansheng is unavoidable, but it is also the only way to survive. If Lu Laodao is watching from above, he should understand. Those who are alive must first settle the accounts. With 3 votes cast, Lin Guiyang raised his eyebrows, feeling a weight lift from his chest. If this matter succeeds, his prestige in the Zhongzi DUI will be unshakable. Then, let's take action. As long as the Xinzi DUI stands, Lu Laodao's spirit cannot rest. As soon as the order was given, the men from the Zhongzi DUI surged out like a tide. Thousands of men wielding machetes, iron rods, and steel pipes rushed out from nightclubs, mahjong parlors, and underground gambling dens, forming a dark mass as they charged into the streets and alleys of Tunmen. The territory of the Xinzi DUI has always been built on the edge of a knife, gambling houses, smuggling cigarettes, and liquor loan shark stalls, horse racing, drug dens. At 11 o'clock at night, the streets were sparsely populated when suddenly hundreds of gangsters rushed in with weapons, causing pedestrians to scream and flee. Under the streetlights, the glint of blades flashed like the white teeth of wild dogs. Amidst the chaos, the Jianghu crumbled. Bang! A bar door was kicked open, splinters flying everywhere. Dozens of young men from the Zhongzi DUI rushed in, smashing anyone in a blue shirt and attacking those with bottles, clearing the place in the blink of an eye. Leading the charge, A Biao stepped onto the bar counter, looking down at the cowering younger members of the Xinzi DUI, grinning. We're hitting the jackpot. This place will be known as Zhong from tonight. And it wasn't just this one. More than a dozen venues under the Xinzi DUI came under attack simultaneously. They quickly recalled their outside personnel for defense, and just as the call was made, static erupted from the walkie-talkie. He Liansheng's men had also moved. The 2 major gangs had signed a blood contract. The Xinzi DUI must die. Miao Zhishuan, head of the Tunmen Anti-Black Operations Unit, was taking a sip of cold tea when he received the first report of the incident. When he looked up again, the entire jurisdiction had turned into a powder keg, street shootout, stores being smashed, black cars racing through the streets. He stared at the flood of emergency call locations on the screen, his face dark as a pot bottom. Dogs biting dogs. Indeed. But if the bites are too vicious, the splatter will hit the police badge. All personnel on alert. Military, traffic, riot, police assemble immediately. No one is allowed to act without my orders. Rough estimates indicated that over 3,000 gangsters were caught up in the melee. The total police force in the area likely wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps in their blades. They could only wait. Wait until the blood flowed enough, wait until the victor was determined, then the police could enter to collect the bodies, take statements, and seal the scene. This time Miao Zhishuan was bound to face a huge setback. Damn, we've all been used as guns. That bastard Gue Tian, I must skin him alive. Miao Zhishuan's face turned ashen, while Gue Tian was basking in the spring breeze of success. Messages of victories for his subordinates kept pouring in. Large swathes of the Xinzi DUI's territory were falling into He Liansheng's hands. The Xinzi DUI was on the verge of collapse. That old fighting cock Lu Xiaodong, that elusive old fox Li Binshan, have pressed me for over a decade, and finally I've caught the opportunity to take them all down. Gue Tian laughed loudly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. This move by the boss is extraordinary. Let them bleed each other, and well, just pick up the pieces. One of the lieutenants beside him grinned, giving a thumbs up. No one knew that the great fire in Tunmen was all ignited by Gue Tian himself. First, using the old grudge between Lu Xiaojia and Li Yunhu as a pretext, take out Li Yunhu, then push the blame onto Lu Xiaojia. Right after, uproot Lu Xiaodang and his son, and dump the dirty water onto Li Binshan's head. Now the feud between the Zhongzi DUI and Xinzi DUI is more solid than steel, impossible to break. He turned back and pulled in the Zhongzi DUI to jointly divide the aftermath of the Xinzi DUI. The 2 major families of 14K have been manipulated by him, like marionettes, obediently following his lead. What if Lu Xiaodang doesn't die? Where would the opportunity to incite their infighting come from? Perhaps the Zhongzi DUI and Xinzi DUI would have already joined forces to drive me and He Liansheng out of Tunmen. Gue Tian's lips curled up in a cold smile, adding, wait until the Xinzi DUI completely collapses, and what's left of the Zhongzi DUI will be much easier to handle. With Lu Xiaodang dead, the few leaders of the Zhongzi DUI will fight each other until they bleed, just right for me to pull them and divide and recruit them. If we take these 2 territories, Tunmen will be at the mercy of me and He Liansheng. By then, let's see how those old fellows can still silence me. The leader of He Liansheng is elected every 2 years, and the next election will be in 6 months. He paused, a chilling glint in his eyes. They used to say my contributions weren't enough. This time I'll turn the entire Tunmen into He Liansheng's backyard, and I want to hear what they can still spit out. After arranging everything, Gui Tian turned to his strategist. What's the situation with the 3 brothers Asia? The money has arrived, and the people are hidden well. During the most intense days they will definitely not show up, the strategist replied succinctly. These 3 Vietnamese guys are quick with knives, dark-hearted and bold enough, indeed a good blade. But they are too unruly. Gui Tian frowned, his tone carrying displeasure. Recently he had set his sights on these 3 Vietnamese veterans who had sneaked in, agile and skilled with guns, never holding back in their strikes, perfect for doing the dirty work. He originally wanted to help them rise to power and use them as his close aides. But over time he discovered they were growing increasingly arrogant and their appetites were getting bigger. Gui Tian's internal alarm bells rang. No matter how sharp a knife is, if it is not held steadily, it will eventually cut into one's own hand. Boss, the Vietnamese guys are not on the same page as us. It's always good to be cautious. I have a plan in mind, Gui Tian nodded. No matter how dangerous the knife is, it still needs to be used at this moment. He believed he could manage it. What mattered most at the moment was to devour every inch of territory from the loyalty and trust factions. Gunfights sounded terrifying, but in reality, they were over in an instant. Life was not a Hong Kong drama. There were no grand duels of 300 rounds. Usually a few strikes determined the victor. Not many died, most surrendered immediately when surrounded. Thus the trust faction collapsed rapidly. By the time Li Binshan stepped out of the police station, his ears were filled with alarming news that sent his blood pressure soaring. Even if he were still around, he could not stop the impending doom. The trust faction was finished. A few days later, Su Ruasia encountered the person he had anticipated in his own territory. The strategist of the ghostly edition, Liang Zuiyu. Liang Zuiyu sat in a genuine leather chair, his gaze fixed on the young man opposite him, momentarily lost in thought. It was hard to reconcile the impeccably dressed, upright, and almost handsome man before him with the fierce character from the trust faction, Su Ruasia. He looked far too young and too refined, didn't he? With such good looks, wouldn't it be better to be in a movie? Why wade into this murky water? In truth, the name Su Ruasia resounded throughout the underworld, but those who had seen him in person could be counted on. Hello, Brother Zhe, I am the strategist of Ghostly Edition. Liang Zuiyu smiled calmly. Su Ruasia nodded slightly. Why did Ghostly Edition send you? The trust faction has fallen, and in Tunmen, only your loyalty faction and we Ghostly Edition remain. But with the internal strife in the loyalty faction unresolved, do you think, Brother Zhe, we can still confront each other head-on? Liang Ziyu's voice was steady, each word hitting the mark. The loyalty faction was now rife with internal conflict, and its leadership was undecided. If Ghostly Edition presses forward now, will the loyalty faction not repeat the mistakes of the trust faction? Just recently allied to destroy the trust faction, and now they're turning their backs. Is Ghostly Edition planning to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Su Rua's tone was flat, revealing no waves of emotion. Why pretend to be confused, Brother Zhe? Tunmen cannot accommodate 2 leaders. So what then? Boss Ghost appreciates you, Brother Zhe. As long as you lead your people to integrate fully into Ghostly Edition, your original territory will remain unchanged, plus half of the trust faction's territory. Are you here to persuade me to surrender? Unfortunately, the price Ghostly Edition offers is utterly unconvincing, Su Ruasia replied calmly. Using my own territory as bait? That's laughable. Since the trust faction has collapsed, I can just reclaim those territories myself. The loyalty faction's ship has already sunk to the point where its keel is exposed. Brother Zhe is wise, why bother sinking with it? Liang Ziyu's tone grew slightly grave. But what if I really do manage to drag this rotten ship back to the surface? Upon hearing this, Liang Ziyu was momentarily stunned. What did Su Ruasia mean? Was he really planning to fight for the position of head of the loyalty faction? But among the 5 leaders, he had the least experience and the weakest foundation. Just as Liang Ziyu's thoughts were churning, Su Ruasia suddenly laughed heartily. I was just joking with you. I have no interest in the head of the loyalty faction. I'll let Ghostly Edition rest easy. However, his conditions I need to weigh carefully. As soon as Liang Ziyu left, Su Ruasia struck a match, and the cigarette tip flared up in a burst of orange. He exhaled a cloud of blue-white smoke, his voice low, yet sharp. Does Ghostly Edition want to sit back and watch the tigers fight? Lin Guiyang, that fool has long been used as a knife by him. Ho Weidong stood nearby, nodding slightly. Even if Lu Xiaodong wasn't killed by Lin Guiyang's hand, he most likely leaked the information. That night, Lu Zayatang's whereabouts and route were all leaked by him. Su Ruasia curled his lips, smiling coldly. In the underworld, just having brains isn't enough. You also need to keep your eyes and ears open. A fisherman. Does he deserve that? I am. Get rid of him. In the main hall of Ghostly Edition, in Tunmen, Ghostly Edition was seated at the head, surrounded by 7 or 8 local leaders, all sitting upright. They had just consumed a large part of the trust faction's territory and were at the moment of stabilizing their footing and recruiting new members. But the window of opportunity was fleeting. Everyone unanimously agreed they must take advantage of the internal strife in the loyalty faction before a leader was established to uproot them in one fell swoop. If they let the other side catch their breath, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to make a move on this chess game. Big brother, I'm back. Liang Zuiyu burst through the door, his steps brisk. Ghostly Edition's eyelids twitched, and he immediately welcomed him. Speak quickly. Are the hardliners in the loyalty faction willing to jump ship to Ghostly Edition? I didn't touch Lin Guiyang. Su Ruizha Chentong and Jiang Heyun only vaguely replied, he'll think about it. Wang Hongdong softened his stance, but asked for a steep price. The original team and territory would remain unchanged. He wanted a share of the Trust faction's territory, most importantly, 5 million in cash, not a cent less. Ghostly Edition slammed the table in anger. Damn. Wang Hongdong, that hungry wolf has an appetite bigger than a dog's. After cursing, he could only tighten his jaw and say in a deep voice, agree to him. As long as Wang Hongdong turns his people against us, the loyalty faction's disjointed remnants will collapse even more completely. The other four each had their own schemes waiting for his command. Tonight the name loyalty faction would be wiped from the lexicon of the underworld. Liang Zuiyu received the order and hurried off to urge Wang Hongdong to raise the flag in defect. Ghostly Edition then immediately began to deploy and mobilize troops, heading straight for the heart of the loyalty faction. Even though the police had sounded the highest alert with all personnel halted and extra positions on the streets, even though Miao Zhishuan personally called his tone extremely low, Ghostly Edition stopped. Now it's still not too late to stop. He treated it as wind in his ears. He had waited too long for this battle. The opportunity was right in front of him. Whoever obstructed him would die. Old 8, take people to ambush on Shida Road. Ahong Xiefe Road is up to you. Fat Worm Qingshan Bay is yours to clean up. I will personally lead the team and charge into Yunxing Street to confront Lin Guiyang, that treacherous traitor. Who still remembers? Lu Xiaodang was sold by him. He was the one who stuffed the person's whereabouts into my ear. Huh. Is he even worthy to sit atop the loyalty faction's throne with his kind of cowardice? After tonight, the loyalty faction would be reduced to just a name. With a single command from Ghostly Edition, troops surged forth in 4 directions, each contingent comprised of over 1,000 people, accumulating nearly 5,000 ragtag soldiers rampaging through Tunman. Machetes flashed, iron rods danced wildly, shouts echoed in the air, resembling the rabble of a public shaming in ancient times, overwhelming even the patrolling officers. Of course, among these 5,000 people, many were mere fillers, mostly temporary street thugs who just joined in to create a ruckus. The real fighters, those who dared to struggle and withstand the scene, numbered only 300 to 400. These were the backbone of the society, the real capital that could see bloodshed. But sustaining a fighter cost a fortune each month. No matter how extravagant Ghostly Edition was, he could not afford an endless pit. He personally led the main force towards Lin Guiyang's territory. As the car door slammed shut, the engine roared. Almost at the same moment, the phone rang on Ho Weidong's side. Ghostly Edition is on the move. Which route are they taking? Towards Yunxing Street. Black Honda, last digits of the license plate. Understood. On the other side, a heavy truck loaded with dirt slowly started. The total weight of the vehicle and its cargo reached a hefty 20 tons. In the driver's seat, a man with an icy gaze and rough fingers bore an old scar behind his right ear that glinted faintly. He was Chun Xinghua, a veteran of the Lone Wolf Security Action Team, a war veteran from the Vietnam War. In this life, he was more familiar with the steering wheel than with a gun. Today, he was to orchestrate an accident. Buckle your seatbelt, hold on to the armrest, don't panic. This will just be counted as a traffic accident. We have prepared the lawyer team. I assure you, you'll get a sentence of no more than 3 years. He turned his head and spoke to the middle-aged man in the passenger seat, whose stubble was unkempt and whose sunken eyes told tales of hardship. The man gulped, took a deep breath, and nodded. What he had to do was simple: plead guilty. In exchange for 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. There was only one condition: keep your mouth shut. No matter who asks, insist. It was just fatigue, driving, and improper operation. 200,000 was enough for him to toil for 20 years as a laborer. He had struggled with the decision, but ultimately nodded. In this day and age, there were always people willing to sell their lives for money. The remaining 100,000 will be handed directly to your wife. We will take care of your 2 children until the day you get out, Chen Xinghua added. The man nodded again. He understood the weight of those words. It was not a promise, but a warning: bear the burden silently, and the whole family would remain safe. Target 2,000 meters away. A hurried alert came from the intercom. Chen Xinghua silently nodded, donned a set of professional racing gear, and pulled down the helmet visor. This fabric could withstand the tearing of high-speed collisions, serving as the last line of defense for his life. He tightened his seatbelt and turned the key. The engine roared low as the massive vehicle began to move forward, grinding along the preset route. The intercom continuously issued commands, accurately reporting the positions, speeds, and turning points of the ghostly convoy. Every detail mattered. While listening to the report, Li Xinghua quickly calculated the distance to the intersection in his mind, lightly pressing the accelerator, and the 20-ton dirt truck roared to life, gradually picking up speed. Only 200 meters to the target. The intercom blared with urgency. Li Xinghua's eyes sharpened and he slammed the pedal to the floor. The entire truck suddenly awakened like a savage beast. The engine exploded with a deafening roar and black smoke billowed from the exhaust. The body of the truck violently shook as it charged forward with unstoppable force. Ahead lay the intersection. Gui Tian was on the phone, his voice filled with determination. As Wang Hongdong, big brother, he just crashed into Lin Guiyang. Good. Keep him occupied, you'll be there in 10 minutes. Gui Tian grinned, slamming his fist on the steering wheel, as if he could already see himself sitting on the throne of Tunman. After tonight, he would reign supreme over the entire underground of Tunman. But before he could finish, a blinding white light surged towards him. Intense brightness pierced his eyes, and his vision instantly turned to searing white. Instinctively, he turned his head, catching a glimpse of a massive object barreling towards him from the left, its tires tearing at the pavement, making a shrill, piercing sound. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sound was not mechanical, but rather the dying howl of an ancient beast filled with the ferocity to crush everything as it bore down on him. Gui Tian's face drained of color, his limbs turned cold, and every hair on his body stood on end, his breath caught in his throat. Oh! The truck, a steel beast laden with sand and gravel, roared forward through the night, the chill of death piercing his spine. He opened his mouth to scream, but his voice quivered and faltered. His soul had already flown halfway away. He wanted to escape, but his legs were nailed to the ground. Too late. Li Xinghua firmly held the steering wheel, the truck's speed hitting 80, slamming Hedon into Gui Tian's Japanese sedan like a battering ram. Boom! The sound of metal tearing apart erupted as the impact overturned the car, sending it spinning, rolling, and airborne, its thin shell collapsing, crumpling, and imploding as if made of paper. A human body could not withstand such force. Bones snapped, blood splattered, and entrails burst from the cavity, painting the interior a gruesome red and white. The collision was not over. The truck pushed the wreckage for more than 100 meters until it hit a steep slope, directly rolling over the sedan. That small car was instantly crushed into a twisted disc of metal, its frame twisted into a helix, and the person inside had long ceased to resemble a human. After doing all this, Li Xinghua shifted gears and accelerated the truck, roaring away, leaving only a scene of devastation behind. Behind Gui Tian's men stood frozen in place, hundreds of them gradually gathering around the pile of mangled scrap metal that barely resembled a car. Ugh! 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 Dark red fragments littered the road, and the air was thick with the smell of rust mingled with the metallic scent of blood. The scene was too horrifying. They had cut people, stabbed, and seen severed hands and feet, but they had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle of someone being ground into flesh paste. Intestines hung from the lampposts, half an arm embedded in the asphalt cracks, brain matter mixed with shattered bones splattered across roadside billboards. No one dared to step forward or speak, feeling their scalps tighten and a chill creeping down their necks. Gui Gu. Is he really in that car? Is he dead? The crowd exchanged glances, their minds blank. What to do next? Should they still go to the loyal heap of fire cakes? At this moment, Wang Hongdong was still unaware that Gui Tian had already perished, nor did he know that reinforcements would never arrive. He was still on the street, battling fiercely with Lin Guiyang's men. Wang Hongdong, you betrayed the sect by siding with He Lianxing, worse than a pig or a dog. Lin Guiyang shouted furiously. He never expected that this former comrade would dare to bring outsiders to annihilate him. Nonsense. Wang Hongdong spat. It's you, Lin Guiyang, who betrayed our master and ancestors. He turned to the hesitant younger brothers behind Lin Guiyang, his voice booming. Don't you know how Lu Laoda died? It was him, Lin Guiyang, who personally sold the information that led to Lu Laoda's demise. Those who remember Lu Laoda's kindness, come stand with me now. As soon as these words were spoken, many behind Lin Guiyang began to whisper to each other. After Lu Zayatang's death, it was indeed Lin Guiyang who had benefited the most swiftly and securely. Lin Guiyang felt a cold sweat break out, cursing inwardly. Lu Laoda's death was indeed due to him tipping off Gui Tian, but he could not admit it at this moment. Gui Tian had no evidence, it was purely mudslinging. Wang Hongdong, even at death you still sow discord. Today I will clean house for Lu Laoda. Ha ha ha. Who dies is still uncertain. Wang Hongdong laughed loudly. Gui Tian's men are arriving soon. Oh, let's see how long you can hold on. Brothers, grab your weapons, charge. Over 1,000 people instantly clashed into a chaotic melee. Knives and clubs swung wildly, and screams erupted. At the same time, He Lianxing's fat bug had also led his team to Qingshan Bay. However, just as they turned into the street corner, they found Su Rui's had already gathered all his men ready for battle. A Tian stood at the forefront. Behind him were Dezue, Yao Chao, Rin Chan Jizai, and a Hu 4 red sticks. Further back were more than 200 tough characters wielding machetes and iron rods, all with bloodshot eyes and white knuckles, specializing in deadly work. Lastly, there was a motley crew of thugs just there to fill the ranks, collecting rents and watching the scene. Would they really fight? They could only crouch at the back and cheer. Fat Bug, the leader of He Lianxing, was one of the toughest bones under Gui Tian, his robust frame like an iron tower emanating a fierce aura that kept strangers at bay. The scar on his left cheek was particularly fearsome. It slashed down from his forehead, cutting through his eyelid, dragging to the corner of his mouth, resembling a grotesque black centipede crawling on his face. Because of this scar, the name Fat Bug had long been treated as a death omen in the underworld. He stood at the front line, scanning the dense crowd opposite him that matched their numbers, a cold smile curling his lips as he exhaled a puff of white breath. How well prepared. Unfortunately, all in vain. Then he shouted loudly, "Where is Su Ruiz?" Hiding in the back and playing mute, sending a few young punks to take the heat. Did my name Fatworm scare them so much they dove into the sewer? Ha ha ha. The little brothers behind him burst into laughter, swinging their knives and iron pipes wildly, their howls deafening and frenzied like a pack of starving wild dogs howling. Are you done? Ation did not even lift his eyelids, coldly staring at Lao Ju, leisurely inhaling the last puff of smoke, pressing the cigarette, but to the ground, grinding it into the dirt. He raised his eyes to glare at Fatworm, his voice as flat as ice. "You fat bastard, don't cry for your father and mother later. Before you shed tears, you must first ask if your bones agree with all that weight." Before he finished speaking, with a swift motion, he drew the machete from his waist, the cold gleam flashing as he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, shouting, "Let's chop them up." Last night, Su Ruiz had talked to him for a whole 3 hours, clearly stating that he wanted to step back, and that the new leader of the loyal faction would be Chintiano. At that moment, Ation's heart jolted, his fingers stiffening for half a second, but soon his blood surged to his temples. Living a life is all about excitement, loudness, and leaving no regrets. Before joining Su Ruiz, he was just a poor kid struggling to fill his stomach, squatting on the street waiting for a bite of stale food. After following Su Ruiz, he gradually became a red stick, gaining followers and standing tall. Now the position of leader was within reach. He wasn't just excited. The more excited he became, the more he wanted to carve this gratitude into his bones, one knife stroke at a time. He was well aware Su Ruiz's support was a ladder, but no matter how high the ladder was, he had to climb it himself. Today's battle was the first step on the staircase to Chun Tianyu's throne, showing all the brothers in Tunmun who is truly willing to risk their life and can bear the weight. Though Ation wasn't as strong as Superman or skilled, once he got serious, his fierceness surpassed them all. The moment his machete was drawn, a killing aura enveloped him like a gust of wind. The Big Mouth Yao and Superman Chong, who were waiting nearby, weren't willing to fall behind. They grabbed their knives and pressed their shoulders together, charging alongside Ation. The little brothers at the back had already been made clear today it wasn't about numbers, but results. Each person received a performance fee of $200 last night, and for each person they took down, an additional 500 would be awarded. With over 1,000 people in the He Lianqing faction, taking them all down would hardly yield 500,000. But who truly believed they would fight to the end? In He Lianqing, the lazy shrimp accounted for most. As long as half of the first few thugs were taken down, the remaining ones would surely tremble and flee. At this moment, the boss led the charge forward, igniting the atmosphere, with the reward heating up. A group of gangsters eager to make a name for themselves, and quick money went wild, their knives and iron pipes whooshing through the air, their throats roaring with blood-soaked howls surging like a tidal wave. Damn! As the desperate energy surged from the loyal faction, Fatworm and his underlings were instantly stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What the hell? Did this group of losers on the opposite side take drugs? Just fighting for turf, was it worth it to fight like it was a life-or-death battle? Ation took the lead, his knife falling downwards. The first strike cleaved a He Lianqing thug from shoulder to rib, causing him to drop to his knees. The second strike swept across, another one clutching his neck stumbled and fell. Fatworm's heart sank, it felt ominous. He suddenly heard a loud roar. "Fatworm, stop! I won't stop for your mother." As he was about to curse, he suddenly looked up and saw Ation covered in blood, holding a dripping machete, his eyes bloodshot, charging straight at him. Swoosh! The two clashed hard. Fatworm's back tore open, the blade carving a 10-centimeter deep gash. Blood spurted out, flesh flipped out, exposing the white, glistening fascia. Ation cleaved down Fatworm, but he also received a cut on his arm. Yet his expression remained unchanged, and he swiftly swung down another strike. Fatworm's soul nearly fled, cold sweat trickled down his temples, his heart trembled. Do today's young people truly not care for their lives? Ation was ruthless, even more so. Fatworm, however, was already feeling a bit timid. This moment of timidity shattered his momentum. His little brothers howled and pressed forward, knives rising and falling. More than 10 people fell to the ground, howling in pain. Gang fights were never won by numbers. It's about courage, that willingness to go all out. Moreover, Su Ruiz had already made it clear, take one down, 500 in cash. For this money, no one wanted to be a coward. In contrast, in He Lianqing, the only ones genuinely willing to push forward were the ones in the front row. The rest, who would risk their lives for He Lianqing? Who would block knives for ghosts? Right now, the front row was either lying down or being pushed back. Even Fatworm was being dragged away by a few little brothers. Seeing this, the back row's hearts immediately sank. Some people, without a word, stuffed their knives into their clothes and ran. Some even threw away their sticks, sprinting fast. In a matter of moments, the thousands of people from He Lianqing crumbled like paper, turning to flee, scrambling over each other, pushing and trampling, creating chaos. The situation changed abruptly. Over 1,000 people from the loyal faction erupted wielding knives and sticks, and chasing after them their roars shaking the heavens like a horde of unleashed demons. Anyone from Lianqing who ran slowly either knelt down begging for mercy or was immediately chopped down convulsing on the ground. A Tian chased down the entire street before finally stopping to catch his breath. At this moment he was soaked through, covered in blood. Some of it was from others, some from himself. 3 cuts on his arm, back, and thigh were bleeding profusely. The pain was excruciating, but worth it. This battle from now on, the name Chun Tianyu would ring loudly in Tun Mun. Tiger of Tun Mun, a name earned. Gang fights traditionally happen at night. The police are off duty, making it easier to slip away. But at this moment Wang Hongdong was on the verge of breaking. Damn, where's that ghost Tian? Seeing his subordinates falling one by one, blood flowing everywhere, Wang Hongdong stomped his feet in anxiety. No sign of reinforcements from Lianqing. Could it be that ghost Tian has set his sights on the fishermen, waiting for him and Lin Guiyang to fight to the death, then jump in to take them both out? Wang Hongdong's heart raced. Just at that moment a little brother behind him delivered a message that made his scalp tingle. What? That ghost Tian, the mad dog, died in a car crash. He was run over by a truck as soon as he left. Wang Hongdong's eyes nearly popped out, staring intently at the messenger, his gaze like that of someone watching an idiot spouting nonsense. Ghost Tian really got hit by a car. Big brother, it's absolutely true. Everyone from Lianqing has scattered. We should retreat quickly. Damn, that mad dog could have died any time, but he chose this moment to kick the bucket. Wang Hongdong kicked over the tea table, cursing loudly. Brothers, regroup. Without Lianqing holding the line, he and his small crew couldn't possibly take down Lin Guiyang, a tough nut to crack. On the other side, Lin Guiyang had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news of Ghost Tian's sudden death. What? Ghost Tian is dead. Great. Now no one could expose his collusion with Ghost Tian and the scheme to harm Lu Xiaodong. What others said was all nonsense, pure framing and slander. Wang Hongdong returned to his territory after 1 o'clock in the morning. He instructed his subordinates to keep watch at their respective locations while he, accompanied by a dozen loyal confidants, slipped into a 3-story house on the west side of the city. This was his true lair. At exactly 2 o'clock, just as Wang Hongdong lay down, a sudden roar of engines exploded outside the window. Who? He sprang up, yanking the curtains aside to look down. Blinding high beams shone down on him, dazzling him to the point he could barely keep his eyes open. In the night, 7 or 8 black cars sped towards him like ghosts. The leading riot control vehicle slammed the gas pedal, crashing through the iron gate with a loud bang, followed by the other vehicles streaming in. Screech. The sound of brakes tore through the silence. Who are you? The younger brothers grabbed machetes and iron rods, with some even pulling out shotguns. This was their nest that they had managed for many years. But in the next moment the doors of the 7 or 8 cars flew open simultaneously, and over a dozen burly men in black jumped out. All of them wore bulletproof vests, reflective tactical helmets, their masks tightly covering their faces, revealing only 2 sharp cold eyes. They were equipped with shock grenades hanging from their waists and carried short-barreled assault rifles, their gear so sophisticated it was suffocating. The younger brothers were dumbfounded. Looking down at their makeshift weapons in hand, they felt as if they had entered a modern battlefield with sticks. Someone even blurted out, "SEAL Team." In reality, this was the Special Operations Team of Lone Wolf Security, led by Lao Pao. He held his gun with one hand, the barrel angled towards the night sky, his gaze sweeping over the dazed faces, his finger firmly pressing the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. The gun spit out a flame as long as a foot, bullets whistling through the dark sky. Drop your weapons. Hands on your head. Crouch down. Yes, yes, yes. The younger brothers' legs trembled. They had never seen anything like this. With a dozen real weapons aimed at their heads, a single burst could turn the entire building into Swiss cheese. In panic, knives, guns, and sticks clattered to the ground as everyone crouched down, covering their heads in a circle. After securing the perimeter, the team swiftly infiltrated the villa, clearing floors one by one, heading straight for the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Peeking through the door, they saw Wang Hongdong huddled in a corner, trembling and firing wildly towards the entrance, his gun flashing erratically, resembling a cornered beast fighting for its life. 2 team members exchanged glances outside the door. One pulled out a cylindrical stun grenade, removed the pin, and threw it inside. Bang! It didn't explode with fire. Only a muffled sound followed by a blinding light burst forth bright as the midday sun pouring into the room. Inside, Wang Hongdong screamed like a slaughtered pig. "Ah, my eyes." Su Rui's had long issued a strict order: the living must be seen. Otherwise, what would be thrown in would be high-explosive shock grenades. Seconds later, as the white light faded, the team broke through the doors swiftly, subduing the limp Wang Hongdong. His eyes were red and swollen, streaming with tears, unable to open. He was dragged by the arms into the back of the riot control vehicle. The convoy revved back up, the 7 or 8 black cars silently departing as fast as a nightmare. The entire operation lasted less than 5 minutes, clean and efficient, leaving not a single word wasted. Meanwhile, the younger brothers were still crouched on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances, not daring to move. What? The boss has been kidnapped. It seems. He really has been taken away. Oh man. The head of a gang was actually carried away like a pig by a group of men in black, right from his own lair. What kind of law is this? The next morning, Lin Guiyang, Chen Tong, and Zhang Heiyun, 3 leaders, gathered at the headquarters of the loyalty gang. That beast Wang Hongdong. It turns out he had long since defected to He Lianxing. They had once called each other brothers, and Boss Lu treated him like a real brother, yet he turned around and stabbed him in the back. Chen Tong, furious upon hearing that Wang Hongdong had betrayed and attacked the loyalty gang, slammed the table and shouted. It's likely that he saw no hope of becoming the leader, so he simply decided to break the pot and sell himself for glory. Zhang Heiyun coldly analyzed. Even more likely is that he had long been in cahoots with Gui Tian, and Boss Lu's accident was probably triggered by him. Lin Guiyang immediately chimed in, mercilessly placing the blame for murdering Lu Xiaodang squarely on Wang Hongdong. This matter was indeed something he had done. Chen Tong and Zhang Heiyun gasped in shock. Isn't that too much? Boss Lu treated him with such kindness, how could he dare to use such ruthless means? Worse than a beast. Lin Guiyang's face tensed suddenly, as if he had been scratched by a knife, feeling this remark was aimed directly at him. But he could only pretend to be deaf and mute, letting out a heavy snort through his nose. Human hearts are hard to read. A person like Wang Hongdong I could recognize even with my eyes closed. Cold-hearted and ruthless, climbing on the bones of others, committing all sorts of vile deeds, is not surprising. Chen Tong and Zhang Heiyun exchanged glances, both sighed, and shook their heads, their little hopes gradually crumbling. Boss Lu is already gone. A country cannot be without a leader for a day, and a family cannot be without a head for a day. The position of the leader must be settled quickly. As Lin Guiyang's voice fell, his sharp intentions were revealed. What he sought was never to seek vengeance for anyone but that chair. Chen Tong and Zhang Heiyun exchanged looks, both understanding this matter could not be delayed, and at this moment the most logical person to take the seat was precisely this individual before them. By the way, where is Su Rui's? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chen Tong suddenly spoke up. Su Rui's was one of the 5 generals of the loyalty gang, but without him the matter of electing a leader would lack legitimacy. Before his words fell, a younger brother rushed in disarray, his voice trembling. Boss, something big has happened. Outside there are people everywhere. It's Su's people. The headquarters has already been surrounded. What? The 3 men's expressions changed drastically, standing up abruptly, their eyes nearly bulging out. Su Ruiz's people have surrounded the headquarters. In front of the headquarters of the loyalty gang, a Tian led several hundred people, encircling the entire building like an iron barrel. The dozens of subordinates that Lin Guiyang and the others had brought in were huddled on the steps, unable to stir even a ripple compared to the opposing crowd. At this moment, a Tian had several places on his arms, ribs, and neck wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. In last night's bloody battle, he had endured 7 knife wounds, but managed to take down a dozen of He Liansheng's thugs, chasing them for 3 streets. The nickname Tiger of Tunmen was carved out with a knife. From now on, when mentioned in the underworld, no one would call him a Tian anymore, but instead Brother Tian. But no matter how loud he was still Su Ruiz's lackey. Upon receiving the order without the slightest hesitation, he immediately gathered up to Zui Yao Chao Rin Chang Jizai, and who swiftly marching forward. What do you want? Are you rebelling? The moment Lin Guiyang and the others stepped out, they were forced to a halt by the murderous atmosphere. No one had anticipated it would turn out this way. The brothers they brought were not enough to fill the gaps, and in the blink of an eye, they had fallen into a passive position. We are not rebelling, we just want to clarify. How did Boss Lu die? A Tian's voice was low, but it struck like a stone thrown into still water. I heard the 3 of you are here to select a new leader. Then I want to ask, until the case is solved, who would dare to sit in that chair? Whoever does is stepping on Boss Lu's corpse to take the throne. Behind him, Chao Rinchang de Zui Yao Jizai, and who stood in a line with a sea of heads behind them. Standing in front of Lin Guiyang and the others, they stood straight, not blinking an eye. Bullshit. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Call Su Rui's out. Lin Guiyang roared, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The death of Lu Xiaodang was a thorn in his heart, something he could not even touch. Right now, all he wanted was to ascend to power as quickly as possible. A Tian, however, grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Our boss. Here he comes. Everyone followed his gaze. At the end of the road, 5 black Mercedes-Benz cars drove up in a row, their bodies reflecting a cold light like 5 silent black sharks. Lin Guiyang and the others were momentarily stunned. The cars stopped steadily, and the doors opened in unison. A dozen men in black suits, ties, and shiny leather shoes poured out. Their eyes were as cold as ice shards, their hands subtly resting at their waists where a hard ridge bulged. The last to get out was Su Rui's. Dressed in a finely tailored dark gray suit, the Rolex on his wrist glimmered slightly, and his shoes were spotless. Standing tall and walking steadily, the 10 or so dark figures behind him followed silently, resembling a group of sheathed blades. With every step, he took, the air tightened. Hundreds of gangsters held their breath, even suppressing the sound of coughing. Su Rui's, what are you? Chen Tong opened his mouth, his mind in a daze, nearly exclaiming, aren't we in the underworld? Are you dressing like this to negotiate a merger? Brother Tong, even the underworld needs a makeover. Su Ruiz's voice was flat, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Guyang's face. Years ago, floral shirts, bell-bottom pants covered in green dragon and white tiger patterns, wielding machetes to chase people on the streets. That was the era of the grasslands. From now on, wear suits, think smart, and let guns do the talking. Lin Guiyang and his companions twitched their lips, looking down at their wrinkled shirts and frayed jeans, then raising their eyes to the neatly dressed figures across from them. Their aura was not something that could be achieved just by shouting. Lin Guiyang clenched his teeth, taking a breath to suppress his anger. Su Rui's, what do you mean by blocking the main hall with so many people? Are you really looking for a fight? He glanced at the hands of those suited men resting on their waists. Guns, definitely guns. There were fewer than 50 people on his side. If a fight broke out, they might not even be able to gather someone to collect the bodies. I didn't come here to fight today, though I came to conclude matters. Su Rui's paused, lowering his voice abruptly. I found out the cause of Lu Laoda's death. What? Who was the murderer? Chen Tong and the others exclaimed in unison, and Lin Guyang's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his nails digging into his palm. Impossible. He could never have traced it back to me. Don't be anxious yet. Su Rui's waved his hand, his gaze turning to the stairs below. For now, we need to clarify the matter regarding Wang Hongdong. This thorn needs to be removed. You caught Wang Hongdong. The three of them trembled again. In their line of sight, two suited men dragged over a blood-soaked individual. The man was limp like mud, his face covered in blood clots, but those eyes that frame unmistakably belonged to Wang Hongdong. The three stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Just last night, this person had charged into Lin Guyang's territory with a few hundred men wielding knives. In the blink of an eye, Su Rui's had firmly pinned down Wang Hongdong. How did he manage that? So fast that not even a shadow could be seen. Thinking further, the three of them were on par with Wang Hongdong, which meant they too had been targeted. A chill ran down the back of his neck. Wang Hongdong betrayed his master, sold out his peers, and colluded with outsiders to seize the territory of Zhongzijui. What crime should he be punished for? Su Ruiz's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any fluctuation. This, Lin Guiyang and the others were instantly rendered speechless. They understood the reasoning well, but this Su Rui's before them had entirely changed. His gaze was sharp like a blade, his back straight as an iron rod, suffocatingly oppressive. Lin Laoda has the most experience. Wang Hongdong should receive a few stabs and a few holes. You understand that, right? Lin Guyang's face instantly darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. 3 stabs, 6 holes. Su Rui's suddenly laughed, leisurely clapping twice. No wonder you have been brothers with Wang Hongdong for over a decade. A stabbing from behind is done without hesitation. You. Lin Guyang's face turned the color of pig liver, his eyes nearly bulging out, staring fiercely at Su. But Su Rui's deftly changed his tone, lightly adding, however, times have changed, and the old ways of the Jianghu should come to an end. 3 stabs, 6 holes are too bloody and too barbaric. Change it to being buried alive. He said those last 2 words while staring directly into Lin Guyang's eyes. The three's eyelids twitched, their back teeth aching. Being buried alive. It was 10 times more horrifying than 3 stabs and 6 holes. This wasn't sentencing, it was clearly a warning. Wang Hongdong deserved to die, but they felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat's paw. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves, and a chill surged from their feet to the top of their heads. Next, let's talk about the truth behind Lu Ziyatang's murder. Su Rui's paused, pulling out a tape recorder from his pocket. 3 bosses, take a listen. As his voice fell, he suddenly glanced at Lin Guiyang, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. Lin Guyang's heart sank, cold sweat running down his back. At 11 tonight, Lu Xiaodang went to the airport to send his son away to the Bay Island to avoid trouble. 6 bodyguards closely followed, each armed. Haha, old Lin, as expected of Lu Ziyatang's most trusted right-hand man, even such confidential matters are shared with you. Don't worry, after taking out Lu Xiaodang, the position of the leader of Zhongzijui will be yours. Lianxing Society will fully support you. In the center of Zhongzijui's main hall, beneath the statue of Guan Gong, the tape recorder crackled, and a conversation erupted. The hall fell into dead silence. Lin Guyang's face turned as white as paper, his pupils contracted sharply, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Everyone's gaze pierced through him like daggers. The low, hoarse voice in the recording was Lin Guyang's. The other voice, slightly nasal and fast-paced, unmistakably belonged to the tone of the ghostly Tian from Lianxing Society. Good? Lin Guiyang. So it was you colluding with Tian, personally pushing Lu Laoda into the pit of fire. We took you as one of our own, and yet you are worse than a beast. Chen Tong slammed the table, shaking the teacup half an inch high, cursing loudly. Lin Guiyang, you planned the— Lu Laoda was killed by your scheme. Jiang Heiyun sprang up suddenly, his finger nearly poking Lin Guyang's nose. Bullshit. I didn't kill Lu Laoda. That recording is fake. Su Rui set me up. Don't believe them. Lin Guyang's voice cracked, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, looking as if he was about to lunge at someone. He was panicking, truly panicking. The recording was definitely not made by him. Lu Xiaodang was indeed sold out by him, and his whereabouts were leaked by him. But he only told Tian the time and place, just 2 pieces of hard information. Where did all that nonsense in the recording come from? He would swear on the ancestral tablets that the voice sounded like him, but it was not him. Lin Guiyang, are you still denying it with such solid evidence? This is clearly a conversation between you and Tian. Lu Laoda was sent to the underworld by you. A Tian stood behind Su Rui's, sneering each word like a nail. I didn't. Su Rui's, may you die a horrible death. Lin Guiyang roared, his finger pointing directly at the opponent's throat. At this moment Su Rui's raised his hand to flick away the cigarette, and slowly lifted his head. His gaze was like a tempered steel needle piercing directly into Lin Guiyang's eyes. The one who is doomed to a horrible death is you. Wang Hongdong betrayed his master and ancestors, deserving 3 stabs and 6 holes, and you. You committed regicide, conspired with enemies, sold out friends. Your crimes are multiplied by 3. 9 stabs, 18 holes. A Tian replied swiftly. Lin Guiyang trembled, all over, cold sweat soaking his back. The gazes of the little brothers below had all turned into suspicion and hatred. No one believed him anymore. But that recording, was it real or fake? Su Rui's had long had the dubbing master at the film studio repeatedly study the old recordings of Lin Guiyang and Tian's conversations, mimicking the tone pauses and breathing rhythm, achieving a near-perfect imitation. Although there were slight differences in timbre, who would have thought? These days voices could be fabricated too. No one considered that. This technological blind spot became his only escape route, yet also his irreversible doom. 9 blades and 18 caves. Or should it be like Wang Hongdong, buried alive in the ground? Fear exploded and anger backfired as he suddenly drew a handgun from his lower back, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Su Rui's forehead. Su Rui's, you are seeking death. Bang! The gunshot rang out, startling everyone in the room. But in the next second, everyone froze in place. Su Rui's remained motionless, sitting like a bell, not even a tremor in his eyelashes. Chun Tong instinctively touched his forehead, damp and sticky. Opening his palm revealed a mix of red and white, a strong stench assaulting his nostrils. Ugh! His pupils constricted, suddenly bending over to vomit. He saw Lin Guiyang lying on his back, half his head missing, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, his corpse slumped like a marionette with broken strings. Sniper! Zhang Haiyun screamed, her voice cracking. One shot had taken off half of the skull. With such force and precision, what else could it be but a high-precision sniper? Did Su Rui's actually have a sharpshooter among his subordinates? This was no longer playing with fire, it was flipping the table. In the main hall, Chun Tong and Zhang Haiyun stood frozen, their eyes fixed on Su Rui's, not daring to move their throats. The speed and venom of this young man's strikes far exceeded their decades of experience in the underworld. Could it be true what he said? The old underworld had truly turned a page. If the era of intimidating people with a big knife and loud shouts was buried in the ground long ago. Lin Guiyang's corpse, still warm blood, slowly seeped through the cracks in the bricks. The two swallowed hard, their throats tight. Su. Brother Su. Lin Guiyang colluded with ghosts, causing Big Lu's death. He deserved to die. Right? We wholeheartedly support Brother Su to take charge of the loyalty team. The 2 old men trembled as they quickly expressed their loyalty. Qualifications. Who cares about that now? Strength, accuracy, and ruthlessness are the new rules. Not bowing down. They might not even make it past the threshold. Clean this up. Su Rui's didn't bother acknowledging their words, just nodded to Li Zhendong. Lin Guiyang's corpse was swiftly dragged away, taken to the back alley incinerator, burned to ashes, ground to dust, and washed down the drain. What do you rely on to solve cases these days? With no surveillance, no DNA, no physical evidence, relying solely on a few people's testimonies. The court wouldn't accept it. Everyone in Tunmen knew who the killer was, but no one could produce solid evidence. Su. Impossible. Arrest. Not a chance. As for reputation, Su Rui's never considered it a protective charm. In the underworld, no matter how beautifully the words of kindness and righteousness are written, they can't stop others from spitting on your forehead. To establish authority, one must instill both fear and respect. Both soft and hard measures must penetrate deep into the bones. Once Lin Guiyang's affair was completely settled, Su Rui's slowly walked to the statue of Guangong, standing with his hands behind his back. Hundreds of eyes from below stared in unison, filled with reverence, speculation, and undeniable panic. From today onwards, the name Zhongzi Dui is officially removed from the underworld. The new organization is called Zhongyixin. Zhongzi Dui, Yitzi Dui, and Xinzi Dui will no longer be divided. We are now one family. And the first leader of Zhongyixin is not me, Su Rui's, but Chen Tianyu. Under the statue of Guangong, the impeccably dressed man finished speaking, and in that instant the entire landscape of Tunmen's underground forces was completely rewritten. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes tore through the night sky as several cargo vans skidded to a halt in front of the Blue Note Bar. As the doors swung open, over 100 thugs wielding swords and iron rods surged out like a tide, their boots crunching the shattered glass, shaking the ground. The newly appointed leader of Zhongyixin, the Tiger of Tunmen, Chen Tianyu, led the charge, gripping a mountain knife in his left hand, crashing through the revolving door. Even before he arrived, the wind from the blade was already upon them. Follow me. Chop them up. The 100 men behind him roared in unison, emotionless as they pressed forward like a moving iron wall crashing into the hall. Logically, a leader shouldn't personally wield a knife in battle. But Chen Tianyu's position was propped up by Su Rui's himself. If he didn't establish his authority personally, how could those underlings, the Red Sticks, and the Jia Fit people respect him? Thus in this battle he was crazier than anyone else. On the day Zhang Yixin was established, he aimed his knife at another giant in Tunman Heliansheng. Though Gui Tian was dead, Heliansheng quickly parachuted a new spokesperson into the main hall. Unfortunately, those longtime leaders, the Fat Worms, didn't take him seriously at all. Chen Tianyu had already ascertained from Ho Weidong that the Fat Worm was holed up in the bar's second-floor VIP room, hiding and too scared to show himself. Let's raid his lair. People from Hong Kong Island were used to such scenes and had already developed a survival instinct. Squat low, cover their heads, close their eyes, and wait for it to be over. People from Hong Kong Island were used to such scenes and had already developed a survival instinct. Squat low, cover their heads, close their eyes, and wait for it to be over, while also enjoying a free show watching a living Underworld blockbuster. Fuck you. Niu Li charged forward, slamming his knife sheath hard against the forearm of a Heliansheng thug. With a crisp crack, the bone dislocated on the spot, and the man screamed as he collapsed to the ground. Niu Li, once a hot-headed kid who caused trouble for Su Rui's at the Blue Ocean Bar, was nicknamed Bull Demon King. Originally a leader under the Yitzi Dui, after its dissolution, he was the first to join Su Rui's. Over the years he had been loyal without a word of complaint. As Zhang Yixin was just established, he was appointed as one of the Jia Fit leaders. The other five were all old hands of Su Rui's: Li Ziqing, Dezhe Yao, Super Strong Chong Jizai, and Dahu. As for Chun Tong and Jiang Haiyun, they had already withdrawn. If Su Rui's was in charge of Zhang Yixin, they might still shamelessly hold a nominal position, but now the leader had changed to Chen Tianyu, a kid who once only qualified to carry the flag for Zhongzi Dui. How could two old timers steeped in the underworld for 30 years bow their heads to a young punk? Unable to swallow their pride and unwilling to bear the humiliation, they simply washed their hands of it and retired completely. Zhang Yixin was just a framework at this point, with internal factions, intertwined rules undetermined, and hearts not yet united. But Su Rui's didn't wait. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot, uprooting Heliansheng entirely, making sure all of Tunman knew this land recognized only one name: Zhang Yixin. Thus, Tian and Zue Yao led the men to attack from all sides, specifically targeting the Heliansheng strongholds. Smash it! Tian shouted, and dozens of men brandished their knives, slashing at anyone in sight regardless of whether they were standing or kneeling, blood splattering everywhere. The dark lights of the nightclub flickered in and out, the deafening music still playing, yet it was drowned out by the blood splattered everywhere, and the stairs were slick with dark red as they fought from the first floor to the 5th floor, finally dragging out the Fat Worm, who was limp as a rag. Fat Worm, tonight, he'll turn you into maggots. Just as Heliansheng was crumbling and Zhang Yixin was about to swallow nearly half of Tunman's territory, in the Tunman police station office, smoke lingered and the phone rang incessantly. On the night of September 3rd, former leader of Zhongzi Dui Lu Xiaodong was ambushed by professional assassins while heading to the airport, shot 8 times, and died on the spot. On the night of September 5th, the spokesperson of Heliansheng in Tunman, Gui Tian, unexpectedly met with an accident while driving, resulting in his immediate death. The next morning, a driver of a dump truck voluntarily turned himself in, claiming he had been disoriented from working all night. His vision blurred and failed to avoid the tragedy in time. 3 hours later, former member of the Chunxi Society, Wang Hongdong, was suddenly ambushed by masked gunmen in his hillside villa, and after being kidnapped, he lost all contact. On the morning of September 6th, intelligence reports indicated that former Chunxi Society member Lin Guiyang was ambushed by a sniper in front of the Chunxi Society's main hall and fell to the ground, unable to be saved. On the same day, the Chunxi Society officially changed its name to Zhang Yixin, with its new leader being Chun Tianyu, nicknamed Tiger of Tunman. According to confidential documents, however, the real mastermind orchestrating everything was him. In an office at the Tunman police station, a middle-aged man in a senior inspector uniform pulled out a photograph and gently pushed it to the edge of the desk. The person in the photo, impeccably dressed in a suit with tranquil features, was Su Rui's. Su Rui's, 22 years old, from mainland China to Hong Kong. Founder of Seuss Film Industry, actual controller of Seuss Cinema, chairman of Lone Wolf Guardian Security Group, major shareholder of Asia Television, helm of Galaxy Capital, and a major shareholder of Butterfly Bay Real Estate. After reciting the string of titles, the female police officer in black, sitting opposite, slightly froze, her fingertips unconsciously tightening against her pants seam. Hong Kong Island, after all, is a city where wealth and rules coexist. When a person's assets have woven an impenetrable net, without irrefutable evidence, the police find it hard to even get a search warrant. 752439, am entrusting you with a top-secret mission. You need to find a way to get close to Su Rui's, infiltrate his inner circle, gain his trust, uncover the truth, and gather evidence. Bring him down completely. Commissioner, are you asking me to go undercover? Yes. This is not a short-term operation, it's a protracted battle. The opponent is shrewd, has deep connections, and operates in a wild manner. 752439, are you willing to take this on? Yes, sir. She stood up to salute, her chin held high. Since the day she swore in at the police academy, she knew that some paths were destined to be walked alone in the dark. To nail all the evils to the scaffold was the first sentence she wrote in her notebook when she entered the force. For this, she was not afraid of the blade against her neck, nor was she afraid of the abyss staring back. Another young person burned by their convictions. Yet Hong Kong Island is filled with tycoons, and if old accounts were truly dug up, even an entire office building in Central would have to be emptied. Su Ruiz considered himself clean-handed. The police had their own records of those intricate power players. Yet who would dare to uncover the dark pot unless the fire was hot enough? After the female officer turned to leave, the inspector closed the file, flipped to the next page, and tapped the table with his hand. Undercover. Of course, not just one. He had to keep a close watch on Su Ruiz himself. Zhang Yixin had emerged suddenly. It was born from the 14K Chunxi Society but absorbed the core of the Yitzi Society and the Xinzi Society, and as soon as they raised their flag they headed straight for the oldest rival, He Lianqing. In just a few weeks, He Lianqing's territory in Tunmun had shrunk by more than half. If not for the main hall quickly dispatching over 100 elite reinforcements, they might have even lost the Tunmun pier. Even so, Zhang Yixin firmly controlled 3/5 of the prime real estate in Tunmun, along the Castle Peak Road, the Butterfly Bay Business District, and the area around Tunmun Town Plaza. As for the Hong Hing and Tung Sing gangs, they were left with only scattered outposts in Tunmun, merely raising a few flags to show their presence, their influence long since marginalized. In today's Tunmun, Zhang Yixin was the very embodiment of underground order, the unspoken master in the and behind the scenes, Su Ruiz, holding both black and white resources, engaging in both politics and business, had become Tunmun's true underground emperor. At that moment, he was in his office with a Tian strategizing the next moves for Zhang Yixin. The times have changed, the old ways of gangsters need to be turned over. Zhang Yixin will primarily target the gray market, suppressing black business, where possible, and must keep everything under wraps. The most important point: immediately eliminate all flower business, leaving not a gram behind. Su Ruiz's tone was calm yet firm. Tian was taken aback for a moment and scratched his head. Brother Zay, I've long wanted to stay away from flower. But what do you mean by gray? What do you mean by black? Gray means dancing on the edge of the law. Not illegal, but just a step away from the red line. For example, real estate, construction, wholesale building materials, lumber mills, lounges, nightclubs, KTVs, and even racecourses all count. Black refers to the businesses passed down from our ancestors: gambling dens, illegal gambling, smuggling, loan sharking. All of these will now be converted to shadow operations, kept so low-key that no one can see them. Currently, Zhang Yixin boasts over 100 entertainment venues in Tunmun and holds a licensed racecourse with income as steady as the tides. They also operate 7 or 8 gambling dens catering to local laborers, bachelors, and sailors to unwind. This business cannot be banned. There are as many single men on Hong Kong Island as there are cattle. If they aren't allowed to go to the gambling dens, do you expect them to squat under the overpass at midnight doing push-ups? Over time, with nowhere to expend their energy, some have truly charged into banks with a watermelon knife, shouting, "Loan me 100,000 to buy milk tea." Thus, the gambling dens are not a tumor, but a safety valve. What the police need to manage is not shutting down shops, but ensuring the bottom line: hygiene, fire safety, fraud prevention, and extortion prevention. According to Su Ruiz's plan, all gambling dens must be comprehensively upgraded. The ladies must receive uniform training in etiquette, speech, appearance, and service rhythm. The private rooms need renovation with soft lighting and subtle fragrances to eliminate any greasy feel. The overall tone should lean towards high-end clubs, making guests feel like they're returning to their own living rooms, willing to tip 30% more. As for the flower business previously done by the Chunxi and Xinzi societies, it will be directly liquidated. If Hong Hing and Tung Sing want to take over, fine, trade it for pure births, night market stall rights, or a share of the gambling dens. To put it bluntly, the profit from selling flower at best barely multiplies a few times, but the risks behind it are not something that a few times can cover. Just wait and see. Once the negotiations in the north are settled, those who are still clinging to the flower business won't be able to escape, not a single one. We don't need to wade into these murky waters. Hong Kong Island is the heart of Far Eastern business with plenty of money-making avenues. And one more thing, starting now, the protection fees on Zhang Yixin's territory will be halted. Upon hearing this, Tian was immediately stunned and blurted out, "Brother Zay, if we don't collect protection fees, how will all those brothers below eat?" For any gang, protection fees are the lifeblood. A sudden cutoff would immediately collapse the finances. It may seem a lot on the surface, but what actually ends up in hand is less than 30%. How much can you expect from those tea restaurants, barbershops, and grocery stalls on the street? It's just a drop in the bucket. Su Ruiz looked down on these petty earnings. What troubled him more was that forcibly collecting protection fees had already angered the neighbors, tarnished their reputation, and weakened their foundation. However, we can't lose these small shops. Not collecting protection fees doesn't mean they are useless. They are a gold mine. What do you mean by gold mine? Tian's eyes lit up. Have you heard of slot machines? Su Ruiz asked. Tian was taken aback, then nodded. They were common in gambling dens, an old toy brought over from the island. Recently, I acquired an electronics factory and had it restructured. Its size reduced by half, the buttons made more user-friendly, and it was renamed Slot Machine. It's currently in production on the assembly line. You choose people to place the machines at the entrances of these small shops. They have a constant flow of customers every day, and the traffic is staggering. Explain clearly to the shop owners. Place one machine and protection fees are waived entirely. Plus they receive 10% of the gross profit as rent for the space. Tion scratched his head in disbelief. Brother Zay, can this slot machine really turn a profit? He remained skeptical, yet Su Ruijia's confidence sat as heavy and unshakable as a stone weight in his chest. Who among us doesn't harbor a gambler's instinct? Everyone dreams of turning a small stake into sudden fortune, a single stroke of luck to reverse their fate. That very craving is precisely what the slot machine preys upon. They'd never dare step foot inside an illegal gambling den, but crouching by the entrance of a convenience store for 2 quick spins. Who would even call that gambling? At most it's just harmless amusement. And consider foot traffic. Over 1,000 small shops across Hong Kong combined generate far more bustle than 10 gambling dens, more than 100-fold. Go immediately and survey the territory under Zhongyi Xian's control. Identify every location suitable for placing slot machines. Large venues like nightclubs, lounges, banquet halls, and hotel lobbies, smaller ones like barber shops, tobacco kiosks, herbal tea shops, and hardware stores. Anywhere people pause, wait for someone, or buy a pack of cigarettes, all qualify. Got it, Brother Zay. Tion whirled around and dashed out to inventory storefronts. Within 24 hours he returned with a tally over 120 eligible shops within Zhongyi Xian's domain. Shop owners listened and instantly agreed. No protection fees. A steady 10% net profit. Just a palm-sized patch of floor space required. Who could refuse? Thus the sleek new slot machines surged onto Hong Kong's streets and alleyways, swiftly becoming the city's latest obsession. In truth, they were engineered solely to fleece children and those lured by petty gains. When Su Ruijia acquired the garment factory and toy factory, he had also quietly absorbed an obscure electronics contract manufacturer. Using arcade machines from the future as reference, he instructed the factory's master craftsmen to redraw schematics, simplify circuitry, and replace bulky casings, transforming clunky vintage fruit machines into lightweight, intuitive slot machines. Frankly, the technology was rudimentary, costs slashed to the bone, mass production effortless. The factory warehouse already overflowed with sealed cartons of brand new units awaiting Su Ruijia's signal. That very day, Tion hauled them away and installed them overnight in bars, barbershops, and convenience stores. Tion dared not slack on Brother Zay's orders. He and his men patrolled daily, monitoring machines, observing footfall, gathering feedback. In Blue Ocean Bar, the very first turf where Su Ruijia built his empire. Inside the bar, deafening music pulsed like thunder against the skull. Lights flickered wildly. A group of young women tossed their hair in shrieking unison. Guests were swept into rhythm within 3 seconds of stepping through the door. But today, as patrons pushed open the door, they found several gleaming crimson machines lined up crisply at the entrance. Hey, what's this new gadget? A man in a leather jacket paused mid-stride. It's called a slot machine, the hottest novelty in town. Americans and Europeans play them everywhere. It truly prints money. A woman in hot pants chimed in with a dazzling smile, her long pale legs shimmering hypnotically beneath the colored lights. Go on, handsome, give it a try. Her gaze fluttered, his Adam's apple bobbed. He nodded instinctively. How do I play? Dead simple. Insert a $1 coin here, pull the lever. That's it. He obeyed. With a sharp click, the lever snapped back, and 5 spinning reels blurred into motion: tiger, lion, elephant, black bear, gray wolf, each icon flashing in rapid succession. Ding! All 3 final windows locked simultaneously onto golden tigers. Clatterrush. Coins cascaded from the payout chute like a glittering waterfall, piling high into the tray with a metallic chime. Whoa! The woman leapt first, her scream shattering the ceiling. Perfectly timed to ignite the room's electric atmosphere. The man stood frozen, eyes wide as saucers, staring dumbfounded at the heap of coins, hands hovering uselessly at his sides. Are all these mine? Absolutely. You hit the jackpot on your very first try. Your luck is blazing hot. She beamed, honey sweet. Ha ha ha, brilliant. I actually won. All of it's mine. Ha ha. And he scooped up the coins, grinning wildly, his roar vibrating the glass windows, immediately drawing a crowd of 7 or 8 curious onlookers. Word spread fast, $1 exchange for dozens. The crowd stirred. Eyes gleamed, palms grew damp, feet edged unconsciously toward the machines. If it's this easy to make money, I'd nail it too. Lose only $1, but win tens of times over. Many felt an itch deep in their chests. Once greed surfaced, restraint vanished. They rushed to the bar counter to exchange coins, as some even slapped down $100 bills, clamoring for change. Coins clinked, voices swelled. The bar buzzed louder than ever before. Alas, space was tight, only 6 machines fit inside. Want to play? Join the queue. At the corner barbershop, business thrived. So much so that 4 or 5 customers often waited outside, squatting patiently. Punk-haired youth spotted the new machine at the doorway the moment he arrived. Boss, what's this thing? Since when did the whole street sprout these out of nowhere? He looked barely 17 or 18, still dressed like a student though long since dropped out. His arms and neck were plastered with garish tattoos, an awkward imitation of Underworld swagger. He hadn't even brushed against the fringes of the Triad world. Instead, he loitered near school gates extorting protection money from students, and still had to beg for scraps. Yet somehow he truly believed himself a rising figure. And how should I know? Zhongyi Xian's men brought it this morning, said it's for guests to pass time, have a little fun. The barber spoke curtly, clearly holding no fondness for the black-clad beetle-nutchwing enforcers. And still he held no objection to the slot machine itself. Zhongyi Xian had made their terms clear: as long as the machine remained undamaged and unstolen, protection fees were abolished. And moreover, he'd skim a cut, free money after all who'd say no. All the barber wanted was peace, steady haircuts, honest wages, no rowdy thugs overturning chairs or scaring off customers. And at the mention of Zhongyi Xian, the punk's face stiffened. He forced a nervous chuckle. And who in Tun Mun didn't know Zhongyi Xian? And the undisputed kingpin among local gangs, recently having crushed Walin Sheng so thoroughly that half their territory had evaporated. Their leader, Brother Tian, was even fiercer, personally leading a raid into the rival's stronghold and cleaving Walin Sheng's top enforcer Fat Worm in two with a single blade. Rumors swirled with mythic exaggeration. Blood spattered, 3 feet high corpses littered the threshold, and Brother Tian's cleaver, wielded before hundreds of Zhongyi Xian members, had sent them all kneeling begging for mercy on the spot. No one dared verify the truth, but every low-level gangster upon hearing Brother Tian's name instinctively lowered his head and lit up with awe. The punk had already raised his foot to kick the machine in contempt, then froze midair, his boot hovering inches above the metal casing. Instead, he leaned closer, hesitantly inserted a coin. It was absurdly simple. In no way I hit it. $32, mine, and damn. Empty again. In shouts erupted across the cramped barbershop. True, a single win could multiply payouts dozens of times, but losing $1 or $2 stung not at all. Each loss whispered seductively, just one more spin. This time I'll break even. Yet aligning 3 identical symbols. That proved exceedingly rare. And before anyone noticed, loose change vanished, swallowed bite by bite by the iron-jawed tiger. 1 week passed in a flash. Tian and his crew visited each shop to collect earnings, cross-checking daily receipts. When the final figures were tallied, his eyes bulged. He sprinted straight to Su Ruizha. Boss, quick look. We're about to strike it rich. Over 1,000 slot machines deployed across Zhongyi Xian's network earned an average of $200 per unit per day, 20,000 daily, 800,000 monthly. Each unit cost merely $1,000 to manufacture, meaning full cost recovery within just over a month with pure profit thereafter. At this rate, 1,000 machines will generate 10 million Hong Kong dollars in annual profit. If we deploy even more. Tin's face flushed crimson as he gestured wildly. Brother Zay, this business is far more lucrative than selling flour, more profitable than selling flour. Indeed, it is for now. Flour may sound wildly profitable. Its price multiplies 3 or 4 times between factory and end user, but every layer of the chain slices off a hefty shared distribution, transportation, surveillance, money laundering. The Triad operates merely as a wholesale distributor at best. Securing double its cost is the ceiling, and even then it must constantly fear anti-narcotics raids, traders within its ranks, and sudden police incursions. In the old days, Lo Sutong's Zhongzi DUI crew toiled relentlessly year after year, yet barely scraped together 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Slot machines, by contrast, carry near zero risk. Currently, no statute in Hong Kong classifies slot machines as gambling devices. Police officers walk past without a second glance. More precisely, those bureaucrats sitting in air-conditioned offices have yet to grasp just how fat this goose truly is. Yet Su Ruizha remained unmoved, instead dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. This return rate won't last. Slot machines are still novel. Their novelty fuels frenzy, and people rush to play. Naturally, once the initial excitement fades and people sober up, once they truly calculate, the abysmal odds of winning, your revenue will shrink to half of what it is today. And don't forget, once others catch wind of this windfall, imitation will follow instantly. Tin's smile froze, his shoulders slumping. Boss, the factory that manufactures these machines is yours. Who buys them, and how many, rests entirely on your decision. He was already scheming inwardly, monopolize the market outright. Let every player across Hong Kong rely solely on Zhongyi Xian for purchase, installation, and repair. Su Ruizha scoffed derisively. Monopolize? You'll choke on it. Hong Kong comprises 18 districts, but our turf extends only to Tun Mun. We hold no sway elsewhere. Do you imagine use from Kowloon or Hong Kong Island will take the MTR all the way to Tun Mun just to pull a lever on a single slot machine? This device exists purely for idle amusement. A casual press, a 3-second result, nothing more. Its technical barrier is negligible. A replication won't take half a year. In truth, for Su Ruizha, manufacturing slot machines itself was already a venture yielding tenfold returns. No cutting-edge technology is required. Raw materials are trivially accessible: a few circuit boards, plastic casings, glue screws. Tighten them by hand, and the product emerges. Factoring in labor cost, production per unit remains strictly under 200 Hong Kong dollars. Yet Suruasia's factory floor price stands unyieldingly at 2,000. There's no alternative across all Hong Kong. Only Suruasia's factory reliably produces these machines. Even the batch supplied to Zhong Exin has been slashed to 50% of list price. Suruasia's true target was the wallets of rival Triads. Want slot machines? Fine. You either pay his factory directly or watch helplessly as others count cash, while you're left with not even a speck of ash. Incidentally, he also accrued substantial goodwill among them. Just as these words settled, Suruasia's pager. Hello, this is Suruasia. Mr. Su, I'm troubling you again. A man's voice came through the line. Calm, unhurried, like warm tea, sliding down the throat, instantly instilling quiet reassurance. Merely hearing his tone conjured an image: a middle-aged man in a muted shirt, gold-rimmed spectacles resting lightly on his nose. Refined, unflappable, speaking slowly, but each word resonating with weight. Suruasia broke into laughter. Oh, Mr. Jiang. Huh, not a trouble at all. I'd welcome your call. They had spoken before, during the typhoon that rescued the film's female lead. Jiang Tiansheng had invested 2 million Hong Kong dollars into the production, securing Fong Min the role of second female lead. Thus mutual trust was forged. More crucially, Jiang Tiansheng clearly sought to shed his underworld origins and pivot toward the film industry. This alone guaranteed endless common ground. An old saying rings clear: the underworld isn't blades and bloodshed. It's reciprocity and human connection. When interests don't collide, Suruasia always welcomed genuine friendships. Jiang Tiansheng fit him perfectly. Loki self-assured, articulate about both women and cinema. Director Du Chifeng had praised Miss Fong Min. Her intuition is extraordinary. She grasps instructions instantly, and her features are exquisite. She was born for this craft. She'll surely become Hong Kong's top-tier star. Haha, far too generous. Fong Min is still a green newcomer with much to learn. Please tell the director wherever she falls short, scold her freely. Spare me no face. I must entrust Fong Min's welfare to your kind care. Their pleasantries flowed flawlessly. Only afterward did they finally steer toward the subject at hand: slot machines. I never imagined they'd ignite such a wildfire. Tune Mun has been out of stock for days. I've put the entire factory on triple shifts, yet demand still outpaces supply. Indeed, each of our Zhong Exin machines nets 500 Hong Kong dollars weekly. Tin is already planning expansion. Dozens more machines lined up for deployment. Several other Triads have approached us for orders. But when Brother Sheng himself calls, I must honor the gesture. Priority dispatch for Hung Hing. Arranged immediately. 2,000 units up front. No problem. Oh, brothers like us discussing money. I'd gift them outright. List price? Absolutely not. Brother Sheng, you're stripping me bare. Settled. 9/10 discount. Agreed. Let's schedule dinner soon. We'll raise a glass. Suruasia lounged lazily in his executive chair, feet propped atop the desk, hanging up the call, with a sly upward curl of his lips. Done. Another 2,000 units secured. Hung Hing, one of Hong Kong's for major Triads, rivals the entire 14K, its influence stretching across all 18 districts. In certain areas like Tuen Mun, Hung Hing merely plants a flag in symbolic claim, its presence thin and scattered. Yet across most districts, Hung Hing reigns as undisputed local sovereign. Deep-rooted territory, formidable manpower, and ironclad enterprises. 13 senior leaders represent 13 districts. Across those 13 domains, Hung Hing contends daily with Dongxing, Walinsheng, and 14K, waging silent wars over turf venues and revenue streams. 2,000 slot machines. Barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Jiang Tiansheng would certainly call back, demanding more. And it wasn't just Hung Hing. Dongxing and 14K orders were already queued, growing longer by the day. From this single wave of slot machines, Suruasia would securely pocket several million Hong Kong dollars. As supply swells, public appetite wanes, and margins narrow. That concern no longer belongs to him. On the other end, Jiang Tiansheng lowered the phone, paused silently for 2 or 3 seconds, then shook his head with a wry, self-deprecating smile. That young Suruasia. He's got thicker skin than the bronze walls of Causeway Bay. Upon launch, slot machines swept across Hong Kong's streets and alleys. Outside herbal tea shops, beside neighborhood grocers, even crouched beside roadside auto repair stalls, gleaming ubiquitous. Who among us lacks a gambler's instinct? Idle moments invite a coin tossed in. Ding dong. A test of luck. What if fortune smiles? Dozens of coins clatter merrily into your palm. Players multiplied wildly. Behind the scenes, Triad operators grinned ear to ear, while the factories churning out the machines ran day and night, smoke billowing, assembly lines never still. Suruasia acquired this electronics contract manufacturing plant for HK0. Its former owner could barely cobble together counterfeit components, earning mere tens of thousands annually. After assuming the site equipment and workforce en masse, Suruasia rebranded it instantly as Tengsun. For over a month, Tengsun operated at full capacity, round-the-clock triple shift labor. Yet orders flooded in like blizzards, overwhelming supply. Hung Hing Dong Sing and 14K, the big three, each absorbed no fewer than 5,000 units. Though Linsheng and Zhong Exin stood bitterly opposed, business remained business, and internal unity was far from absolute. Gui Tian vying for leadership had alienated many, prompting some members to secretly bypass superiors and place an order for 3,000 units. Add dozens of smaller triads across Hong Kong, and within just 30-odd days Ting Sun had shipped over 23,000 slot machines, netting Suru Asia a staggering 46 million Hong Kong dollars. If Jiang Tiansheng and the others knew this number, they would probably be too lazy to even curse. They would simply come with weapons in hand. A large organization with tens of thousands of people can only earn a mere 10 to 20 million a year through slot machines, and this profit will continue to dwindle year by year. However, Su Rui's relying solely on the exclusive operating rights of the slot machines managed to rake in over 40 million in just over a month. All the organizations across Hong Kong Island ended up just lifting him up, but to expect to quietly make a fortune again through slot machines, that's out of the question. The market in Hong Kong Island has already been drained and the goods piled in the warehouse are on the verge of growing mold. The current profits are purely quick cash, and once it's earned the business will be shut down. In the future there are only two paths, either push the slot machines overseas. Although Macau is small, it is a gambling city. Places like Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and Malaysia will take in whatever they can or simply turn around and dive into other electronic fields. In Su Ruiz's eyes, Tingshuan is not an ordinary company, but a hard-tech enterprise aiming at the global landscape. Not only does it aim to create hardware, but it also seeks to position itself to take advantage of the impending wave of information revolution, seizing a solid foothold on the main highway of the digital world. What lay before him was the entire Earth. His creed consisted of 2 points: innovation starts with replication. Copy faster than you can, sell fiercer than you, leaving you with no chance to imitate. Tingshuan Electronics occupies over 10 acres with more than 400 workers. The workshop is filled with the roar of machines and the mixed smell of solder and oil as the assembly line rushes to produce slot machines. However, compared to before, the pace has noticeably slowed down. No more 3 shifts, no more 24-hour continuous operation, and the workers no longer bear that exhausted look of being drained. Chairman, this week the orders have halved again. The warehouse is almost piling up to a mountain. In the office, factory manager Yin Guojiang stood by the desk, his voice a bit shaky. Previously they worked day and night with machines roaring and ears buzzing, producing as much as they could sell, not even having time to stack the packaging paper. Now orders are as cold as an ice cellar with inquiries sparse. Don't panic, it was always a one-time deal. Su Rui's leaned back with his legs crossed, tapping his fingers on the table. These slot machines are unaffordable for ordinary people, and only those organizations can afford to play. We have already shipped 23,000 units, but how many people are there on Hong Kong Island? Less than 5 million, and we're almost at half a unit per person. The market has peaked. Next we will reduce production to protect profits, focusing on pushing outward. Though Macau is small, the casinos are filled with cash. Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, we will take whatever we can. That said, he knew well that exporting slot machines wouldn't earn much. The technical barriers are too low. Anyone can replicate it, and the Electronic Industry Foundation in Japan and Taiwan is much stronger than that of Hong Kong Island. This thing, the little profit made in the future, is like a chicken rib to him. The true battlefield for Tingshuan needs to change places. Old Yin, the factory, needs to pivot. We need to move towards high-precision electronic processing. Su Rui's leaned back, pointing at the heavy mobile phone on the table. Look at this thing. Can we make something like this? Yin Guojiang was stunned, his eyes wide. Chairman, are you saying to imitate the mobile phone? Yes, can we do it? Su Rui's nodded, his gaze intense. He knew clearly mobile communication is a gold mine, even if it's just in the downstream terminal equipment. Phones, wireless telephones, each year generates astronomical profits. Take this Motorola mobile phone in front of us, produced by Eagle Sauce. Its cost isn't necessarily terrifying, but it is priced at 30,000 Hong Kong dollars on Hong Kong Island. More expensive than gold watches, more extravagant than sports cars, a true symbol of status, a walking display of wealth. In a few years, as the economy of Hong Kong Island takes off, salaries double. It wouldn't be a dream for ordinary office workers to squeeze onto the subway with mobile phones. What lies ahead is a visibly vast blue ocean. Stock trading and real estate may make quick money, but that's just oil floating on the surface, easily scooped away. Su Rui's firmly believed real cash-heavy industries are the ballast, especially those basic industries that control the lifelines of the common people. Electricity, oil, steel. The road ahead is long and arduous, but it must be taken step by step. First, dive into the electronics industry. Seeing Su Rui's eager demeanor, Yin Guojiang sighed, bitterly spreading his hands. It's really not feasible. Not feasible? What's the difficulty? Su Rui's frowned, slightly afraid of copyright infringement. Yin Guojiang nodded. That's just one issue. The most crucial problem is, we truly lack the capability. The structure of the slot machines is simple, just twist some screws and weld a few wires. But what about the mobile phone? A palm-sized piece of iron filled with over 100 components. Each screw behind it represents precision craftsmanship. Once you open the casing, the circuit board is densely packed with integrated circuits. Just looking at the exterior, you can't even touch the essence. No original factory design drawings. Just relying on dismantling could take 3 to 5 years to understand. Even if you manage to figure out the circuits, how do you select the materials? How to control power consumption? How to handle heat dissipation? All are pitfalls. Not to mention the core components. We can't even see a shadow of them. Hong Kong Island cannot produce them at all. We can only rely on imports, and the prices keep skyrocketing. The most crucial aspect is the software algorithm. Without deciphering that underlying code, even if you sculpt a shell that looks identical in the mirror, when powered on, it's just a brick. Motorola spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this, and the patent wall is built thicker than copper and iron. It can't be pried open easily. Yan Guojiang finished speaking in one breath, his tone carrying a hint of resigned experience mixed with an uncontainable pride. Probably because he had secretly pondered this in his early years and ended up hitting his head against the wall. That's why he was able to articulate the nuances so thoroughly. Su Ruai smacked his lips and cursed, "Damn, how can an old antique that's about to enter the museum still be so tough? Simply let the eagle sauce people weld it into a coffin board." Is the mobile phone really going out of fashion? That's only a matter of time. But right now it hasn't reached its curtain call. At least it still has a few years of glory ahead. And who will truly usher it off stage? The Nokia that later found even walnut shells too hard to crack. Nokia's candy bar phone burst onto the scene, completely sending the mobile phone into the museum, and this Finnish company that started with papermaking has quietly established its electronic information technology division. The candy bar model has probably long passed the verification stage, and mass production is imminent. Right? Su Ruiz's mind turned and his thoughts suddenly became lively. Rather than hard chewing on the expensive and clumsy mobile phone, which is gradually shrinking in market size, it would be better to simply skip it and directly pounce on Nokia's lightweight and nimble candy bar solution. As for industrial design drawings and underlying communication algorithms, first negotiate to buy. If that fails, find a way to extract them. If that doesn't work, then some unconventional methods might be necessary. Don't get me wrong, stealing and robbing sound harsh, but looking at the global business world, bypassing patent barriers and prying into core technologies is nothing new. Sending business spies into competitor labs, hacking into servers to steal source codes. Many giants have done this, and some companies even relied on this trick to complete their initial accumulation.